Astounding, July 1950. The Little Black Bag. Old Dr. Full felt the winter in his bones as he limped down the alley. It was the alley and the back door he had chosen, rather than the sidewalk and the front door, because of the brown paper bag under his arm. He knew perfectly well that the flat-faced, stringy-haired women of his street and their gap-toothed, sour-smelling husbands did not notice if he brought a bottle of cheap wine to his room. They all but lived on the stuff themselves, varied with whiskey when paychecks were boosted by overtime. But Dr. Full, unlike them, was ashamed. A complicated disaster occurred as he limped down the littered alley. One of the neighborhood dogs, a mean little black one he knew and hated, with its teeth always bared and always snarling with menace, hurled at his legs through a hole in the board fence that lined his path. Dr. Full flinched, then swung his leg in what was to have been a satisfying kick to the animal's gaunt ribs. But the winter in his bones weighed down the leg. His foot failed to clear a half-buried brick, and he sat down abruptly, cursing. When he smelled unbottled wine and realized his brown paper package had slipped from under his arm and smashed, his curses died on his lips. The snarling black dog was circling him at a yard's distance, tensely stalking, but he ignored it in the greater disaster. With stiff fingers, as he sat on the filth of the alley, Dr. Full unfolded the brown paper bag's top, which had been crimped over grocer-wise. The early autumnal dusk had come. He could not see plainly what was left. He lifted out the jug-handled top of his half-gallon and some fragments, and then the bottom of the bottle. Dr. Full was far too occupied to exult as he noted that there was a good pint left. He had a problem, and emotions could be deferred until the fitting time. The dog closed in, its snarl rising in pitch. He set down the bottom of the bottle and pelted the dog with the curved triangular glass fragments of its top. One of them connected, and the dog ducked back through the fence, howling. Dr. Full then placed a razor-like edge of the half-gallon bottle's foundation to his lips and drank from it as though it were a giant's cup. Twice he had to put it down to rest his arms, but in 1 minute he had swallowed the pint of wine. He thought of rising to his feet and walking through the alley to his room, but a flood of well-being drowned the notion. It was, after all, inexpressibly pleasant to sit there and feel the frost-hardened mud of the alley turn soft, or seem to, and to feel the winter evaporating from his bones under a warmth which spread from his stomach through his limbs. A 3-year-old girl in a cut-down winter coat squeezed through the same hole in the board fence from which the black dog had sprung its ambush. Gravely she toddled up to Dr. Full and inspected him with her dirty forefinger in her mouth. Dr. Full's happiness had been providentially made complete. He had been supplied with an audience. "Ah, my dear," he said hoarsely, and then, "Preposterous accusation. If that's what you call evidence, I should have told them, you better stick to your doctoring. I should have told them I was here before your county medical society, and the license commissioner never proved a thing on me. So, gentlemen, doesn't it stand to reason? I appeal to you as fellow members of a great profession." The little girl, bored, moved away, picking up one of the triangular pieces of glass to play with as she left. Dr. Full forgot her immediately, and continued to himself earnestly. "But so help me, they couldn't prove a thing. Hasn't a man got any rights?" He brooded over the question, of whose answer he was so sure, but on which the Committee on Ethics of the County Medical Society had been equally certain. The winter was creeping into his bones again, and he had no money and no more wine. Dr. Full pretended to himself that there was a bottle of whiskey somewhere in the fearful litter of his room. It was an old and cruel trick he played on himself when he simply had to be galvanized into getting up and going home. He might freeze there in the alley. In his room he would be bitten by bugs and would cough at the moldy reek from his sink, but he would not freeze and be cheated of the hundreds of bottles of wine that he still might drink, the thousands of hours of glowing content he still might feel. He thought about that bottle of whiskey. Was it back of a mounded heap of medical journals? No, he had looked there last time. Was it under the sink, shoved well to the rear, behind the rusty drain? The cruel trick began to play itself out again. Yes, he told himself with mounting excitement. Yes, it might be. Your memory isn't so good nowadays, he told himself with rueful good-fellowship. You know perfectly well you might have bought a bottle of whiskey and shoved it behind the sink drain for a moment just like this. The amber bottle, the crisp snap of the sealing as he cut it, the pleasurable exertion of starting the screw-cap on its threads, and then the refreshing tangs in his throat, the warmth in his stomach, the dark, dull, happy oblivion of drunkenness. They became real to him. You could have, you know. You could have, he told himself, with a blessed conviction growing in his mind. It could have happened, you know. It could have. He struggled to his right knee. As he did, he heard a yelp behind him, and curiously craned his neck around while resting. It was the little girl, who had cut her hand quite badly on her toy, the piece of glass. Dr. Full could see the rilling bright blood down her coat, pooling at her feet. He almost felt inclined to defer the image of the amber bottle for her, but not seriously. He knew that it was there, shoved well to the rear under the sink, behind the rusty drain where he had hidden it. He would have a drink, and then magnanimously return to help the child. Dr. Full got to his other knee, and then his feet, and proceeded at a rapid totter down the littered alley toward his room, where he would hunt with calm optimism at first for the bottle that was not there, then with anxiety, and then with frantic violence. He would hurl books and dishes about before he was done looking for the amber bottle of whiskey, and finally would beat his swollen knuckles against the brick wall until old scars on them opened and his thick old blood oozed over his hands. Last of all, he would sit down somewhere on the floor, whimpering, and would plunge into the abyss of purgative nightmare that was his sleep. After 20 generations of shilly-shallying, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Genus Homo had bred himself into an impasse. Dogged biometricians had pointed out with irrefutable logic that mental subnormals were outbreeding mental normals and supernormals, and that the process was occurring on an exponential curve. Every fact that could be mustered in the argument proved the biometrician's case, and led, inevitably, to the conclusion that Genus Homo was going to wind up in a preposterous jam quite soon. If you think that had any effect on breeding practices, you do not know Genus Homo. There was, of course, a sort of masking effect produced by that other exponential function, the accumulation of technological devices. A moron trained to punch an adding machine seems to be a more skillful computer than a medieval mathematician trained to count on his fingers. A moron trained to operate the 21st century equivalent of a linotype seems to be a better typographer than a Renaissance printer limited to a few fonts of movable type. This is also true of medical practice. It was a complicated affair of many factors. The supernormals improved the product at greater speed than the subnormals degraded it, but in smaller quantity because elaborate training of their children was practiced on a custom-made basis. The fetish of higher education had some weird avatars by the 20th generation. Colleges, where not a member of the student body could read words of 3 syllables. Universities, where such degrees as Bachelor of Typewriting, Master of Shorthand, and Doctor of Philosophy, card filing, were conferred with a traditional pomp. The handful of supernormals used such devices in order that the vast majority might keep some semblance of a social order going. Some day the supernormals would mercilessly cross the bridge. At the 20th generation they were standing irresolutely at its approaches, wondering what had hit them, and the ghosts of 20 generations of biometricians chuckled malignantly. It is a certain doctor of medicine of this 20th generation that we are concerned with. His name was Hemingway, John Hemingway, Bachelor of Science, M.D. He was a general practitioner, and did not hold with running to specialists with every trifling ailment. He often said as much in approximately these words. Now, what I mean is, you got a good old G.P., see what I mean? Well, now, a good old G.P. don't claim he knows all about lungs and glands and them things, get me? But you got a G.P., you got a all-around man. That's what you got when you got a G.P. You got a all-around man. But from this, do not imagine that Dr. Hemingway was a poor doctor. He could remove tonsils or appendixes, assist at practically any confinement, and deliver a living, uninjured infant, correctly diagnose hundreds of ailments, and prescribe and administer the correct medication or treatment for each. There was, in fact, only one thing he could not do in the medical line, and that was violate the ancient canons of medical ethics. And Dr. Hemingway knew better than to try. Dr. Hemingway and a few friends were chatting one evening when the event occurred that precipitates him into our story. He had been through a hard day at the clinic, and he wished his physicist friend, Walter Gillis, Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, Ph.D., would shut up so he could tell everybody about it. But Gillis kept rambling on in his stilted fashion. "You got to hand it to old Mike. He don't have what we call the scientific method, but you got to hand it to him. There this poor little dope is, puttering around with some glassware, and I come up and I ask him, kidding, of course, 'How's about a time-travel machine, Mike?'" Dr. Gillis was not aware of it, but Mike had an IQ 6 times his own, and was, to be blunt, his keeper. Mike rode herd on the pseudo-physicists in the pseudo-laboratory in the guise of a bottle washer. It was a social waste, but as has been mentioned before, the supernormals were still standing at the approaches to a bridge. Their irresolution led to many such preposterous situations, and it happens that Mike, having grown frantically bored with his task, was malevolent enough to— but let Dr. Gillis tell it. "So he gives me these here tube numbers and says, 'Series circuit. Now stop bothering me. Build your time machine, sit down at it, and turn on the switch. That's all I ask, Dr. Gillis, that's all I ask.'" "Say," marveled a brittle and lovely blonde guest, "you remember real good, don't you, Doc?" She gave him a melting smile. "Heck," said Gillis modestly, "I always remember good. It's what you call an inherent facility. And besides, I told it quick to my secretary, so she wrote it down. I don't read so good, but I sure remember good all right." Now, where was I? Everybody thought hard, and there were various suggestions. Something about bottle stock? You were starting a fight. You said, "Time somebody was traveling." Yeah, you called somebody a swish. Who did you call a swish? Not swish. Switch. Dr. Gillis's noble brow grooved with thought, and he declared, "Switch is right. It was about time travel, what we call travel through time. So I took the tube numbers he gave me, and I put them into the circuit builder. I set it for series, and there it is, my time-traveling machine. It travels things through time real good." He displayed a box. "What's in the box?" asked the lovely blonde. Dr. Hemingway told her. "Time travel. It travels things through time." "Look," said Gillis, the physicist. He took Dr. Hemingway's little black bag and put it on the box. He turned on the switch, and the little black bag vanished. "Say," said Dr. Hemingway, "that was swell. Now bring it back." "Huh? Bring back my little black bag." "Well," said Dr. Gillis, "they don't come back. I tried it backwards, and they don't come back. I guess maybe that dummy Mike gave me a bum steer." There was wholesale condemnation of Mike, but Dr. Hemingway took no part in it. He was nagged by a vague feeling that there was something he would have to do. He reasoned, "I am a doctor, and a doctor has got to have a little black bag. I ain't got a little black bag. So ain't I a doctor no more?" He decided that this was absurd. He knew he was a doctor, so it must be the bag's fault for not being there. It was no good, and he would get another one tomorrow from that dummy Al at the clinic. Al could find things good, but he was a dummy. Never liked to talk sociable to you. So the next day Dr. Hemingway remembered to get another little black bag from his keeper, another little black bag with which he could perform tonsillectomies, appendectomies, and the most difficult confinements, and with which he could diagnose and cure his kind until the day when the supernormals could bring themselves to cross that bridge. Al was kind of nasty about the missing little black bag, but Dr. Hemingway didn't exactly remember what had happened so no tracer was sent out. So old Dr. Full awoke from the horrors of the night to the horrors of the day. His gummy eyelashes pulled apart convulsively. He was propped against a corner of his room, and something was making a little drumming noise. He felt very cold and cramped. As his eyes focused on his lower body, he croaked out a laugh. The drumming noise was being made by his left heel, agitated by fine tremors against the bare floor. It was going to be the DTs again, he decided dispassionately. He wiped his mouth with his bloody knuckles, and the fine tremor coarsened. The snare drum beat became louder and slower. He was getting a break this fine morning, he decided sardonically. You didn't get the horrors until you had been tightened like a violin string, just to the breaking point. He had a reprieve, if a reprieve, into his old body, with a blazing, endless headache just back of the eyes, and the screaming stiffness in the joints were anything to be thankful for. There was something or other about a kid, he thought vaguely. He was going to doctor some kid. His eyes rested on a little black bag in the center of the room, and he forgot about the kid. I could have sworn, said Dr. Full, I hocked that 2 years ago. He hitched over and reached the bag, and then realized it was some stranger's kit. Arriving here, he did not know how. He tentatively touched the lock, and it snapped open and lay flat. Rows and rows of instruments and medications tucked into loops in its four walls. It seemed vastly larger open than closed. He didn't see how it could possibly fold up into that compact size again, but decided it was some stunt of the instrument makers. Since his time, that made it worth more at the hock shop, he thought with satisfaction. Just for old time's sake, he let his eyes and fingers rove over the instruments before he snapped the bag shut and headed for Uncle's. More than a few were a little hard to recognize. Exactly, that is. You could see the things with blades for cutting, the forceps for holding and pulling, the retractors for holding fast, the needles and gut for suturing, the hypos. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that he could peddle the hypos separately to drug addicts. Let's go, he decided, and tried to fold up the case. It didn't fold until he happened to touch the lock, and then it folded all at once into a little black bag. Sure have forged ahead, he thought, almost able to forget that what he was primarily interested in was its pawn value. With a definite objective, it was not too hard for him to get to his feet. He decided to go down the front steps, out the front door, and down the sidewalk. But first, he snapped the bag open again on his kitchen table and poured through the medication tubes. Anything to sock the autonomic nervous system good and hard, he mumbled. The tubes were numbered, and there was a plastic card which seemed to list them. The left margin of the card was a rundown of the systems: vascular, muscular, nervous. He followed the last entry across to the right. There were columns for stimulant, depressant, and so on. Under nervous system and depressant he found the number 17, and shakily located the little glass tube which bore it. It was full of pretty blue pills, and he took one. It was like being struck by a thunderbolt. Dr. Full had so long lacked any sense of well-being, except the brief glow of alcohol, that he had forgotten its very nature. He was panic-stricken for a long moment at the sensation that spread through him slowly, finally tingling in his fingertips. He straightened up, his pains gone, and his leg tremor stilled. That was great, he thought. He'd be able to run to the hock shop, pawn the little black bag, and get some booze. He started down the stairs. Not even the street, bright with mid-morning sun, into which he emerged, made him quail. The little black bag in his left hand had a satisfying, authoritative weight. He was walking erect, he noted, and not in the somewhat furtive crouch that had grown on him in recent years. A little self-respect, he told himself. That's what I need. Just because a man's down doesn't mean— "Doctor, please, I'll come with—" somebody yelled at him, tugging his arm. "The little girl, she's a burn-up." It was one of the slum's innumerable flat-faced, stringy-haired women in a slovenly wrapper. I happen to be retired from practice," he began hoarsely, but she would not be put off. "In by here, doctor," she urged. tugging him to a doorway. "You come look at that little girl. I got $2. You come look." That put a different complexion on the matter. He allowed himself to be towed through the doorway into a mussy, cabbage-smelling flat. He knew the woman now, or rather knew who she must be, a new arrival who had moved in the other night. These people moved at night, in motorcades of battered cars supplied by friends and relations, with furniture lashed to the tops, swearing and drinking until the small hours. It explained why she had stopped him. She did not yet know he was old Dr. Full, a drunken reprobate whom nobody would trust. The little black bag had been his guarantee, outweighing his whiskery face and stained black suit. He was looking down on a 3-year-old girl who had, he rather suspected, just been placed in the mathematical center of a freshly changed double bed. God knew what sour and dirty mattress she usually slept on. He seemed to recognize her, as he noted a crusted bandage on her right hand. $2, he thought. An ugly flush had spread up her pipe-stem arm. He poked a finger into the socket of her elbow, and felt little spheres like marbles under the skin and ligaments roll apart. The child began to squall thinly. Beside him the woman gasped and began to weep herself. "Out," he gestured briskly at her, and she thudded away, still sobbing. $2, he thought. Give her some mumbo-jumbo, take the money, and tell her to go to a clinic. Strep, I guess, from that stinking alley. It's a wonder any of them grow up. He put down the little black bag and forgetfully fumbled for his key, then remembered and touched the lock. It flew open, and he selected a bandage shears, with a blunt wafer for the lower jaw. He fitted the lower jaw under the bandage, trying not to hurt the kid by its pressure on the infection, and began to cut. It was amazing how easily and swiftly the shining shears snipped through the crusty rag around the wound. He hardly seemed to be driving the shears with fingers at all. It almost seemed as though the shears were driving his fingers instead, as they scissored a clean, light line through the bandage. "Certainly have forged ahead since my time," he thought, "sharper than a microtome knife." He replaced the shears in their loop on the extraordinarily big board that the little black bag turned into when it unfolded, and leaned over the wound. He whistled at the ugly gash and the violent infection which had taken immediate root in the sickly child's thin body. Now what can you do with a thing like that? He pored over the contents of the little black bag nervously. If he lanced it and let some of the pus out, the old woman would think he'd done something for her, and he'd get the $2. But at the clinic they'd want to know who did it, and if they got sore enough they might send a cop around. Maybe there was something in the kit. He ran down the left edge of the card to lymphatic, and read across to the column under infection. It didn't sound right at all to him. He checked again, but it still said that. In the square to which the line and column led were the symbols IV, G, 3cc. He couldn't find any bottles marked with Roman numerals, and then noticed that that was how the hypodermic needles were designated. He lifted number Roman numeral 4 from its loop, noting that it was fitted with a needle already and even seemed to be charged. What a way to carry those things around! So, 3 cc's of whatever was in hypo number 4 ought to do something or other about infections settled in the lymphatic system, which God knows this one was. What did the lowercase g mean, though? He studied the glass hypo and saw letters engraved on what looked like a rotating disc at the top of the barrel. They ran from A to I, and there was an index line engraved on the barrel on the opposite side from the calibrations. Shrugging, old Dr. Full turned the disc until G coincided with the index line and lifted the hypo to eye level. As he pressed in the plunger, he did not see the tiny thread of fluid squirt from the tip of the needle. There was a sort of dark mist for a moment about the tip. A closer inspection showed that the needle was not even pierced to the tip. It had the usual slanting cut across the bias of the shaft, but the cut did not expose an oval hole. Baffled, he tried pressing the plunger again. Again, something appeared around the tip and vanished. "We'll settle this," said the doctor. He slipped the needle into the skin of his forearm. He thought at first that he had missed, that the point had glided over the top of his skin instead of catching and slipping under it. But he saw a tiny blood spot and realized that somehow he just hadn't felt the puncture. Whatever was in the barrel, he decided, couldn't do him any harm if it lived up to its billing, and if it could come out through a needle that had no hole. He gave himself 3 cc's and twitched the needle out. There was the swelling, painless but otherwise typical. Dr. Full decided it was his eyes or something, and gave 3 cc's of G from hypodermic 4 to the feverish child. There was no interruption to her wailing as the needle went in and the swelling rose, but a long instant later she gave a final gasp and was silent. Well, he told himself, cold with horror, you did it that time. You killed her with that stuff. Then the child sat up and said, "Where's my mommy?" Incredulously, the doctor seized her arm and palpated the elbow. The gland infection was 0, and the temperature seemed normal. The blood-congested tissues surrounding the wound were subsiding as he watched. The child's pulse was stronger and no faster than a child's should be. In the sudden silence of the room, he could hear the little girl's mother sobbing in her kitchen outside. And he also heard a girl's insinuating voice. "She gonna be okay, Doc?" He turned and saw a gaunt-faced, dirty blonde sloven of perhaps 18 leaning in the doorway and eyeing him with amused contempt. She continued, "I heard about you, Dr. Fool. So don't go try and put the bite on the old lady. You couldn't doctor up a sick cat." "Indeed," he rumbled. This young person was going to get a lesson she richly deserved. "Perhaps you would care to look at my patient?" "Where's my mommy?" insisted the little girl, and the blonde's jaw fell. She went to the bed and cautiously asked, "You okay now, Teresa? You all fixed up?" "Where's my mommy?" demanded Teresa. Then, accusingly, she gestured with her wounded hand at the doctor. "You poke me," she complained, and giggled pointlessly. "Well," said the blonde girl, "I guess I got to hand it to you, Duck. These loud-mouthed women around here said you didn't know didn't know how to cure people. They said you ain't a real doctor." "I have retired from practice," he said, "but I happened to be taking this case to a colleague as a favor. Your good mother noticed me, and—" A deprecating smile. He touched the lock of the case, and it folded up into the little black bag again. "You stole it," the girl said flatly. He sputtered. "Nobody'd trust you with a thing like that. It must be worth plenty. You stole that case. I was going to stop you when I come in and saw you working over Teresa, but it looked like you wasn't doing her any harm. But when you give me that line about taking that case to a colleague, I know you stole it. You give me a cut or I go to the cops. A thing like that must be worth $20–30. The mother came timidly in, her eyes red, but she let out a whoop of joy when she saw the little girl sitting up and babbling to herself, embraced her madly, fell on her knees for a quick prayer, hopped up to kiss the doctor's hand, and then dragged him into the kitchen, all the while rattling in her native language, while the blonde girl let her eyes go cold with disgust. Dr. Full allowed himself to be towed into the kitchen, but flatly declined a cup of coffee and a plate of anise cakes and St. John's bread. "Try 'em on some wine, Ma," said the girl sardonically. "Yes, yes," breathed the woman delightedly. "You like a wine, Doctor?" She had a carafe of purplish liquid before him in an instant, and the blonde girl snickered as the doctor's hand twitched out at it. He drew his hand back, while there grew in his head the old image of how it would smell, and then taste, and then warm his stomach and limbs. He made the kind of calculation at which he was practiced. The delighted woman would not notice as he downed 2 tumblers, and he could overawe her through 2 tumblers more with his tale of Teresa's narrow brush with a destroying angel, and then—why, then it would not matter. He would be drunk. But for the first time in years there was a sort of counter-image, a blend of the rage he felt at the blonde girl to whom he was so transparent, and of pride at the cure he had just effected. Much to his own surprise, he drew back his hand from the carafe, and said, luxuriating in the words, "No, thank you. I don't believe I'd care for any so early in the day." He covertly watched the blonde girl's face, and was gratified at her surprise. Then the mother was shyly handing him 2 bills and saying, "Is no much a money, Doctor, but you come again, see Teresa?" "I shall be glad to follow the case through," he said. "But now, excuse me, I really must be running along." He grasped the little black bag firmly and got up. He wanted very much to get away from the wine and the older girl. "Wait up, Doc," said she. "I'm going your way." She followed him out and down the street. He ignored her until he felt her hand on the black bag. Then old Dr. Full stopped and tried to reason with her. "Look, my dear, perhaps you're right. I might have stolen it. To be perfectly frank, I don't remember how I got it. But you're young, and you can earn your own money." 50-50, she said, "or I go to the cops. And if I get another word out of you, it's 60-40. And you know who gets the short end, don't you, Duck?" Defeated, he marched to the pawn-shop, her impudent hand still on the handle with his, and her heels beating out a tattoo against his stately tread. In the pawn-shop they both got a shock. "It ain't standard," said Uncle, unimpressed by the ingenious lock. "I ain't never seen one like it. Some cheap Jap stuff, maybe? Try down the street. This I never could sell." Down the street they got an offer of $1. The same complaint was made. "I ain't a collector, mister. I buy stuff that got resale value. Who could I sell this to, a Chinaman who don't know medical instruments? Every one of them looks funny. You sure you didn't make these yourself?" They didn't take the $1 offer. The girl was baffled and angry. The doctor was baffled too, but triumphant. He had $2, and the girl had a half interest in something nobody wanted. But, he suddenly marveled, the thing had been all right to cure the kid, hadn't it? "Well," he asked her, "do you give up? As you see, the kit is practically valueless." She was thinking hard. "Don't fly off the handle, Doc. I don't get this, but something's going on all right. Would those guys know good stuff if they saw it?" "They would. They make a living from it. Wherever this kit came from—" She seized on that with a devilish faculty she seemed to have of eliciting answers without asking questions. "I thought so. You don't know either, huh? Well, maybe I can find out for you. Come on in here. I ain't letting go of that thing. There's money in it, some way. I don't know how. There's money in it." He followed her into a cafeteria, into an almost empty corner. She was oblivious to stares and snickers from the other customers as she opened the little black bag. It almost covered a cafeteria table, and ferreted through it. She picked out a retractor from a loop, scrutinized it, contemptuously threw it down, picked out a speculum, threw it down, picked out the lower half of an OB forceps, turned it over, close to her sharp young eyes, and saw what the doctor's dim old ones could not have seen. All old Dr. Full knew was that she was peering at the neck of the forceps and then turned white. Very carefully she placed the half of the forceps back in its loop of cloth, and then replaced the retractor and the speculum. "Well," he asked, "what did you see?" "Made in USA," she quoted hoarsely. "Patent applied for July 2450. He wanted to tell her she must have misread the inscription, that it must be a practical joke, but he knew she had read correctly. Those bandage shears, they had driven his fingers, rather than his fingers driving them. The hypo needle that had no hole, the pretty blue pill that had struck him like a thunderbolt. "You know what I'm going to do?" asked the girl with sudden animation. "I'm going to go to charm school. You'll like that, won't you, Doc? Because we're sure going to be seeing a lot of each other." Old Dr. Full didn't answer. His hands had been playing idly with that plastic card from the kit, on which had been printed the rows and columns that had guided him twice before. The card had a slight convexity. You could snap the convexity back and forth from one side to the other. He noted, in a daze, that with each snap a different text appeared on the cards. Snap. The knife with the blue dot in the handle is for tumors only. Diagnose tumors with your instrument 7, the swelling tester. Place the swelling tester. Snap. An overdose of the pink pills in bottle 3 can be fixed with one white pill from bottle. Snap. Hold the suture needle by the end without the hole in it. Touch it to one end of the wound you want to close and let go. After it has made the knot, touch it. Snap. Place the top half of the OB forceps near the opening. Let go. After it has entered and conformed to the shape of... Snap. The slot man saw Flannery 1 Medical in the upper left corner of the hunk of copy, He automatically scribbled "trim to .75" on it and skimmed it across the horseshoe-shaped copy desk to Piper, who had been handling Edna Flannery's Quack Exposé series. She was a nice youngster, he thought, but like all youngsters, she overwrote. Hence the trim. Piper dealt back a City Hall story to the slot, pinned down Flannery's feature with one hand, and began to tap his pencil across it, one tap to a word, at the same steady beat as a teletype carriage traveling across the roller. He wasn't exactly reading it this first time. He was just looking at the letters and words to find out whether, as letters and words, they conformed to Herald style. The steady tap of his pencil ceased at intervals as it drew a black line ending with a stylized letter D through the word breast and scribbled in chest instead, or knocked down the capital E in east to lowercase with a diagonal, or closed up a split word, in whose middle Flannery had bumped the space bar of her typewriter, with two curved lines like parentheses rotated through 90 degrees. The thick black pencil zipped a ring around the 30, which, like all youngsters, she put at the end of her stories. He turned back to the first page for the second reading. This time the pencil drew lines with the stylized D's at the end of them through adjectives and whole phrases, printed big L's to mark paragraphs, hooked some of Flannery's own paragraphs together with swooping recurved lines. At the bottom of Flannery add to medical, the pencil slowed down and stopped. The slot man, sensitive to the rhythm of his beloved copy desk, looked up almost at once. He saw Piper squinting at the story, at a loss. Without wasting words, the copy reader skimmed it back across the masonite horseshoe to the chief, caught a police story in return, and buckled down, his pencil tapping. The slot man read as far as the fourth ad, barked at Howard on the rim, "Sit in for me," and stumped through the clattering city room toward the alcove where the managing editor presided over his own bedlam. The copy chief waited his turn while the make-up editor, the press-room foreman, and the chief photographer had words with the M.E. When his turn came, he dropped Flannery's copy on his desk and said, "She says this one isn't a quack." The M.E. read, "Flannery 1, Medical, by Edna Flannery, Herald staff writer. The sordid tale of medical quackery which the Herald has exposed in this series of articles undergoes a change of pace today which the reporter found a welcome surprise. Her quest for the facts in the case of today's subject started just the same way that her exposure of 12 shyster MDs and faith-healing phonies did. But she can report for a change that Dr. Bayard Full is, despite unorthodox practices which have drawn the suspicion of the rightly hypersensitive medical associations, a true healer living up to the highest ideals of his profession. Dr. Full's name was given to the Herald's reporter by the Ethical Committee of a county medical association, which reported that he had been expelled from the association on July 18, 1941, for allegedly milking several patients suffering from trivial complaints. According to sworn statements in the committee's files, Dr. Full had told them they suffered from cancer, and that he had a treatment which would prolong their lives. After his expulsion from the association, Dr. Full dropped out of their sight, until he opened a midtown sanitarium in a brownstone front which had for years served as a rooming house. The Herald's reporter went to that sanitarium on East 89th Street with the full expectation of having numerous imaginary ailments diagnosed and of being promised a sure cure for a flat sum of money. She expected to find unkempt quarters, dirty instruments, and the mumbo-jumbo paraphernalia of the shyster M.D., which she had seen a dozen times before. She was wrong. Dr. Full's sanitarium is spotlessly clean, from its tastefully furnished entrance hall to its shining white treatment rooms. The attractive, blonde receptionist who greeted the reporter was soft-spoken and correct, asking only the reporter's name, address, and the general nature of her complaint. This was given, as usual, as nagging backache. The receptionist asked the Herald's reporter to be seated, and a short while later conducted her to a second-floor treatment room and introduced her to Dr. Full. Dr. Full's alleged past, as described by the Medical Society spokesman, is hard to reconcile with his present appearance. He is a clear-eyed, white-haired man in his 60s, to judge by his appearance, a little above middle height, and apparently in good physical condition. His voice was firm and friendly, untainted by the ingratiating whine of the shyster M.D., which the reporter has come to know too well. The receptionist did not leave the room as he began his examination after a few questions as to the nature and location of the pain. As the reporter lay face down on a treatment table, the doctor pressed some instrument to the small of her back. In about 1 minute he made this astounding statement. "Young woman, there is no reason for you to have any pain where you say you do. I understand they're saying nowadays that emotional upsets cause pains like that. You'd better go to a psychologist or psychiatrist if the pain keeps up. There is no physical cause for it, so I can do nothing for you." His frankness took the reporter's breath away. Had he guessed she was, so to speak, a spy in his camp? She tried again. "Well, doctor, perhaps you'd give me a physical checkup. I feel run down all the time, besides the pains. Maybe I need a tonic." This is never-failing bait to shyster MDs, an invitation for them to find all sorts of mysterious conditions wrong with the patient, each of which requires an expensive treatment. As explained in the first article of this series, of course, the reporter underwent a thorough physical checkup before she embarked on her quack hunt, and was found to be in 100% perfect condition, with the exception of a scarred area at the bottom tip of her left lung resulting from a childhood attack of tuberculosis, and a tendency toward hyperthyroidism, overactivity of the thyroid gland, which makes it difficult to put on weight and sometimes causes a slight shortness of breath. Dr. Full consented to perform the examination, and took a number of shining, spotlessly clean instruments from loops in a large board, literally covered with instruments, most of them unfamiliar to the reporter. The instrument with which he approached first was a tube with a curved dial in its surface, and 2 wires that ended on flat discs, glowing from its ends. He placed one of the discs on the back of the reporter's right hand, and the other on the back of her left. "Reading the meter," he called out some number, which the attentive receptionist took down on a ruled form. The same procedure was repeated several times, thoroughly covering the reporter's anatomy, and thoroughly convincing her that the doctor was a complete quack. The reporter had never seen any such diagnostic procedure practiced during the weeks she put in preparing for this series. The doctor then took the ruled sheet from the receptionist, conferred with her in low tones, and said, "You have a slightly overactive thyroid, young woman, and there's something wrong with your left lung. Not seriously, but I'd like to take a closer look." He selected an instrument from the board, which, the reporter knew, is called a speculum, a scissor-like device which spreads apart body openings such as the orifice of the ear, the nostril, and so on, so that a doctor can look in during an examination. The instrument was, however, too large to be an oral or nasal speculum, but too small to be anything else. As the Herald's reporter was about to ask further questions, the attending receptionist told her, "It's customary for us to blindfold our patients during lung examinations. Do you mind?" The reporter, bewildered, allowed her to tie a spotlessly clean bandage over her eyes, and waited nervously for what would come next. She still cannot say exactly what happened while she was blindfolded, but X-rays confirm her suspicions. She felt a cold sensation at her ribs on the left side, a cold that seemed to enter inside her body. Then there was a snapping feeling, and the cold sensation was gone. She heard Dr. Full say in a matter-of-fact voice, "You have an old tubercular scar down there. It isn't doing any particular harm, but an active person like you needs all the oxygen she can get. Lie still, and I'll fix it for you." Then there was a repetition of the cold sensation, lasting for a longer time. "Another batch of alveoli and some more vascular glue," the Herald's reporter heard Dr. Full say, and the receptionist's crisp response to the order. Then the strange sensation departed, and the eye bandage was removed. The reporter saw no scar on her ribs, and yet the doctor assured her, "That did it. We took out the fibrosis, and a good fibrosis it was, too. It walled off the infection, so you're still alive to tell the tale. Then we planted a few clumps of alveoli. They're the little gadgets that get the oxygen from the air you breathe into your blood. I won't monkey with your thyroxine supply. You've got used to being the kind of person you are, and if you suddenly found yourself easygoing and all the rest of it, chances are you'd only be upset. About the backache, just check with the County Medical Society for the name of a good psychologist or psychiatrist. And look out for quacks. The woods are full of them." The doctor's self-assurance took the reporter's breath away. She asked what the charge would be, and was told to pay the receptionist $50. As usual, the reporter delayed paying until she got a receipt signed by the doctor himself, detailing the services for which it paid. Unlike most, the doctor cheerfully wrote, "For removal of fibrosis from left lung and restoration of alveoli," and signed it. The reporter's first move when she left the sanitarium was to head for the chest specialist who had examined her in preparation for this series. The comparison of X-rays taken on the day of the operation and those taken previously would, the Herald's reporter then thought, expose Dr. Full as a prince of shyster MDs and quacks. The chest specialist made time on his crowded schedule for the reporter, in whose series he had shown a lively interest from the planning stage on. He laughed uproariously in his staid Park Avenue examining room as she described the weird procedure to which she had been subjected. But he did not laugh when he took a chest X-ray of the reporter, developed it, dried it, and compared it with the ones he had taken earlier. The chest specialist took 6 more X-rays that afternoon, but finally admitted that they all told the same story. The Herald's reporter has it on his authority that the scar she had 18 days ago from her tuberculosis is now gone and has been replaced by healthy lung tissue. He declares that this is a happening unparalleled in medical history. He does not go along with the reporter in her firm conviction that Dr. Full is responsible for the change. The Herald's reporter, however, sees no 2 ways about it. She concludes that Dr. Bayard Full, whatever his alleged past may have been, is now an unorthodox but highly successful practitioner of medicine, to whose hands the reporter would trust herself in any emergency. Not so is the case of Reverend Annie Dimsworth, a female harpy who, under the guise of faith, preys on the ignorant and suffering who come to her sordid healing parlor for help and remain to feed Reverend Annie's bank account, which now totals up to $53,238.64. Tomorrow's article will show, with photostats of bank statements and sworn testimony, that the managing editor turned down Flannery last ad, medical, and tapped his front teeth with a pencil, trying to think straight. He finally told the copy chief, "Kill the story. Run the teaser as a box." He tore off the last paragraph, the teaser about Reverend Annie, and handed it to the desk man, who stumped back to his masonite horseshoe. The makeup editor was back, dancing with impatience as he tried to catch the ME's eye. The interphone buzzed with a red light, which indicated that the editor and publisher wanted to talk to him. The ME thought briefly of a special series on this Dr. Full, decided nobody would believe it, and that he probably was a phony anyway. He spiked the story on the dead hook and answered his interphone. Dr. Full had become almost fond of Angie. As his practice had grown to engross the neighborhood illnesses, and then to a corner suite in an uptown taxpayer building, and finally to the sanitarium, she seemed to have grown with it. Oh, he thought, we have our little disputes. The girl, for instance, was too much interested in money. She had wanted to specialize in cosmetic surgery, removing wrinkles from wealthy old women and what not. She didn't realize at first that a thing like this was in their trust, that they were the stewards and not the owners of the little black bag and its fabulous contents. He had tried ever so cautiously to analyze them, but without success. All the instruments were slightly radioactive, for instance, but not quite so. They would make a Geiger-Müller counter indicate, but they would not collapse the leaves of an electroscope. He didn't pretend to be up on the latest developments, but as he understood it, that was just plain wrong. Under the highest magnification there were lines on the instrument's superfinished surfaces, incredibly fine lines, engraved in random hatchments which made no particular sense. Their magnetic properties were preposterous. Sometimes the instruments were strongly attracted to magnets, sometimes less so, and sometimes not at all. Dr. Full had taken X-rays in fear and trembling lest he disrupt whatever delicate machinery worked in them. He was sure they were not solid, that the handles and perhaps the blades must be mere shells filled with busy little watchworks. But the X-rays showed nothing of the sort. Oh, yes, and they were always sterile, and they wouldn't rust. Dust fell off them if you shook them. Now that was something he understood. They ionized the dust, or were ionized themselves, or something of the sort. At any rate, he had read of something similar that had to do with phonograph records. She wouldn't know about that, he proudly thought. She kept the books well enough, and perhaps she gave him a useful prod now and then when he was inclined to settle down. The move from the neighborhood slum to the uptown quarters had been her idea, and so had the sanitarium. Good, good. It enlarged his sphere of usefulness. Let the child have her mink coats and her convertible, as they seem to be calling roadsters nowadays. He himself was too busy and too old. He had So much to make up for. Dr. Full thought happily of his master plan. She would not like it much, but she would have to see the logic of it. This marvelous thing that had happened to them must be handed on. She was herself no doctor. Even though the instruments practically ran themselves, there was more to doctoring than skill. There were the ancient canons of the healing art. And so, having seen the logic of it, Angie would yield. She would assent to his turning over the little black bag to all humanity. He would probably present it to the College of Surgeons, with as little fuss as possible, well, perhaps a small ceremony, and he would like a souvenir of the occasion, a cup or a framed testimonial. It would be a relief to have the thing out of his hands in a way. Let the giants of the healing art decide who was to have its benefits. No, Angie would understand. She was a good-hearted girl. It was nice that she had been showing so much interest in the surgical side lately, asking about the instruments, reading the instruction card for hours, even practicing on guinea pigs. If something of his love for humanity had been communicated to her, old Dr. Full sentimentally thought, his life would not have been in vain. Surely she would realize that a greater good would be served by surrendering the instruments to wiser hands than theirs, and by throwing aside the cloak of secrecy necessary to work on their small scale. Dr. Full was in the treatment room that had been the Brownstones' front parlor. Through the window he saw Angie's yellow convertible roll to a stop before the stoop. He liked the way she looked as she climbed the stairs. Neat, not flashy, he thought. A sensible girl like her, she'd understand. There was somebody with her, a fat woman, puffing up the steps, overdressed and petulant. Now, what could she want? Angie let herself in and went to the treatment room, followed by the fat woman. "Doctor," said the blonde girl gravely, "may I present Mrs. Coleman?" Charm School had not taught her everything, but Mrs. Coleman, evidently nouveau riche, thought the doctor, did not notice the blunder. "Miss Keller told me so much about you, doctor, and your remarkable system," she gushed. Before he could answer, Angie smoothly interposed. "Would you excuse us for just a moment, Mrs. Coleman?" She took the doctor's arm and led him into the reception hall. "Listen," she said swiftly. "I know this goes against your grain, but I couldn't pass it up. I met this old thing in the exercise class at Elizabeth Barton's. Nobody else will talk to her there. She's a widow. I guess her husband was a black marketeer or something, and she has a pile of dough. I gave her a line about how you had a system of massaging wrinkles out. My idea is, you blindfold her, cut her neck open with a cutaneous series knife, shoot some Firmol into the muscles, spoon out some of that blubber with an adipose series curette, and spray it all with skin tight. When you take the blindfold off, she's got rid of a wrinkle and doesn't know what happened. She'll pay $500. Now don't say no, Doc. Just this once. Let's do it my way, can't you? I've been working on this deal all along, too, haven't I?" "No," said the doctor. "Very well." He was going to have to tell her about the master plan before long anyway. He would let her have it her way this time. Back in the treatment room, Mrs. Coleman had been thinking things over. She told the doctor sternly as he entered, "Of course your system is permanent, isn't it?" "It is, madam," he said shortly. "Would you please lie down there? Miss Keller, get a sterile 3-inch bandage for Mrs. Coleman's eyes." He turned his back on the fat woman to avoid conversation, and pretended to be adjusting the lights. Angie blindfolded the woman, and the doctor selected the instruments he would need. He handed the blonde girl a pair of retractors, and told her, "Just slip the corners of the blades in as I cut." She gave him an alarmed look and gestured to the reclining woman. He lowered his voice. "Very well. Slip in the corners and rock them along the incision. I'll tell you when to pull them out." Dr. Full held the cutaneous series knife to his eyes as he adjusted the little slide for 3 centimeters depth. He sighed a little as he recalled that its last use had been in the extirpation of an inoperable tumor of the throat. "Very well," he said, bending over the woman. He tried a tentative pass through her tissues. The blade dipped in and flowed through them like a finger through quicksilver, with no wound left in the wake. Only the retractors could hold the edges of the incision apart. Mrs. Coleman stirred and jabbered. "Doctor, that felt so peculiar. Are you sure you're rubbing the right way?" "Quite sure, madam," said the doctor wearily. "Would you please try not to talk during the massage?" He nodded at Angie, who stood ready with the retractors. The blade sank in to its 3 centimeters. miraculously cutting only the dead horny tissues of the epidermis and the live tissue of the dermis, pushing aside mysteriously all major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue, declining to affect any system or organ except the one it was tuned to, could you say? The doctor didn't know the answer, but he felt tired and bitter at this prostitution. Angie slipped in the retractor blades and rocked them as he withdrew the knife, then pulled to separate the lips of the incision. It bloodlessly exposed an unhealthy string of muscle, sagging in a dead-looking loop from blue-gray ligaments. The doctor took a hypo, number 9, preset to G, and raised it to his eye level. The mist came and went. There probably was no possibility of an embolus with one of these gadgets, but why take chances? He shot 1 cc of G, identified as Fermol by the card, into the muscle. He and Angie watched as it tightened up against the pharynx. He took the adipose series curette, a small one, and spooned out yellowish tissue, dropping it into the incinerator box, and then nodded to Angie. She eased out the retractors, and the gaping incision slipped together into unbroken skin, sagging now. The doctor had the atomizer, dialed to skin tight, ready. He sprayed, and the skin shrank up into the new, firm throat line. As he replaced the instruments, Angie removed Mrs. Coleman's bandage and gaily announced, "We're finished, and there's a mirror in the reception hall." Mrs. Coleman didn't need to be invited twice. With incredulous fingers she felt her chin, and then dashed for the hall. The doctor grimaced as he heard her yelp of delight, and Angie turned to him with a tight smile. "I'll get the money and get her out," she said. "You won't have to be bothered with her any more." He was grateful for that much. She followed Mrs. Coleman into the reception hall, and the doctor dreamed over the case of instruments. A ceremony, certainly. He was entitled to one. Not everybody, he thought, would turn such a sure source of money over to the good of humanity. But you reached an age when money mattered less, and when you thought of these things you had done that might be open to misunderstanding, just if there chanced to be any of that, well, that judgment business. The doctor wasn't a religious man, but you certainly found yourself thinking hard about some things when your time drew near. Angie was back with a bit of paper in her hands. $500, she said matter-of-factly. "And you realize, don't you, that we could go over her an inch at a time, at $500 an inch?" "I've been meaning to talk to you about that," he said. There was bright fear in her eyes, he thought. But why? "Angie, you've been a good girl, and an understanding girl, but we can't keep this up forever, you know." "Let's talk about it some other time," she said flatly. "I'm tired now." "No. I really feel we've gone far enough on our own. The instruments—" "Don't say it, Doctor," she hissed. "Don't say it, or you'll be sorry." In her face there was a look that reminded him of the hollow-eyed, gaunt-faced, dirty blonde creature she had been. From under the charm school finish there burned the gutter-snipe whose infancy had been spent on a sour and filthy mattress, whose childhood had been play in the littered alley, and whose adolescence had been the sweatshops and the aimless gatherings at night under the glaring street lamps. He shook his head to dispel the puzzling notion. "It's this way," he patiently began. "I told you about the family that invented the OB forceps and kept them a secret for so many generations, how they could have given them to the world but didn't." "They knew what they were doing," said the gutter-snipe flatly. "Well, that's neither here nor there," said the doctor, irritated. "My mind is made up about it. I'm going to turn the instruments over to the College of Surgeons. We have enough money to be comfortable. You can even have the house. I've been thinking of going to a warmer climate myself." He felt peeved with her for making the unpleasant scene. He was unprepared for what happened next. Angie snatched the little black bag and dashed for the door, with panic in her eyes. He scrambled after her, catching her arm, twisting it in a sudden rage. She clawed at his face with her free hand, babbling curses. Somehow somebody's finger touched the little black bag, and it opened grotesquely into the enormous board covered with shining instruments, large and small. Half a dozen of them joggled loose and fell to the floor. "Now see what you've done!" roared the doctor unreasonably. Her hand was still vice-like on the handle, but she was standing still, trembling with choked-up rage. The doctor bent stiffly to pick up the fallen instruments. "Unreasonable girl," he thought bitterly, "making a scene." Pain drove in between his shoulder blades, and he fell face down. The light ebbed. "Unreasonable girl," he tried to croak. And then, "They'll know I tried, anyway." Angie looked down on his prone body with the handle of the No. 6 cautery series knife protruding from it. "We'll cut through all tissues. Use for amputations before you spread on the regrow. Extreme caution should be used in the vicinity of vital organs and major blood vessels or nerve trunks." "I didn't mean to do that," said Angie, dully, cold with horror. Now the detective would come, the implacable detective who would reconstruct the crime from the dust in the room. She would run and turn and twist, but the detective would find her out, and she would be tried in a courtroom before a judge and jury. The lawyer would make speeches, but the jury would convict her anyway, and the headlines would scream, "Blonde Killer Guilty," and she'd maybe get the chair, walking down a plain corridor where a beam of sunlight struck through the dusty air, with an iron door at the end of it. Her mink, her convertible, her dresses, the handsome man she was going to meet and marry. The mist of cinematic cliches cleared, and she knew what she would do next. Quite steadily she picked the incinerator box from its loop in the board, a metal cube with a different textured spot on one side. To dispose of fibroses or other unwanted matter, simply touch the disc. You drop something in and touch the disc. There was a sort of soundless whistle, very powerful and unpleasant if you were too close, and a sort of lightless flash. When you opened the box again, the contents were gone. Angie took another of the cautery series knives and went grimly to work. Good thing there wasn't any blood to speak of. She finished the awful task in 3 hours. She slept heavily that night, totally exhausted by the ringing emotional demands of the slaying and the subsequent horror. But in the morning it was as though the doctor had never been there. She ate breakfast, dressed with unusual care, and then undid the unusual care. Nothing out of the ordinary, she told herself. Don't do one thing different from the way you would have done it before. After a day or two you can phone the cops. Say he walked out spoiling for a drunk, and you're worried. But don't rush it, baby. Don't rush it. Mrs. Coleman was due at 10 a.m. Angie had counted on being able to talk the doctor into at least one more $500 session. She'd have to do it herself now, but she'd have to start sooner or later. The woman arrived early. Angie explained smoothly. "The doctor asked me to take care of the massage today. Now that he has the tissue-firming process beginning, it only requires somebody trained in his methods." As she spoke, her eyes swiveled to the instrument case. "Open!" She cursed herself for the single flaw as the woman followed her gaze and recoiled. "What are those things?" she demanded. "Are you going to cut me with them? I thought there was something fishy." "Please, Mrs. Coleman," said Angie. "Please, dear Mrs. Coleman, you don't understand about the massage instruments." "Massage instruments, my foot!" squabbled the woman shrilly. "That doctor operated on me. Why, he might have killed me." Angie wordlessly took one of the smaller cutaneous series knives and passed it through her forearm. The blade flowed like a finger through the quicksilver, leaving no wound in its wake. That should convince the old cow. It didn't convince her, but it did startle her. "What did you do with it?" "The blade folds up into the handle, that's it." "Now look closely, Mrs. Coleman," said Angie, thinking desperately of the $500. "Look very closely, and you'll see that the subskin massager simply slips beneath the tissues without doing any harm, tightening and firming the muscles themselves, instead of having to work through layers of skin and adipose tissue. It's the secret of the doctor's method. Now, how can outside massage have the effect that we got last night?" Mrs. Coleman was beginning to calm down. "It did work, all right," she admitted, stroking the new line of her neck. "But your arm's one thing, and my neck's another. Let me see you do that with your neck." Angie smiled. Al returned to the clinic after an excellent lunch that had almost reconciled him to 3 more months he would have to spend on duty. And then, he thought, and then a blessed year at the blessedly supernormal South Pole, working on his specialty, which happened to be telekinesis exercises for ages 3 to 6. Meanwhile, of course, the world had to go on, and of course he had to shoulder his share in the running of it. Before settling down to desk work, he gave a routine glance at the bagboard. What he saw made him stiffen with shocked surprise. A red light was on next to one of the numbers, the first since he couldn't think when. He read off the number and murmured, "Okay, 674,101. That fixes you." He put the number on a card sorter, and in a moment the record was in his hand. Oh, yes, Hemingway's bag. The big dummy didn't remember how or where he had lost it. None of them ever did. There were hundreds of them floating around. Al's policy in such cases was to leave the bag turned on. The things practically ran themselves. It was practically impossible to do harm with them, so whoever found a lost one might as well be allowed to use it. You turn it off, you have a social loss. You leave it on, it may do some good. As he understood it, and not very well at that, the stuff wasn't used up. A temporalist had tried to explain it to him with little success, that the prototypes in the transmitter had been transducted through a series of point events of transfinite cardinality. Al had innocently asked whether that meant prototypes had been stretched, so to speak, through all time, and the temporalist had thought he was joking and left in a huff. Like to see him do this, thought Al darkly, as he telekinized himself to the comm box, after a cautious look to see that there were no medics around. To the box he said, "Police chief," and then to the police chief, "There's been a homicide committed with medical instrument kit 674,101. It was lost some months ago by one of my people, Dr. John Hemingway. He didn't have a clear account of the circumstances." The police chief groaned and said, "I'll call him in and question him." He was to be astonished by the answers, and was to learn that the homicide was well out of his jurisdiction. Al stood for a moment at the bagboard by the glowing red light that had been sparked into life by a departing vital force, giving, as its last act, the warning that Kit 674,101 was in homicidal hands. With a sigh, Al pulled the plug, and the light went out. "Yeah," jeered the woman. "You'd fool around with my neck, but you wouldn't risk your own with that thing?" Angie smiled with serene confidence, a smile that was to shock hardened morgue attendants. She set the cutaneous series knife to 3 centimeters before drawing it across her neck, smiling, knowing the blade would cut only the dead horny tissue of the epidermis, and the live tissue of the dermis, mysteriously push aside all major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue. Smiling, the knife plunging in, and its microtome-sharp metal shearing through major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue and pharynx, Angie cut her throat. In the few minutes it took the police, summoned by the shrieking Mrs. Coleman, to arrive, the instruments had become crusted with rust, and the flasks which had held vascular glue and clumps of pink, rubbery alveoli and spare gray cells and coils of receptor nerves held only black slime, and from them, when opened, gushed the foul gases of decomposition. Cosmic Stories, May 1941, as by Cecil Corwin. What Sorghum Says. Up in the foothills of the Cumberlands they have something new in the way of folklore. If you're lucky and haven't got the professional gleam in your eye, the tale is unfolded something like this. Sorghum Hackett lived by himself up in Sowbelly Crag, not because he was afraid for his still, but because, when he was a young man, some girl blighted his life by running off to Nashville with a railroad man. Ever since that, he's been bitter against most people. So this spring morning, when the scientific man came climbing up to his house, he got out his squirrel gun and asked him, like the mountain people do, "Will you make tracks, or your peace with God?" "Shut up," said the scientific man, not even looking at him. Then he went pacing off the ground and writing down figures in a book. At last he turned to Sorghum. "How much do you want for your property?" he asked. "I suppose it's yours." "Anyone in his right mind wouldn't be eager to dispute it," said Sorghum dryly, "but it ain't for sale." "Don't be stubborn," said the scientific man. "I haven't any time to waste on benighted peasants." Sorghum dropped his gun in real admiration for the bravery of the man, whoever he was. He held out a hand, saying, "I'm Sorghum Hackett, and I've killed men for less than what you said." The man shook his hand absent-mindedly. "I'm Wayne Bailey, and I've got to have the use of your land for about a month." Hackett nearly fell in love with the man. He didn't know there was anyone who could stand up to him that way, and he liked it. "I'm willing," he said at last, "but I won't take your money. It ain't clean." So Bailey just laughed, and then went down to the village and came back up with a Ford truck loaded to the gills with junk. "Hackett," he said, "first thing we do is run this penstock down from that springhead." And by the next morning they had 40 yards of big piping down from Chitling Spring, and the water gushing out the end of the pipe would have irrigated a whole farm. Bailey rigged up a metal globe that he bolted to the pipe's end, a globe with a small-gauge turbine wheel in it, and he hooked that up to a little dynamo that stayed on the truck. When a week was up, there was precious little room in Sorghum's house for him and Bailey, because it was cluttered up with the junk from town. Insides of radios, big coils of wire, aerials, rods stuck into the ground so deep they were cold from underground water they touched. Everything crazy you could think of, and all lit up every now and then whenever Bailey turned on his dynamo in the truck. Finally, Bailey said to Sorghum, "It's been a pleasure knowing you, Hackett. Now, there's only one stipulation I'm putting on you, and that is to knock all my machinery into pieces as soon as I'm gone." "Gone?" asked Sorghum, because Bailey didn't say it as though he was going down to town for another storage battery. "Yes, for good, Hackett," said Bailey, puttering with the wires and finally turning a switch. The things lit up and glowed even brighter than ever before. "Goodbye, Hackett," said Bailey. Then he grabbed at his chest and his face twisted. "Heart!" he gasped faintly, and even fainter he cut loose with a string of curses that made Sorghum blush. Bailey hit the floor, and Sorghum listened for his breath, but there wasn't any. He scratched his head, wondering how he'd explain things to the coroner, and reached automatically for his jug to help him think. But one of the things he didn't think of was that his jug had been moved outside to make room for what the late Mr. Bailey had called a condenser. Sorghum got a shock that sent him crashing back on his heels into some of the deep-driven rods. The last thing he knew, the lights were still sparkling and glowing, but he never could tell what hit him. There was a dizzying splash, and Sorghum found himself floundering in water up to his knees. He looked around and wasn't in any place he knew, because he didn't know any places that were all marble and tile. Overhead, a hot sun was beating down on him. "Well," said someone, and right there Sorghum knew that something was wrong, because though what he heard was "well," the sound he heard wasn't anything like that, more like "ahoo." He looked up and saw a man facing him, dressed in sandals and a shirt that fell to his knees. And the man said, still talking so that Sorghum could understand him, but not making a single sound in English, "It's a blundering assassin that falls into his victim's fish-pond. Tiberius chooses unwisely." "Are you calling me a bushwhacker, mister?" demanded Sorghum, who never killed except fairly. The man, who had been grinning proudly, looked surprised then. Not frightened, surprised. "I don't know what language you speak, assassin," he said, "but it's a damnably strange one that confounds and is clear at the same time." He looked closer at Sorghum. "And you don't seem altogether real. Are you always as ghostly when you're sent on the Caesar's errands?" Sorghum looked at himself and saw that the man wasn't lying. His own flesh seemed to have got a funny trick of being half here and half there, like a column of smoke that's always ready to break. "I reckon you're right, mister," said Sorghum, cracking one of his icy smiles. "I seem to be in a predicament. But I ain't what you take me for. I'm Sorghum Hackett of Tennessee." "Never heard of the town," said the man. "I'm Asinius Gallo. Need I explain that this is Rome?" Now, Sorghum had heard that foreigners were peculiar, but he didn't expect anything as peculiar as this, and he said so. "Foreigners?" yelled the man. "I don't know what barbarous land you're from, stranger, but bear in mind that when you're in the city, you're the foreigner until and unless naturalized. Though," he added, calmer, "what with that avaricious slut, the Lady Livia, raising the prices on the roll week after week, sooner Julio Claudian himself won't be able to stay in his place." "I don't get your talk, Mr. Gallo," said Sorghum. "I'm here by accident, and I'd like mightily to get back to Tennessee. How can I earn some passage money? I reckon it's overseas." "Work, eh?" asked Asinius Gallo. "What can you do?" Sorghum considered. "I can do a little carpentering," he said, "and I can make the best white mule in the Cumberlands." "Carpentry's out of the question," said Asinius Gallo. "The Joiners' Guild has it tight as a drum. But I don't know of any guild covering the manufacture of white mules. Doubt that it can be done." "Do ye?" asked Sorghum, grinning again. "Just give me some corn, some copper, and a few days, and I'll show you." Asinius Gallo abruptly nodded. "It might be worth trying," he said. "Certainly I can't raise my own, and if they're really good, they can be resold at a profit. Sorghum Hackett, I'll finance you." So, working in privacy, the way the mountain folks like to, it took him a few days before he got a good run. He had to fool around a lot because they used a funny, stunted kind of grain, but finally it came out all right. "Here, Mr. Gallo," he called to his backer. "It's finished." "Will it kick?" asked Asinius Gallo cautiously. Sorghum laughed. "Like the devil with a porky quill in him, I promise you that much. Best you ever saw." "Well," said Asinius Gallo uncertainly as he entered. Sorghum held up the big jug he'd caught the run in. "What's that?" "The white mule," Sorghum said, a little hurt. His backer was downright bewildered. "I expected an animal," he explained. "What you've got in there I can't imagine." "Oh," said Sorghum. "Well, if you don't agree with me, Mr. Gallo, that this is better than any animal you ever tasted, I'll make you an animal." And he said this because he felt pretty sure that the benighted idolater wouldn't take him up. Sorghum had asked the terrified servants, and they told him that they didn't have anything stronger than the sticky red wine they drank at supper, and that, Sorghum judged by the body, was no more than 20 proof, while this run of his would prove at least 120. He poured a medium slug, 4 fingers, for his host, who smelled it cautiously. "Don't put your eyes over it, Mr. Gallo," cautioned Sorghum. "Just drink it right down, the way we do in Tennessee." He filled a glass of his own with a man-sized drink. "Feliciter," said Asinius Gallo, which sounded like good luck to Sorghum. "Confusion to Tories," he replied, downing his. His host immediately after swallowed his own shot convulsively. Almost immediately he screamed shrilly and clutched at his throat. Sorghum held a water pitcher out to him, grinning. The pitcher was empty when he took it back. "That," said his host hoarsely, "was a potion worthy of Livia herself. Are you sure it won't kill me?" "Sartain," replied Sorghum, enjoying the backwash of the home product. "That was almost the smoothest I've ever made." "Then," said Asinius Gallo, "let's have another." The Tennessee man had a few more runs, each better than the last as his equipment improved and settled, and with Asinius Gallo as his agent he had amassed quite a bit of the coinage of these foreigners. Altogether things were looking up when a slave appeared with a message. Sorghum's host read from it. "The Lady Livia will be pleased to see Sorghum Hackett, the guest of the Senator Asinius Gallo. She believes that there are many mutual interests which it will be profitable to discuss." "Right kind of her," said Sorghum. "Huh!" groaned his backer. "You don't know the old hag. Sorghum Hackett, you're as good as dead, and it's no use hoping otherwise. She's always been down on me, but she never dared to strike at me direct because of my family. Now you're going to get it. Oh, I'm sorry, friend, and I thought I'd kept you a pretty close secret. Well, go on. No use postponing fate." Sorghum grinned slowly. "We'll see," he said. He picked up 2 bottles of the latest run and rammed them into his boot-tops. "Goodbye, Mr. Gallo," he said, entering the sedan chair that was waiting for him. The bearers let him off at the Augustan Palace and conducted him to a side entrance. He waited only a moment before the door opened and a cracked voice bade him enter. "Come in, young man, come in," it shrilled. Sorghum closed the door behind him and faced the notorious Livia, mother of the Emperor Tiberius, poisoner supreme and unquestioned ruler of Rome. "Pleased to meet you, ma'am," he said. "You're the Hackett they tell me about?" she demanded. He studied her wispy white hair and the bony hooked nose as he answered, "I'm the only Hackett in these parts." "It's true," she shrilled. "You are a magician. Your body waves like a flame, and your language is strange, but I can understand it. Everything they said is true." "I reckon so, ma'am," admitted Sorghum. "Then you're condemned," she said promptly. "I won't have any magicians going about in my empire. Can't tax the brutes. They're unfair. You're condemned, young man." "To what?" asked the Tennessean. "Amphitheater," she snapped. "Wild beasts. Take him away, you fools." Sorghum's arms were grabbed by 2 of the biggest, ugliest people he had ever seen in his born days, and he was hustled down flights of stairs and hurled into something of a dungeon with other condemned magicians. "You got in just under the wire," one of them informed him helpfully. "We're going to get chased out into the arena in a few minutes." "What can I do?" asked Sorghum. "Don't struggle. Don't shield your throat. Let the animals tear it out as soon as possible. That way it's over with at once, and you cheat the mob of watching you squirm." I reckon so, said Sorghum thoughtfully. He remembered his courtesy and the bottles in his boots. Have a drink? He asked, producing them. The magicians clustered around him like flies around honey. The afternoon games were to consist of such little things as a pack of craven magicians and fortune-tellers being killed in a mass by leopards. Consensus favored the leopards. Odds were quoted as something like 80-1 against the magicians. Tiberius waved his hand from the emperor's box in one hand of the colossal amphitheatre, and the gate which admitted the beasts opened. There was a buzz from the audience as the magnificent animals came streaming through like a river of tawny fur. The emperor waved again, and the public prepared to be amused by the customary sight of unwilling victims being prodded out into the arena by long-handled tridents. But something must have gone wrong, for the craven magicians came striding boldly out, roaring some song or other. At their head was a curiously shimmering figure who was beating time with two enormous bottles, both empty. It roared in a titanic voice as it sighted the animals. "Look out, ye hell-fired pussy-cats! I'm a-grapplin'!" The magicians charged in a body to the excited screams of the mob. Roughly, there was one cat to every man, and that was the sensible way that the men went about eliminating the cats. The favorite grip seemed to be the tail. A magician would pick up a leopard and swing it around heftily 2 or 3 times, then dash its head to the sand of the arena. The rest would be done with the feet. In a surprisingly short time, the magicians were sitting on the carcasses of the cats and resuming their song. "Let out the lion!" shrilled Tiberius. "They can't do this to me!" The second gate opened, and the king of the jungle himself stalked through, his muscles rippling beneath his golden skin, tossing his huge mane. He sighted the magicians, who weren't paying him any attention at all, and roared savagely. The shimmering figure looked up in annoyance. "Another one!" it was heard to declare. The song broke off again as the grim, purposeful body of men went for the lion. He eyed them coldly and roared again. They kept on coming. The king of the jungle grew somewhat apprehensive, lashing his tail and crouching as for a spring. The bluff didn't work, he realized a second later, for the men were on him and all over him, gouging his face cruelly and kicking him in the ribs. He tumbled to the sand rather than suffer a broken leg, and grunted convulsively as the magicians sat heavily on his flanks and continued their song. "It was down in the Red River Valley," mournfully chanted the leader, he with the empty bottles. Tiberius stamped his feet and burst into tears of rage. "My lion!" he wailed. "They're sitting on my lion!" The leader dropped his bottles and sauntered absently about the arena. One of the deep-driven iron posts of the inside wall caught his eye. He reached out to touch it, and was gone, with a shimmer of purple light. Sorghum's reappearance was as unchronicled as his disappearance. He didn't tell anybody until they asked him, and then he told them from beginning to end, substantially as I have told it here. But every once in a while he remarks, "Foreigners are certainly peculiar people. I know, I've lived among them. But some day I'm going to get me some money and take a boat back there and see that Mr. Garlow to find out if he ever did get the hang of running the mash. Foreigners are certainly peculiar. Behind the times, I call them." That's what Sorghum says. Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1957. Manuscript found in a Chinese fortune cookie. They say I am mad, but I am not mad. Damn it, I've written and sold 2 million words of fiction, and I know better than to start a story like that. But this isn't a story, and they do say I'm mad. Catatonic schizophrenia with a salt of episodes, and I'm not. This is clearly the first of the Corwin papers. Like all the others, it is written on a Rizla cigarette paper with a ballpoint pen. Like all the others, it is headed Urgent. Finder, please send to C.M. Kornbluth, Montauk, New York. Reward. I might comment that this is typical of Corwin's generosity with his friends' time and money, though his attitude is at least this once justified by his desperate plight. As his long-time friend, and indeed literary executor, I was clearly the person to turn to. C.M.K. I have to convince you, Cyril, that I am both sane and the victim of an enormous conspiracy, and that you are too, and that everybody is. A tall order,
but I am going to try to fill it by writing an orderly account of the events leading up to my present situation.
Here ends the first paper. To keep the record clear, I should state that it was forwarded to me by a Mr. L. Wilmot Shaw, who found it in a fortune cookie he ordered for dessert at the Great China Republic restaurant in San Francisco. Mr. Shaw suspected it was a publicity gag, but sent it to me nonetheless, and received by return mail my thanks and my check for $1. I had not realized that Corwin and his wife had disappeared from their home at Painted Post. I was merely aware that it had been weeks since I'd heard from him. We visited infrequently. To be blunt, he was easier to take via mail than face-to-face. For the balance of this account I shall attempt to avoid tedium by omitting the provenance of each paper, except when noteworthy, and its length. The first is typical, a little over 100 words. I have, of course, kept on file all correspondence relating to the papers, and am eager to display it to the authorities. It is hoped that publication of this account will nudge them out of the apathy with which they have so far greeted my attempts to engage them. C.M.K. On Sunday, May 13th, 1956, at about 12:30 p.m., I learned the answer. I was stiff and aching because all Saturday my wife and I had been putting in young fruit trees. I liked to dig, but I was badly out of condition from an unusually long and idle winter. Creatively, I felt fine. I'd been stale for months, but when spring came, the sap began to run in me, too. I was bursting with story ideas. Scenes and stretches of dialogue were jostling one another in my mind. All I had to do was let them flow onto paper. When the answer popped into my head, I thought at first it was an idea for a story, a very good story. I was going to go downstairs and bounce it off my wife a few times to test it. But I heard the sewing machine buzzing, and remembered she had said she was way behind on her mending. Instead, I put my feet up, stared blankly through the window at the pasture and wooded hills view we'd bought the old place for, and fondled the idea. What about, I thought, using the idea to develop a messy little local situation, the case of Mrs. Clonford? Mrs. C. is a neighbor, animal-happy, land-poor, and unintentionally a fearsome oppressor of her husband and children. Mr. C. is a retired brakeman with a pension, and his wife insists on him making like a farmer in all weathers, and every year he gets pneumonia and is pulled through with antibiotics. All he wants is to sell the damned farm and retire with his wife to a little apartment in town. All she wants is to mess around with her cows and horses in sub-marginal acreage. I got to thinking that if you noised the story around with a comment based on the answer, the situation would automatically untangle. They'd get their apartment, sell the farm, and everybody would be happy, including Mrs. C. It would be interesting to write, I thought idly. And then I thought, not so idly, that it would be interesting to try. And then I sat up sharply with a dry mouth and a system full of adrenaline. It would work. The answer would work. I ran rapidly down a list of other problems, ranging from the town drunk to the guided missile race. The answer worked, every time. I was quite sure I had turned paranoid, because I'd seen so much of that kind of thing in science fiction. Anybody can name a dozen writers, editors, and fans who have suddenly seen the light and determined to lead the human race onward and upward out of the old slough. Of course, the answer looked logical and unassailable, but so, no doubt, did poor Charlie McGandre's project to unite mankind through science fiction fandom, at least to him. So, no doubt, did... I have here omitted several briefly sketched case histories of science fiction personalities as yet uncommitted. The reason will be obvious to anyone familiar with the law of libel. Suffice it to say that Corwin argues that science fiction attracts an unstable type of mind and sometimes insidiously undermines its foundations on reality. C.M.K. But I couldn't just throw it away without a test. I considered the wording carefully, picked up the extension phone on my desk, and dialed Jim Howlett, the appliance dealer in town. He answered. "Corwin? Jim," I told him. "I have an idea. Oops, the samovar's boiling over. Call me back in a minute, will you?" I hung up. He called me back in a minute. I let our combination, 2 shorts and a long, ring 3 times before I picked up the phone. "What was that about a samovar?" he asked, baffled. "Just kidding," I said. "Listen, Jim, why don't you try a short story for a change of pace? Knock off the novel for a while."
He's hopefully writing a big historical about the Sullivan campaign of 1779, which is our local chunk of the Revolutionary War. I'm helping him a little with advice. Anybody who wants as badly as he does to get out of the appliance business is entitled to some help."
"Gee, I don't know,"
he said. As he spoke, the volume of his voice dropped slightly, but definitely, 3 times. That meant we had an average quota of party-line snoopers listening in.
"What would I write about?"
"Well, we have this situation with a neighbor, Mrs. Clonford," I began. I went through the problem and made my comment based on the answer. I heard one of the snoopers gasp. Jim said when I finished,
"I don't really think it's for me, Cecil. Of course it was nice of you to call, but—"
Eventually a customer came into the store, and he had to break off. I went through an anxious, crabby 24 hours. On Monday afternoon, the paperwoman drove past our place and shot the rolled-up copy of the Pot Hill Evening Times into the orange-painted tube beside our mailbox. I raced for it, yanked it open to the 7th page, and read, "Farm Sale. Owing to ill health and age, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Clonford will sell their entire farm, all machinery and furnishings, and all livestock at auction, Saturday, May 19th, 12:30 p.m., rain or shine. Terms, cash, day of sale. George Fenig, auctioneer." This is one of the few things in the Corwin papers which can be independently verified. I looked up the paper and found that the ad was run about as quoted. Further, I interviewed Mrs. Clonford in her town apartment. She told me she just got tired of farming, I guess. Kind of hated to give up my ponies, but people was beginning to say it was too hard of a life for Ronnie, and I guess they was right. CMK. Coincidence? Perhaps. I went upstairs with the paper and put my feet up again. I could try 100 more piddling tests if I wished, but why waste time? If there was anything to it, I could type out the answer in about 200 words, drive to town, tack it on the bulletin board outside the firehouse, and snowball. Avalanche! I didn't do it, of course, for the same reason I haven't put down the 200 words of the answer yet on a couple of these cigarette papers. It's rather dreadful, isn't it, that I haven't done so, that a simple, feasible plan to ensure peace, progress, and equality of opportunity among all mankind may be lost to the world if, say, a big meteorite hits the asylum in the next couple of minutes. But I'm a writer. There's a touch of intellectual sadism in us. We like to dominate the reader as a matador dominates the bull. We like to tease and mystify and at last show what great souls we are by generously flipping up the shade and letting the sunshine in. Don't worry, read on. You will come to the answer in the proper artistic place for it.
At this point I wish fervently to dissociate myself from the attitudes Corwin attributes to our profession. He has, I hope, his eccentricities, and I consider it inexcusable of him to tar us all with his personal brush. I could point out, for example, that he once laboriously cultivated a 16th-century handwriting, which was utterly illegible to the modern reader. The only reason apparent for this, as for so many of his traits, seemed to be a wish to annoy as many people as possible. CMK. Yes, I am a writer. A matador does not show up in the bull ring with a Tommy gun, and a writer doesn't do things the simple, direct way. He makes the people writhe a little at first. So I called Fred Greenwald. Fred had been after me for a while to speak at one of the Thursday Rotary meetings, and I'd been reluctant to set a date. I have a little speech for such occasions. The business of being a writer, all about the archaic royalty system of payment, the difficulty of proving business expenses, the Margaret Mitchell tax law, and how it badly needs improvement, what copyright is and isn't. How about all these generals and politicians with their capital gains memoirs? I pass a few galley sheets down the table and generally get a good laugh by holding up a Doubleday book contract, silently turning it over so they can see how the fine print goes on, and then flipping it open so they see there's twice as much fine print as they thought there was. I had done my stuff for Oswego Rotary, Horseheads Rotary, and Cannon Hole Rotary. Now Fred wanted me to do it for Painted Post Rotary. So I phoned him and said I'd be willing to speak this coming Thursday. Good, he said. On a discovery I'd made about the philosophy and technique of administration and interpersonal relationships, I said. He sort of choked up and said, well, we're broad-minded here.
I've got to start cutting this. I have several packs of cigarette papers left, but not enough to cover the high spots if I'm to do them justice. Let's just say the announcement of my speech was run in the Tuesday paper. It was, CMK. And skipped to Wednesday, my place, about 7:30 p.m. Dinner was just over, and my wife and I were going to walk out and see how— At this point I wished to insert a special note concerning some difficulty I had in obtaining the next 4 papers. They got somehow into the hands of a certain literary agent who is famous for a sort of finders-keepers attitude more appropriate to the 8th grade than to the law of literary property. In disregard of the fact that Corwin retained physical ownership of the papers and literary rights thereto, and that I, as the addressee, possessed all other rights, he was blandly endeavoring to sell them to various magazines as curious fragments from Corwin's desk. Like most people, I abhor lawsuits. That's the fact this agent lives on. I met his outrageous price of 5 cents a word, plus postage. I should add that I have not heard of any attempt by this gentleman to locate Corwin or his heirs in order to turn over the proceeds of the sale, less commission, CMK. The new fruit trees were doing when a car came bumping down our road and stopped at our garden fence gate. "See what they want and shove them on their way," said my wife. "We haven't got much daylight left." She peered through the kitchen window at the car, blinked, rubbed her eyes, and peered again. She said uncertainly, "It looks like— No, can't be." I went out to the car. "Anything I can do for you?" I asked the 2 men in the front seat. Then I recognized them. One of them was about my age, a wiry lad in a T-shirt. The other man was plump and graying and ministerial, but jolly. They were unmistakable. They had looked out at me, one scowling, the other smiling, from 100 book ads. It was almost incredible that they knew each other, but there they were, sharing a car. I greeted them by name and said, "This is odd. I happen to be a writer myself. I've never shared the bestseller list with you 2, but—" The plump ministerial man tut-tutted. "You are thinking negatively," he chided me. "Think of what you have accomplished. You own this lovely home, the valuation of which has just been raised $2,000, due entirely to the hard work and frugality of you and your lovely wife. You give innocent pleasure to thousands with your clever novels. You help to keep the good local merchants going with your patronage. Not least, you have fought for your country in the wars, and you support it with your taxes." The man in the T-shirt said raspily, "Even if you have the dough to settle in full on April 15th, then we'll have to pay 6% per month interest on the unpaid balance when and if you ever do pay it, you poor schnook." The plump man said, distressed, "Please, Michael, you are not thinking positively. This is neither the time nor the place." "What's going on?" I demanded, because I hadn't even told my wife I'd been a little short on the 55 federal tax. "Let's go in the house," said the T-shirted man. He got out of the car, brushed my gate open, and walked coolly down the path to the kitchen door. The plump man followed, sniffing our rose-scented garden air appreciatively, and I came last of all on wobbly legs. When we filed in, my wife said, "My God, it is them!" The man in the T-shirt said, "Hiya, babe," and stared at her breasts. The plump man said, "May I compliment you, my dear, for a splendid rose garden, quite unusual for this altitude." "Thanks," she said faintly, beginning to rally, "but it's quite easy when your neighbors keep horses." "Ha!" snorted the man in the T-shirt. "That's the stuff, babe. You grow roses like I write books. Give 'em plenty of—" "Michael," said the plump man. "Look, you," my wife said to me, "would you mind telling me what this is all about? I never knew you knew Dr.— "I don't," I said helplessly. "They seem to want to talk to me." "Let us adjourn to your sanctum sanctorum," said the plump man archly, and we went upstairs. The T-shirted man sat on the couch, the plump fellow sat in the club chair, and I collapsed on the swivel chair in front of the typewriter. "Drink, anybody?" I asked, wanting one myself. "Sherry, brandy, rye, straight Angostura?" "Never touch the stinking stuff," grunted the man in the T-shirt. "I would enjoy a nip of brandy," said the big man. We each had one straight, no chasers, and he got down to business with, "I suppose you have discovered the diagonal relationship?" I thought about the answer, and decided that the diagonal relationship would be a very good name for it, too. "Yes," I said, "I guess I have. Have you?" "I have. So has Michael here. So have 1,724 writers.
If you'd like to know who they are, pick the 1,724 top income men of the 10,000 freelance writers in this country, and you have your men. The diagonal relationship is discovered on an average of 3 times a year by rising writers. Writers? I said. Good God, why writers? Why not economists, psychologists, mathematicians, real thinkers? He said, a writer's mind is an awesome thing, Corwin. What went into your discovery of the diagonal relationship? I thought a bit. I'm doing a Civil War thing about Burnside's bomb, I said, and I realized that Grant could have sent in fresh troops, but didn't because Halleck used to drive him crazy by telegraphic masterminding of his campaigns. That's a special case of the answer, as I call it. Then I got some data on medieval attitudes toward personal astrology out of a book on ancient China I'm reading. Another special case. And there's a joke the monks used to write at the end of a long manuscript copying job. Little Hart's theory of strategy is about half of the general military case of the answer. The merchandising special case shows clearly in a catalog I have from a Chicago store that specializes in selling strange clothes to bop-crazed Negroes. They all add up to the general expression, and that's that. He was nodding. Many combinations add up to the diagonal relationship, he said. But only a writer cuts across sufficient fields, exposes himself to sufficient apparently unrelated facts. Only a writer has wide-open associational channels capable of bridging the gap between astrology and bop. We write in our different idioms. He smiled at the T-shirted man. But we are writers all, wide-ranging, omnivorous for data, equipped with superior powers of association, which we constantly exercise. Well, I asked, logically enough, why on earth haven't you published the diagonal relationship? Are you here to keep me from publishing it? We're a power group, said the plump man apologetically. We have a vested interest in things as they are. Think about what the diagonal relationship would do to writers, Corwin. Sure, I said, and thought about it. Judas Priest, I said after a couple of minutes. He was nodding again. He said, yes, the diagonal relationship, if generally promulgated, would work out to approximate equality of income for all, with incentive pay only for really hard and dangerous work. Writing would be regarded as pretty much its own reward. That's the way it looks, I said. 1 year copyright, after all. Here occurs the first hiatus in the Corwin papers. I suspect that 3 or 4 are missing. The preceding and following papers, incidentally, come from a batch of 6 gross of fortune cookies, which I purchased from the Hip Sing Restaurant Provision Company of New York City during the course of my investigations. The reader no doubt will wonder why I was unable to determine the source of the cookies themselves, and was forced to buy them from middlemen. Apparently the reason is the fantastic one that by chance I was wearing a white shirt, dark tie, and double-breasted blue serge suit when I attempted to question the proprietor of the Hip Sing Company. I learned too late that this is just about the unofficial uniform of U.S. Treasury and Justice Department agents, and that I was immediately taken to be such an agent. You T-man, said Mr. Hip tolerantly, you get court order, I show you books. Keep very nice books, all in Chinese characters. After that gambit, he would answer me only in Chinese. How he did it, I have no idea, but apparently within days every Chinese produce dealer in the United States and Canada had been notified that there was a new T-man named Kornbluth on the prowl. As a last resort, I called on the New York City office of the Treasury Department Field Investigations Unit in an attempt to obtain what might be called unidentification papers. There I was assured by Mr. Gershon O'Brien, their Chinese specialist, that my errand was hopeless, since the motto of Mr. Hip and his colleagues invariably was, safety first. To make matters worse, as I left his office, I was greeted with a polite smile from a Chinese lad whom I recognized as Mr. Hip's bookkeeper, CMK. So, you see, he went on, as if he had just stated a major and a minor premise, we watch the writers, the real ones, through private detective agencies which alert us when the first teaser appears in a newspaper or on a broadcast or in local gossip. There's always the teaser, Corwin, the rattle before the strike. We writers are like that. We've been watching you for 3 years now, and to be perfectly frank, I've lost a few dollars wagered on you. In my opinion, you're a year late. What's the proposition? I asked numbly. He shrugged. You get to be a bestseller.
We review your books, you review ours. We tell your publisher, Corwin's hot, promote him, advertise him, and he does because we're good properties and he doesn't want to annoy us. You want Hollywood? It can be arranged. Lots of us out there. In short, you become rich like us, and all you have to do is keep quiet about the diagonal relationship. You haven't told your wife, by the way. I wanted to surprise her, I said. He smiled. They always do. Writers. Well, young man, what do you say? It had grown dark. From the couch came a raspy voice. You heard what the doc said about the ones that throw in with us. I'm here to tell you that we got provisions for the ones that don't. I laughed at him. One of those guys, he said flatly. Surely a borderline case, Michael, said the plump man. So many of them are. If I'd been thinking straight, I would have realized that borderline case did not mean undecided to them. It meant danger, immediate action. They took it. The plump man, who was also a fairly big man, flung his arms around me, and the wiry one approached in the gloom. I yelled something when I felt a hypodermic stab my arm. Then I went numb and stupid. My wife came running up the stairs. What's going on? She demanded. I saw her heading for the curtain, behind which we keep an aged hair-trigger Marlin .38 rifle. There was nothing wrong with her guts, but they attacked her where courage doesn't count. I croaked her name a couple of times and heard the plump man say gently, with great concern, I'm afraid your husband needs help. She turned from the curtain, her eyes wide. He had struck subtly and knowingly. There is probably not one writer's wife who does not suspect her husband is a potential psychotic. Dear, she said to me as I stood there paralyzed. He went on. Michael and I dropped in because we both admire your husband's work. We were surprised and distressed to find his conversation so disconnected. My dear, you must know I have some experience through my pastorate with psychotherapy. Have you ever, forgive my bluntness, had doubts about his sanity? Dear, what's the matter? She asked me anxiously. I just stood there, staring. God knows what they injected me with, but its effect was to cloud my mind, render all activity impossible, send my thoughts spinning after their tails. I was insane. This incident, seemingly the least plausible part of Corwin's story, actually stands up better than most of the narrative to one familiar with recent advances in biochemistry. Corwin could have been injected with lysergic acid, or with protein extracts from the blood of psychotics. It is a matter of cold laboratory fact that such injections produce temporary psychosis in the patient. Indeed, it is on such experimental psychoses that the new tranquilizer drugs are developed and tested, CMK. To herself she said aloud, dully, Well, it's finally come. Christmas, when I burned the turkey and he wouldn't speak to me for a week. The way he drummed his fingers when I talked. All his little crackpot ways. How he has to stay at the Waldorf, but I have to cut his hair and save $1. I hoped it was just the rotten weather and cabin fever. I hoped when spring came. She began to sob. The plump man comforted her like a father. I just stood there staring and waiting. And eventually Mickey glided up in the dark and gave her a needleful too, and here occurs an aggravating and important hiatus. One can only guess that Corwin and his wife were loaded into the car, driven somewhere, separated and separately, under false names, committed to different mental institutions. I have recently learned to my dismay that there are states which require only the barest sort of licensing to operate such institutions. One state inspector of hospitals even wrote to me in these words, No doubt there are some places in our state which are not even licensed, but we have never made any effort to close them, and I cannot recall any statute making such operation illegal. We are not a wealthy state like you up north, and some care for these unfortunates is better than none, is our viewpoint here. CMK. 3 months. Their injections last a week. There's always somebody to give me another. You know what mental hospital attendants are like. An easy bribe. But they'd be better advised to bribe a higher type, like a male nurse, because my attendant with a special needle for me is often a drunk. My insanity wore off this morning, and I've been writing in my room ever since. A quick trip up and down the corridor collected the cigarette papers and a tiny ballpoint pen from some breakfast food premium gadget. I think my best bet is to slip these papers out in the batch of Chinese fortune cookies they're doing in the bakery. Occupational therapy, this is called. My own OT is shoveling coal when I'm under the needle. Well, enough of this. I shall write down the answer
slip down to the bakery, deal out the cigarette papers into the waiting rounds of cookie dough, crimp them over, and return to my room. Doubtless my attendant will be back by then, and I'll get another shot from him. I shall not struggle. I can only wait. The answer. Human beings, raised to speak an Indo-Iranian language, such as English, have the following in... That is the end of the last of the Corwin papers I have been able to locate. It should be superfluous to urge all readers to examine carefully any fortune cookie slips they may encounter. The next one you break open may contain what my poor friend believed, or believes, to be a great message to mankind. He may be right. His tale is a wild one, but it is consistent, and it embodies the only reasonable explanation I have ever seen for the presence of certain books on the bestseller list. C.M.K. Startling Stories, July 1949. The Only Thing We Learn. The professor, though he did not know the actor's phrase for it, was counting the house, peering through a spy-hole in the door through which he would, in a moment, appear before the class. He was pleased with what he saw. Tier after tier of young people, ready with notebooks and styli, chattering tentatively, glancing at the door against which his nose was flattened, waiting for the pleasant interlude known as Archaeo-Literature 203 to begin. The professor stepped back, smoothed his tunic, crooked 4 books on his left elbow, and made his entrance. 4 swift strides brought him to the lectern, and for the 1000th odd time he impassively swept the lecture hall with his gaze. Then he gave a wry little smile. Inside, for the 1000th odd time, he was nagged by the irritable little thought that the lectern really ought to be a foot or so higher. The irritation did not show. He was out to win the audience, and he did. A dead silence, the supreme tribute, gratified him. Imperceptibly, the lights of the lecture hall began to dim, and the light on the lectern to brighten. He spoke. Young gentlemen of the Empire, I ought to warn you that this and the succeeding lectures will be most subversive. There was a little rustle of incomprehension from the audience, but by then the lectern light was strong enough to show the twinkling smile about his eyes that belied his stern mouth, and agreeable chuckles sounded in the gathering darkness of the tiered seats. Glow lights grew bright gradually at the students' tables, and they adjusted their notebooks in the narrow ribbons of illumination. He waited for the small commotion to subside. Subversive, he gave them a link to cling to. Subversive, because I shall make every effort to tell both sides of our ancient beginnings, with every resource of archaeology, and with every clue my diligence has discovered in our epic literature. There were 2 sides, you know, difficult though it may be to believe that, if we judge by the old epic alone, such epics as the noble and tempestuous Chant of Remd, the remaining fragments of Crawl's Voyage, or the gory and rather out-of-date Battle for the 10 Suns. He paused while Starlight scribbled across the notebook pages. The middle epic is marked, however, by what I might call the rediscovered ethos. From his voice, every student knew that that phrase, surer than death and taxes, would appear on an examination paper. The styli scribbled. By this I mean an awakening of fellow-feeling with the home sons people, which had once been filial loyalty to them when our ancestors were few and pioneers, but which turned into contempt when their numbers grew. The middle epic writers did not despise the home sons people, as did the bards of the old epic. Perhaps this was because they did not have to, since their long war against the home sons was drawing to a victorious close. Of the new epic I shall have little to say. It was a literary fad, a pose, and a silly one, written within historic times. Some 20 pseudo-epics now moulder in their cylinders where they belong. Our ripening civilization could not with integrity work in the epic form, and the artistic failures produced so indicate. Our genius turned to the lyric and to the unabashedly romantic novel. So much, for the moment, of literature. What contribution, you must wonder, have archaeological studies to make in an investigation of the wars from which our ancestry emerged. Archaeology offers 1. A check in historical matters in the epics, confirming or denying. 2. It provides evidence glossed over in the epics for artistic or patriotic reasons. 3. It provides evidence which has been lost owing to the fragmentary nature of some of the early epics. All this he fired at them crisply, enjoying himself. Let them not think him a dreamy litterateur, or worse, a flat precisionist, but let them be always a little off balance before him, never knowing what came next, and often wondering, in class and out. The styli paused after heading 3. We shall examine first, by our archaeo-literary technique, the second book of the Chant of Remd. As the selected youth of the Empire, you know much about it, of course, much that is false, some that is true, and a great deal that is irrelevant. You know that Book 1 hurls us into the middle of things, aboard ship with Algon and his great captain Remd, on their way from the triumph over a home son's stronghold, the planet Telsey. We watch Remd on his diversionary action that splits the 10 Suns fleet into 2 halves. But before we see the destruction of those halves by the horde of Algon, we are told in Book 2 of the battle for Telsey. He opened one of his books on the lectern, swept the amphitheatre again, and read sonorously. Then battle broke, and high the blinding blast sight-searing leaped, while folk in fear below cowered in caverns from the wrath of Remd. Or in less sumptuous language, 1 fission bomb, or a stick of time-on-target bombs, was dropped. An unprepared and disorganized populace did not take the standard measure of dispersing, but huddled foolishly to await Algon's gunfighters and the death they brought. One of the things you believe, because you have seen them in notes to elementary school editions of Remd, is that Telsey was the 4th planet of the star Sol. Archaeology denies it by establishing that the 4th planet, actually called Mars, by the way, was in those days weather-roofed at least, and possibly atmosphere-roofed as well. As potential warriors, you know that one does not waste fissionable material on a roof, and there is no mention of chemical explosives being used to crack the roof. Mars, therefore, was not the locale of Remd Book 2. Which planet was? The answer to that has been established by X-radar, differential decay analyses, video coring, and every other resource of those scientists still quaintly called diggers. We know and can prove that Telsey was the 3rd planet of Sol. So much for the opening of the attack. Let us jump to Canto 3, the storming of the dynastic palace. Imperial purple wore they, fresh from the feast, grossly gorged. They sought to slay, and so on. Now, as I warned you, Remd is of the old epic, and makes no pretense at fairness. The unorganized huddling of Telsey's population was read as cowardice instead of poor ARP. The same is true of the 3rd canto. Video cores show on the site of the palace a hecatomb of dead in once purple livery, but also shows impartially that they were not particularly gorged, and that digestion of their last meals had been well advanced. They didn't give such a bad accounting of themselves either. I hesitate to guess, but perhaps they accounted for one of our ancestors apiece, and were simply outnumbered. The study is not complete. That much we know. The professor saw they were tiring of the terse scientist, and shifted gears. If but the veil of time were rent that shrouds the years between us and the home sons people, how much more would we learn? Would we despise the home sons people as our frontiersman ancestors did? Or would we cry, "This is our spiritual home, this world of rank and order, this world of formal verse and exquisitely patterned arts"? If the veil of time were rent, we can try to rend it. Wing Commander Aris heard the clear jangle of the radar net alarm as he was dreaming about a fish.
Struggling out of his too-deep, too-soft bed, he stepped into a purple singlet, buckled on his Sam Brown belt with its holstered .45 automatic, and tried to read the radar screen. Whatever had set it off was either too small or too distant to register on the 5-inch CRT. He rang for his aide and checked his appearance in a wall mirror while waiting. His space tan was beginning to fade, he saw, and made a mental note to get it renewed at the parlor. He stepped into the corridor as Evan, his aide, trotted up, younger, browner, thinner, but the same officer type that made the service what it was, Aris thought with satisfaction. Evan gave him a bone-cracking salute, which he returned. They set off for the elevator that whisked them down to a large, chilly, dark underground room where faces were greenly lit by radar screens and the lights of plotting tables. Somebody yelled, "Attention!" and the techs snapped. He gave them at ease and took the brisk salute of the senior tech, who reported to him in flat machine-gun delivery. "Object becoming visible on primary screen, sir." He studied the 60-inch disk for several seconds before he spotted the intercepted particle. It was coming in fast from zenith, growing while he watched. "Assuming it's now traveling at maximum, how long will it be before it's within striking range?" he asked the tech. 7 hours, sir." "The interceptors at Idlewild alerted?" "Yes, sir." Aris turned on a phone that connected with interception. The boy at interception knew the face that appeared on its screen and was already capped with a crash helmet. "Go ahead and take him, Ephred," said the wing commander. "Yes, sir," and a punctilious salute, the boy's pleasure plain at being known by name, and a great deal more at being on the way to a fight that might be first class. Aris cut him off before the boy could detect a smile that was forming on his face. He turned from the pale lunar glow of the 60-incher to enjoy it. Those kids, when every meteor was an invading dreadnought, when every ragged scouting ship from the rebels was an armada. He watched Ephred's squadron soar off on the screen, and then he retreated to a darker corner. This was his post until the meteor, or scout, or whatever it was, got taken care of. Evan joined him, and they silently studied the smooth, disciplined functioning of the plot room, Aris with satisfaction, and Evan doubtless with the same. The aide broke silence, asking, "Do you suppose it's a frontier ship, sir?" He caught the wing commander's look and hastily corrected himself. "I mean, rebel ship, sir, of course." "Then you should have said so. Is that what the junior officers generally call those scoundrels?" Evan conscientiously cast his mind back over the last few junior messes and reported unhappily, "I'm afraid we do, sir. We seem to have got into the habit. I shall write a memorandum about it." "How do you account for that very peculiar habit?" "Well, sir, they do have something like a fleet, and they did take over their Regulus cluster, didn't they?" What had got into this incredible fellow? Aris wondered in amazement. Why, the thing was self-evident. They had a few ships, accounts differed as to how many, and they had, doubtless by raw sedition, taken over some systems temporarily. He turned from his aide, who sensibly became interested in a screen, and left with a murmured excuse to study it very closely. The brigands had certainly knocked together some ramshackle league or other that the wing commander wondered briefly if it could last, shut the horrid thought from his head, and set himself to composing mentally a stiff memorandum that would be posted in the junior officers' mess, and put an end to this absurd talk. His eyes wandered to the 60-incher, where he saw the interceptor squadron climbing nicely toward the particle, which he noticed had become 3 particles. A low crooning distracted him. Was one of the techs singing at work? It couldn't be. It wasn't. An unsteady shape wandered up in the darkness, murmuring a song and exhaling alcohol. He recognized the chief archivist, Glenn. "This is service country, mister," he told Glenn. "Hello, Aris," the round little civilian said, peering at him. "I come down here regularly against regulations, to wear off my regular irregularities with a wine bottle. That's all right, isn't it?" He was drunk and argumentative. Aris felt hemmed in. Glenn couldn't be talked into leaving without loss of dignity to the wing commander, and he couldn't be chucked out because he was writing a biography of the Chamberlain, and could, for the time being, have any head in the palace for the asking. Aris sat down unhappily, and Glenn plumped down beside him.
the little man asked him. "Is that a fleet from the Frontier League?" He pointed to the big screen. Harris didn't look at his face, but felt that Glynn was grinning maliciously. "I know of no organization called the Frontier League," Harris said. "If you are referring to the brigands who have recently been operating in Galactic East, you could at least call them by their proper names." Really, he thought, civilians. "So sorry. But the brigands should have the Regulus cluster by now, shouldn't they?" he asked insinuatingly. This was serious, a grave breach of security. Harris turned to the little man. "Mister, I have no authority to command you," he said measuredly. "Furthermore, I understand you are enjoying a temporary eminence in the non-service world, which would make it very difficult for me to tangle with you. I shall therefore refer only to your altruism. How did you find out about the Regulus cluster?" "Eloquent," murmured the little man, smiling happily. "I got it from Rome." Harris searched his memory. "You mean Squadron Commander Romo broke security? I can't believe it." "No, Commander. I mean Rome. A place, a time, a civilization. I got it also from Babylon, Assyria, the Mughal Raj, every one of them." "You don't understand me, of course." "I understand that you're trifling with service security and that you're a fat little malevolent worthless drone and scribbler." "Oh, Commander," protested the archivist, "I'm not so little." He wandered away, chuckling. Harris wished he had the shooting of him, and tried to explore the chain of secrecy for a weak link. He was tired and bored by this harping on the brigands. His aide tentatively approached him. "Interceptors in striking range, sir," he murmured. "Thank you," said the wing commander, genuinely grateful to be back in the clean, etched-line world of the service, and out of that blurred watercolor civilian land, where long-dead Syrians apparently retailed classified matter to nasty little drunken warts who had no business with it. Harris confronted the 60-incher. The particle that had become 3 particles was now, he counted, 18 particles. Big ones. Getting bigger. He did not allow himself emotion, but turned to the plot on the interceptor squadron. "Set up lunar relay," he ordered. "Yes, sir." Half the plot room crew bustled silently and efficiently about the delicate job of applied relativistic physics that was lunar relay. He knew that the Palace power plant could take it for a few minutes, and he wanted to see. If he could not believe radar pips, he might believe a video screen. On the great green circle, the 18, now 24, particles neared the 36 smaller particles that were interceptors, led by the eager young Ephrid. "Testing lunar relay, sir," said the chief tech. The wing commander turned to a 12-inch screen. Unobtrusively, behind him, techs jockeyed for position. The picture on the screen was something to see. The chief let mercury fill a thick-walled ceramic tank. There was a sputtering, and contact was made. "Well done," said Harris. "Perfect seeing." He saw, upper left, a globe of ships. What ships? Some were service jobs, with extra turrets plastered on them wherever there was room. Some were orthodox freighters, with the same porcupine bristle of weapons. Some were obviously homemade crates, hideously ugly, and as heavily armed as the others. Next to him, Harris heard his aide murmur, "It's all wrong, sir. They haven't got any pickup boats. They haven't got any hospital ships. What happens when one of them gets shot up?" "Just what ought to happen, Evan," snapped the wing commander. "They float in space until they desiccate in their suits. Or if they get grappled inboard with a boat hook, they don't get any medical care. As I told you, they're brigands, without decency even to care for their own." He enlarged on the theme. "Their morale must be insignificant compared with our men's. When the service goes into action, every rating and tech knows he'll be cared for if he's hurt. Why, if we didn't have pickup boats and hospital ships, the men would—" He almost finished it with fight, but thought, and lamely ended, "wouldn't like it." Evan nodded, wonderingly, and crowded his chief a little as he craned his neck for a look at the screen. "Get the hell away from here," said the wing commander in a restrained yell, and Evan got. The interceptor squadron swam into the field, a sleek, deadly needle of vessels in perfect alignment, with its little cloud of pickups trailing, and farther astern a white hospital ship with the ancient Red Cross. The contact was immediate and shocking. One of the rebel ships lumbered into the path of the interceptors, spraying fire from what seemed to be as many points as a man has pores. The service ships promptly riddled it, and it should have drifted away. But it didn't. It kept on fighting. It rammed an interceptor with a crunch that must have killed every man before the first bulwark, but after the bulwark the ship kept fighting. It took a torpedo port side, and its plumbing drifted through space in a tangle. Still the starboard side kept squirting fire. Isolated weapon blisters fought on, while they were obviously cut off from the rest of the ship. It was a pounded tangle of wreckage, and it had destroyed 2 interceptors, crippled 2 more, and kept fighting. Finally it drifted away under feeble jets of power. 2 more of the fantastic rebel fleet wandered into action, but the wing commander's horrified eyes were on the first pile of scrap. It was going somewhere. The ship neared the thin-skinned, unarmored, gleaming hospital vessel, rammed it amidships, square in one of the Red Crosses, and then blew itself up, apparently with everything left in its powder magazine, taking the hospital ship with it. The sickened wing commander would never have recognized what he had seen, as it was told in a later version, thus: "The crushing course they took and nobly knew, their death undaunted by heroic blast, the hospital's host they dragged to doom. Hail, men without mercy from the far frontier!" Lunar relay flickered out as overloaded fuses flashed into vapor. Aris distractedly paced back to the dark corner and sank into a chair. "I'm sorry," said the voice of Glenn next to him, sounding quite sincere. "No doubt it was quite a shock to you." "Not to you?" asked Aris bitterly. "Not to me." "Then how did they do it?" the wing commander asked the civilian in a low, desperate whisper. "They don't even wear 45s. Intelligence says their enlisted men have hit their officers and got away with it. They elect ship captains. Glenn, what does it all mean?" "It means," said the fat little man, with a timbre of doom in his voice, "that they've returned. They always have. They always will. You see, Commander, there is always somewhere a wealthy, powerful city or nation or world. In it are those whose blood is not right for a wealthy, powerful place. They must seek danger and overcome it. So they go out, on the marshes, in the desert, on the tundra, the planets or the stars. Being strong, they grow stronger by fighting the tundra, the planets or the stars. They change. They sing new songs. They know new heroes. And then one day they return to their old home. They return to the wealthy, powerful city or nation or world. They fight its guardians as they fought the tundra, the planets or the stars, a way that strikes terror to the heart. Then they sack the city, nation or world, and sing great, ringing sagas of their deeds. They always have, doubtless they always will. But what shall we do? We shall cower, I suppose, beneath the bombs they drop on us, and we shall die, some bravely, some not, defending the palace within a very few hours. But you will have your revenge." "How?" asked the wing commander, with haunted eyes. The fat little man giggled and whispered in the officer's ear. Aris irritably shrugged it off as a bad joke. He didn't believe it. As he died, drilled through the chest a few hours later by one of Algon's gunfighters, he believed it even less. The professor's lecture was drawing to a close. There was time for only one more joke to send his students away happy. He was about to spring it when a messenger handed him 2 slips of paper. He raged inwardly at his ruined exit, and poisonously read from them: "I have been asked to make 2 announcements. 1, a bulletin from General Slake's force. He reports that the so-called Outland insurrection is being brought under control, and that there is no cause for alarm. 2, the gentlemen who are members of the SOTC will please report to the Armory at 1375 hours, whatever that may mean, for blaster inspection. The class is dismissed." Petulantly he swept from the lectern and through the door. Infinity, October 1957. The last man left in the bar.
You know him. Joe, or Sam, Mike, Tony, Ben, whatever your deceitful, cheaply genial name may be. And do not lie to yourself, gentle reader. You know him too. A loner he was. You did not notice him when he slipped in. You only knew by his aggrieved air when he finally caught your eye and self-consciously said, "Shot of red top and a beer," that he'd ruffle your working day. 6 at night until 2 in the morning is a day. The horrible alternative is to work for a living. Shot of red top and a beer at 8:35. And unbeknownst to him, gentle reader, in the garage up the street the two contrivers of his dilemma conspired. The breaths of tall, dark-stooped, cadaverous Gallardo and the mouse-eyed lassie mingled. "You shall be a religionist," he instructed her. "I know the role," she squeaked and quoted. "Woe to the day on which I was born into the world! Woe to the womb which bare me! Woe to the bowels which admitted me! Woe to the breasts which suckled me! Woe to the feet upon which I sat and rested! Woe to the hands which carried me and reared me until I grew! Woe to my tongue and my lips which have brought forth and spoken vanity, detraction, falsehood, ignorance, derision, idle tales, craft, and hypocrisy! Woe to mine eyes which have looked upon scandalous things! Woe to mine ears which have delighted in the words of slanderers! Woe to my hands which have seized what did not of right belong to them! Woe to my belly and my bowels which have lusted after food unlawful to be eaten! Woe to my throat which like a fire has consumed all that it found!" He sobbed with the beauty of it, and nodded at last, tears hanging in his eyes. "Yes, that's religion. It is one of my favourites." She was carried away. "I can do others. Oh, I can do others. I can do Mithras and Isis and Marduk and Eddyism and Billsword and Peeling and Uranium, both orthodox and reformed." "Mithras, Isis, and Marduk are long gone, and the rest are still to come. Listen to your master. Do not chatter, and we shall have an artwork made of which there will be talk under the green sky until all food is eaten." Meanwhile, gentle reader, the loner listened. To his left, strong, silent, sinewy men in fellowship, the builders, the doers, the darers. "So I told the foreman where he should put his bullard. I told him I run a Warner and Swayze. I run a Warner and Swayze good. I never even seen a bullard up close in my life, and where he should put it. I know how to run a Warner and Swayze, and why should he take me off a Warner and Swayze I know how to run, and put me on a bullard and where he should put it? Ain't I right?" "Absolutely." To his right, the clear-eyed, virtuous matrons, the steadfast, the true-seeing, the loving kind. "Oh, I don't know what I want. What do you want? I'm a Scotch drinker, really, but I don't feel like Scotch. But if I come home with muscatel on my breath, Eddie calls me a wino and laughs his head off. I don't know what I want. What do you want?" In the box above the bar, the rollicking Raster raced. Video. Gampa smashes bottle over the head of Bibby. Audio. Gampa. "Young whippersnapper." Video. Bibby spits out water. Audio. Bibby. "Next time put some flavoring in it, Gramps." Video. Gampa picks up sugar bowl and smashes it over Bibby's head. Bibby licks sugar from face. Audio. Bibby. "My, that's better. But what of naughty Roger and his attempted kidnapping of Sis to extort the secret of the Q-bomb?" Video. Cut to limbo shot of real rye bottle. Audio. Announcer. "Yes, kiddies, what of Roger? But first a word from the makers of real rye, that happy syrup that gives your milk grown-up flavor. Yes, grown-up flavor." Shot of red top and a beer at 8:50. In his own unsecret heart. "Steady, boy, you've got to think this out. Nothing impossible about it, no reason to settle for a stalemate. Just a little time to think it out. Gallardo said the Black Chapter would accept a token submission. Let me return the seal, and that would be that. But I mustn't count on that as a datum. He lied to me about the Serpentists. Token submission sounds right.
They go in big for symbolism. Maybe because they're so stone broke, like the Japs. Drinking a cup of tea, they gussy it all up until it's a religion. That's the way you squeeze nourishment out of poverty. Skip that Japs. Think. He lied to me about the Serpentists. The big thing to remember is, I have the chapter seal, and they need it back, or think they do. All you need's a little time to think things through, a place where he won't dare jump you and grab the seal. And this is it. Joe, Sam, Mike, Tony, Ben, whoever you are, hit me again. Joe, Sam, Mike, Tony, Ben, tilts the amber bottle quietly. The liquid's level rises and crowns the little glass with a convex meniscus. He turns off the stream with an easy roll of the wrist. The suntan line of neon tubing at the bar back twinkles off the curve of surface tension, the placid whiskey, the frothy beer, at 9:05. To his left. So Finkelstein finally meets Goldberg in the garment center, and he grabs him like this by the lapel, and he yells, "You louse, you rat, you no good. What's this about you running around with my wife? I ought to... Say, you call this a buttonhole?" Restrained and apprehensive laughter. Catholic, Protestant, Jew, choice of one. What's the difference, I always say. Did they have a Jewish question still, or was all smoothed and troweled and interfaithed and brotherhooded? Wait. Your formulation implies that they're in the future, and you have no proof of that. Think straighter. You don't know where they are, or when they are, or who they are. You do know that you walked into Big Maggie's resonance chamber to change the target, experimental iridium for old reliable zinc, and... Bartender, in a controlled and formal voice. Shot of red top and a beer at 9:09, the hand vibrating with remembrance of a dirty green El Greco sky which might be Brookhaven's heavens a million years either way from now, or 1 second sideways, or, bow to method and formally exhaust the possibilities, a hallucination. The seal snatched from the green-lit rock altar could be a blank washer, a wheel from a toy truck, or the screw-top from a jar of shaving cream, but for the fact that it wasn't. It was the seal. So, they began seeping through after that. The chapter wanted it back. The Serpentists wanted it, period. Gallardo had started by bargaining and wound up by threatening, but how could you do anything but laugh at his best offer, a rusty 5-pound spur gear with a worn keyway and 3 teeth missing? His threats were richer than his bribes. They culminated with a century of flame. Faith, father, it doesn't scare me at all, sure, no man could stand it. Subjective, objective. How you used to sling them around. And Master Newton's billiard-table similes dissolve into sense impressions of pointer readings as you learn your trade, but Gallardo had scared hell out of you, or into you, with the century of flame. But you had the seal of the chapter, and you had time to think, while on the screen above the bar, video, long shot down steep, cobblestoned French village street. Pierre dots out of alley in middle distance, looks wildly round, and runs toward camera, pistol in hand. Annette and Paul appear from same alley and dash after him. Audio. Paul! Stop, you fool! Video. Cut to close-up of Pierre's face. Beard, stubble, and sweat. Audio. Pierre. A fool am I! Video. Cut to long shot. Pierre aims and fires. Paul grabs his left shoulder and falls. Audio. Annette. Darling! Paul. Don't mind me. Take my gun. After him. He's a mad dog, I tell you. Video. Cut to 2-shot, Annette and Paul. Video. Dolly back. Annette takes his pistol. Audio. Annette. This, my dear, is as good a time as any to drop my little masquerade. Are you American agents really so stupid that you never thought I might be a plant, as you call it? Video. Annette stands. We see her aim down at Paul, out of the picture. Then we dolly into a close-up of her head. She is smiling triumphantly. Audio. Sound. Click of cocking pistol. Video. A hand holding a pistol enters the close-up. The pistol muzzle touches Annette's neck. Audio. Arkwriter. Drop it, Madame Goldkopf. Video. Dolly back to middle shot. Arkwriter stands behind Annette as Paul gets up briskly and takes the pistol from her hand. Audio. Paul. No, Madame Golkov, we American agents were really not so stupid. Wish I could say the same for your people. Pierre Tourneur was a plant, I'm glad to say. Otherwise he would not have missed me. He is one of the best pistol shots in counterintelligence. Video. Cut to long shot of street. Arkwriter and Paul walk away from the camera, Annette between them. Fade up. Audio. Arkwriter. Come along, Madame Golkov. Music. Beam up and up. To his right. That ain't reasonable. All that shooting and yelling and falling down, and not one person sticks his head out of a window to see what's going on? They should have had a few people looking out to see what's going on, otherwise it ain't reasonable. Yeah, who's fighting tonight? Rocky Mausoleum against Rocky Mozzarella from Toledo. Rocky Mozzarella beat Rocky Granatino, didn't he? Now, that was Rocky Bolderoni, and he whipped Rocky Capicola. Them and their neatly packaged problems, them and their neatly packaged shows with beginning, middle, and end. The right of the low-budget shot in Europe spy series, the right of pugilism, the right of the dog walk after dinner, and the beer at the bar with co-celebrant worshippers at the high altar of nothing. 9:30. Shot of red top and a beer. Positively the last one until you get this figured out. You're beginning to buzz like a transformer. Do they have transformers? Do they have vitamins? Do they have anything but that glaring green sky and the rock altar and treasures like the seal and the rusty gear with 3 broken teeth? All smelling of iodoform, and all quite bald. But Gallardo looked as if he were dying of tuberculosis, and the letter from the Serpentists was in a sick and straggling hand. Relics of medieval barbarism. To his left, "Gallardo!" he screamed. The bartender scurried over. Joe, Sam, Mike, Tony, Ben, scowling. "What's the matter, mister?" "I'm sorry. I got a stitch in my side, a cramp." Bully Boy scowled competently and turned. "What do you have, mister?" Gallardo said cadaverously, "Whatever my friend here is having." "Shot of red top and a beer, right?" "What are you doing here?" "Drinking beverages. Have you decided what to do?" The bartender rapped down the shot glass and tilted the bottle over it, looking at Gallardo. Some of the whiskey slopped over. The bartender started, went to the tap, and carefully drew a glass of beer, slicing the collar twice. "My friend here will pay." He got out a $50, fumbling, and put it on the wet wood. The bartender, old-fashioned, rapped it twice in the bar to show he wasn't stealing it, even though you weren't watching. He rang it up double virtuous on the cash register, the absent owner's fishy eye. "What are you doing here?" again, in a low, reasonable, almost amused voice, to show him you have the whip hand. "Drinking beverages. It is so clean here." Gallardo's sunken face, unbelievably, looked wistful as he surveyed the bar-room, his head swiveling slowly from extreme left to extreme right. "Clean? Well, isn't it clean there?" "Sh, not," Gallardo said mournfully. "Sh, not. Here it is so clean. Why did you outreach to us? Hagrid-us, wretched. Hagrid-us." There were tears hanging in his eyes. "Have you decided what to do?" Expansively. "I don't pretend to understand the situation fully, Gallardo, but you know and I know that I've got something you people think you need. Now, there doesn't seem to be any body of law covering artifacts that appear, plink, in a magnetron on accidental overload, and I just have your word that it's yours." "Ah, that is how you remember it now," said sorrowful Gallardo. "Well, it's the way it— But wasn't something green? I think of spired Toledo and 3-angled crosses toppling. Happened. I don't want anything silly like $1 million in small unmarked bills, and I don't want to be bullied. No, I mean not by you, not by anybody. Just tell me who you are, what all this is about. This is nonsense, you see, and we can't have nonsense. I'm afraid I'm not expressing myself very well." And a confident smile and turn away from him, which shows that you aren't afraid. You can turn your back and dare him to make something of it. In public, in the bar, it is laughable. You have him in the palm of your hand.
Shot of red top and a beer, please, Sam.
At 9:48.
The bartender draws the beer and pours the whiskey. He pauses before he picks up the dollar bill fished from the pants pocket, pauses almost timidly, and works his face into a friend's grimace. But you can read him. He is making amends for his suspicion that you were going to start a drunken brawl when Gallardo merely surprised you a bit. You can read him because your mind is tensed to concert pitch tonight, ready for Gallardo, ready for the Serpentists, ready to crack this thing wide open. Strange. But you weren't ready for the words he spoke from his fake apologetic friend's grimace as you delicately raised the heavy amber-filled glass to your lips. Where'd your friend go? You slopped the whiskey as you turned and looked. Gallardo? Gone. You smiled and shrugged. He comes and goes as he pleases, you know. Irresponsible, no manners at all, but loyal. A prince among men when you get to know him. A prince, I tell you. All this in your smile and shrug. Why, you could have been an actor. The worry, the faint neurotic worry, didn't show at all, and indeed there is no reason why it should. You have the whip hand. You have the seal. Gallardo will come crawling back and explain everything. As, for example, you may wonder why I've asked all of you to assemble in the library. Or, for goodness sake, Gracie, I wasn't going to go to Cuba. When you heard me on the extension phone, I was just ordering a dozen Havana cigars. Or, in your notation, we are from 19,276 A.D. Our basic mathematic is a quite comprehensible subsumption of your contemporary statistical analysis and topology, which I shall now proceed to explain to you. And that was all. With sorrow, gentle reader, you will have noticed that the marble did not remark, I am chiseled, the lumber, I am sawn, the paint, I am applied to canvas, the tea leaf, I am whisked about in an exquisite Korean bowl to brew while the celebrants of Cha-no-yu squeeze this nourishment out of their poverty. Vain victim, relax and play your hunches. Subconscious integration does it. Stick with your little old subconscious integration, and all will go swimmingly. If only it weren't so damned noisy in here. But it was dark on the street, and conceivably things could happen there. Stick with crowds and stick with witnesses. But if only it weren't so. To his left they were settling down. It was the hour of confidences, and man to man they told the secret of their success. In the needle trade, I'm in the needle trade. I don't sell anybody a crooked needle. My father told me that. Albert, he said to me, don't never sell nobody nothing but a straight needle. And today I have 4 shops. To his right they were settling down. Freed of the cares of the day, they invited their souls, explored the spiritual realm, theologized with exquisite distinctions. Now, wait a minute. I didn't say I was a good Mormon. I said I was a Mormon, and that's what I am, a Mormon. I never said I was a good Mormon. I just said I was a Mormon. My mother was a Mormon, and my father was a Mormon, and that makes me a Mormon, but I never said I was a good Mormon. Distinguo, rolled the canonical thunder. Distinguo. Demurely, a bonneted lassie shook her small change tambourine beneath his chin and whispered, snarling, Gallardo lied. Admit it, you are startled. But what need for the bartender to come running with raised hand? What need for needle trader to your left to shrink away, the LDs to cower? Mister, that's twice you let out a yell. We run a quiet place. If you can't be good, be gone. Begob. I assure you, bartender, it was unintentional. Greed vies with hate. Greed wins. Greed always wins. Just keep it quiet, mister. This ain't the Bowery. This is a family place. Then, relenting, the same? Yes, please. At 10:15, the patient lassie jingled silver on the parchment palm outstretched. He placed a quarter on the tambourine and asked politely, Did you say something to me before, miss?
God bless you, sir. Yes, sir, I did say something. I said Gallardo lied. The seal is holy to the serpent, sir, and to his humble emissaries. If you'll only hand it over, sir, the serpent will somewhat mitigate the fearsome torments which are rightly yours for snatching the seal from the altar, sir.
Snatchings from altars? Ma foi, the wench is mad. Listen, lady, that's only talk. What annoys me about you people is you won't talk sense.
I want to know who you are, what this is about, maybe just a little hint about your mathematics, and I'll do the rest, and you can have the blooming seal. I'm a passable physicist, even if I'm only a technician. I bet there's something you didn't know. I bet you didn't know the tech shortage is tighter than the scientist shortage. You get a guy who can tune a magnetron, he writes his own ticket. So I'm weak on quantum mechanics, the theory side. I'm still a good all-around man, and believe me, the PhDs would kiss my ever-loving feet if I told them I got an offer from Argonne. So listen, you janissary emissary. I'm happy right here in this necessary commissary, and here I stay. But she was looking at him with bright, frightened mouse's eyes, and slipped on down the line when he paused for breath, putting out the parchment palm to others, but not ceasing to watch him. Coins tapped the tambour.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
The raving, maniacal ghost of G. Washington Hill descended then into a girdled sibyl. She screamed from the screen, "It's hit parade!" I like them production numbers. I like that Pigalle Macintosh. I like them production numbers. Lots of pretty girls, pretty clothes, something to take your mind off your troubles. I like that Pigalle Macintosh. She don't just sing, mind you. She plays the saxophone. Talent. I like them production numbers. They show you just what the song is all about. Like last week they did Sadist Calypso with his mad scientist cutting up the girls, and then Pigalle comes in and whips him to death at the last verse. You see just what the song's all about. Something to take your mind off your troubles. I like that Pigalle Macintosh. She don't just sing, mind you. She plays the saxophone and cracks a blacksnake whip. Like last week in Sadist Calypso. Yeah, something to take your mind off your troubles. Irritably, he felt in his pocket for the seal and moved, stumbling a little, to one of the tables against the knotty pine wall. His head slipped forward on the polished wood, and he sank into the sea of myth. Gallardo came to him in his dream, and spoke under a storm-green sky. "Take your mind off your troubles, Edward. It was stolen like the first penny, like the quiz answers, like the pity for your bereavement." His hand, a tambourine, was out. "Never shall I yield," he declaimed to the miserable wretch. "By the honour of a Gascon, I stole it fair and square. 'Tis mine, knave. En garde!" Gallardo quailed and ran, melting into the sky, the altar, the tambourine. A ham hand manhandled him. "Light up time," said Sam. "I let you sleep because you got it here, but I got to close up now." "Sam," he says uncertainly. "One for the road, mister. On the house. Upsy-daisy!" Meaty hooks under his armpits, heaving him to the bar. The lights are out behind the bar, the jolly neons glittering off how many gems of amber rye and the tan crystals of beer. A meagre bulb above the register is the oasis in the desert of inky night. "Sam," groggily, "you don't understand. I mean, I never explained it." "Drink up, mister." A pale, free drink, soda bubbles lightly tinged with tawny rye. A small sip, to gain time. "Sam, there are some people after me." "You'll feel better in the morning, mister. Drink up. I got to close up. Hurry up." "These people, Sam." It's cold in here and scary as a noise in the attic. The bottles stand accusingly. The chrome globes that prop them eye you. "These people, they've got a thing. The century of—" "Sure, mister. I let you sleep because you got it here, but we close up now. Drink up your drink." "Sam, let me go home with you, will you?" "It isn't anything like that. Don't misunderstand. I just can't be alone. These people— Look, I've got money." He spreads out what he dug from his pocket. "Sure, mister, you got lots of money. $2.38. Now you take your money and get out of the store because I got to lock up and clean out the register." "Listen, bartender, I'm not drunk. Maybe I don't have much money on me, but I'm an important man, important. They couldn't run Big Maggie at Brookhaven without me. I may not have a degree, but what I get from these people, if you'll only let me stay here—" The bartender takes the pale one on the house you only sipped and dumps it in the sink. His hands are iron on you, and you float while he chants, "Decent man, decent place, hold their liquor, got it here. Try be nice, drunken bum, don't come back." The crash of your coccyx on the concrete and the slam of the door are one. Run! Down the black street, stumbling over cans, cats, orts, to the pool of light in the night, safe corner where a standard sprouts and sprays radiance. The tall black figure that steps between is Gallardo. The short one has a tambourine. "Take it!" He thrust out the seal in his shaking palm. "If you won't tell me anything, you won't. Take it and go away." Gallardo inspects it and sadly says,
"This appears to be a blank washer."
"Mistake," he slobbers. "Minute."
he claws in his pockets, ripping.
Here, here.
The lassie squeaks.
"The wheel of a toy truck. It will not do at all, sir."
Her glitter eyes.
"Then this is it. This must be it."
Their heads shake slowly. Unable to look, his fingers feel the rim and rolled threading of the jar cap. They nod together, sad and glitter-eyed, and the century of flame begins. Venture, March 1958. Virginia. James Bunny Kugler woke on the morning of his father's funeral with a confused feeling that it was awfully crowded in his bedroom. O'Hara, his valet, of the Shimonoseki O'Haras, and not to be confused with the Dublin branch of the family, was shaking his sleeve and saying, "You wake up, Miss Bunny. Such important gentlemen come see you." Bunny groped on the bedside table for the sunglasses to shelter his pink-rimmed eyes from the light. O'Hara popped them onto his face and then rapidly poured a prairie oyster, a bromo, and a cup of black coffee laced with brandy into him. Bunny's usual rate of morning vibration began to dampen towards zero, and he peered about the room through the dark lenses. "Morning, young Kugler," said a gruff voice. The outline was that of J.G. Barsax, senior partner of his late father's firm. A murmur of greeting came from three other elephantine figures. They were Gonfalonieri of First American, Witts of Diversified Limited, and McChesney of Southern Development Incorporated. If an efficient bomb had gone off in the room at that moment, it would have liquidated $18 billion worth of top management and ownership. "Sorry about your father," Barsax grunted. "Mind if we sit? Not much time before the funeral. Have to brief you fast." Bunny said, "Mr. Sancton told me what I'd have to do, Mr. Barsax. Rise after the Amen, lead the procession past the casket, up the center aisle to the limousine exit." No. Of course you know the funeral form. I'm talking about the financial briefing." "Kugler, you're a very wealthy young man." Bunny took off his sunglasses. "I am?" he asked uncertainly. "Surely not. There's this trust thing he was always talking about to pay me $20,000 a year." "Talked," said Gonfalonieri. "That's all he did. He never got it on paper. You're the sole heir to the liquid equivalent of, say, $3.5 billion. O'Hara hastily refilled the cup with laced coffee and put it in Bunny's hand. "So," little Mr. Witts said softly, "there are certain things you must know, certain rules that have sprung up which we observe." The capitalized plural pronoun was definitely sounded. Whether it was to be taken as royal, editorial, or theological, who can say? They proceeded to brief Bunny. Firstly, he must never admit that he was wealthy. He might use the phrase, "what little I have," accompanied by a whimsical shrug. Secondly, he must never, under any circumstances, at any time, give anything to anybody. Whenever asked for anything, he was to intimate that this one request he simply could not grant, that it was the one crushing straw atop his terrible burden of charitable contributions. Thirdly, whenever offered anything, from a cigar to $1 million market tip from a climber, he must take it without thanks and complain bitterly that the gift was not handsomer. Fourthly, he must look on touching capital as morally equivalent to coprophagia, but he must not attempt to sting himself by living on the interest of his interest. That was only for New Englanders. Fifthly, when he married, he must choose his bride from one of us. "You mean one of you four gentlemen?" Bunny asked. He thought of J.G.'s eldest daughter and repressed a shudder. "No," said Witts. "One of us in the larger sense. You will come to know who is who, and eventually acquire an instinct that will enable you to distinguish between a millionaire and a person of real substance." "And that," said Barsax, "is the sum of it. We shall see you at the funeral and approach you later, Kugler." He glanced at his watch. "Come, gentlemen." Bunny had a mechanical turn of mind. He enjoyed the Museum of Suppressed Inventions at J.G.'s Carolina estate. The quavery old curator pottered after him, explaining, "This, sir, is the 100-mile-per-gallon carburetor. I was more active when it came out in '36. I was a field operative then.
I tracked it down to a little Iowa village on a rumor from a patent attorney. It was quite a struggle to suppress that one. Quite a struggle, sir. But the next case, please, sir. It would have been rendered obsolete within 2 years. Yes, sir. That's when the gasoline pill came out. Let me show you, sir. He happily popped one of the green pills into a gallon of water and lectured as it bubbled and fumed and turned the water into 100-octane gasoline. The eternal match was interesting. The 2-cent sirloin was delicious, and the vanishing cream vanished a half-inch roll of fat from Bunny's belly while he watched. "But Lord bless you, sir," tittered the curator, "what would be the point of giving people something that worked? They'd just go ahead and use it. And then when they had no more need, they'd stop using it, eh? And this one, sir, it isn't really what you'd call suppressed. We're just working on it to build it up some. Perhaps in 5 years we'll have it looking like it costs $5,000, and then we'll be able to sell it." It was three-dimensional, full-color television. The heart of the system was a flashlight battery, a small C-clamp, and a pinch of baking soda. Bunny visited also the vast pest-breeding establishment in the Rockies, where flies, roaches, mice, gnats, boll weevils, the elm rot fungus, and the tobacco mosaic virus were patiently raised to maximum virulence and dispatched by couriers to their proper places all over the world. The taciturn Connecticut Yankee who ran the sprawling plant snapped at him. "Dang better mousetraps almost wiped out the mousetrap industry. Think people would have better sense. DDT almost killed off pesticide. Whole danged business employing 200,000. They think of that? Nah. So we had to breed them DDT-resistant strains and seed 'em everywhere." Bunny began to acquire the instinct to which Wits had referred. When he encountered an oil Texan, he could tell that the man's nervous hilarity and brag stemmed from his poverty, and he pitied him. When he encountered one day at Gonfalonieri's place in Baja California a certain quiet fellow named Briggs, he knew without being told that Briggs was one of us. It was no surprise to learn later that Briggs held all the basic patents on water. Briggs it was, indeed, who took him aside for an important talk. The quiet man offered him a $1,000 cigar, for the growing of whose tobacco Briggs had caused an artificial island to be built in the deep Central Pacific at the exactly correct point of temperature, wind, and humidity, and said to him, "It's time you took a wife." Bunny, who could not these days leaf through Vogue or the New Yorker without a tender, reminiscent smile for each of the lovely models shown in the advertisements, disagreed. "Can't see why, Briggs," he muttered. "Having jolly good time. Never used to have much luck with girls. All different now. Mean to say with—" he gave the whimsical little shrug, "with little I have. Doing awfully well, and it doesn't cost me anything. Queer. When I had thin 20 thou, when I was poor, I had to buy corsages, dinners. All different now. They buy me things. Platinum watches. Have simply dozens. But the rules, have to take 'em. Queer." "We've all been through it," Briggs said. "When you get bored, let me know." "Oh, promise," Bunny said. "Absolutely promise." He spent the next 6 months in Hollywood, where golden girls vied in plying him with coq au vin, solid iridium meat grinders, and similar trifles. One charming lady, who had come out to the sound stages in 1934, presented him with a genuine hand-embroidered antique scabbard, said to date back to the Crusades. It was a pleasant gift, and it varied the monotony. He sat up abruptly on the mutation mink coverlet, causing the shapely blonde head which remained on the silken pillow to emit a small, sleepy snort. "Monotony," Bunny said in a tragic whisper. "Definitely." He went home to O'Hara, though not neglecting to pick up as he left his little present for the evening, a golden nutcracker set with diamonds and lined with unborn leopard pelt. O'Hara dipped into his store of Oriental wisdom in an effort to console him. He suggested, "Missa Bunny think if must be monotonized, what beautiful way to get monotonized." It did not help. O'Hara suggested, "You try make funny, forget monotony. For example, spend $250,000, make big resort town, Corsame, Schmerton, Ohio. Think how mad Missa Nicky be. He put up hotel, have to Corsame, Hotel Herton, Schmerton.
"Oh, rats!"
It would not do. "O'Hara," Bunny said tragically, "I would give—" He shrugged whimsically. "What little I have, not to be bored with, life." The impassive oriental countenance of his manservant flickered briefly in a grimace. His orders were clear, and he knew how terrible would be the consequences of disobedience. Bunny tossed fitfully alone in his bed an hour later, and O'Hara was on the phone to an unlisted New York number. "This O'Hara," he whispered. "Me saw Bunny talk about giving away money, or his money." The responding voice was that of an Englishman. It said, "Thank you, O'Hara. One hopes, of course, for your sake, that the information has arrived in time. One hopes devoutly that it will not be necessary to inflict the death of 1,000 cuts on you. A book could be written about number 328 alone, and as for number 401, well, I won't keep you with my chattering." He hung up. Within minutes, the lonely house in a canyon was surrounded. The 4th Plutocratic Airborne and Amphibious Assault Force was the ultimate in efficient mercenary troops. By dawn, they had Bunny on his way to Barsack's Carolina estate under heavy sedation. He woke in the guest room he knew, just off the corridor, which contained the Museum of Suppressed Inventions. Little Mr. Witts and quiet Mr. Briggs were there. With granite faces they told him, "You have broken the code, young Googler. You said there was something you valued above money. You have got to go."
"Please," Bunny blubbered. "I didn't mean it. I'll marry your daughter. I'll marry both your daughters. Just don't kill me."
Mr. Witts said implacably, "Our decent, money-fearing girls wouldn't have anything to do with a dirty Plutophobe like you, young Googler. If only your poor father had put through the trust fund in time. Well, thank heaven he's not alive to see this day. But we won't kill you, young Googler. It is not within our power to cause the death of a billionaire as if he were an animal or mere human being. What we can and will do is quarantine you in Virginia." This sounded like a rank non sequitur to Bunny until they took him to the museum and trundled out a one-man spaceship invented early in 1923 by a Herr Rudolf Grenzbach of Czernowitz, Upper Silesia, whose body had been found in Lower Silesia later that year. Officers of the 4th PAAAF loaded him into the bomb-like contrivance over his spirited protest and preset the course. Virginia, it seemed, was an asteroid rather than the neighboring state. They fired the rockets, and Bunny was on his way. 4 years later, Mr. Witts and Mr. Briggs conferred again. "Perhaps," said Mr. Witts, "we've put enough of a scare into him. Let's radio the lad and find out whether he's given up his wild, seditious notions and is ready to be rescued." They tuned in the asteroid Virginia on another suppressed invention. "Young Kugler," Briggs said into the microphone, "this is Briggs. We wish to know whether you've come to your senses and are ready to take your place in society. Ours, of course." There squawked over the loudspeaker the voice of Bunny. "I say, what was that? No, not now, not for a second, please. Where did that voice come from? Can you hear me, Mr. Briggs?" "I hear you," said Mr. Briggs. "Extraordinary. Another invention, eh?" "Yes," said Briggs. "I am calling, young Kugler, to learn whether you are properly contrite, and if so, to arrange for your rescue."
"Rescue?" said the voice of Bunny. "Why, no thanks. That won't be necessary. Having a fine time here. They need me, you know. They love me for, myself alone. Not the dashed money. Double dash the money, I say."
Mr. Briggs, white to the lips, broke the connection. "He meant you to do that," Mr. Witts remarked. "I know. Let him rot there." The quavery old curator had been listening.
"On Virginia?" he asked tremulously. "You don't rot on Virginia. Don't you gentlemen know how it got its name?"
"Never bothered to find out," Mr. Briggs snapped. "Since you're bursting to tell us, you might as well." The curator beamed.
"They call it Virginia because it's the planetoid of virgins. The dangdest thing. Perpetual virgins. The Plutocratic Space Force says they've never seen anything like it. Not on Mars, not on Callisto. Self-renewing. The dangdest thing."
Mr. Briggs and Mr. Witts looked at each other. After a while, Mr. Witts spoke. "Bunny," he said reflectively. "Bunny. He was well named." Star Science Fiction Stories No. 4, 1958. The Advent on Channel 12. It came to pass in the third quarter of the fiscal year that the Federal Reserve Board did raise the rediscount rate, and money was tight in the land. And certain bankers which sat in New York sent to Ben Graffis in Hollywood a writing which said, "Money is tight in the land, so let Poopy Panda up periscope and fire all bow tubes." Whereupon Ben Graffis made to them this moan, "O ye bankers, Poopy Panda is like unto the child of my flesh, and you have made of him a devouring dragon. Once was I content with my studio and my animators, when we did make 12 Poopy Pandas a year. Cursed be the day when I floated a New York loan. You have commanded me to make feature-length cartoon epics, and I did obey, and they do open at the Paramount to sensational grosses, and we do re-release them to the nabes year on year without end. You have commanded me to film live adventure shorts, and I did obey, and in the cutting room we do devilishly splice and pull frames and flop negatives, so that I and my cameras are become bearers of false witness, and men look upon my live adventure shorts and say, Lo, these beasts and birds are like unto us in their laughter, wooing, pranks, and contention. You have commanded that I become a mountebank, for that I did build Poopy Pandaland, whereinto men enter with their children, their silver, and their wits, and wherefrom they go out with their children only, sandbagged by 1,000 catch-penny engines. Even this did I obey. You have commanded that Poopy Panda shill every weekday night on television between 5 and 6 for the Poopy Panda Pals, and even this did I obey, though Poopy Panda is like unto the child of my flesh. But, O ye bankers, this last command will I never obey." Whereupon the bankers which sat in New York sent to him another writing that said, "Even so, let Poopy Panda up periscope and fire all bow tubes," and they said, "Remember, boy, we hold thy paper." And Ben Graffis did obey. He called unto him his animators and directors and cameramen and writers, and his heart was sore, but he dissembled and said, "In jest you call one another brainwashers, forasmuch as you addle the heads of children 5 hours a week, that they shall buy our sponsors' wares. You have fulfilled the prophecies, for is it not written in the book of the space merchants that there shall be spherical trusts? And the Poopy Panda Pals plug the Poopy Panda Magazine, and the Poopy Panda Magazine plugs Poopy Pandaland, and Poopy Pandaland plugs the Poopy Panda Pals. You have asked of the motivational research boys how we shall hook the little bastards, and they have told ye, and ye have done it. You identify the untalented kid viewers with the talented kid performers. You provide in Otto Claude a bumbling father image to be derided. You furnish in Jackie Whipple an idealized big brother for the boys and a sex fantasy for the more precocious girls. You flatter the cans off the viewers by ever saying to them that they shall rule the 21st century, nor mind that those who shall in good sooth come to power are doing their homework and not watching television programs. You have created a liturgy of opening hymn and closing benediction, and over all hovers the spirit of Poopy Panda, urging and coaxing the viewers to buy our sponsors' wares." And Ben Graffis breathed a great breath, and looked them not in the eye, and said to them, "Were it not a better thing for Poopy Panda to coax and urge no more, but to command, as he were a god?" And the animators and directors and cameramen and writers were sore amazed, and they said one to the other, "This is the bleeding end, and the bankers which sit in New York have flipped their wigs." And one which was an old animator said to Ben Graffis, trembling, "O chief, never would I have stolen for thee Poopy Panda from the Winnie the Pooh illustrations back in '29, had I known this was in the cards." And Ben Graffis fired him. Whereupon another, which was a director, said to Ben Graffis, "O chief, the thing can be done with a 2-week build-up." And Ben Graffis put his hands over his face and said, "Let it be so." And it came to pass that on the Friday after the 2-week build-up, in the closing quarter hour of the Poopy Panda Pals, there was a special film combining the live and animated action as they were one. And in the special film did Poopy Panda appear enhaloed, and the talented kid performers did do him worship, and Otto Claude did trip over his feet whilst kneeling, and Jackie Whipple did urge in manly and sincere wise that all the Poopy Panda Pals out there in television land do likewise, and the enhaloed Poopy Panda did say in his lovable, growly voice, "Poop, poop, poopy," and adoration ascended from 37 million souls. And it came to pass that Ben Graffis went into his office with his animators and cameramen and directors and writers after the show, and said to them, "It was definitely a TV first," and he did go to the bar.
whereupon one, which was a director, looked at who sat behind the desk that was the desk of Ben Graffis, and he said to Ben Graffis, "Oh, Chief, it is a great gag, but how do the special effects boys manage the halo?" And Ben Graffis was sore amazed at who sat behind his desk, and he and they all did crowd about, and make as if to poke him, whereupon he in his lovable growly voice did say, "Poop, poop, poopy," and they were not. And certain unclean ones which had gone before turned unbelieving from their monitors and said, "Holy gee, this is awful." And one which was an operator of marionettes turned to his manager and said, "Pal, if Graffis gets this off the ground, we're dead." Whereat a great and far-off voice was heard, saying, "Poop, poop, poopy." And it was even so, and the days of Poopy Panda were long in the land. Filtered for error, January 18th, 36 pp. Synod on Filtration and Infiltration. O. Claude, ppp. J. Whipple, ppp. SF Adventures, November 1952. Make mine Mars. X is for the ecstasy she gave me. E is for her eyes, 1, 2, and 3. T is for the teeth with which she'd shave me. S is for her scales of ivory. Somebody was singing, and my throbbing head objected. I seemed to have a mouthful of sawdust. T is for her tentacles around me. J is for her jowls, were none so fair. H is for the happy day she found me. Fe is for the iron in her hair. I ran my tongue around inside my mouth. It was full of sawdust, spruce and cedar, rocketed in from Earth. Put them all together, they spell ecstasy. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up, cracking my head on the underside of the table beneath which I was lying. I lay down and waited for the pinwheels to stop spinning. I tried to think it out. Spruce and cedar. Honest Blogre's Old Earth Saloon. 11 stingers with a Syrian named Winchpley. A word that means the world to me. Through the fading pinwheels I saw a long and horrid face, a Syrian face, peering at me with kindly interest under the table. It was Winchpley. "Good morning, little earth chum," he said. "You feel not so tired now." "Morning," I yelled, sitting up again and cracking my head again and lying down again to wait for the pinwheels to fade again. "You sleep," I heard him say. 14 hours. So happy, so peaceful." "I gotta get out of here," I mumbled, scrambling about on the imported sawdust for my hat. I found I was wearing it, and climbed out, stood up, and leaned against the table, swaying and spitting out the last of the spruce and cedar. "You like another stinger?" asked Winchpley, brightly. I retched feebly. 14 hours, I mumbled. "That makes it 0900 Mars, now, or exactly 10 hours past the time I was supposed to report for the night side of the Bureau." "But last night you talk different," the Syrian told me in surprise. "You say many times how Bureau Chief McGillicuddy can take lousy job and jam—" "That was last night," I moaned. "This is this morning." "Relax, little earth chum. I sing again song you taught me. X is for the ecstasy she gave me. E is for—" My throbbing head still objected. I flapped good-bye at him and set a course for the door of Blogre's joint. The quaint period mottos, "Quaff ye not brown ale," "Drop dead twice," and so on, didn't look so quaint by the cold light of the Martian dawn. An unpleasant little character, Venusian or something, I'd seen around the place, oozed up to me. "Head hurt plenty, huh?" he simpered. "This is no time for sympathy," I said. "Now one side or I flip her off. I got to go to work." "No sympathy," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. He fumbled oddly in his belt, then showed me a little white capsule. "Clear your head, huh? Work like lightning, you bet." I was interested. "How much?" "For you, friend, nothing, because I hate seeing fellows suffer with big head." "Beat it," I told him, and shoved past through the door. That pitch of his with a free sample meant he was pushing JKB. I was in enough trouble without adding an unbreakable addiction to the stuff. If I'd taken his free sample, I would have been back to see him in 12 hours, sweating blood for more, and that time he would have named his own price.
I fell into an eastbound chair and fumbled a quarter into the slot. The thin, cold air of the pressure dome was clearing my head already. I was sorry for all the times I'd cussed a skinflint dome administration for not supplying a richer air mix or heating the outdoors more lavishly. I felt good enough to shave, and luckily had my razor in my wallet. By the time the chair was gliding past the building where Interstellar News had a floor, I had the whiskers off my jaw and most of the sawdust out of my hair. The floater took me up to our floor, while I tried not to think of what McGillicuddy would have to say. The newsroom was full of noise, as usual. McGillicuddy was in the copy desk slot, chewing his way through a pile of dispatches due to be filed in the pressure dome split for AM newscasts in 4 minutes by the big wall clock. He fed his copy without looking to an operator battering the keys of the old-fashioned radio-teletype that was good enough to serve our local clients. 2 minutes short, he yelled at one of the men on the rim. Give me a brightener! Give me a goddamn brightener! The rim man raced to the receiving ether types from Gamadian, Betelgeuse, and the other interstellar bureaus. He yanked an item from one of the clicking machines and scaled it at McGillicuddy, who slashed at it with his pencil and passed it to the operator. The tape the operator was cutting started through the transmitter distributor, and on all local clients' radio teletypes appeared 15-minute interstellar newscast AM, Mars pressure domes. Everybody leaned back and lit up. McGillicuddy's eye fell on me, and I cleared my throat. Got a cold? He asked genially. Nope, no cold. Touch of indigestion. Flu, maybe? You're tardy today. I know it. Bright boy. He was smiling. That was bad. Spencer, he told me, I thought long and hard about you. I thought about you when you failed to show up for the night side. I thought about you intermittently through the night as I took your shift. Along about 0300, I decided what to do with you. It was as though Providence had taken a hand. It was as though I prayed, Lord, what shall I do with a drunken, no-good son of a space cook who ranks, in my opinion, with the boils of Job as an affliction to man? Here's the answer, Spencer. He tossed me a piece of ether-type paper torn from one of our interstellar circuit machines. On it was the following dialogue. Anybody there? This Mars Bureau, ISN. Go ahead, please. What that mean, please? This is the Mars Bureau of Interstellar News. Who are you, and what are you doing horsing around on our Kruger 6dB circuit teletype ? Where is regular staffer? Go ahead. That is what I am calling you about. Kennedy died this morning. Pneumonia. I am Weems, editor Phoenix. You sending replacement, Kennedy, please. This McGillicuddy, Mars Bureau, ISN, Chief. Sending replacement, Kennedy, soonest. Have ideal man for job, end. That was all. It was enough. Chief, I said to McGillicuddy. Chief, you can't. You wouldn't. Would you? Better get packed, he told me, busily marking up copy. Better take plenty of nice warm clothing. I understand Kruger 60B is about 1,000 times dimmer than the sun. That's absolute magnitude, of course. Frostbite's in quite close. A primitive community, I'm told. Kennedy didn't like it, but, of course, the poor old duffer wasn't good enough to handle anything swifter than a one-man bureau on a one-planet split. Better take lots of warm clothing. I quit, I said. Sam, said somebody, in a voice that always makes me turn to custard inside. Hello, Ellie, I said. I was just telling Mr. McGillicuddy that he isn't going to shoot me off to frostbite to rot. Freeze, corrected McGillicuddy with relish. Freeze. Good morning, Miss Masters. Did you want to say a few parting words to your friend? I do, she told him, and drew me aside to no man's land where the ladies of the press prepared strange copy for the gentler sex. Don't quit, Sam, she said in that voice. I could never love a quitter. What if it is a minor assignment? Minor, I said. What a gem of understatement that is. It'll be good for you, she insisted. You can show him what you've got on the ball. You'll be on your own except for the regular dispatches to the main circuit and your local split. You could dig up all sorts of cute feature stories that get your name known. And so on. It was partly her logic, partly that voice, and partly her promise to kiss me good-bye at the port. I'll take it, I told McGillicuddy. He looked up with a pleased smile and murmured, "The power of prayer." The goodbye kiss from Ellie was the only thing about the journey that wasn't nightmarish. ISN's expense account stuck me on a rusty bucket that I shared with glamorous freight like yak kids and tenpenny nails. The little yaks blatted whenever we went into overdrive to break through the speed of light. The green huff effect, known to readers of the science features as super time, scared hell out of them. On ordinary rocket drive, they just groaned and whimpered to each other, the yak equivalent of "Tibet was never like this." The frostbite spaceport wasn't like the South Pole, but it was like Greenland. There was a bunch of farmers waiting for their yaks, beating their mittened hands together and exhaling long plumes of vapor. The collector of customs, a rat-faced city boy, didn't have the decency to turn them over and let the hayseeds get back to the administration building. I watched through a porthole and saw him stalling and dawdling over a sheaf of papers for each of the farmers. Oddly enough, the stalling and dawdling stopped as soon as the farmers caught on and passed over a few dollars. Nobody even bothered to slip it shamefacedly from one hand to another. They just handed it over, not caring who saw. Rat-face sneering, the farmers dumbly accepting the racket. My turn came. Rat-face came aboard, and we were introduced by the chief engineer. "Howdy, he said. $20. "What for?" "Landing permit. Later at the administration you can pay your visitor's permit. That's $20 too." "I'm not a visitor. I'm coming here to work." "Work schmirk, so you'll need a work permit. $20. His eyes wandered. "What do you got there?" "Ether-type parts. May need them for replacements." He was on his knees in front of the box, crooning. "Triple ad valorem plus $20 security bond for each part, plus $20 inspection fee, plus $20 for decontamination, plus $20 for failure to declare, plus—" "Break it up, Joe," said a new arrival, a gray-mustached little man lost in his parka. "He's a friend of mine. Extend the courtesies of the port." Ratface, Joe, didn't like it, but he took it. He muttered about doing his duty and gave me a card. $20? I asked, studying it. "Nah," he said angrily. "You're freeloading." He got out. "Looks as if you saved ISN some money," I said to the little man. He threw back the hood of his parka in the relative warmth of the ship. "Why not? We'll be working together. I'm Chenery from the Phoenix." "Oh, yeah, the client." "That's right," he agreed, grinning. "The client. What exactly did you do to get banished to frostbite?" Since there was probably a space mail aboard from McGillicuddy telling him exactly what I did, I told him. Chief thought I was generally shiftless. "You'll do here," he said. "It's a shiftless, easy-going kind of place. I have the key to your bureau. Want me to lead the way?" "What about my baggage?" "Your stuff's safe. Port officers won't loot it when they know you're a friend of the Phoenix." That wasn't exactly what I'd meant. I'd always taken it for granted that port officers didn't loot anybody's baggage, no matter whose friends they were or weren't. As Chenery had said, it seemed to be a shiftless, easy-going place. I let him lead the way. He had a jeep waiting to take us to the administration building, a musty, too-tight hodgepodge of desks. A lot of them were vacant, and the dowdy women and fattish men at the others didn't seem to be very busy. The women were doing their nails or reading. The men mostly were playing blotto with pocket-sized dials for small change. A couple were sleeping. From the administration building, a jet job took us the 20 kilos to town. Frostbite, the capital of Frostbite, housed maybe 40,000 people. No pressure dome. Just the glorious outdoors, complete with dust, weather, insects, and a steady, icy wind. Hick towns seemed to be the same the universe over. There was a main street called Main Street, with clothing shops and restaurants, gambling houses, and more or less fancy saloons, a couple of vaudeville theaters, and dance halls. At the unfashionable end of Main Street were some farm implement shops, places to buy surveying instruments and geologic detectors, and the building that housed the Interstellar News Service Frostbite Bureau. It was a couple of front rooms on the second floor, with a mechanical dentist below, an osteopath above, and a ride-up-and-save parka emporium to the rear. Chenery let me in, and it was easy to see at once why Kennedy had died of pneumonia. Bottles. The air-conditioning must have carried away every last sniff of liquor, but it still seemed to me that I could smell the rancid home-brew stuff he'd been drinking. They were everywhere, the relics of a shameless, hopeless alcoholic who'd been good for nothing better than frostbite. Sticky glasses and bottles everywhere told the story. I slid open the hatch of the incinerator and started tossing down bottles and glasses from the copy desk, the morgue, the ether type. Chenery helped and decently kept his mouth shut. When we'd got the place kind of cleaned up, I wanted to know what the daily routine was like. Chenery shrugged. Anything you make it, I guess. I used to push Kennedy to get more low-temperature agriculture stories for us, and those yaks that landed with you started as a civic betterment stunt the Phoenix ran. It was all tractors until our farm editor had a brainstorm and brought in a pair. It's a hell of a good idea. You can't get milk, butter, and meat out of a tractor. Kennedy helped us get advice from some Earthside agronomy station to set it up, and helped get clearance for the first pair, too. I don't have much idea of what copy he filed back to ISN. Frankly, we used him mostly as a contact man. I asked miserably, What the hell kind of copy can you file from a hole like this? He laughed and cheerfully agreed that things were pretty slow. Here's today's Phoenix, he said, as the faxer began to hum. A neat 16-page tabloid, stapled, pushed its way out in a couple of seconds. I flipped through it and asked, No color at all? Chenery gave me a wink. What the subscribers and advertisers don't know won't hurt them. Sometimes we break down and give them a page one color pick. I studied the Phoenix. Very conservative layout, naturally. It's competition that leads to circus makeup, and the Phoenix was the only sheet on the planet. The number one story, under a modest 2-column head, was an ISN farm piece on fertilizers for high-altitude agriculture, virtually unedited. The number 2 story was an ISN piece on the current United Planets Assembly. Is frostbite in the UP, by the way? I asked. No. It's the big political question here. The Phoenix is against applying. We figure the planet can't afford the assessment in the first place, and if it could, there wouldn't be anything to gain by joining. I studied the ISN piece closer and saw that the Phoenix was very much opposed indeed. The paper had doctored our story plenty. I hadn't seen the original, but ISN is, in fact, and according to its charter, as impartial as it's humanly possible to be. But our story, as it emerged in the Phoenix, consisted of a paragraph about an undignified, wrangling debate over the Mars excavation question, a fistfight between a Titanian and an Earth delegate in a corridor, a Syrian's hot denunciation of the UP as a power politics instrument of the old planets, and a report of UP administrative expenses, without a corresponding report of achievements. I supposed, that the majority of the planet is stringing along with the Phoenix. 8-1, the last time a plebiscite was run off, said Chenery proudly. You amaze me. I went on through the paper. It was about 70% ads, most of them from the Main Street stores we'd passed. The editorial page had an anti-UP cartoon showing the Secretary-General of the UP as the greasy, affable conductor of a jet bus, jammed to the roof with passengers. A sign on the bus said, Fare, $15 million and up per year. A road sign pointing in the direction the bus was heading said, To nowhere. The conductor was saying to a small, worried-looking man in a parka labeled New Agricultural Planets that there's always room for one more. The outline said, But is there, and is it worth it? The top editorial was a glowing tribute from the Phoenix to the Phoenix for its pioneering work in yaks, pinned on the shipment that arrived today. The second editorial was anti-UP, echoing the cartoon and quoting from the Syrian in the page 1 ISN piece. It was a good, efficient job of the kind that turns a working newsman's stomach while he admires the technique. Well, what do you think of it? Asked Chenery proudly. I was saved from answering by a brrr from the ether type. GPM, FRB, GA, PLS, it said. Good afternoon, Frostbite Bureau. Go ahead, please. What with? I hunted around and found a typed schedule on the wall that Kennedy had evidently once drawn up in a spasm of activity. Minute, please, I punched out on the ether type and studied the sched. It was quite a document. Weekdays, 0900 to 10:30, breakfast. 10:30 to 1100, Phone Weems for bitches, re SVS. 1100 to 1200. Note Mars Bureau, re bitches. 1200 to 1330. Lunch. 1330 to 1530. Run drops to Weems. Gab with Chenery. 1530 to 1700. Clip Phoenix. Rewrite, punch, and file. Sundays. 0900 to 1700. Write and file Enterprisers. Chenery spared my blushes by looking out the window as I read the awful thing. I hadn't quite realized how low I'd sunk until then. "Think it's funny?" I asked him. Unfairly, I knew. He was being decent. It was decent of him not to spit in my eye and shove me off the sidewalk, for that matter. I had hit bottom. He didn't answer. He was embarrassed, and in the damn fool way people have of finding a scapegoat, I tried to make him feel worse. Maybe if I rubbed it in real hard, he'd begin to feel almost as bad as I did. "I see," I told him, "that I've wasted a morning. Do you or Weems have any bitches for me to messenger boy to Mars?" "Nothing special," he said. "The way I said, we always like low-temperature and high-altitude agriculture stuff, and good farm and home material." "You'll get it," I told him. "And now I see I'm behind in clipping and rewriting and filing stories from your paper." "Don't take it so hard," he said unhappily. "It's not such a bad place. I'll have them take your personal stuff to the Hamilton House and the Bureau stuff here. It's the only decent hotel in town, except the Phoenix, and that's kind of high." He saw that I didn't like him jumping to such accurate conclusions about my paycheck, and beat it with an apologetic grimace of a smile. The ether type went brrp again and said, "GB, FRB, CU LTR. Goodbye, Frostbite. See you later." There must have been many days when old Kennedy was too sick or too sick at heart to rewrite pieces from the lone client. Then the machine began beating out news items, which I'd tear off eventually and run over to the Phoenix. "Okay, sweetheart," I told the clattering printer. "You'll get copy from Frostbite. You'll get copy that'll make the whole damned ISN sit up and take notice." And I went on kidding myself in that vein for a couple of minutes, but it went dry very soon. Good God, but they've got me, I thought. If I'm no good on the job, they'll keep me here because there's nothing lower. And if I'm good on the job, they'll keep me here because I'm good at it. Not a chance in a trillion to do anything that'll get noticed. Just plain stuck on a crummy planet with a crummy political machine that'll never make news in a million years. I yanked down Kennedy's library. Your Future on Frostbite, which was a C recruiting pamphlet. Manual of Ether-Type Maintenance and Repair, an ISN House Handbook, and the United Planets Organization Secretariat Committee Interim Report on Habit-Forming Drugs in Interplanetary Commerce, a gray-backed UP monograph that got to Frostbite God knew how. Maybe Kennedy had planned to switch from homebrew to something that would kill him quicker. The Chamber of Commerce job gave a thumbnail sketch of my new home. Frostbite had been colonized about 5 generations ago for the usual reason. Somebody had smelled money. A trading company planted a power reactor, still going strong, at the South Pole in exchange for choice tracts of land which they'd sold off to homesteaders, all from Earth and Earth-colonized planets. In fine print, the pamphlet gave lip service to the UP ideal of interspecific brotherhood, but... So Frostbite, in typical Hick fashion, thought only genus Homo was good enough for its sacred soil, and that all non-human species were more or less alarming monsters. I looked at that editorial page cartoon in the Phoenix again, and really noticed this time that there were Syrians, Venusians, Martians, Lyrans, and other non-human beings jammed into the jet bus, and that they were made to look sinister. On my first glance, I'd taken them in casually, the way you would on Earth or Mars or Vega's Quembril. But here they were supposed to scare me stiff, and I was supposed to go around saying, "Now, don't get me wrong, some of my best friends are Martians, but—" Back to the pamphlet. The trading company suddenly dropped out of the chronology. By reading between the lines, I could figure out that it was one of the outfits which had overextended itself, planting colonies, so it could have a monopoly hauling to and from the new centers. A lot of them had gone smash when the green huff effect took interstellar flight out of the exclusive hands of the supergiant corporations and put it in the reach of medium-sized operators like the rusty bucket line that had hauled in me, the axe, and the tenpenny nails. In a constitutional convention 2 generations back, the colonists had set up a world government of the standard type, with a president, a unicameral house, and a 3-step hierarchy of courts. They'd adopted the United Planets model code of laws except for the Bill of Rights, to keep the slimy extraterrestrials out, with no thanks to the UP. And that was it, except for the paean of praise to the independent farmer, the backbone of his planet, beholden to no man, etc. I pawed through the ether-type handbook. The introduction told me that the perfection of instantaneous transmission had opened the farthest planets to the interstellar news service, which I knew, that it was knitting the colonized universe together with bonds of understanding, which I doubted, and that it was a boon to all human and non-human intelligences, which I thought was a barefaced lie. The rest of it was see figure 76 3b. Wire 944 will slip easily through orifice 459J. If knob 545 still refuses to turn, take wrench 31 and gently, without forcing, nothing I couldn't handle. The ether type was beating out farm, note frostbite, Nome, Alaska, Earth, ISN. Housewives of the colder farm planets would do well to take a leaf from the book of the primitive Amerindian seamstress. So says Professor of Domestic Science Madge McGinnis of the University of Nome's School of Low-Temperature Agronomy. The Indian maid, by sewing long, narrow strips of fur and basket-weaving them into a blanket, turned out coverings with twice the warmth and half the weight of fur robes simply sewed edge to edge. That was my darling, with her incurable weakness for quote leads and the unspeakable so says. Ellie Masters, I thought, you're a lousy writer, but I love you, and I'd like to wring your neck for helping McGillicuddy con me into this. Dig up all sorts of cute feature stories, you told me, and you made it sound sensible. Better I should be under the table at Blogry's with a hangover and sawdust in my hair than writing little byliners about 17 tasty recipes for yak manure, which is all that's ever going to come out of this god-forsaken planet. Ratface barged in without knocking. A moronic-looking boy was with him, toting the box of ether-type spare parts. "Just set it anywhere," I said. "Thanks for getting it right over here. Joe, isn't it? Joe, where could I get me a parka like that? I like those lines. Real mink?" It was the one way to his heart. "You betcha. Only plaid mink lining on frostbite. You notice the lapels? Look." He turned them forward and showed me useless little hidden pockets with zippers that looked like gold. "I can see you're a man with taste." "Yeah, not like some of these bums. If a man's collector of the port, he's got a position to live up to. Look, I hope you didn't get me wrong there at the field. Nobody told me you were coming. If you're right with the Phoenix, you're right with the organization. If you're right with the organization, you're right with Joe Downing. I'm regular." He said that last word the way a new bishop might say, "I am consecrated." "Glad to hear that, Joe. When could I get a chance to meet some of the other regular boys?" "You want to get in, huh?" he asked shrewdly. "There's been guys here a lot longer than you, Spencer." "In? Out?" I shrugged. "I want to play it smart. It won't do me any harm." He barked with laughter. "Not a bit," he said. "Old man Kennedy didn't see it that way. You'll get along here. Keep your nose clean, and we'll see about the boys." He beckoned the loutish porter and left me to my musings. That little rat had killed his man, I thought. But where, why, and for whom? I went out into the little corridor and walked into the ride-up-and-save parka emporium that shared the second floor with me. Leon Portwanger, said the sign on the door. He was a fat old man, sitting cross-legged, peering through bulging, shell-rimmed glasses at his needle as it flashed through fur. "Mr. Portwanger, I'm the new ISN man, Sam Spencer." "So?" he grunted, not looking up. "I guess you knew Kennedy pretty well?" "Never. Never." "But he was right in front there." "Never," grunted the old man. He stuck himself with a needle, swore, and put his finger in his mouth. "Now see what you made me do," he said angrily and indistinctly around the finger. "You shouldn't bother me when I'm working. Can't you see when a man's working?" "I'm sorry," I said, and went back into the newsroom. A man as old as Leon, tailoring as long as Leon, didn't stick himself. He didn't even wear a thimble. The forefinger was calloused enough to be a thimble itself. He didn't stick himself unless he was very, very excited. unless he wanted to get rid of somebody. I began to wish I hadn't fired those bottles of Kennedy's home brew down to the incinerator so quickly. At that point, I began a thorough shakedown of the bureau. I found memos torn from the machine concerning overfiling or failure to file, clippings from the Phoenix, laundry lists, style memos from ISN, paid bills, black sheets of letters to Mars Bureau requesting a transfer to practically anywhere but Frostbite, a list of phone numbers, and a nasty space-mailed memo from McGillicuddy. It said, World Shaker. Will believe when see. Meanwhile, suggest keep closer schedule. Avoid wastage, costly wire time. Reminder Guppy's firstest job off-head orchid bitches, 3, which bypassed you yestermonth. How? McG. It was typical of McGillicuddy to memo in cablese. Since news bureaus began as wire services, see his archaic wire time, their executives have been memoing underlings in cablese as part of one of the Working Press Jones Boys Act that they effect. They also type badly, so they can slash up their memo with copy reader symbols. This McGillicuddy did too, of course. The cablese, the bad typing, and the copy reading made it just about unintelligible to an outsider. To me, it said that McGillicuddy doubted Kennedy's promise to file a world-shaking story, that he was sore about Kennedy missing his scheduled times for filing on the ether type, and that he was plenty sore about Kennedy failing to intercept complaints from the client Phoenix, 3 of which McGillicuddy had been bothered by during the last month. So, old Kennedy had dreamed of filing a world shaker. I dug further into the bureau files and the desk drawers, finding only an out-of-date Who's Who in the Galaxy. No notes, no plans, no lists of interviewees, no tipsters. No black sheet, I realized, of the letter to which McGillicuddy's cutting was a reply. God only knew what it all meant. I was hungry, sleepy, and sick at heart. I looked up the number of the Hamilton house and found that helpful little Chenery had got me a reservation and that my luggage had arrived from the field. I headed for a square meal and my first night in bed for a week without yaks blatting at me through a thin bulkhead. It wasn't hard to fit in. Frostbite was a swell place to lose your ambition and acquire a permanent thirst. The sardonic sked posted on the bureau wall. I had been planning to tear it down for a month, but the inclination became weaker and weaker. It was so true to life. I would wake up at the Hamilton house, have a skimpy breakfast, and get down to the bureau. Then there'd be a phone conversation with Weems, during which he'd nag me for more and better Frostbite slant stories. In an hour of wire time, I'd check in with Mars Bureau. At first I risked trying to sneak a chat with Ellie, but the jokers around Mars Bureau cured me of that. One of them pretended he was Ellie on the other end of the wire, and before I caught on, had me believing that she was 6 months pregnant with a child by McGillicuddy and was going to kill herself for betraying me. Good, clean fun, but after that I stuck to space mail for my happy talk. After lunch at the Hamilton house, or more often in a tavern, I'd tear up the copy from the printer into neat sheets and deliver them to the Phoenix building on the better end of Main Street. If anything big had come up, I would have phoned them to hold the front page open. If not, local items filled it, and ISN copy padded out the rest of their sheet. As in Kennedy's sked, I gabbed with Chenery, or watched the compositors or proof pullers or transmitter men at work, and then went back to the office to clip my copy rolling out of the faxer. On a good day, I'd get 4 or 5 items, maybe a human interester about a yak mothering an orphaned baby goat, a new wrinkle on barn insulation with native materials that the other cold farming planets we served could use, a municipal election, or a murder trial verdict to be filed just for the record. Evenings I spent at a tavern talking and sopping up home brew, or at one of the 2-a-day vaudeville houses, or at the clubhouse. I once worked on the Philadelphia Bulletin, so the political setup was nothing new to me. After Joe Downing decided I wouldn't get pushy, he took me around to meet the boys. The clubhouse was across the street from the 3-story Capitol building of Frostbite's world government. It was a little bigger than the Capitol and in much better repair. Officially, it was the headquarters of the Frostbite Benevolent Society, a charitable, hence tax-free, organization. Actually, it was the headquarters of the Frostbite Planetary Party, a standard gang of brigands. Down on the wrong end of Main Street somewhere was an upper room where the Frostbite Interplanetary Party, made up of liberals, screwballs, and disgruntled ex-members of the organization, but actually run by stooges of that organization, hung out. The boys observed an orderly rotation of officers based on seniority. If you got in at the age of 18, didn't bolt, and didn't drop dead, you'd be president someday. To the party you had to bring loyalty, hard work, not on your payroll job, naturally, but on your electioneering, and cash. You kept bringing cash all your life. Salary kickbacks, graft kickbacks, contributions for gold dinner services, tickets to testimonial banquets, campaign chest assignments, widows and orphans fund contributions, burial insurance, and dues. As usual, it was hard to learn who was who. The president of Frostbite was a simple-minded old boy named Witherspoon, so far gone in senile decay that he had come to believe the testimonial banquet platitudes he uttered. You could check him off as a wheelhorse. He was serving the second and last year of his second and last term, and there was a mild battle going on between his vice president and the Speaker of the House as to who would succeed him. It was a traditional battle and didn't mean much. Whoever lost would be next in line. When one of the contestants was so old or ill that he might not live to claim his term if he lost, the scrap would be waved in a spirit of good sportsmanship that the voters would probably admire, if they ever heard of it. Joe Downing was a comer. His sponsorship of me meant more than the friendship of Witherspoon would have. He was Chenery's ally. They were the leadership of the younger, sportier element. Chenery's boss Weems was with the older crowd that ate more, talked more, and drank less. I had to join a committee before I heard of George, though. That's the way those things work. It was a special committee for organizing a testimonial banquet for Witherspoon on his 40th year in the party. I wound up in the subcommittee to determine a testimonial gift for the old buffer. I knew damned well that we'd be expected to start the subscription for the gift rolling, so I suggested a handsome and inexpensive illuminated scroll with the sentiment lettered on it. The others were scandalized. One fat old woman called me cheap, and a fat male payroller came close to accusing me of irregularity, at which I was supposed to tremble and withdraw my suggestion. I stood on my rights and wrote a minority report standing up for the scroll, while the majority of the subcommittee agreed on an inscribed sterling tea service. At the next full committee meeting, we delivered our reports, and I thought it would come to a vote right away. But it seemed they weren't used to there being two opinions about anything. They were flustered, and the secretary slipped out with both reports during a 5-minute adjournment. He came back and told me, beaming, "Chenery says George liked your idea." The committee was reconvened, and because George liked my idea, my report was adopted, and I was appointed a subcommittee of one to procure the scroll. I didn't learn any more about George after the meeting, except that some people who liked me were glad I'd been favorably noticed, and others were envious about the triumph of the Johnny-come-lately. I asked Chenery in the bar. He laughed at my ignorance and said, "George Parsons." "Publisher of the Phoenix? I thought he was an absentee owner." "He doesn't spend a lot of time on Frostbite. At least I don't think he does. As a matter of fact, I don't know a lot about his comings and goings. Maybe Weems does. He swings a lot of weight in the organization." Chenery looked puzzled. "I guess he does at that. Every once in a while he does speak up, and you generally do what he says. It's the paper, I suppose. He could wreck any of the boys." Chenery wasn't being irregular. Newsmen are always in a special position. I went back to the office, and, late as it was, sent a note to the desk to get the one-man subcommittee job cleaned up. "Attention, McGillicuddy. Re-client relations. Need soonest illuminated scroll. Present Homer Witherspoon, President Frostbite, honoring him 40 years membership, Frostbite Planetary Party. Usual sentiments. Note, must be terrestrial style art, if not actual work earther. Account anti-beam. Prejudice here. Frostbite Bureau end." That happened on one of those Sundays which, according to Kennedy's sardonic sked, was to be devoted to writing and filing enterprises. The scroll came through, with a memo from McGillicuddy. "For your information, checking with client, and if this gag will have your hide. Reminder, Guppy's firstest job off-heading orchid bitches, one which bypassed you yesterweek. How? McG." There was a sadly sweet letter from Ellie aboard the same rust bucket. She wanted me to come back to her, but not a broken man. She wanted me to do something really big on Frostbite, to show what I had in me. She was sure that if I really looked, there'd be something more to file than the copy I'd been sending in. Yeah. Well, the big news that week would be the arrival of a loaded immigrant ship from Thetis of Procyon, a planet whose ecology had been wrecked beyond repair in a few short generations by DDT, hydraulic mining, unrestricted logging, introduction of rabbits and house cats, and the use of poison bait to kill varmints. In a few thousand years, maybe, the planet would have topsoil, cover crops, forests, and a balanced animal population again, but Thetis, as of now, was a ruin whose population was streaming away to whatever havens it could find. Frostbite had agreed to take 500 couples, provided they were of terrestrial descent, and could pass a means test. That is, provided they had money to be fleeced of. They were arriving on a bottom called Esmeralda. According to my year-old Lloyd's Shipping Index, exclusive, accurate, and up-to-date, being the result of daily advices from every part of the galaxy, Esmeralda was owned by the Frimstead Atomic Astrogation Company, Gamadian, gross tonnage 830,000, net tonnage 800,000, class GX, freighter, steerage passengers, insurance rating, hull A, atomics A. The tonnage difference meant real room for only about 850. If she took the full 1,000, she'd be jammed. She was due to arrive at Frostbite in the very early morning. Normally I would have kept the death watch, but the AA rating lulled me, and I went to the Hamilton house to sleep. At 4:30 the bedside phone chimed.
"This Willie Egan," a frightened voice said. "You remember? On the desk at the Phoenix?"
Desk hell, he was a 17-year-old copy boy I'd tipped to alert me on any hot breaks.
"There's some kind of trouble with the Esmeralda," he said. "That big immigrant ship. They had a welcoming committee out, but the ship's overdue. I thought there might be a story in it. You got my home address? You better send the check there. Mr. Weems doesn't like us to do string work." "How much do I get?"
"Depends," I said, waking up abruptly. "Thanks, kid." I was into my clothes and down the street in 5 minutes. It looked good, mighty good. The ship was overcrowded. The AA insurance rating I had was a year old. Maybe it had gone to pot since then, and we'd have a major disaster on our hands. I snapped on the newsroom lights and grabbed the desk phone, knocked down one toggle on the key box, and demanded, "Space operator? Space operator?"
"Yes, sir. Let me have your call, please."
"Give me the bridge of the Esmeralda due to dock at the Frostbite spaceport today. While you're setting up the call, give me interplanetary and break in when you get the Esmeralda."
"Yes, sir."
Click, click, click. "Interplanetary operator. Give me Planet Gamadian, person to the public relations officer of the Frimstead Atomic Astrogation Company. No, I don't know his name. No, I don't know the Gamadian routing. While you're setting up the call, give me the local operator and break in when you get my party."
"Yes, sir."
Click, click, click.
"Your call, please."
Person, captain of the spaceport."
"Yes, sir."
Click, click, click.
"Here is Esmeralda, sir."
"Who's calling?" yelled a voice. "This is the purser's office. Who's calling?" "Interstellar News, Frostbite Bureau. What's up about the ship being late?" "I can't talk now. Oh, my God, I can't talk now. They're going crazy in the steerage." He hung up, and I swore a little. "Space operator," I yelled. "Get me Esmeralda again. If you can't get the bridge, get the radio shack, the captain's cabin, anything inboard."
"Yes, sir."
Click, click, click. "Here is your party, sir." "Captain of the port's office," said the phone. "This is Interstellar News. What's up about Esmeralda? I just talked to the purser in space, and there's some trouble aboard." "I don't know anything more about it than you boys," said the captain of the port, but his voice didn't sound right. "How about those safety standard stories?" I fired into the dark. "That's a tomfool rumor," he exploded. "Her atomics are perfectly safe." "Still," I told him, fishing, "it was an engineer's report." "Eh? What was? I don't know what you're talking about." He realized he'd been had. "Other ships have been an hour late before, and there are always rumors about shipping. That's absolutely all I have to say. Absolutely all." He hung up. Click, click, click. "Interplanetary operator, I am trying to place your call, sir." She must be too excited to plug in the right hole on her switchboard. A Frostbite Gamadian call probably cost more than her annual salary, and it was a gamble at that on the feeble and mysteriously erratic subradiation that carried voices across segments of the galaxy. But there came a faint harumph from the phone. "This is Captain Gulbranson. Who's calling, please?" I yelled into the phone respectfully.
Captain Gulbranson, this is Interstellar News Service on Frostbite. I knew the way conservative shipping companies have of putting ancient, irritable astrogators into public relations berths after they are ripe to retire from space. I was wondering, sir, I shouted, if you'd care to comment on the fact that Esmeralda is overdue at Frostbite with 1,000 emigrants.
Young man, wheezed Gulbranson dimly, it is clearly stated in our tariffs filed with the ICC that all times of arrival are to be read as plus or minus 8 terrestrial hours, and that the company assumes no liability in such cases as— Excuse me, sir, but I'm aware that the 8-hour leeway is traditional. But isn't it a fact that the average voyage hits the ETA plus or minus only 15 minutes, TH?
That's so, but— Please excuse me once more, sir. I'd like to ask just one more question. There is, of course, no reason for alarm in the lateness of Esmeralda, but wouldn't you consider a ship as much as 1 hour overdue possibly in danger, and wouldn't the situation be rather alarming?
Well, 1 full hour, perhaps you would. Yes, I suppose so. But the 8-hour leeway, you understand—
I laid the phone down quietly on the desk and ripped through the Phoenix for yesterday. In the business section it said, Esmeralda due 0330, and the big clock on the wall said 0458. I hung up the phone and sprinted for the ether type, with the successive stories clear in my head, ready to be punched and fired off to Mars Bureau for relay on the galactic trunk. I would beat out 15 clanging bells on the printer and follow them with Interstellar Flash. Immigrant ship Esmeralda scheduled to land Frostbite with 1,000 from Thetis, Procyon, 1½ hours overdue. Owner admits situation alarming. Craft in danger. And immediately after that a 5-bell bulletin. Interstellar Bulletin. Frostbite. The immigrant ship Esmeralda, due today at Frostbite from Thetis, Procyon, with 1,000 steerage passengers aboard, is 1½ hours overdue. A spokesman for the owners, the Frimstead Atomic Astrogation Company, said such a situation is alarming and that the craft might be considered in danger. Esmeralda is an 830,000-ton freighter steerage passenger carrier. The captain of the port at Frostbite admitted that there have been rumors circulating about the condition of the craft's atomics, though these were rated A 1 year ago. The purser of the spaceship, contacted in space, was agitated and incoherent when questioned. He said, "Get up, Spencer. Get away from the machine." It was Joe Downing, with a gun in his hand. "I've got a story to file," I said blankly. "Some other time." He stepped closer to the ether type and let out a satisfied grunt when he saw the paper was clean. "Port captain called me," he said. "Told me you were nosing around." "Will you get out of here?" I asked, stupefied. "Man, I flash and bulletin matter to clear. Let me alone." "I said to get away from that machine or I'll cut you down, boy." "But why? Why?" "George don't want any big stories on a Frostbite." "You're crazy. Mr. Parsons is a newsman himself. Put that damned fool gun away and let me get this out." I turned to the printer when a new voice said,
"No, don't do it, Mr. Spencer. He is a Nietzschean. He'll kill you, all right."
It was Leon Portwanger, the furrier, my neighbor, the man who claimed he never knew Kennedy. His fat, sagging face, his drooping white mustache, his sad black eyes, enormous behind the bull's-eye spectacles, were very matter-of-fact. He meant what he said. I got up and backed away from the ether type. "I don't understand it," I told them. "You don't have to understand it," said the rat-faced collector of the port. "All you have to understand is that George don't like it." He fired one bullet through the printer, and I let out a yelp. I'd felt that bullet going right through me. "Don't," the steady voice of the furrier cautioned. I hadn't realized that I was walking toward Downing and that his gun was now in my middle. I stopped. "That's better," said Downing. He kicked the phone connection box off the baseboard, wires snapping and trailing. "Now go to the Hamilton house and stay there for a couple of days." I couldn't get it through my head. "But Esmeralda's a cinch to blow up," I told him. "It'll be a major space disaster. Half of them are women. I've got to get it out."
"I'll take him back to his hotel, Mr. Downing," said Portwanger.
He took my arm in his flabby old hand and let me out while that beautiful flash and bulletin and the first lead disaster and the new lead disaster went running through my head to a futile obligato of,
"They can't do this to me."
But they did it. Somebody gave me a drink at the hotel, and I got sick, and a couple of bellboys helped me to bed. The next thing I knew, I was feeling very clear-headed and wakeful, and Chenery was hovering over me looking worried. "You've been out cold for 48 hours, he said. "You had a high fever, chills, the works. What happened to you in Downing?" "How's Esmeralda?" I demanded. "Huh? Exploded about 500,000 miles off. The atomics went. Did anybody get it to ISN for me?" "Couldn't. Interplanetary phones are out again. You seem to have got the last clear call through to Gamadian, and you put a bullet through your ether type." "I did? Like hell Downing did." "Oh? Well, that makes better sense. The fact is, Downing's dead. He went crazy with that gun of his, and Chief Selig shot him. But old Portwanger said you broke the ether type when you got the gun away from Downing for a minute." "No, that doesn't make sense. What's the old guy up to?" "I don't give a damn. You see my pants anywhere? I want to get that printer fixed." He helped me dress. I was a little weak on my pins, and he insisted on pouring expensive eggnog into me before he'd let me go to the bureau. Downing hadn't done much of a job, or maybe you can't do much of a job on an ether type without running it through an induction furnace. Everything comes apart, everything's replaceable. With a lot of thumbing through the handbook, I had all the busted bits and pieces out and new ones in. The adjustment was harder, needing 2 pairs of eyes. Chenery watched the meters while I turned the screws. In about 4 hours I was ready to call. I punched out. "Note, Mars Bureau, ISN. Frostbite Bureau restored to service after mechanical trouble and illness." The machine spat back. "Note, Frostbite Bureau. How illness coincide with major disaster your territory? For your information, Gamadian Bureau, ISN, outreached from Esmeralda after your inexplicable silence, and was badly beaten. Gamadian Bureau's competition. McG. End." He didn't want to hear any more about it. I could see him stalking away from the printer to the copy desk slot to chew his way viciously through wordage for the major splits. I wished I could see in my mind's eye Ellie slipping over to the Kruger 60B circuit sending printer and punching out a word or two of kindness. The machine stirred again. It said, Joe, how could you, Ellie?" Oh, God. "Leave me alone, will you?" I asked Chenery. Sure. Anything you say." He humored me and slipped out. I sat for a while at the desk, noticing that the smashed phone connection had been installed again, that the place had been policed up. Leon Portwanger came waddling in with a bottle in his hand. "I have here some prune brandy," he said. Things began to clear up. "You gave me that, Mickey," I said slowly, "and you've been lying about me. You said I wrecked the ether type." "You are a determinist, and I was trying to save your life," he said, setting down 2 glasses and filling them. "Take your choice, and I will have the other. No Mickeys." I picked one and gulped it down. Nasty, too sweet stuff that tasted like plum peelings. He sipped his and seemed to enjoy it. "I thought," he said, "that you were in with their gang. What was I to think? They got rid of poor Kennedy. Pneumonia. You too would have pneumonia if they drenched you with water and put you on the roof in your underwear overnight. The bottles were planted here. He used to drink a little with me. He used to get drunk now and then. So did I. Nothing bad." "You thought I was in their gang?" I said. "What gang are you in?" "The Frostbite Interplanetary Party," he said wryly. "I would smile with you if the joke were not on me. I know. We are outs who want to be ins. We are neurotic youngsters. We are led by stooges of the planetary party. So what should I do? Start a one-man party alone on a mountaintop, so pure that I must blackball everybody except myself from membership? I am an incorrigible reformer and idealist, whether I like it or not. And sometimes, I assure you, I don't like it very well." Kennedy was no reformer and idealist. He was a pragmatist, a good man who wanted a good news story that would incidentally blow the present administration up. He used me, I used him. He got his story, and they killed him and burglarized the Bureau to remove all traces of it. Or did they? "I don't know," I muttered. "Why did you dope me? Did Downing really go crazy?" "I poisoned you a little because Downing did not go crazy. Downing was under orders to keep you from sending out that story. Probably after he had got you away from the ether type, he would have killed you, if I had not poisoned you with some of my heart medicine."
They realized while you were ill and feverish that it might as well be one as another. If they killed you, there would only be another newsman sent out to be inveigled into their gang. If they killed Downing, they could blame everything on him. You would never be able to have anything more than suspicions, and there are a lot more Downings available. Are there not? My brain began to click. So your mysterious they didn't want a top-drawer story to center around frostbite. If it did, there'd be follow-ups, more reporters, ICC people investigating the explosion. Since the news break came from Gamadian, that's where the reporters would head, and that's where the ICC investigation would be based. But what have they got to hide? The political setup here smells to high heaven, but it's no worse than on 50 other planets. Graft, liquor, vice, drugs, gambling. No drugs, said the furrier. That's silly, I told him. Of course they have drugs. With everything else, why not drugs? He shrugged apologetically. Excuse me, he said. I told you I was a reformer and an idealist. I did not mention that I used to be an occasional user of narcotics. A little something to take the pressure off, those very small morphine sulfate tablets. You can imagine my horror when I emigrated to this planet 28 years ago and found that there were no drugs, literally. Believe me when I tell you that I looked hard. Now, of course, I am grateful, but I had a few very difficult weeks. He shuddered, finished his prune brandy, and filled both our glasses again. He tossed down his glass. Damn it all! He exploded. Must I rub your nose in it? Are you going to figure it out for yourself? And are you going to get killed like my poor friend Kennedy? Look here, and here! He lurched to his feet and yanked down Who's Who in the Galaxy and the United Planets Drug Committee report. His pudgy finger pointed to Parsons, George Warmerdam, organic chemist, newspaper publisher, born Gamadian, 172, S. Henry and Dolores, Warmerdam, P. Studied Gamadian Chemical Institute, Bachelor of Chemistry, 191, Master of Chemistry, 193, Doctor of Chemistry, 194. Employed Director Research, Hawley Manufacturing Company, Gamadian, 194 to 198. Founded Parsons Chemical Manufacturing Labs, Gamadian, 198. Headed same, 198 to 203. Removed Frostbite, 203. Founded newspaper Frostbite Phoenix, 203. Author, Tech Papers, Organic Chemistry, 193 to 196. Member, Universal Organic Chemistry Society. Address, care of Frostbite Phoenix, Frostbite. And in the other book. Particular difficulty encountered with the stupefiant known as JKB. It was first reported on Gamadian in the year 197, when a few isolated cases presented themselves for medical treatment. The problem rapidly worsened through the year 203, by which time the drug was in widespread illicit interplanetary commerce. The years 203 to 204 saw a cutting off of the supply of JKB for reasons unknown. Prices soared to fantastic levels. Unnumbered robberies and murders were committed by addicts to obtain possession of the minute quantities remaining on the market, and other addicts, by the hundreds of thousands, presented themselves to the authorities, hoping more or less in vain for a cure. JKB appeared again in the year 205, not confined to any segment of the inhabited galaxy. Supplies have since remained at a constant level, enough to brutalize, torment, and shorten the lives of the several score million terrestrial and extraterrestrial beings who have come into its grip. Interrogation of peddlers intercepted with JKB has so far only led back to a seemingly endless chain of middlemen. The nature of the drug is such that it cannot be analyzed and synthesized. My head spun over the damning parallel trails. Where Parsons tried his wings in chemistry, JKB appeared. When he went on his own, the quantity increased. When he moved to another planet, the supply was cut off. When he was established, the supply grew to a constant level and stayed there. And what could be sweeter than a thoroughly corrupt planet to take over with his money and his newspaper? Dominate a machine, and the members' regularity will lead them to kill for you, or to kill killers if need be. Encourage planetary ignorance and isolationism. Keep the planet unattractive and depressed by letting your freebooters run wild. That'll discourage intelligent immigration. Let token parties in, fleece them fast and close, let them spread the word that Frostbite's no place for anybody with brains. A reformer and idealist I am, said Portwanger calmly, not a man of action. What should be done next? I thought it over and told him. If it kills me, and it might, I am going to send a rash of flashes and bulletins from this god-forsaken planet. My love life depends on it. Leon, do you know anybody on Mars? A Syrian fellow named Wenchtpli, a philosophical anarchist, an unreal position to take. This is the world we are in. There are certain social leverages to apply. Who is he to say? I held up my hand. I know him too. I could taste that 11th stinger again. By comparison, the prune brandy was mellow. I took a gulp. Do you think you could go to Mars without getting bumped off? A man could try. The next 2 weeks were agonizing. Those Assyrian commissars or Russian Belshazzars or whatever they were, who walked down prison corridors waiting to be shot in the back of the head, never went through what I did. I walked down the corridor for 14 days. First, Leon got off all right on a bucket of bolts. I had no guarantee that he wouldn't be plugged by a crew member who was in on the party. Then there was a period of waiting for the first note that I'd swap you for a mad tarantula. It came. Note, Frostbite Bureau. How hell expect KP client if unable drop copy? McG, Mars Bureau. I'd paved the way for that one by drinking myself into a hangover on home brew and lying in bed and groaning when I should have been delivering the printer copy to the Phoenix. I'd been insulting as possible to Weems to ensure that he'd phone a squawk to McGillicuddy. I hoped. The tip-off was hell. Profanity was never, ever used in our circuits. I hoped. Hell meant Portwanger contacted me. I got the story. I am notifying United Planets Patrol in utmost secrecy. 2 days later came, Note, Frostbite Bureau. Board Chairman wants to know what kind damn knucklehead filing only 4 or 5 items daily from expensive one-man bureau. Expect upstep production immediately. Report immediately. McG, Mars Bureau. Damn meant patrol contacted, preparing to raid Frostbite. 4-5 meant 4-5 days from message. The next note would have got ISN in trouble with the Interplanetary Communications Commission if it hadn't been in a good cause. I'm unable to quote it, but it came as I was in the bureau about to leave for the Honorable Homer Witherspoon's testimonial banquet. I locked the door, took off my parka, and rolled up my sleeves. I was going to sweat for the next few hours. When I heard the multiple roar of the patrol ships on rockets, I very calmly beat out 15 bells and sent. Interstellar flash. United Planets Patrol descending on Frostbite. Kruger 60B's only planet, in unprecedented mass raid on tip of Interstellar News Service, that world is sole source of deadly drug JKB. Interstellar Bulletin. The massed patrol of the United Planets Organization descended on the only planet of Kruger 60B, Frostbite, in an unprecedented mass raid this evening. On information furnished by Interstellar News reporter Joe Spencer, the patrol hopes to wipe out the source of the deadly drug JKB, which has plagued the galaxy for 20 years. The chemical genius suspected of inventing and producing the drug is George Parsons, respected publisher of Frostbite's only newspaper. Interstellar flash. First United Planets patrol ship lands in Frostbite, capital city of planet. Interstellar flash. Patrol commander phones exclusive interview to Interstellar News Service Frostbite Bureau, reporting roundup of planetary government leaders at testimonial dinner. With Frostbite. Frostbite. ISN. One Interstellar News reporter has already given his life in the campaign to expose the maker of JKB. Ed Kennedy, ISN Bureau Chief, was assassinated by agents of drug maker George Parsons 3 months ago. Agents of Parsons stripped Kennedy and exposed him overnight to the bitter cold of this planet, causing his death by pneumonia. A second Interstellar News Service reporter, Joe Spencer, narrowly escaped death at the hands of a drug ring member who sought to prevent him from sending news over the circuits of the Interstellar News Service. Interstellar flash. Patrol seizes Parsons. Interstellar bulletin. Frostbite. In a telephone message to Interstellar News Service, a patrol spokesman said George Parsons had been taken into custody and unmistakably identified. Parsons had been living a lie on Frostbite, using the name Chenery and the guise of a columnist for Parsons' newspaper, said the patrol spokesman. It is a typical maneuver. We never got so far along the chain of JKB peddlers that we never found one more. Apparently the source of the drug himself thought he could put himself out of the reach of interplanetary justice by assuming a fictitious personality. However, we have absolutely identified him and expect a confession within the hour. Parsons appears to be a JKB addict himself. Interstellar Flash. Parsons confesses. First lead by Frostbite. Frostbite, ISN. The United Planets Patrol and the Interstellar News Service joined hands today in triumph after wiping out the most vicious nest of drug makers in the galaxy. JKB, the infamous narcotic which has menaced... I ground out nearly 30,000 words of copy that night. Bleary-eyed at the end of the run, I could barely read a note that came across. Note, Frostbite Bureau. Well done. Return Mars immediately. Sending replacement. Mars Bureau, Vic G. The patrol flagship took me back on a quick, smooth trip with lots of service and no yaks. After a smooth landing, I took an eastbound chair from the field and whistled as the floater lifted me to the ISN floor. The newsroom was quiet for a change, and the boys and girls stood up for me. McGillicuddy stepped out from the copy table slot to say, "Welcome back. Frankly, I didn't think you had it in you, but you proved me wrong. You're a credit to the profession and the ISN." Fort Wanger was there, too. "A pragmatist, you're McGillicuddy," he muttered, "but you did a good job." I didn't pay very much attention. My eyes were roving over no-man's land. Finally, I asked McGillicuddy, "Where's Miss Masters? Day off?" "How do you like that?" laughed McGillicuddy. "I forgot to tell you. She's your replacement on Frostbite. Fired her off yesterday. I thought the woman's angle." "Where do you think you're going?" "Honest Blogry's Old Earth Saloon," I told him with dignity. "If you want me, I'll be under the third table from the left as you come in, with sawdust in my hair." Fantastic Universe, October-December 1953. Everybody knows Joe. Joe had quite a day for himself Thursday, and as usual I had to tag along. If I had a right arm to give, I'd give it for a day off now and then, like on Thursday. On Thursday, he really outdid himself. He woke up in the hotel room and had a shower. He wasn't going to shave until I told him he looked like a bum. So he shaved, and then he stood for a whole minute admiring his beauty in the mirror, forgetting whose idea it was in the first place. So down to the coffee shop for breakfast. A hard-working man needs a good breakfast. So, getting ready for a back-breaking day of copying references at the library, he had tomato juice, 2 fried eggs, 3 sausages, a sugared donut, and coffee, with cream and sugar. He couldn't work that off his pot in a week of ditch-digging under a July sun. But a hard-working man needs a good breakfast. I was too disgusted to argue with him. He's hopeless when he smells that short-order smell of smoking grease, frying bacon, and coffee. He wanted to take a taxi to the library. 8 blocks. "Walk, you jerk," I told him. He started to mumble about pulling down $600 for this week's work, and then he must have thought I was going to mention the high-calorie breakfast. To him, that's hitting below the belt. He thinks he's an unfortunate man with an affliction, about 20 pounds of it. He walked and arrived at the library, glowing with virtue. Making out his slip at the newspaper room, he blandly put down next to Firm, the Griffin Press Incorporated, when he knew as well as I did that he was a freelance and hadn't even got a definite assignment from Griffin. There's a line on the slip where you put down reason for consulting files. Please be specific. It's a shame to cramp Joe's style to just one line after you pitch him an essay-type question like that. He squeezed in preparation of article on year in biochemistry for Griffin, PR and Psych, 1952 yearbook, and handed it with a flourish to the librarian. The librarian, a nice old man, was polite to him, which is usually a mistake with Joe. After he finished telling the librarian how his microfilm files ought to be organized, and how they ought to switch from microfilm to microcard, and how, in spite of everything, the New York Public Library wasn't such a bad place to research, he got down to work. He's pretty harmless when he's working. It's one of the things that keeps me from cutting his throat. With a noon break for apple pie and coffee, he transcribed about 100 entries onto his cards, mopping up the year in biochemistry nicely. He swaggered down the library steps, feeling like Herman Melville after finishing Moby Dick. "Don't be so smug," I told him. "You still have to write the piece, and they still have to buy it." "A detail," he said grandly. "Just journalism. I can do it with my eyes shut." Just journalism. Somehow his 3 months of running copy for the AP before the war has made him an Ed Leahy. "When are you going to do it with your eyes?" I began, but it wasn't any use. He began telling me about how Gautama Buddha didn't break with the world until he was 29, and Mohammed didn't announce that he was a prophet until he was 30. So why couldn't he, one of these days, suddenly bust loose with a new revelation or something and set the world on its ear? What it boiled down to was he didn't think he'd write the article tonight. He postponed his break with the world long enough to have a ham and cheese on rye and more coffee at an automat, and then phoned Maggie. She was available, as usual. She said, as usual, "Well, then, why don't you just drop by and we'll spend a quiet evening with some records?" As usual, he thought that would be fine, since he was so beat after a hard day. As usual, I told him, "You're a louse, Joe. You know all she wants is a husband, and you know it isn't going to be you, so why don't you let go of the girl so she can find somebody who means business?" The usual answers rolled out automatically, and we got that out of the way. Maybe Maggie isn't very bright, but she seemed glad to see him. She's shooting for her doctorate in sociology at NYU. She does part-time casework for the city. She has one of those 3-room Greenwich Village apartments with dyed burlap drapes and studio couches and homemade mobiles. She thinks writing is something holy, and Joe's careful not to tell her different. They drank some Rhine wine and seltzer while Joe talked about the day's work as though he'd won the Nobel Prize for biochemistry. He got downright brutal about Maggie being mixed up in such an approximate, unquantitative excuse for a science as sociology, and she apologized humbly, and eventually he forgave her. Big-hearted Joe. But he wasn't so fried that he had to start talking about a man wanting to settle down. Not this year, but maybe next. 30's a dividing point that makes you stop and wonder what you really want and what you really got out of life. Maggie, darling. It was as good as telling her that she should be a good girl and continue to keep open house for him, and maybe, someday, maybe. As I said, maybe Maggie isn't very bright, but as I also said, Thursday was the day Joe picked to outdo himself. "Joe," she said with this look on her face, "I got a new LP of the Brahms Serenade No. 1. It's on top of the stack. Would you tell me what you think of it?" So he put it on, and they sat sipping Rhine wine and seltzer, and he turned it over, and they sat sipping Rhine wine and seltzer until both sides were played. And she kept watching him, not adoringly. "Well," she asked with this new look, "what did you think of it?" He told her, of course. There was some comment on Brahms' architectonics and his resurrection of the contrapuntal style. Because he'd sneaked a look at the record's envelope, he was able to spend a couple of minutes on Brahms' Debt to Haydn and the young Beethoven in the 5th movement, Allegro D major, and the gay rondo of the... "Joe," she said, not looking at him. "Joe," she said, "I got that record at one hell of a discount down the street. It's a wrong pressing. Somehow the first side is the first half of the Serenade, but the second half is Schumann's Symphonic Studies, Opus 13. Somebody noticed it when they played it in a booth. But I guess you didn't notice it." "Get out of this one, Braino," I told him. He got up and said in a strangled voice, "And I thought you were my friend. I suppose I'll never learn." He walked out. I suppose he never will. God help me, I ought to know. Star Science Fiction Stories No. 2, 1954. The Remorseful. It does not matter when it happened. This is because he was alone, and time had ceased to have any meaning for him. At first he had searched the rubble for other survivors, which kept him busy for a couple of years. Then he wandered across the continent in great, vague quarterings, but the plane one day would not take off, and he knew he would never find anybody anyway. He was by then in his 40s, and a kind of sexual delirium overcame him. He searched out and pored over pictures of women, preferring leggy, high-breasted types. They haunted his dreams. He masturbated incessantly with closed eyes, tears leaking from them and running down his filthy bearded face. One day that phase ended, for no reason, and he took up his wanderings again, on foot. North in the summer, south in the winter, on weed-grown US-1, with a haversack of pork and beans on his shoulders, usually talking as he trudged, sometimes singing. It does not matter when it happened. This is because the visitors were eternal. Endless time stretched before them and behind, which mentions only two of the infinities of infinities that their lives included. Precisely when they arrived at a particular planetary system was to them the most trivial of irrelevancies. Eternity was theirs. Eventually they would have arrived at all of them. They had won eternity in the only practical way, by outnumbering it. Each of the visitors was a billion lives, as you are a billion lives, the billion lives, that is, of your cells. But your cells have made the mistake of specializing. Some of them can only contract and relax. Some can only strain urea from your blood. Some can only load, carry, and unload oxygen. Some can only transmit minute electrical pulses, and others can only manufacture chemicals in a desperate attempt to keep the impossible Rube Goldberg mechanism that you are from breaking down. They never succeed, and you always do. Perhaps before you break down, some of your specialized cells unite with somebody else's specialized cells and grow into another impossible, doomed contraption. The visitors were more sensibly arranged. Their billion lives were not cells, but small, unspecialized, insect-like creatures linked by an electromagnetic field subtler than the coarse grapplings that hold you together. Each of the billion creatures that made up a visitor could live and carry tiny weights, could manipulate tiny power tools, could carry in its small, round, black head enough brain cells to feed, mate, breed, and work, and a few million more brain cells that were pooled into the field which made up the visitor's consciousness. When one of the insects died, there were no rights. It was matter-of-factly pulled to pieces and eaten by its neighboring insects while it was still fresh. It mattered no more to the visitor than the growing of your hair does to you, and the growing of your hair is accomplished only by the deaths of countless cells. "Maybe on Mars," he shouted as he trudged. The haversack jolted a shoulder blade, and he arranged a strap without breaking his stride. Birds screamed and scattered in the dark pine forests as he roared at them. "Well, why not? There must have been 10,000 up there easy. Progress, goddammit! That's progress, man! Never thought it'd come in my time, but you'd think they would have sent a ship back by now so a man wouldn't feel so all alone. You know better than that, man. You know goddamned good and well it happened up there, too. We had northern hemisphere, they had southern hemisphere, so you know goddamned good and well what happened up there. Semisphere, hemisphere, hemi, demisphere." That was a good one, the best one he'd come across in years. He roared it out as he went stumping along. When he got tired of it, he roared, "You should have been in the old army, man. We didn't go in for this liberty unlimited crock in the old army. If you wanted to march in step with somebody else, you marched in step with somebody else, man. None of this crock about you march out of step or 20 lashes from the sergeant for limiting your liberty." That was a good one, too, but it made him a little uneasy. He tried to remember whether he had been in the army, or had just heard about it. He realized in time that a storm was blowing up from his depths. Unless he headed it off, he would soon be sprawled on the broken concrete of US-1, sobbing and beating his head with his fists. He went back hastily to semisphere, hemisphere, demisphere, roaring it at the scared birds as he trudged. There were 4 visitors aboard the ship when it entered the planetary system. One of them was left on a cold outer planet, rich in metal outcrops, to establish itself in a billion tiny shelters, build a billion tiny forges, and eventually, in 1,000 years, or 1,000,000, it made no difference, construct a spaceship, fission into 2 or more visitors for company, and go visiting. The ship had been getting crowded. As more and more information was acquired in its voyaging, it was necessary for the swarms to increase in size, breeding more insects to store the new facts.
The 3 remaining visitors turned the prow of their ship toward an intermediate planet and made a brief, baffling stop there. It was uninhabited except for about 10,000 entities, far fewer than one would expect, and certainly not enough for an efficient first-contact study. The visitors made for the next planet sunward after only the sketchiest observation, and yet that sketchy observation of the entities left them figuratively shaking their heads. Since the visitors had no genitals, they were in a sense without emotions, but you would have said a vague air of annoyance hung over the ship, nevertheless. They ruminated the odd facts that the entities had levitated, appeared at the distance of observation to be insubstantial, appeared at the distance of observation to be unaware of the visitors. When you are 100-yard rippling black carpet moving across a strange land, when the dwellers in this land soar aimlessly about you and above you, you expect to surprise, perhaps to frighten at first, and at least to provoke curiosity. You do not expect to be ignored. They reserved judgment pending analysis of the sunward planet's entities, possibly colonizing entities, which would explain the sparseness of the outer planet's population, though not its indifference. They landed. He woke and drank water from a roadside ditch. There had been a time when water was the problem. You put 3 drops of iodine in a canteen, or you boiled it if you weren't too weak from dysentery, or you scooped it from the tank of a flush toilet in the isolated farmhouse with the farmer and his wife and their kids downstairs grotesquely staring with their empty eye sockets at the television screen for the long-ago spoken latest word. Disease or dust or shattering supersonics broadcast from the bullhorn of a low-skimming drone, what did it matter? Safe water was what mattered. "But hell!" he roared. "It's all good now, hear that? The rain in the ditches, the standing water in the pools, it's all good now. You should have been Lonely Man back when the going was bad, fella, when the bullhorn still came over and the stiffs shook when they did, and Lonely Man didn't die, but he wished he could." This time the storm took him unaware, and was long in passing. His hands were ragged from flailing the broken concrete, and his eyes were so swollen with weeping that he could hardly see to shoulder his sack of cans. He stumbled often that morning. Once he fell and opened an old scar on his forehead, but not even that interrupted his steady, mumbling chant. "'Tain't no boner, 'tain't no blooper, Corey's gin brings super stupor. We shall conquer, we will win, back our boys with Corey's gin. Wasting time in war is sinful, black out fast with a Corey skinful." They landed. 5,000 insects of each life heaved on 15,000 wires to open the port and let down the landing ramp. While they heaved, a few hundred felt the pangs of death on them. They communicated the minute all they knew to blank-minded stand-by youngsters, died and were eaten. Other hundreds stopped heaving briefly, gave birth, and resumed heaving. The 3 visitors swarmed down the ramp, 3 living black carpets. For maximum visibility, they arranged themselves in 3 thin black lines, which advanced slowly over the rugged terrain. At the tip of each line, a few of the insects occasionally strayed too far from their connecting files and dropped out of the life field. These staggered in purposeless circles. Some blundered back into the field, some did not, and died, leaving a minute hiatus in the life's memory, perhaps the shape of the full-stop symbol in the written language of a planet long ago visited, long ago dust. Normally, the thin line was not used for exploring any but the smoothest terrain. The fact that they took a small, calculated risk was a measure of the visitors' slightly irked curiosity. With 3 billion faceted eyes, the visitors saw immediately that this was no semi-deserted world, and that furthermore it was probably the world which had colonized the puzzling outer planet. Entities were everywhere. The air was thick with them in some places. There were numerous artifacts, all in ruins. Here the entities of the planet clustered, but here the bafflement deepened. The artifacts were all decidedly material and ponderous, but the entities were insubstantial. Coarsely organized observers would not have perceived them consistently. They existed in a field similar to the organization field of the visitors. Their bodies were constructs of wave trains rather than atoms. It was impossible to imagine them manipulating the materials of which the artifacts were composed.
And, as before, the visitors were ignored. Deliberately they clustered themselves in 3 huge black balls, with the object of being as obstreperous as possible, and also to mobilize their field strength for a brute force attempt at communication with the annoying creatures. By this time their attitude approximated, "We'll show these bastards." They didn't, not after running up and down every spectrum of thought in which they could project. Their attempt at reception was more successful, and completely horrifying. A few weak, attenuated messages did come through to the visitors. They revealed the entities of the planet to be dull, whimpering cravens, whining evasively, bleating with self-pity. Though there were only 2 sexes among them, a situation which leads normally to a rather weak sex drive, as such things go in the cosmos, these wispy things vibrated with libido, which it was quite impossible for them to discharge. The visitors, thoroughly repelled, were rippling back toward their ship when one signaled, "Notice and hide." The 3 great black carpets abruptly vanished. That is, each insect found itself a cranny to disappear into, a pebble or leaf to be on the other side of. Some hope flared that the visit might be productive of a more pleasant contact than the last with those aimless, chittering cretins. The thing stumping across the terrain toward them was like and unlike the wave-train cretins. It had their conformation, but was material rather than undulatory in nature. A puzzle that could wait. It appeared to have no contact with the wave-train life-form. They soared and darted about it as it approached, but it ignored them. It passed once through a group of 3 who happened to be on the ground in its way. Tentatively, the 3 visitors reached out into its mind. The thoughts were comparatively clear and steady. When the figure had passed, the visitors chorused, "Agreed," and headed back to their ship. There was nothing there for them. Among other things they had drawn from the figure's mind was the location of a ruined library. A feeble-minded working party of 1,000,000 was dispatched to it. Back at the ship they waited, unhappily ruminating the creature's foreground thoughts. "From Quarry's gin you get the charge to tote that bale and lift that barge. That's progress, goddammit. You know better than that, man. Liberty unlimited for the lonely man. But it'd be nice to see that Mars ship land." Agreement. Despite all previous experience, it seems that a sentient race is capable of destroying itself. When the feeble-minded library detail returned and gratefully reunited itself with its parent, Lives, they studied the magnetic tapes it had brought, reading them direct in the cans. They learned the name of the planet, and the technical name for the wave-train entities which had inherited it, and which would shortly be its sole proprietors. The solid life forms, it seemed, had not been totally unaware of them, though there was some confusion. Far the vaster section of the library denied that they existed at all. But in the cellular minds of the visitors there could be no doubt that the creatures described in a neglected few of the library's lesser works were the ones they had encountered. Everything tallied. Their non-material quality, their curious reaction to light, and above all their dominant personality trait of remorse, repentance, furious regret. The technical term that the books gave to them was ghosts. The visitors worked ship, knowing that the taste of this world and its colony would soon be out of what passed before their collective mouths, rinsed clean by new experiences and better organized entities. But they had never left the solar system so gratefully or so fast. SF Quarterly, Winter, 1941-1942, as by S.D. Gottesman. Sir Mallory's Magnitude. 1. After Armageddon. There was a lusty scream from the visitors' gallery. The lights of the hall flickered for a moment. Guards drew and fired at shadows on the wall or at each other. Panic threatened. The restless roar of a great crowd rose to a jabbering sound like monkey talk. In the great gallery and on the vast floor, a few dimwits began to dash for exits. "Rot them," growled Senator Beekman. He shoved the mic at Ballister. "Shut them up," he snapped. "Use your precious psychology." Young Ballister took the mic, snapped on the button, dialed for heaviest amplification. "Attention!" he barked into it, with a genuine parade ground note of command. The monkey talk stopped for a priceless moment. Bannister jumped into it with both feet. Soothingly, he said, "Now, folks, what's your hurry? Stick around. These learned gentlemen put on a pretty good show for your benefit." The learned gentlemen, who were dashing for exits, purpled. The visitors in the gallery laughed loud and long at the feeble little joke. They resumed their seats. "Take it, Senator," snapped Bannister in an undertone. "I'll scamper for a gander at the fuss up there." He hopped nimbly from the platform into an elevator which shot him up to the gallery. Displaying his representative's badge, he broke through the cordon of international police that was zealously guarding an ordinary seat like any other of the 5,000 in sight. "What was it?" he demanded of the French provost. "Killing?" The provost shrugged. "We do not know that, monsieur. Only we know that in that seat sat monsieur the mayor of Bruxelles." "Hi!" snapped a crisp young voice at Bannister. He removed his horn rims to regard the young lady disapprovingly. "Beat it, Kay," he ordered. "This isn't for the papers. Another unpleasant international incident. The mayor of Brussels." The young man looked down at the stage, very small and far away. From the speakers in the walls came the voice of Senator Beekman, hoarse and embarrassed. "Our agenda will be incomplete today. Gentlemen and ladies, I have been advised of the non-attendance of Monsieur Dutal, Mayor of Brussels and major sponsor of the bill entitled An Act to Prevent Competitive Development of Instruments of Warfare. We will proceed to—" The anti-war conference had been in full swing for 2 months. There was nothing slow or inefficient about the great Congress of all the nations. The tremendous task before them took time, lots of it. The grand agenda of the conference covered a space of 3 years, and all busy ones. Bannister knew something about the Second World War. He had spent a couple of years in command of an infantry company at the tail end of the mighty conflict. Then, when it was settled, and the sick and tired Axis armies and peoples had revolted and overthrown their warlords, he had naturally gone to the conference as an American delegate. Training as specialized as his, psychological jurisprudence was in demand. He thought he had seen everything. World-weary at 23, but the conference offered a few new kicks. There was something ludicrous about a Japanese delegate trying to wangle a few more square miles of Korea for his nation. Bannister was usually the troubleshooter who explained to the simple people how their demands would encroach on so-and-so's rights, which would lead to such and such a consequence, which would be bad for the world in general for this and that reasons. It was a plan magnificent in scope. The vast auditorium of Oslo was jammed with the delegates and specialists. The gallery was jammed day and night with visitors, anybody who wanted to see. There was to be no diplomacy under the table in the world the conference was making. 20 years of war had shown the fallacy of secret treaties. The delegates desperately hoped that their 3 years of cooperative common sense would blast the old diplomatic nonsense from the face of the earth. Bannister had his troubles, not the least of these being Kay Marsh of the New York Enquirer. Any other reporter he could handle. Not Kay, for she had majored with him at Columbia in the same psych courses and knew him like a book. She knew then, in the gallery, that this wasn't the time for comedy. "Did you know him?" she asked. "Met him twice," said Bannister despondently, regarding the empty chair. "A real humanitarian, man of the people, not one of these professionals. And he's the third to go." Pelteri from Switzerland, Vanderhoek from South Africa, now Durtal of Belgium, she listed somberly. "Who's doing it?" "If I knew, I'd tell you," said Bannister. "Hell, let us be gay. Have you got the handouts for the day's work?" "I filed my copy already," she said. "Macklin's covering this business. He's going to do a series of articles on it. You're off?" "Through for the week. Let's flit." "Sounds like an insect," she complained. "But if you wish." They elbowed their way through the crowd, out of the auditorium. Oslo was en fête, with its face washed and its hair brushed for the distinguished visitors. Its population had swelled by 500,000 since it was chosen as the conference site. Festively decked helicopters and gyros dragged advertising signs through the sky in all languages. One battered little blimp towed the notice in French. "Attend the produce show, April 11th. Kay pointed at it with a smile. "Did I ever tell you I was a farmer's daughter?" she remarked. Bannister recognized the lead. "All right," he said. "I'll take you. But I guarantee you'll be bored silly. They probably won't even speak the international language."
Cows and hay don't have to speak any language, she sparkled happily. I haven't seen a decent steer since Nebraska.
They got wind of the produce show and followed the smell to a neat collection of tents, where Kay delightedly inspected Timothy and cheeses and champion milkers for 2 hours, while Ballister tried to hold his breath for that length of time. "Hold it," he snapped, as she was going into a gush at a draft horse who stared sullenly at her hat. "Gent's fainted." They elbowed their way through the crowd to find that the gentleman was nearly foaming at the mouth, twitching convulsively on the ground. The only serious attention being paid him was by a barker from a nearby tent, who loudly offered 3 to 1 that the gentleman would die in less than half an hour. "Throat constricted or something," said Kay, after a swift examination. "Looks like a super-violent allergy." Ballister went through his pockets, found a box of amyl nitrite pearls. He broke one under the man's nose, drawing it away as he came to. "You there," he snapped, waving up a couple of husky farmers. "Carry him away from this damned show of yours. There's something in the air that nearly killed him." The peasants, grinning happily, lugged the man to the nearest taxi-stand. Ballister ordered the hackney to drive to the center of town, where monoxide would most likely replace the pollen or whatever it was that had strangled him. The man was unable to talk for a few miles, though he insisted, despite the soothing words of Miss Marsh, on pantomiming gratitude. He was a fine-looking gentleman, ruddy-faced, middle-aged or over, exquisitely dressed. Finally, with one tremendous cough, he cleared his throat. "Thanks awfully," he exclaimed. "Those dim-head hunks would have let me perish on the spot." "What got you going?" asked Ballister. "Pollen from the hay?" "Nothing so dashed ordinary. Wouldn't you believe it? It was mice that nearly did me in. They could get me in about 60 seconds. "Why not?" replied Ballister. He thought to introduce himself, adding his official capacity to the conference. "Splendid," muttered the gentleman. "Psychological jurisprudence and all that, I mean. I'm Gaffney, by the way, Sir Mallory, Baronet." Kay sat up like a shot. In the next 2 minutes she had asked him 30 questions, and was primed for 50 more. Sir Mallory Gaffney was news, big news, hot news. He was said to be the man who had invented the springing system that made the revolutionary Enfield armored wagon a practical and terrible weapon. He was the man behind the gas-cooled tank motor. Likewise the synthesis of rubber from chalk and carbon dioxide, and any number of other departures, and he had never been interviewed before. Ballister pointedly interrupted the questioning with, "Didn't know you were at the conference, Sir Mallory. Any official capacity, or just visiting?" "Just ordered over, Mr. Ballister. They want my more or less expert testimony on this Durtall beetle." "Durtall died or vanished without a trace this morning," said Kay. "Have you done anything in the invisibility line, Sir Mallory?" The baronet laughed indulgently. "Hardly. You Americans had invisible battleships back in 1941, I hear. Learned the trick from some illusionist chap. Dunnings or Kuss, one of them. But the mirrors lost their silvering in the sea spray. That's as far as military invisibility's gone, I believe." Ballister coughed warningly at the girl. "We'd better be getting back to the hotel," he said in overloud tones. "Sir Mallory's had a nasty shock." He filled in the rest of the trip with diplomatic small talk, avoiding the controversial subjects dear to the reportorial heart of Kay. 2. Conspiracy. At the Hotel de Univers et d'Oslo they were all in for a nasty shock. The manager dashed to them as they emerged from the cab, and collared Sir Mallory and Ballister. "Thank God for both of you," he cried hysterically. "That this should happen chez moi. It is incroyable, the horrible truly that we face. I ruin, and you despair." "Yeah," said Ballister skeptically. It was a little thick, believing that the hard-headed manager of a great international hotel could be shaken by anything that could happen in the way of bad luck. "Yeah, explain yourself." "The Senator American, Beekman, he has vanished from his room." A committee head hailed them from across the lobby and came over, looking grave. "He isn't kidding, Ballister. Beekman's flitted completely, like Durtall and the others, right in the middle of a caucus on the Competition Act. Went out for a moment, and never came back." "My sympathy, monsignors," said a burly, black-haired man.
I have heard of the so great loss of the American delegation.
Thanks, Razonhon, said the committee head abstractedly. Maybe he'll turn up.
Let us hope so. The passage of the Competition Act means very much to my people.
As he walked off, Ballister studied the man. There was something familiar about him, something damned strange to boot. He inquired of the committee man. Razonhon? He's from the Pyrenees People's Republic. Their only delegate. Good sort, but somewhat thick. He doesn't understand the parliamentary method. And what may the Pyrenees People's Republic be? I did an article on them, said Kay. No wonder you missed them, because they popped up while you were at the front. They're a sort of Basque federation, not more than 10,000 of them, I'm sure. Yet they held de Cuerva's army when he was coming north through the Pyrenees to relieve Milhaud. By heaven, they held him for 3 months. It's gone unsung for the most part, but I call it the most remarkable feat of the war. No doubt, said Ballister abstractedly. And then, after the initial treaty, they organized under a simple native president, thinking they had won independence from France and Spain both? That's right. The conference recognizes them, even invited the delegate. A bomb exploded in the lobby of the hotel. The high ceiling swayed right and left. Screams echoed through the great hall. Emergency exits opened onto the street automatically. This is intolerable, fumed Sir Mallory when they had gained cover. Someone, some party, is trying to destroy the conference. They're trying to kill every damned one of us, or have us disappear bit by bit. Sure, said Ballister. He wound a handkerchief around his wrist. Flying plaster had clipped a bit of his flesh away. What do you suggest, sir? Armed guards, Mr. Ballister. We must fight this menace as it is trying to fight us. We must post men in every corridor. Shoot suspicious persons on sight. By heaven, yes, snapped Kay. They're trying to wreck the anti-war conference, and I won't have it. This is mankind's chance for peace at last, a final peace that will endure 100,000 years. Any dog who'd try to stand in the way of that, try to plunge the world back into the nightmare of war after war, deserves no mercy. Ballister looked somewhat sick. The corners of his mouth drooped peculiarly, as though he tasted something unpleasant. Finally, he looked square into the eyes of the girl and said, without conviction, Yes, fight them tooth and nail. The best thing to do. The next day, at the conference auditorium, a half-dozen delegates proposed a defense act, claiming general privilege to take precedence over other business. After a few hearty seconding speeches, which pointed out the danger in which they all stood, there were read the concrete proposals. The conference disbanded the international police, which had been their protective force, as ineffectual. There was organized on the spot an armed force to patrol all Oslo and vicinity, whose right of search was unquestionable, who were able to arrest on suspicion and defer trial indefinitely. The entire act was passed, a few members abstaining, none voting the negative. Ballister reported sick to Senator Beekman's successor. He said that the strain of the work had broken him down, that he needed a few months' rest. And indeed he was a pitiable sight, haggard, unkempt, eyes dilated, rambling again and again from his subject. The committee head insisted that he take a vacation. Once outside the auditorium, the change in Ballister was nearly magical. He slicked back his hair, straightened like a ramrod, and generally became his old dynamic self. At the flying field he took up his gyro. He took it way up, 20,000 feet and more. Then he headed southeast across the continent. Somewhere over Germany he realized that he was being followed. There were no less than 2 gyros on his tail, neither of them official. Like his own craft, they were converted warplanes, which, after the fighting had ceased, sold for a dime a dozen. Unlike his own, they carried no markings or national insignia. Damning his thoughtlessness, he set the controls for a straight course and went back to the tail compartment for arms. He found Kay curled up on a crate, blinking in the sudden light. "Sweet," he snapped. "I'll bawl you out for this later. Right now there are 2 mean-looking rigs on our tail. Can you steer an eccentric course while I handle whatever guns there may be?"
"If there's two," she said, "we'd better both handle guns. You set her for flat loops at ceiling speed. I have a scattergun that throws its weight."
"Right," said Ballister. He stepped up the speed of the ship to its very top, and then jiggled 20 miles per hour more out of the exhaust turbines. He set the controls for a circle, tight and fast. As the setting took and the ship swung, he braced himself hard against the wall. The centrifugal force was enormous. All loose fixtures smacked against the outside wall. He couldn't lift them off without a crowbar. Kay was battling the inertia, dragging herself along the outside wall into the storage compartment again. After a bit of heavy-handed rummaging, she let out a scream of delight. "Oh, boy!" she gloated. "Look!" Painfully she hauled out and displayed a wire net, the kind used for quick repairs of the nacelle. "Get it?"
"I get it," said Ballister, a slow grin spreading over his face. "Let's hope they don't get us first."
The two ships had hauled up nearly alongside and were angling off to the attack. They fired a few tentative bursts at Ballister's gyro, presumably to judge the quality of his reply. Ballister didn't reply. It would have been practically impossible to handle a gun against the drag of the whirling ship. But he did unsnap the top hatch, ducking back as the hinges tore loose and the square of metal flew up and out. "Take it," said Kay. "I can't handle this thing alone." He eased his way along the wall, skirting the open hatch. Getting 2 big handfuls of the repair net, he dragged it behind him, snagging a corner on a rivet. Kay spread the net on her side, while Ballister made ready on his own. "When I say the word," the girl ordered, "cast off." She squinted against the sun, hunting for the two planes. With a whoop and a holler, they came out of the dazzle, firing at the midriff of the gyro. "Right," she said calmly, unsnagging the net and chucking it through the hatch simultaneously with Ballister's machine-like gestures. It spread beautifully in flight, came at the lead plane, 2 square yards of metal moving at high speed. The plane tried to shoot it out of the sky first, then tried to dodge. The metal netting slammed dead into the prop, splintering and wrecking as it passed on, balled up into the stabilizer vane. The second plane pulled up sharply, fired a parting burst to the gyro, and cold-bloodedly bombed the crippled and falling companion. There was nothing left but a few drifting fragments by the time Ballister had pulled out of the flat circles. "Now why did he do that?" wondered Kay.
"It wasn't a mercy shot by any means," said Ballister. "They have their secrets, whoever they are. Put that in your notebook. They don't let themselves be taken alive."
"Sinister people," said Kay with a small shudder. "They tend to distress me."
3. Progress. They were ready to fire on the ship that overtook them above the south of France, but Kay held back Ballister's hand.
"I'm blowed," she declared. "If I've ever seen a ship as big and fancy as that one, with a single passenger rating on its side. Probably some rich coot who wants to talk to us."
It was a magnificent ship, big, enormously roomy, considering that its regulation number registered it as a single-seater. It had one of the biggest and latest engines, capable of 500 and upwards, was amphibian, had auxiliary parachute packs, and all the trimmings of a luxury liner. Ballister tuned in on his wave. "Stop crowding me," he snapped. "There's lots of air for you." A familiar voice came back. "Sorry, old man. I didn't want to contact you until I was sure it was you. This is Gaffney speaking, by the by." There was a good-humoured chuckle. "Oh, Sir Mallory!" exclaimed Ballister, aghast. "Sorry I barked at you. How come you're following me? If you are." "I am, right enough. Don't worry. I feel like a vacation, same as you. And—" A sinister note of strain crept into the baronet's voice. "I know when my life's in danger. There have been no less than 3 attacks on me before I decided to light out. Used this old crate, gift from the grateful Royal Academy and all that, to follow you. You left a decently marked trail over Europe. One presumes you're heading for the Pyrenees People's Republic?" "Exactly. I won't hobble your ship, Sir Mallory. You go on ahead, and I'll taxi in. It ought to be a few minutes ahead. Have they got a landing field?" "The best. I was talking with that delicate chap of theirs, Razonho. Tells me that once the traditionally anarchistic Basques got together, they've worked miracles in a dozen years. Mountains rich in ores. Loan from Germany. Got smelters and all. Ballister looked down and saw the landing field he had been promised. It was a honey, hard-surfaced, triple-tracked, on a small scale perhaps the best in Europe. "Set it down, Sir Mallory. I'll follow." The big plane landed with mechanical ease. Ballister cross-winded and touched Mother Earth again. He emerged with Kay to shake hands with the nobleman. "Charmed to see you here," exclaimed Sir Mallory. "But—" He left the question unanswered. Sternly, Ballister explained, "This young lady, with the romantic misconceptions common to the gentlemen and ladies of the press, assumed that I was going off on a secret mission for the conference. Naturally, she could think of no simpler way to spy on me than to stow away in the tail of my gyro." "And a lucky thing for him that I did," snapped Kay. She explained the dodge, the attack, and the happy ending. The baronet was fascinated and enraged. "Who could it be?" he exploded. "Russia? Germany? Britain?" "Dunno," said Ballister. "Whoever it is has lots on the ball, and a couple of blind spots." Mechanics, burly tall fellows, drove out to their planes in a sort of motor-bike. "Speak English?" asked one, after sizing them up. "Rather well," answered the nobleman with a grin. "We're by way of being unofficial delegates of goodwill from the anti-war conference at Oslo." "Whom do you suggest we see?" "Mayor Pedro Marques. We attend to planes. Drive you into city. We are honored." They stowed the planes into solidly built hangars, then loaded the visitors into the back of a big new-style car. "Autos," the mechanic explained, "were import from Germany. We use not many, 20 among us, perhaps." The car sped along a neat, narrow highway, chiseled from the living rock of the Pyrenees. Their mechanic, with a sort of stolid pride in his people, pointed out the waterworks, the gasworks, and a couple of outlying factories. With a smile at Sir Mallory, he explained, "All smells to leeward of city, not like London." "After the conference, my friend," said the noble, in a good humour, "we'll strive to overstrip your very high degree of civilization." The car was pulled up to a halt. The driver pointed proudly. "Hydroelectric dam, big power output, no smell, 2 years old." Ballister stared at the work. It wasn't as big as Dnieperstroy had been, but in its own way it was a work of genius, plain to see. Every block of concrete seemed to have a peculiar rightness about it. The solitary blockhouse that surmounted the turbine house seemed somehow to be perfectly situated. "Masterly," said Ballister. Kay nodded soberly. The man smiled a little as he drove on. Suddenly they were in the city. It wasn't centralized, and there were no skyscrapers. One skyscraper, indeed, could have held the entire population of the Pyrenees People's Republic. But there were clearly defined sections. The residential city was a series of houses of ample size, in the Basque tradition of sturdy construction, each with its acres of lawn automatically sprinkled and presumably cut. The factory district was tree-shaded and sprawling, though there were no more than a dozen buildings. The driver pointed out the business, administrative, and scientific area, the tallest buildings in the city. They were symbolically white and severe, tall and thin like ascetic monks. They were dropped at a hotel-like affair of 3 stories. "Completely automatic," said their driver. "No pay. Guests of the state. We have a few of them. This was for German and French tradesmen." Wondering, they went in. There were clean, spare accommodations. Signs in French advised them that they could eat at such and such a place at certain hours. Sir Mallory excused himself with a regretful, though humorous, confession that he was aging out of all proportion. "Well?" asked the girl, inspecting their communal sitting-room. "Uncanny," said Ballister. "Damned if I know whether I should be delighted or annoyed. I'm both. There's something so awfully queer going on that I shudder to think of it. A little over a dozen years ago these Basques were an anarchistic lot, living family lives. Lord, in those 12 years they've completely transferred their allegiance from the family to the state, obviously gone in for heavy cooperation. Remember that dam? Built a model city, and it seems done away with crime. It's impossible. It's against all reason."
You must be terribly afraid of progress, said Kay thoughtfully. No, said Ballister, not development, not normal evolution. That's growth. But this lunatic speed is more like a cancer than normal social achievement. I'm sure, there's something behind this slew of nonconformities. And, exploded Kay, her temper snapping like a rubber band, I'm dead certain that this is a milestone in the history of man, and that this Pyrenees People's Republic is destined to be one of the great powers of the world. She slammed into her room. Good night, yelled Ballister after her. He slept that night to dream of cancerous proliferations spreading their sickly white fingers over the map of Europe, then snaking across the ocean and plunging a dagger into the heart of the Western Hemisphere. Kay couldn't stay mad no more than could Ballister. They apologized sweetly to each other at breakfast under the paternal eyes of Sir Mallory, then set out for the mayor's office. People on the streets, big men and solid, tall women, stopped to stare at them for a moment before hurrying on to the day's work. The mayor was the Basque type, but bold as an egg. His grin was slow and agreeable. He had a firm handshake. "You like our small country?" he asked. "We admire it enormously," hedged Ballister. "I was commenting last night on your excessively rapid growth." He shot a malicious glance at Kay. "Indeed. We explain that, you know, with the theory that the Basque spirit has been in its infancy for many centuries, and is now at last growing up. That you may tell the outside world, but not too much of it. We should not wish to become an attraction for tourists. It is our opinion that there is work to be done, that we Basques are well suited to do it. You would be amazed at the spirit of collaboration that exists among us." "I already am," said Ballister. "Your city is the finest example of communal activity I have ever seen." There was something flat and deadly in his tone which even he could not explain. They had been spending a marvelously restful 5 days in the Republic, not bothering to think. Alone for a couple of moments, Kay abstractedly confessed, "Isn't it remarkable that even the great Sir Mallory Gaffney, Baronet, can be a hell of a bore after some period of unmitigated companionship?" "His conversation sparkles," said Ballister noncommittally. "It scintillates like the morning sun on dewdrops. He's a generous and a kindly old gentleman. He's wise and good and noble. But I tend to agree with you. I'm sick of the sight of him. Sir Mallory tends to inhibit intellection. I haven't been able to buckle down to a problem in the last few days without his kindly interrupting and helping out with horribly confusing results." "You've noticed that?" she asked, with wide-open eyes. "Is he just trying to help us relax?" "No. He has a technique. I'm working with something in social growth, say. He interrupts. I expound. He ponders, then throws in so damned many elements that I don't know what to make of it. He may be right. He's near the genius level, I know. But I believe in tackling one problem at a time. He obviously doesn't." "Or," suggested the girl, "pretends he doesn't." They dummied up as Sir Mallory re-entered. He sensed the tension and then went through a curious process of winking, snickering slightly, and balancing on one foot. Kay and Ballister exchanged glances. Sir Mallory grinned happily. "Aha!" he said. Ballister caught on. "Well, dear," he said, "shall we go for a ride?" The glance he gave the girl was saccharine, refined with an eye for sweetness. It was so paralyzingly mushy that Kay reeled beneath the wealth of sloppy sentiment. She studied for one wild moment the silly smile on his face, then caught on. "Anything you say, sweetness," she cooed. They twined arms then, and after another sloppy pair of looks, ambled out. Sir Mallory called after them with huge delight, "Be good, children!" His chuckle followed them down the rustic lane they chose. Out of sight and earshot, they untwined and sat heavily on a bench. "Explain all that," she said. "What was in the air?" "Love,"
said Ballister, polishing his horn rims. "Not the kind that means anything, the kind that mates people for life and after, but the kind of puppy love that you can hardly call an emotion, it's so animal and unreasoning. I refer to the sort of stuff that every middle-aged man has a soft spot in his head for. Further, he reasoned correctly, on incorrect premises, that we'd be incapable of comparing notes on him and this hellish place if we were otherwise occupied. His error." "Hellish?" asked Kay. "That's strong." "Agreed. Do you recall the exact population of this place?"
"What's that got to do with it?"
"Never mind just yet. It's 7,776, half male and half female. Note that it's a perfect number, divisible by the whole slew of integers, a perfect radical. It evolves into an integral root." "Sure," she exploded. "I see. So they're... Kay paused, baffled. "I know how you feel." Ballister smiled sympathetically. "There's something stuck away in the back of one's head that's just a little distance beyond explanation. Just a little too deeply buried for unearthing. What is it? Damned if I can tell you, but it's very important." He laughed sardonically.
"The baronet comes," said Kay.
Ballister embraced her violently. She nearly bit a hunk out of his ear. "Excuse me," said the noble kindly. "The mayor, Markesh, suggested that we inspect the landing field. He wants to know if we can offer any suggestions for improving traffic flow. Thinks that there's going to be lots of commerce on that hunk of soil."
"May well be," said Kay, dropping her eyes with maidenly modesty. "These wonderful people of the Republic, how do they do it?"
"Cooperation," said Ballister, straightening his tie. "They work as one man. That's the secret." He went into a brown study, trailing behind the two others as they walked along the rustic path to the waiting auto. "Cooperation as one man," he muttered to himself more than once. 4. Flight. Kay sat up in bed, snapped on the light. "Who's there?" she demanded.
"Me," whispered Ballister. "Let me in."
"What?"
In spite of herself, she smiled.
"What on earth made you think that I—"
"Pipe down. This isn't lust, it's terror. We've got to get moving fast. They're onto us somehow."
The girl slipped into some clothes, threw on a coat. The moment she was through the door, Ballister grabbed her arm and hurried her out of the hostel along the street.
"What time is it?" she asked, squinting at the full moon.
3 a.m. Wish I could say all's well.
There was a shot in the night. The long streak of flame that our rifle barrel throws split the darkness of the street. Ballister reeled a little and cursed. "Where to?" asked the girl, supporting him. He was hit in the shoulder.
"Garage. Hurry it up."
They slunk into the darkness of a double lane of trees, slipping along like a pair of shadows. The girl was still wearing bedroom slippers. Ballister was in his stocking feet. There was no noise whatsoever, and scarcely a light in all the residential area. Again the streak of flame, again the sudden crack of the rifle.
"Nowhere near," said Ballister, his voice barely audible.
"Faster."
Running in the dark, making no noise at all, speeding through relatively unfamiliar ground, they made good time. The garage loomed before them, one of the squat, white, solid buildings of the city. Ballister, flinging off her helping arm, tore open the wide wing doors and darted in. She slipped behind like a ghost. "Light," he said. She fumbled for the switch, snapped it on. Kay watched as Ballister hunted for a crowbar among the little group of municipal automobiles, found one, and proceeded to bash the mechanical guts out of all the cars save one. Kay started the motor of that one. He had hurled the bar through the last motor and collapsed beside her in the driver's seat when the custodians appeared, and in arms. One of the tall, solid Basque types raised a long rifle, took steady aim. Kay hurled 3 tons of metal square at him and through the door. The pickup of the auto was superb. Its mechanical springs took up the shock of the body as though they had never hit it. Through the streets of the city they rocketed, lightless, while Ballister fumbled for the switch. The construction was somewhat unfamiliar. He collapsed totally before finding it. Kay snapped the running lights on, not daring to glance at the man by her side. She turned onto the airport road. Behind her there was the roar of a second motor. In the rear vision mirror she saw 2 pale purple circles that were the running lights of a pursuing car. A brief chatter of metallic slugs on the car's tail told her of a semi-automatic rifle at the least.
If it were a machine gun, she knew they'd never get out of this chase scene alive. The rattle sounded again. There was no whang of bullets penetrating metal. Kay breathed again in relief. Europeans in special cars used to hold the speed records for ground travel on a straight track. That was probably because no American girl had ever bothered to enter the lists against them. Kay had teethed on a piston ring and broken the speed laws by the age of 12. Since then, her progress had been rapid. She knew cars backwards and forwards and overturned. She knew every trick of the throttle and gas, knew how to squeeze another mile per minute out of the most ancient wreck on the roads. The municipal car was of unfamiliar make. It took her about 5 minutes to size up its possibilities. When she had, she sped quite out of sight of the pursuing car. "Wake up!" she yelled at the man by her side. "If you aren't dead, for heaven's sake, wake up!" There was a vague gesture from the figure, and a dim smile on its face. "Knew you'd do it," Ballister murmured. "Keep going, Kay. Get Sir Mallory's plane out, Kay. Back to Oslo we go." The murmured words were stilled. Wondering if her friend were dead, she stepped more speed out of the car, hauled up before the deserted airfield. The hangar doors were merely latched against the weather. She swung them open and switched on the lights. The ornate, fast plane of the Noble was balanced feather-like on its dozen retractable landing wheels. She trundled it out of the shed and managed to load Ballister into it. From the road came the roar of a motor. Far in the night was the gleam of headlights. Kay fiddled with the controls, backed the plane into the wind. The car shot onto the landing field, tried to cross before the plane and force her around. She lifted a little, swung around the auto, ducked at the rattle of a gun. The control panel splintered into fragments of plastic and metal. Alcohol ran over her knees. Mercifully, the plane rose as she yanked wildly at the stick with no response. It headed diagonally up, its course quite straight. The stick and the pedals were quite dead, and there were no dual controls. Into the night they flew, at the mercy of the wind, far above the landing field, in the heart of the jagged Pyrenees. Their luck, such as it was, didn't last. One of the peaks loomed before them. Kay had just enough time to cover the body of Ballister, wondering if he were still alive, if he would survive this, if she would, when the plane struck. 5. Revelation. Someone was singing, she noticed, with an altogether inappropriate glee, an objectionable song about His Majesty the King of Spain. "Stow it, Ho!" ordered the voice of Ballister. "Let the lady rest." She sat up violently. "You!" she said. "What happened?" She felt a curious weakness in the middle and sat back again. "What's up?" Ballister approached, relief glowing all over his face. "You had us worried. You've been on a liquid diet for a week without once coming up for air. How'd you like to tear into a steak?" "Love it," she snapped, realizing that the sense of weakness had been hunger. "Any potatoes?" "You'll have rice instead. May I present José Bazache?" He led forward by one hand a shy little old man who wore the Basque beret. "An honor," he muttered incoherently. "Fine ladies, noble gentlemen in my cave." "Tell your story, Ho," suggested Ballister grimly. He speared a broiled steak from its string where it turned over the fire. A slab of washed bark served very well for a platter. "The story? This. I am José Bazache, a Basque. A dozen years ago, during the wars, there were many Basques. I was sheep thief, outlaw. Lived here in the cave. I am no more thief because there are no more sheep. There are no more Basques, except me." "If you'll excuse the omission," said Kay, chomping busily, "I'm eating too energetically to register surprise. Kindly explain in words of one syllable or less." "Okay, child. Your brains would be addled after your long illness. I'll begin at the beginning. There was a slew of Iberians along about the beginnings of the Christian era who were decimated by, in rapid succession, the Romans, the Carthaginians, the Goths, Visigoths, Vandals, Huns, Saracens, and their most holy majesties Ferdinand and Isabella. That brings us down to 1939, the beginning of the war. The few Basques left fight with the French, the Spanish, and any other army they fancy. Most of them die. A few thousand are left in the lower mountain villages. One day in 1951, the villages are bombed by German planes.
blown right off the map. Squads of soldiers hunt down the rest of the Basques in the hills and pop them off." "But not Jose," interjected the old man with considerable excitement and a little pride. "That's right, not Jose. Ho was so well hidden that half the time he couldn't find his own den for a month once he had left it. Anyway, there aren't any Basque villages, nor any Basques. Yet the next year the Pyrenees People's Republic is announced, and in the next they held De Cuerva's army, which never did get through. Now, a dozen years later, we see this uncannily perfect city of the future, achieved by a handful of men and women, whom we've seen, and that's that." "That's what?" asked the girl abstractedly. "That's what I was planning to ask you as soon as you regained consciousness." "You've waited in vain," said Kay, licking her fingers. "I can't think on a full stomach. Nobody can. By the way, you neglected to explain the events of the night of a week ago. How did you know they suspected us of suspecting them of being not what they seemed to be?" "You know the mayor's office building?" "Like a book. I might almost say I know it backwards." "Right, child, you do know it backwards. And what's more, you don't know the half of it, because more than the half of it is underground. I bumbled on the mayor that night going down into the basement of his building and asked if I could go too. Taking something of a chance, I pushed by him before he could make an excuse. I guess he didn't have a gun, because I wasn't shot in the back for seeing what I saw. There were some machines there that make their hydroelectric turbines look like a pinwheel. Big, very big, and mysterious in function, to me at least. Simply didn't look like anything at all, except maybe a glorified and electric concrete mixer, and a couple of people mucking around with oiling cans. They drew and fired. I shoved the mayor in and rolled the hall desk against the door, propped that with my walking stick for leverage, and beat it for your flat." "Nice condensed narration," she said thoughtfully. "Well, what made you poke around in the first place? Dashed if I had any grounds for suspicion of conspiracy and such." "You've forgotten a lot since we took those psych courses. How do you tell a louse from an honest man?" "A louse doesn't trust anybody." "Right. Not even when he's middle-aged does he trust a couple of moonstruck lovers. Any nasty old man who'd break in on a tete-a-tete is bad from head to toe. And the clincher, to me at least, was this bloody, mysterious, and cancerous growth of the so-called Basque people in less than 2 decades. There was something too awfully methodical about their city. It didn't show any of the right traits. No, not a single one. It was as though they deliberately set out to build themselves a city of the future intended to impress and amaze, one also geared to the maximum in efficiency." Kay listened quietly. Finally, she suggested with a little shudder, "Gestapo?" "Couldn't be anything else, sweet." Alistair fell silent in the contemplation of bucking the secret police that had held the German empire of conquest together by torture, fire, and sword for years beyond its normal lifespan. They were wise, villainous, and tricky, the Gestapo. It had been thought that the majority of them had been killed off by the captives' revolt years ago. Surely there couldn't be enough left to fill that city. "It's a bridgehead," he said at last. "A stepping stone for attack on an unprecedented scale, and in an altogether new technique. You guess what that is?" "Like the story about the rabbits, perhaps?" Kay suggested diffidently. "There were 2 rabbits being chased by a pack of hounds. They were tired, completely winded. There was no chance of them outrunning the hounds, who were young and fresh. So one rabbit said to the other rabbit, 'Let's hide in that bush until we outnumber them.'" "Maybe," said Ballister. "Too bad reconnaissance is out of the question. They must be patrolling the woods 7 deep looking for us." He brooded for a while, then exploded. "And the young monster of a hydro dam. What's that for?" "Electric light," said Kay. She reconsidered after a moment. "No, because they have a strict curfew, so they don't need street lights. And that dam would deliver 20 times the power needed for street lighting. Maybe 100 times that. I'm no installations engineer, boy." "It's very important, that dam. Otherwise they wouldn't risk building a big, suspicious thing like that. And they do want to hide it. They did their best along that line to keep us from noticing it." "What?"
squeaked the girl. "That chauffeur stopped the car and pointed it out, and we've been taken to inspect it half a dozen times. Keep us from noticing it, forsooth."
Ballister sat quietly and grinned like a cat. The girl considered, then blushed and admitted shamefacedly, "You're right. They even fooled me, the psychist. They threw it into our faces so often that we were supposed to take it for granted and not think about the thing. The purloined letter, etc."
"Good kid," said Ballister, with faked heartiness. "I wish to heaven that one of us was a real scientist, physics and nuclear chemistry, because the one purpose of that dam is obviously to power the machinery I saw in the basement before the chase scene. And I don't know what the machinery does."
"So it's all solved, huh?" Kay asked belligerently. "As simple as pi square? The Gestapo's been repudiated by the German people, so they choose this method as a bridgehead on the continent for future use, when the swastika shall ride again."
"That's what it looks like," said Ballister self-satisfiedly.
"Things are seldom what they seem. That's what it ain't. How would even a heavily disciplined Gestapo unit do what they've done in the time they've had?"
Ballister was rocked back on his heels. "Blast it," he said bitterly. "The man-hour formulae make it a rank impossibility. It's so far outside the realms of possibility that I'd bet my boots on it." A thought struck him. "But the city's there, Kay."
"Ignore it, boy. There's trickery involved. We'll have to find out where."
He looked at her glumly. "Reconnaissance?"
"Yep. Both of us."
Bazash knew things about stalking that would pop the eyes of a Scottish stag hunter. He had the knack of slipping along without enough covering to hide a rabbit, and in the little space of a week he tried to teach Kay and Ballister what he knew. In his own inarticulate way he got some of the principles over, though he despaired of ever making Garalistas of them. Mournfully he explained that one had to be born to the fellowhood of stalkers, and then be taken in hand by a wise old man who could explain things. He, Jose, could not explain.
So long he had not talked to anybody but himself that the language sometimes seemed to be going altogether.
And between the grueling hikes under cover in the mountains, the two Americans were gathering together their data, inferring wildly, working sometimes by association rather than logic, jumping through time and space in their reasoning rather than let go of a theory. They evolved conclusive, to them, proof that Sir Mallory was the prime scoundrel behind the Pyrenees People's Republic. Checking back on his mental notebook, Ballister recalled what might be considered evidence to that effect. "I had my eyes on him the moment he showed up in our little twosome. Whether he's the real Sir Mallory turned traitor doesn't matter much. He may have popped the real Sir Mallory and taken his place with disguises. Anyway, you recall the outrageous bombing of the Hotel de Oslo at Dunivers, or whatever it was. That was the feeblest bombing I ever encountered, and yet Sir Mallory and a few old hens got excited about it. He proposed a military police of unlimited powers. That was a very bad sign. It was the first step towards wrecking the conference. It denied democracy itself, the principle the conference was constructed on. There could have been no bombing or killing half so disruptively effective as that move." Kay wearily agreed. Her knees were scratched and her hands were calloused with crawling, but she'd got over her illness and felt hard as nails. The rough-and-ready bullet extraction that Bazash had performed on Ballister had healed nicely. 6. Showdown. On the big night there was no moon. Jose had planned it that way, he claimed. They started at dusk, carrying their first 2 meals. It was a horrible grind for an old man, a girl, and a recently shot person. They made crevasses that seemed impossible, climbed lofty trees to sight. After some hours of the terrible labor, they sighted the lights of the landing field glowing dimly through the night. Fearing no cars, they made good time along the highway, turning quietly into 3 roadside shadows when they passed the blockhouse that surmounted the dam. They found the city to be a bigger blotch of black in the general darkness. Slipping down the alleys and lanes of the city, silent as so many ghosts, the 3 made their way to the center of town. By prearranged plan, Ballister unlatched the front door of the mayor's little office building.
They entered behind him. Bannister felt for the cellar door. It swung open, and a blaze of light poured through, shocking, dazzling after the hours-long trek through pitch blackness. "Aha!" whispered Bazash. His cat's eyes contracted. From his belt flicked a knife, 8 wicked inches of blank steel. It slipped through the air, lodged in the throat of a burly Basque who had made the mistake of drawing his gun. "Close it," said Kay, dashing down the stairs to kick the gun away from the hand of the Basque, wounded but not yet dead. She finished him for the moment with a kick to the side of his head. Bannister and Bazash tore after her. The door bolted as securely as it could be. Kay inspected the tower of machinery, marveling. "Don't ask me," she finally griped. "I agree with my ignorant colleague. Whatever it is, it drinks lots of juice, and it looks like a concrete mixer." Bannister picked up the gun. It was a hefty hand weapon, a wide-gauge projector of lead slugs that mushroomed effectively. "What do we do now?" he asked weakly. "That individual sent in an alarm, to be sure, before he even drew." "Take a good look," said Kay. She indicated the man on the concrete flooring. "Isn't the face familiar?" "There's a swell resemblance to that old rascal Sir Mallory Gaffney." "You mean it?" "Nothing but that. What's it signify?" "You have me there. What is it, Ho?"
"It is the besiegers. Can be no others. They come!"
There was the clump of boots outside, up the stairs. Bannister slipped Bazash the gun. "Can you hold them, Ho? Hold them by yourself, because we're going to be busy down here, will you?" The Basque took the gun, sighted along its barrel for a moment before slowly replying,
"They must have killed my whole family, which I disgraced by becoming sheep-thief. I will no longer disgrace."
"Good man," gasped Bannister, holding his wounded shoulder. "Go get him." The little man scrambled up the stairs, chose a shallow niche. A big grin spread over his face as he raised his gun muzzle and fired once through the door. He commanded the position completely. While his ammunition lasted, he neatly caught the pouch Kay unhooked from the man and tossed up to him. He was impregnable. With feverish speed, Bannister stripped the man on the flooring. Kay went through the pockets, came up triumphantly with a slim pamphlet. "In German," she explained. "Let me." He took the little book and ruffled through it, then cast a despairing glance at the monstrous mechanism that nearly filled the room. "It's a handbook for this thing. The German for it is Duplo Atomic Radexic Multiplic Converter. What do you suppose that means? The wiring's beyond me completely. I couldn't repair an electric bell." She took the thing and unfolded the gatefold wiring diagram, studied it with wrinkled brows. "Sweet Lord of creation," she muttered. "I have to crack this on an empty stomach." Whipping out a pencil, she tried to trace, the wires and tubes to their source. Finally she snapped, "There's a switchboard somewhere on the side of the thing. Find it, please." Bannister hunted, finally climbing the rickety iron ladder that led to the summit of the machine. "Got it," he said. "And it makes sense." "Turn on the power," she called at him. He threw the switch that seemed appropriate. His reward was a shock that nearly threw him from the structure, but the power went through, tubes lit here and there. Eagerly, Kay hunted in the vitals of the mechanism, comparing it with the diagram. "See a hopper opening?" she asked. Jose fired 3 times in rapid succession, brought 4 dead Basques tumbling down the stairs. He waved cheerily at Bannister. "There's a switch for it," he said, throwing it down. A metal shutter opened. Its cavernous maw led into blackness. Kay, shuddering a little, peered in. "Ought to light," she said desperately. "There should be a battery of tubes that the raw material, whatever it is, passed under. Fish for it, will you?" Bannister stabbed at a switch. Gears began to clank like a windmill's crushers. He tried another. "Okay," yelled the girl. "They light." He scrambled down, squatted beside her. She had cast the book aside and was weeping. "Here," she sobbed. "All the power we need. A machine that does something terrible and wonderful to it. And we can't use it. We don't know how." Bannister, before replying, administered a mercy kick to one of the Basques who was trying to reach his gun, wounded as he was. Jose caught the weapon. He was grinning with fiendish delight as he fired another burst through the door. Bannister and Kay rose. The girl's tears dried on her face as she studied the 3 new corpses. "Spitting images," said Bannister, his throat hoarse. This was something uncanny, something that transcended warfare and science. Except for minor details of hairline and clothes, the four bodies were alike, all the image of Sir Mallory. "I get it," said the girl briskly. "There was talk of it in a Sunday feature I did. It's the only simple logical explanation for your city of the future built as if by one man. It was built by one man, and he was Sir Mallory." "That's what the machine does," snapped Ballister. "Rearranges molecules to suit the pattern. Set the pattern for a man and feed in your raw material, and out come as many copies as you want. Perfect war unit, perfect rapport between and among the slew of them, perfect for spy systems. And the Gestapo flair for disguises took care of enough variations to satisfy us. Hell, who'd look for a thing like that?" The girl was scrambling up the stairs again. "Excuse me," she barked rudely at Bazash. "Not that—" He was beginning to reply. He shut his mouth with a snap as she began to undress him without ceremony. She pulled from his chest his homemade undershirt, fingered the soft, short-cropped fur. "Go right ahead," she said. "Thanks." "Brilliant," admitted Ballister, after a moment's thought. "Utterly brilliant. Very sure you can make it work?" "For a simple thing like this, yes. After all, dead flesh tissue ought to be fairly simple. Now, where is the pattern maker, or whatever they call it?" "Maybe this?" asked the man, indicating a sort of scanning disk, like an old-style television set's. "Nothing else," she declared triumphantly, as she set the hunk of clothing in the area covered by the disk. Ballister picked up the corpses one by one and chucked them into the hopper. Another hinged door raised itself, and soft scraps of fur began to pour from it in a stream that ended in a few minutes, when the weight of the pile equaled about 700 pounds. "Thank God for Ho's dainty taste in undergarments," said the girl. "Nothing less than mouse fur for his skin." "Open the door, Ho!" called Ballister. The little man obeyed, dumb and surprised. There was an immediate influx of the duplicates of Sir Mallory, an influx that turned into a helpless pile of dying men strangling in the last extremes of allergic reaction. Grimly contemplating the last of the twitching Mallorys, Ballister said, "We'll clear the city by spreading these mouse skins neatly through the streets. We can rain them on the forest in case anybody's escaped." "We can detect spies with them," said the girl. "Right. A load will be useful when we fly back to Oslo in the morning." "It's morning now," she said, indicating the ray of dawn that streaked through the door and splashed down the stairs. "It is. Morning," said Ballister. "Morning over the world." Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1958. The events leading down to the tragedy. Document 1. Being the first draft of a paper to be read before the Tuscarora Township Historical Society by Mr. Hardine Spoint, B.A. Madam President, members, guests, it is with unabashed pride that I stand before you this evening. You will recall from your perusal of our Society's Bulletin, Volume 42, Number 3, Fall 1955, pages 7 to 8. Pages correct? Check before making fair copy, H.S. That I had undertaken a research into the origins of that event so fraught with consequences to the development of our township, the Watling-Frasquelle duel. I virtually promised that the cause of the fatal strife would be revealed by, so to speak, the spotlight of science. Metaphor here sufficiently graceful. Perhaps magic better? H.S. I am here to carry out that promise. Major Watling did, tell a lie, prevaricate. Colonel Frasquelle rightly reproached him with mendacity. Perhaps from this day the breach between Watlingist and Frasquellite may begin to heal, the former honestly acknowledging themselves in error, and the latter magnanimous in victory. My report reflects great credit on a certain modest resident of historic old Northumberland County, who, to my regret, is evidently away on a well-earned vacation from his arduous labors. Perhaps cliché? No. Fine phrase. Stet. H.S. Who he is, you will learn in good time. I shall begin with a survey of known facts relating to the Watling-Frasquelle duel, and as we are all aware, there is, for such a quest, no starting point better than the monumental work of our late learned county historian, Dr. Dong. Dong states,
Old Times on the Aquanantic, 2nd edition, 1873, pages 771 to 2. No less to be deplored than the routing of the West Branch Canal to bypass Eleusis was the duel in which perished miserably Major Elisha Watling and Colonel Hiram Frascall, those two venerable pioneers of the Aquanantic Valley. Though in no way to be compared with the barbarous blood feuds of the benighted southern states of our Union, there has persisted to our own day a certain division of loyalty among residents of Tuscarora Township, and particularly the borough of Eleusis. Do we not see elm-shaded Northumberland Street adorned by two gracefully pillared bank buildings, one the stronghold of the Frascallite and the other of the Watlingist? Is not the debating society of Eleusis Academy sundered annually by the proposition, resolved that Major Elisha Watling, on alternate years Colonel Hiram Frascall, was no gentleman? And did not the Watlingist propensities of the Eleusis colonial dames and the Frascallite inclination of the Eleusis daughters of the American Revolution clash in September 1869 at the storied last joint lawn fete, during which eclairs and, some say, teacups were hurled? Dear old Dong. Prose equal Dr. Johnson. If I may venture to follow those stately periods with my own faltering style, it is of course known to us all that the controversy has scarcely diminished to the present time. Eleusis Academy, famed alma mater, that is, foster mother, of the immortal Hovington, is alas no more. Note: Vidi Spoint H. Egne Hovington, 19th century American nature poet, and his career at Eleusis Academy, October 4th to October 28th, 1881. Article in Bulletin of the Tuscarora Township Historical Society, Volume 16, Number 4, Winter, 1929, pages 4 to 18. End of note. It expired in flames on the tragic night of August 17th, 1901, while the Watlingist members of that Eleusis Hose Company No. 1, which was stabled in Northumberland Street, battled for possession of the fire hydrant, which might have saved the venerable pile, against the members of the predominantly Frascallite Eleusis Hose Company No. 1, which was then stabled in Aquanantic Street. The confusion of the nomenclature is only a part of the duel's bitter heritage. Nevertheless, though the Academy and its debating society be gone, the youth of Eleusis still carries on the fray in a more modern fashion, which rises each November to a truly disastrous climax during Football Pep Week, when the colonels of Central High School meet in sometimes gory combat with the majors of Northside High. I am privately informed by our borough's supervising principal, George Crowd, Ph.B., that last November's bill for replacement of broken window panes in both school buildings amounted to $231.47, exclusive of state sales tax, and that the two school nurses are already stockpiling gauze, liniment, disinfectants, and splints in anticipation of the seemingly inevitable autumnal crop of abrasions, lacerations, and fractures. Memo. Must ask Crowd whether willing be publicly quoted or informed source, H.S. And the adults of Eleusis no less assiduously prosecute the controversy by choice of merchants, the granting of credit, and social exclusiveness. The need for a determination of the rights and wrongs in the affaire Frascall-Watling is clearly no less urgent now than it has ever been. Dr. Dong, by incredible, indeed almost impossible labor, has proved that the issue was one of veracity. Colonel Frascall intimated to Joseph Cooper, following a meeting of the Society of the Cincinnati, that Major Watling had been, in the words of Cooper's letter of July 18, 1789, to his brother Puntel in Philadelphia, drawing the long bow. Note: Dong, Dr. J. Supra, page 774, in. Oh, fatal indiscretion! For Puntel Cooper delayed not a week to relay the intelligence to Major Watling by post, as a newsy appendix to his order for cordwood from the Major's lot. The brief, fatally terminated correspondence between the Major and the Colonel then began. I suppose most of us have it, better change to at least key passages of correspondence, H.S., committed to memory. The first letter offers a tantalizing glimpse. Watling writes to Frascall, inter alia, I said I seen it at the meetin' the night before milkin' time by my horse barn, and I seen it. Are you a atheist, Colonel? It has long been agreed that the masterly conjectural emendation of this passage, proposed by Miss Stolp in her epoch-making paper, is the correct one. That is, I said at the meeting of the Society of the Cincinnati that I saw it the night before the meeting at milking time by my horse barn, and I maintain in the face of your expressions of disbelief that I saw it. Are you an atheist, Colonel? Note. Stolp, A. to W. Some textual problems relating to the correspondence between Major Elisha Watling and Colonel Hiram Frasquel, Eleusis, Pennsylvania, July 27th to September 1st, 1789. Article in Bulletin of the Tuscarora Township Historical Society, Volume 4, Number 1, Spring 1917. End of note. There thus appears to have been at the outset of the correspondence a clear-cut issue. Did or did not Major Watling see it? The reference to atheism suggests that it may have been some apparition deemed supernatural by the Major, but we know absolutely nothing more of what it may have been. Alas, but the correspondence at once lost sight of the point. The legendary Watling temper and the formidable Frasquel pride made it certain that one would sooner or later question the gentility of the other as they wrangled by post. The fact is that both did so simultaneously on August 20th, in letters that crossed. Once this stone was hurled, say these stones, H.S., there was in those days no turning back. The circumstance that both parties were simultaneously offended and offending perplexed their seconds, and ultimately the choice of weapons had to be referred to a third party, mutually agreeable to the duelists. Judge E. Z. C. Marsh. Woe that he chose the deadly Pennsylvania rifle. Note. Amusingly known to hoi polloi, and some who should know better, as the Kentucky rifle. End of note. Woe that the two old soldiers knew that dread arm as the husbandman his sickle. At 6 o'clock on the morning of September 1st, 1789, the Major and the Colonel expired on the sward behind Brashear's Creek, each shot through the heart. The long division of our beloved borough into Fraskelite and Watlingist had begun. After this preamble, I come now to the modern part of my tale. It begins in 1954, with the purchase of the Haddam property by our respected fellow townsman, that adoptive son of Eleusis, Dr. Gasper Mord. I much regret that Dr. Mord is apparently on an extended vacation. Where can the man be, H.S., since he is not available, confound it, H.S., to grant permission? I must necessarily skirt certain topics, with the plea that to do otherwise might involve a violation of confidence. Positively, there are times when one wishes that one were not a gentleman, H.S. I am quite aware that there was an element in our town which once chose to deprecate Dr. Mord, to question his degree, to inquire suspiciously into matters which are indubitably his own business and no one else's, such as his source of income. This element of which I speak came perilously close to sullying the hospitable name of Eleusis by calling on Dr. Mord in a delegation afire with the ridiculous rumor that the doctor had been hounded out of Peoria in 1929 for vivisection. Dr. Mord, far from reacting with justified wrath, chose the way of the true scientist. He showed this delegation through his laboratory to demonstrate that his activities were innocent, and it departed singing his praises, so to speak. They were particularly enthusiastic about two phases of his work which he demonstrated, some sort of waking anesthesia gas and a mechanical device for the induction of the hypnotic state. I myself called on Dr. Mord as soon as he had settled down, in my capacity as president of the Eleusis Committee for the Preservation of Local Historical Buildings and Sites. I explained to the good doctor that in the parlor of the Haddam House had been formed in 1861 the Aquanantic Zouaves, that famed regiment of daredevils who with zeal and dash guarded the Boston, Massachusetts Customs House through the 4 sanguinary years of conflict. I expressed the hope that the intricate fretsaw work, the stained glass, the elegant mansard roof, and the soaring central tower would remain mute witnesses to the martial glory of Eleusis,
and not fall victim to the remodeling craze. Dr. Maud, with his characteristic smile, its first effect is unsettling, I confess, but when one later learns of the kindly intentions behind it, one grows accustomed to his face, replied somewhat irrelevantly by asking whether I had any dependents. He proceeded to a rather searching inquiry, explaining that as a man of science he liked to be sure of his facts. I advised him that I understood, diffidently mentioning that I was no stranger to scientific rigor, my own grandfather having published a massive Evidences for the Phlogiston Theory of Heat. Note: generally considered the last word on the subject, though, as I understand it, somewhat eclipsed at present by the flashy and mystical molecular theory of the notorious Tory sympathizer and renegade Benjamin Thompson, styled Count Rumford. A fool can always find a bigger fool to admire him. Quote in original French, check source and exact text, H.S. End of note. Somehow the interview concluded with Dr. Maud asking, "Mr. Spoint, what do you consider your greatest contribution to human knowledge and welfare, and do you suppose that you will ever surpass that contribution?" I replied, after consideration, that no doubt my high-water mark was my discovery of the 1777 order book of the Wyalusing Militia Company in the basement of the Spotter Memorial Library, where it had been lost to sight for 38 years after being misfiled under Indian Religions Local. To the second part of his question I could only answer that it was given to few men twice to perform so momentous a service to scholarship. On this odd note we parted. It occurred to me, as I wended my way home, that I had not succeeded in eliciting from the doctor a reply as to his intentions of preserving intact the Haddam house. But he struck me as an innately conservative person, and I had little real fear of the remodeler's ruthless hammer and saw. This impression was reinforced during the subsequent month, for the doctor intimated that he would be pleased to have me call on him Thursday evenings for a chat over the coffee cups. These chats were the customary conversations of two learned men of the world, skimming lightly over knowledge's whole domain. Once, for example, Dr. Maud amusingly theorized that one of the most difficult things in the world for a private person to do was to find a completely useless human being. The bad men were in prison or hiding, he explained, and when one investigated the others, it always turned out that they had some redeeming quality or usefulness to somebody. Almost always, he amended with a laugh. At other times he would question me deeply about my life and activities, now and then muttering, "I must be sure, I must be sure," typical of this scientist's passion for precision. Yet again he would speak of the glorious age of Pericles, saying fervently, "Spoint, I would give anything, do anything, to look upon ancient Athens in its flower." Now I claim no genius inspired my rejoinder. I was merely the right man in the right place. I replied, "Dr. Maud, your wish to visit ancient Athens could be no more fervent than mine to visit Major Watling's horse barn at milking time the evening of July 17th, 1789. I must at this point, confound it, I am sure Dr. M. would give permission to elaborate, if he were only here, H.S., drop an impenetrable veil of secrecy over certain episodes, for reasons which I have already stated. I am, however, in a position to state with absolute authority that there was no apparition at Major Watling's horse barn at milking time the evening of— Steady on, Harding. Think, think. Major W. turned. I looked about. No apparitions, spooks, goblins, just Major W. and myself. He looked at me and made a curious sort of face. No, can't be. Oh, my God. I was the fault all mine. Duel, feud, traitor to dear Eleusis. Feel sick. H.S. Document 2. Being a note delivered by Mrs. Irving McGinnis, domestic, to Miss Agnes de W. Stolp, President, the Tuscarora Township Historical Society. The Elms, Wednesday. Dear Miss Stolp, pray forgive my failure to attend the last meeting of the Society to read my paper. I was writing the last words when— I can tell you no more. Young Dr. Scant has been in constant attendance at my bedside, and my temperature has not fallen below 99.8 degrees in the past 48 hours.
I have been, I am, a sick and suffering man. I abjectly hope that you and everybody in Eleusis will bear this in mind if certain facts should come to your attention. I cannot close without a warning against that rascal Dr. Gaspar Maud. A pledge prevents me from entering into details, but I urge you, should he dare to rear his head in Eleusis again, to hound him out of town as he was hounded out of Peoria in 1929. Verbum sapientibus satis. Ardene's Point. Early to spec stories. This section contains early works, 1939 to 42, written very quickly to fill space to spec in pulp magazines. The material that follows is included for completeness, and is not of the same professional quality as the previous works. You have been warned. Super Science Stories, May 1940, as by S.D. Gottesman. King Cole of Pluto. 1. Lee Salvage, Incorporated. Sunlight gleamed on the squat, stubby spaceship. Its rocket exhaust flared once, then paled into nothing. It was drifting through the meteor zone, though not the undirected object it seemed to be. Captain Jerry Lee had his scow under control, the control of a man who was born in the space lanes and knew them like his own face. Captain Jerry was in the cramped cabin of the ship, scribbling at endless computations. "Allowing for Black's constant," he muttered, "plus drift, plus impetus, less inertia." He turned to a calculator, stabbed at its keys, and read the result. He yanked the bell pull, and a clangor sounded through the ship. Men filed in. A full crew meeting. Jerry rose. "As I estimate it," he said, "the Argol lies in quadrant 3 of the meteor belt. Its coordinates are alpha, .004, beta, 7.302, gamma, 0. There was a shocked pause, and a big man stepped out of the crew. "Will we go through with it, Captain? Gamma, 0, is a small margin of profit, to say nothing of safety." He spoke slowly and precisely. The flat A of his English indicated that his tongue had once been more used to the Scandinavian languages. Jerry smiled. "Sven, caution is caution, and maybe the salvage money isn't worth the risk." His face hardened. "But I'm not working for money alone, and I hope that none of you others are." A voice spoke from the floor. "Glory's glory, but space bloat is a damned nasty way to die." Jerry frowned. There were troublemakers everywhere, and all the time. "Wiley," he said, "if you've ever seen a wrecked liner, you'll know what we're here for and what our job is. We salvage and tow the ships wrecked by meteors or mechanical flaws, and we get paid for it. But, and it's a big but, if we didn't do our job, those ships would run wild. With no crew, tearing through space at the whim of the governor, plowing through the shipping lanes, never twice in the same place, and finally coming to rest as permanent menaces to trade and life, that's our job. They carry water condensers to Mars. They carry radium to Earth, paramorphium from Venus, and iridium from Neptune. Without us salvagers, there would be no shipping. Without shipping, the structure of the Interplanetary Union would topple and fall. This isn't a job or even a career. It's a sacred duty that we do for each and all of the 9 worlds of the solar system." "Coordinates," I said, "are alpha, .004, beta, 7.302, gamma, 0. Carry on, full speed ahead." The exhausts flamed. The stubby, rusted prow turned once more, into the meteor zone. Jerry droned figures to the helmsman with his eyes glued at the vision plate of pure fused quartz. "Meteor in our 3rd quadrant, distance about 500 kilos. Deflect into first. Back on course. Cloud of aerolites ahead. Carry through." Ahead loomed a blotch of darkness. "Unknown particle in 2nd quadrant. Our coordinates, helmsman." Sven at the tiller read off. "Alpha, .004. Beta, 7.400. Gamma, .002. "Hulk Argol ahead. Carry through into gamma, 0. The big man wet his lips and deflected the steering bar. "Carry through, sir," he said. Jerry, his eyes never leaving the plate, whispered tensely, "Cut steering to master's board." Sven snapped a switch. "Cut, sir." Delicately, Jerry fingered the firing switch. A blocky black mass boomed down on the ship from the east. Violently, the little scow looped over and down, clearing the path of the particle. This was just one of the reasons that men were prejudiced against Gamma Zero. Too much loose junk zipping around for comfort. The Argo was squarely on the crosshairs of the vision plate. Captain Jerry studied the battered piece of wreckage. It had been a super-transport once, loaded to the observation blister with paramorphium from Venus to Earth. She had encountered an unexpected cloud of meteorites, probably too big to run away from, and so had been riddled and gone under. From then on, her career had been a terrible one of shooting wildly through space on almost full fuel tanks, demolishing a refueling station 1,000,000 kilos off Mars, smashing into a squadron of police rockets and shattering them into bits, and finding rest at last in the meteor zone to upset orbits and hurl cosmic rubbish into the trade lanes. He examined this corpse of a ship, estimating its size and Martian weight. He thought he could handle it. Through the annunciator he said, "Make fast with magnet plates," and to Sven, "Take the master's board for emergencies. I'm going over to supervise." Jerry crawled into his spacesuit, a terrible, cumbersome thing of steel alloy and artificial membrane, and dropped lightly down the shaft of the ship to the big space lock that characterizes the salvage vessel. "Wiley," he ordered, "take Martin and Dooley with a cutting torch to open their sides, and then look at their fuel tanks. If they have any left, we can use it. I don't believe they're empty, from the lie of her. Macy, take Collins and Pearl. Secure grapples and allow as much slack for towage as you can get. If you allow too little, you'll never know it, by the way. We'd be smashed like an eggshell on the first turn bigger than 30 degrees. Daring and Hiller, come with me. You need supervision. Take cameras and film." The boarding party bolted their helmets on and swung open the space lock. Wiley, unrecognizable in his swathing overall, braced the cutting torch against his middle and turned on the juice. The powerful arc bit through the wall of the Argo as if it had been cheese, and the men filed through. They had cut one of the cargo rooms, piled high with metal cylinders of paramorphium, the priceless Venerian drug of sleep and healing. A few of the containers were swung open and the contents spoiled. Still, 70% of the remaining cargo went to the salvager, and 80% of the hulk. Jerry took his crew of 2 to the steering blister that bulged from the top of the ship, picking his way between damaged bodies. In the blister he found the captain, staring permanently at a hole in the observation plate where a meteorite, one of many, had pierced the armor of his vessel. With a crowbar, Jerry pried off the top of the recorder and photographed the tracing needles on the graph that charted the course of the ship with all its crazy tacks and swerves through space. "Jerry," he ordered, "take up that corpse. We're going to stack them and see that they get decent burial when we reach a planet." And with the callousness of years of space travel and the coldness that the hard life of the salvager instills, the man obeyed. Jerry wandered at random through the ship. It had carried some passengers. One of the cabin doors was open, and the figure of an old woman, face mercifully down, was sprawled over the threshold. She had heard the alarm in her little room as the air drained out of the ship. Unthinkingly, she had flung open her door, gasped for breath when there was nothing to breathe, and fallen as she was. He picked up her tiny frame and carried it to the stern of the ship. He wondered who she was, why she was returning to Earth from Venus at her age. Perhaps she had wanted to pass her last years among the green and brown fields and again see a mountain. Perhaps he thought he knew how she felt, for he, too, had once been homesick. Mars, red hell of sand and cloudless sky, home of wanted men and women, where the uncautious were burned in the flaming bonfires of the Martian underworld. Haven of every swindler and cutthroat in the system, it was but a dull gem in Sol's diadem. Some day they would clean it up, raid the sickening warrens that snaked through and under its cities, fill them in with dynamite. That day would be a good one. Gently he deposited the body among others, brushed away his random thoughts, and called, "Macy, grapples fixed?" Macy's thin voice trickled through his earphones. "Yes, sir. I gave them 1,200 meters." "Okay," he snapped. "Return to the ship, all except Wiley. He'll stay aboard, Kurt, to stow displaced cargo." "Yes, sir," said Wiley in a growl. "And shall I comb the corpse's hair, sir?" Jerry grinned. "Why not? And see that it's done, or I'll fire you and bust your rating on every scow out of Mars." Discipline, after all, was the thing. Jerry resumed his place at the firing board. "Stations all," he called sharply over the annunciator. "Brace for 7 Mars gravities in 17 seconds. 1." His hands flew over the board, setting up the combinations of rocket discharges that would be able to stir the huge Argall out of its inertia and snap it after the scow of Lee Salvage, Incorporated, like a stone on a string at the end of a ponderous osmiridium cable. 9. The men were strapping themselves into hammocks. 11. 14. He tensed himself, sucking in his stomach muscles against the terrible drag. 16. Fire! And the ship roared sharply up and out of the asteroid belt, its powerful rocket engines, designed to move 20 times the weight of the scow alone, straining to drag the ponderous cargo hulk behind it. Soon the initial speed lessened, and they were roaring along at an easy 1,000 kps. The captain rose and set the automatics, tried to shake some of the blood from his legs into his head. He could rest now. Assembled, Jerry and the men drank a toast to the trade in ethyl alcohol. "To salvaging, the greatest game of all." They drained their cups. The big Sven rose, some of his Norse reticence vanished in the universal solvent. "My brothers in labor," he began, "we have gone far on this trip, and there is no one here who will not agree with me when I say that we could not have done it without Captain Jerry. I give you our boss, and the best of them all, Jerry Lee, of Lee Salvage, Incorporated." The flask went the rounds, and when it was emptied, there was another, and yet another. In just a few hours, Jerry was standing alone in the middle of the room, looking owlishly about him at the collapsed forms of the crew. There was a cup in his hands, a full cup. He spurned a nearby body with his foot. "Sissies," he said derisively, and drained his drink. Slowly he deflated onto the floor. An alarm bell smashed the silence into bits. Men dragged themselves to their feet. "Mars," said one absently. "Don't land easy, Captain," another urged Jerry. "Smear us all over the field. It's about the only thing that'll do this head of mine any good." Jerry winced. "That's the way I feel, but I'd like to get that hulk in before I die. Landing stations, all men." Their ship and its huge running mate hovered over the red planet. Irritably, Jerry dove it near the atmosphere and blearily searched its surface for the landing field. "Damn," he muttered, "I'm in the wrong hemisphere." The ship roared over the face of Mars and slowed above the Colonan Desert. Jerry found a salvage field beneath him and cut the rocket sharply to one side, swinging the Argall like the lash of a whip. They swooped down, and Jerry, drunk or sober, shifted his salvage neatly above the ponderous pneumatic cargo table and cut it loose. It fell the 1,000 feet with a terrible crash, landing comparatively easy. At any rate, he had not missed it. "So much for Wiley," he muttered. The exhaust sputtered and died. The ship dove to within 100 feet of the surface, on rockets, and down she drifted, landing without a jar. Jerry held his head and groaned. 2. An unexpected rival. The owner, manager, and founder of Lee Salvage, Incorporated, was only human. In turn, he visited the offices of the other salvage companies and said, in effect, "Yeah," or that was the plan. Burke was first on his list, a sullen, red-headed man with a grudge against everybody. He threw Jerry out of his office before half the "yeah" was out. The captain was too happy at the moment to start or finish a fight, so he brushed himself off for a call on Rusty Adams, of the Bluebell Salvage Company. He entered their office, and what appeared to be a secretary or receptionist or something said to him, "Can I help you?" "Yes," he said absently, looking for Adams. "What are you doing tonight?" She scowled prettily. He noticed her hair, blonde. He noticed her eyes, blue-gray. He noticed, moreover, her face and figure, very neat. But this was business. "Is the proprietor of this ramshackle space tuggery in?" "Yes," she said. "The proprietor is in." "Then drag the old dog out. I would have words with him." "I," she said, "am the proprietor."
Jerry smiled gently. "Enough of this," he said. "I refer to the illustrious Francis X. Adams, alias the Rusty Nut, alias the Creaking Screw." He paused. Her eyes were full of tears. She looked up. "He was my father," she said. "You're Lee, aren't you?"
They told me of your ways. Father died while you were in space. I've come from Earth to take care of his business." She blew her nose on a silly little handkerchief, and said, "If there's anything I can do for you—" Jerry felt lower than a snake's belly. He stammered an apology of some sort, and went on, "As a matter of fact, I did have a deal to talk over. I want to buy out your concern." As a matter of fact, he had wanted to do nothing of the sort, but he thought it out quickly. The expense would cripple him for a while, but he'd be able to dispose of the Bluebell at a loss and get some operating capital. And one more job like that Argall, and he'd be right back where he was now, with only a little time wasted. And she did have blue-gray eyes, and what did a woman know about salvage, anyway? "Not for sale, Mr. Lee," she said coolly. That shocked him. He had thought that he was doing her a favor. He decided to be a big brother. "Miss Adams, I think you ought to accept. Not for my sake, but for yours. You have had no experience of the work. You'll be at the mercy of your employees, and salvage men are the toughest mob in space. Your father could handle the company, but—" She set her pretty jaw. "Just that," she said. "My father could handle them, and so can I." What was a man to do in the face of such madness? Perhaps— "What about a shipmaster, Miss Adams? Your profits will all run into his salary." "No, Mr. Lee. My father did it, and I can do it. I'm going to pilot my own ship." With that he exploded. No woman had ever piloted a rocket ship, he said, and also he said that no woman would ever pilot a rocket ship, and that if she thought she was going to learn to pilot a ship, she was just plain crazy to try and learn on a salvage scow. And further, he said that the salvage scow is notorious throughout all space as the crankiest, most perverted, perverse, and persnickety brand of vessel that flies. That to run a scow you had to be born in the space lanes and weaned on rocket juice. "I don't know about the rocket juice," she said, "but I was born on the Jupiter-Earth liner." Jerry gasped for breath. "Is there anything else?" she said. "Because if there isn't, I'd like to get some work done on my father's accounts." "No," said Jerry thickly. He was dangerously near apoplexy. "Nothing else." And he walked out of the office muttering, "Accounts. Get some work done on my father's—" Damn it! A woman couldn't fly a scow, and she wouldn't believe that very obvious fact until she was smeared over half of the landing field. Like a man in a dream, he found himself at the offices of the Salvage Field Commission, paying his field dues. An official, dazed, asked if anything was wrong. Did he expect to die or something? "No," said Jerry thickly, "but I expect to get potted in about 25 minutes. Would you mind coming along?" "Not at all," said the official. In fact, he felt the need of a drink after having beheld the ungodly spectacle of the Lee Salvage Company paying up on time. Many hours later, all that was left of the two was a very small noise in the corner of a saloon on Broadway, at the corner of La Bourse. Half of the small, very small, noise was saying to the other half at intervals, "Women can never fly, women can never fly, women can never fly." And the second half of the very small noise was replying to the first, "Yeah, they certainly don't." At length the proprietor told a hackey to please take them away, and what happened to the official nobody ever found out. But Jerry awoke next morning in his hotel room with a pair of blue eyes wavering in front of his face. They weren't real, though. Vanished with the first draft of bicarb. His phone rang, and he winced. It was the Salvage Field Commission, and they wanted to know what he had done with Sweeney. Sweeney? Oh, yeah. No, he didn't remember a thing. To hell with Sweeney. Were there any jobs to be done? He wanted to get off Mars before he got drunk again. There was a long pause while the commission looked up today's sheet. Yes, one bullion ship wrecked between Mercury and Venus, carrying iridium. Speed was essential. Therefore, the agreement was on a strictly competitive basis. Any or all salvage companies registered could try for it simultaneously. The owner of the ship agreed to buy back the cargo falling to the salvager at market quotations out of hand. First scow to get a grapple on had her. Laufer and Burke had filed intention claims and were starting off in a couple of hours. So had Bluebell. Who? What master?
Adams. Holy smokes! Alice Adams! Jerry swore. You'll have to stop that kid. She doesn't know how to fly. You'd better come down, then. You seem to know more about this mess than I do. Hurry up if you want a crack at the Carpathia. That's the bullion ship. Expect me in 20 minutes or less. Hastily he dressed, his hangover forgotten, muttering to himself things about slap-happy blondes. Schopenhauer, he decided, had approximately the right idea. For the second or third time in his life, he was not late for an appointment. 20 minutes saw him bursting through to the office of the commissioner. Well, he demanded violently, are you going to let her fly? In a race like this is going to be, she'll not only smash up herself and her crew, but any of the rest of us who get in what she seems to think is her way. The body wrapped around the telephone voice answered heavily, There's nothing to be done about it. For some obscure reason, the sons or other issue of the deceased licensee shall retain the towage and salvage permits of the deceased, and all appurtenances thereof, according to regulations. The license for towage, etc., includes an operator's card. Therefore, we discover that a crack-brained female who has never flown before inherits a flying permit without physical examination or experience. I'm going to write my congressman. That seems to be all that anybody can do about it just now. Shall I fill out an intention for you on that Carpathia? Yeah. I won't be back, he snapped, halfway through the door. He found Sven in a cheap rooming house near the port. You round up the rest of the crew, he yelled, and be at the field by 12 noon or you're all fired and busted. He tore away and jumped into a taxi. To the salvage field, buddy, and a hell of a rush. He was oiling the space lock when the others arrived, led by Big Sven. He stared at them. Often, he said, I have wondered what happens to space lice when they crawl off the ship. I now perceive that I should have known. Each and every man of them had at least one black eye. Each had cuts and bruises about the temples. Well, forget the good times. There's iridium drifting free between Mercury and Venus, and we're going to snag it. And if we don't sink our grapples into that hulk before any other space tramp, you worms go hungry. Clear? Now get to stations. In 90 seconds we take off. I said 90. The men filed into the stubby ship, holding their heads. A hangover is nothing to take with you on a space flight. If they could have left their heads behind, they would have done it. With creakings of abused muscles and battered bones, they strapped themselves into hammocks and pads. The crew of Lee Salvage Incorporated was in a bad way. The takeoff was uneventful, as such things go. Jerry mentally noted that he had blown away a small corner of the salvage table, just another item to subtract from the profit, if any. Once again in space, the captain was at the lookout plate, eyes and hands and brain bent 500 kilos out into the vacuum. Particle sighted ahead, he droned. In our third quadrant. Salvage scow Bluebell. Full speed ahead to pass her. His fingers played over the master's board, and the blunt ship roared ahead. They were near, dangerously near, the Bluebell. A blast from the steering fins, and the scow jolted into a new course. Jerry never took chances, hardly ever. They slowed acceleration far in advance of the other vessel. That was another contract tied up and in the bag. The captain relaxed. That Adams girl. Of course she couldn't handle a ship. Anybody could make a not too disastrous takeoff, but she'd smear hell for leather when she tried to land. A signal light flashed on his board, and he snapped on his communication beam. There was a long pause while the power built up, then a voice from the grid. Scow Bluebell, calling Scow Lee Salvage Incorporated. Give way. We're going to pass you in your first quadrant, that's all. Jerry gaped. Unheard of. Scow Lee to Bluebell, he snapped. Listen, insane female, you're not driving a French taxi. There are ethics and rules in this game we're playing. Do you want to be blackballed and become an outlaw tug? There was another reason than need of that cargo for his anger. Maybe, just maybe, she could get back onto the field without busting herself wide open, if she were alone. But with a cargo as big as the Carpathia, she wouldn't have a chance in a million. He thought of what a short towing line could do, and grimaced. We're passing, Scow Lee, that's all. The light on his board died. That was all. Well, for her sake, and for his own. Full speed ahead and then some, Sven. It's a race. But it wasn't much of a race. The Bluebell's port fin exploded, and her acceleration stopped. Jerry grinned. "We'll pick her up on the way back and leave her ship there. The farther apart those two are, the safer for both of them. Hey, stations! Hulk Carpathia ahead!" And the salvage ship jockeyed for position, drew alongside of the bullion transport, and clamped on with a clash of metal against metal. The crew prepared to board. 3. Crime in Space. Jerry reached for the phone, his brow grooved. "Broadway 3000, he said. The voice with a smile answered, "One moment, please," giving him time to reflect on the superfluity of machinery. Less efficient than a dial phone, maybe, but that touch of warmth and humanity. "Here's your party, sir." "Central Office, Interplanetary Police. This is Captain Lee of Lee Salvage Incorporated. I wanted to see you about the peculiar state of the Carpathia. Come on up." "Yeah," said Jerry, baffled. "That's what I wanted to see you about." How did they know? And maybe they had a lead on the vanished Miss Alice Adams? He hoped so. He was received in the offices of the Interplanetary Police by a very old man who introduced himself as Major Skeen. Jerry took a seat and opened the valise he had brought. "I don't know how much you know about the business of the Carpathia," he said, "so I'll begin at the beginning. Please examine these. Exhibit A." These were the contents of his valise. Small, heavy chunks of metal. Skeen grunted. "Once spheres," he said, "apparently cast in a shot tower, then sandblasted to suggest natural formations. Some filed by hand, even. These, I take it, were the particles that wrecked the bullion ship?" Jerry wet his lips. "Yes," he said. "It looks like a put-up job for sure. And Alice, that's Master Adams of the Scow Bluebell, she's disappeared. We were racing her for the Carpathia, and she broke down about 500,000 kilos from the hulk. I meant to pick her up on the way out to Mars, and maybe tow her ship in too, but when we got grapples on her, we found her scow deserted, not a man left on her. Have you people got any dope on that business?" Major Skeen scratched his head. "Captain," he said, "I am sorry to inform you that while you do not jump to false conclusions, neither do you shine in the formulation of true ones. Do you see no logical relationship between the two events?" Jerry considered, and paled. "None," he said angrily. "And instead of anthologizing, you might be out hunting down the swine that would try to profit by the deaths of 20 men." "The rebuke is undeserved," smiled the old man. "We have the wrecker of the bullion ship, or at least we know who did it, and how." "Anybody I know?" asked Jerry. "I believe so. The saboteur is Miss Adams, of Bluebell." The younger man stiffened in his chair. "No!" he cried, and then persuasively, "She might be crazy as a flea, but wrecking? Never! You do us an injustice. We were warned to watch her the moment she landed on Mars. Our agents assured us that she was a girl with ambitions. They kept track of her, reporting to us for the customary considerations. One man in particular, Le Mouchard, has kept us posted, and he's as much to be trusted as anyone these days. To my mind, and I am the officer in charge of this case, the alleged disappearance of Miss Adams is conclusive proof of her guilt. She failed to cash in on the particularly rich opportunities that she created for herself, and thus destroyed the evidence, and so was picked up by a Confederate, with a presumably equally guilty crew. I expect her now to continue her career from another base, possibly another planet, until she makes a slip. Then we shall trace her and deliver her to the execution cell." "I see," said Jerry, fighting to keep calm. But he didn't see, and somewhere there was a horrible mistake which had cost the lives of a score of men, and would yet cost the life of that girl with the blue-gray eyes who had tried to pass him and had nearly wrecked her ship and his own, he thought. Skeen broke in. "Will you leave that valise of junk here? We need some material evidence, and I want you to swear to a description of the girl." "Sure," said Jerry vaguely. "Anything you say." "Right. Hair, blonde. Shade, 33 plus on the IP scale. Eyes, blue-gray. Shade 9. Wait. Captain, come." Jerry was walking slowly through the outer office, his mind in a state of terrible confusion. He didn't know what to do for himself or her. Attack it with logic, he decided fuzzily. For effects there are causes. Assuming flaws in the line of Skeen's logic, discover the points of specific strain and test them. Ha! He had mentioned agents. Those, he supposed, were informers. And what was his name? Le Mouchard. Weak link number 1. Now to test it. He walked into a store. A bottle of olive oil, please. A big one. That was the first step. In Mars, there are many hidden ways. For every city, there is a shadow city, twisting its tunnels and warrens beneath the sunlight and air. It was through these dark passages that Jerry wandered, to check, as he thought, on official deduction, of course. Reeking with oil and dressed in the rags of an outlaw space tug's crew, he passed into the dismal underworld as one of its own creatures. In not many hours he was to be found in a low dive, swilling the needled ethyl that passes as potable among the scum of a solar system. It was easy to make friends of a sort there. The price of a drink took care of it. Jerry wasn't drunk, in spite of the terrible cargo of rotgut he had been stowing away, but he was just a bit ill, for his stomach was well lined with olive oil, sovereign remedy and anti-intoxicant. He was buying liquor for a slimy little man, through no altruistic motives, for this was Le Mouchard, informer to the police. Gently he questioned him. Of course he was strictly on the legit, but he hadn't always been, no? And those camels of the gendarmerie that made themselves the great ones, a good man, like our comrade here, yes, could wrap them around his finger, no? And surely he was not such a fool as to play with only one master when the pay from 2 was twice as great? He thought not. Oh, yes, that clever business of the Bluebell girl. He, Jerry, would give a pretty penny to know on whose dazzling intellect that task had been conceived and brought to fruition. Could it be that he, Jerry, was standing in the presence of the man? But no. But yes. Then surely that was worth another drink of the so gentle ethyl. And so the great Le Mouchard was in the pay of the police and one other. Might he, Jerry, be permitted to inquire as to who had availed himself of the services of so great a man? Le Mouchard looked owlishly over a drink. Oui, he croaked, it is permitted. His face flushed abnormally, and he shook his head like a dazed fighter. The English, I forget how you call him, le bon petit roi de Vito, the king with the little orchestra. It is— He bowed forward, his eyes bulging. Carbon, he said. Sa Majesté Carbon. His ratty face hit the tabletop. Out cold. King Carbon. Coal. King Coal? Old King Coal? That seemed to be the idea. But what was a merry old soul with a small orchestra doing on Mars with a stool pigeon? He returned to his hotel room and phoned the interplanetary police. Major, what do you know about old King Cole? There was a pause. I believe, said the thin grey voice of Major Skeen, that he died just 15 years ago, a bit before your time. As I understand it, he never lived. What are you talking about? Early space pirate. Good man, too. Crashed on Pluto 2 days after I was assigned to his case. I was a terror in those days. He must have been afraid of my rep. They all were, then. Did I ever tell you about Iron-Face Finkel, the Mercurian menace? I brought him down. Very interesting, very. This King Cole, I want to know more about him. I suppose you found his remains? On Pluto? Don't be silly. When they crash there, they stay crashed. This Iron-Face had a better position than I did, naturally. I made it a point never to be unfair to the men I was assigned to, since my name alone struck terror. Naturally, Major. How did King Cole work? The usual way, ramming and boarding. Now, Finkel had a tricky twist to his technique, and had me baffled for a time. That's too bad, said Jerry tiredly. How old was old King Cole when he crashed? Rather young. In fact, he had just graduated from a tech school on Venus when he took up his career, and ended it in about a year. But the Mercurian menace was older and more experienced. He knew how to handle a ship. I was hard-pressed, but soon— Jerry hung up. It was fantastic. How many men had been to Pluto and returned? If his hunch was right, and it sometimes was, at least one more than the records showed. He phoned room service for the Marsport Herald. Yes, sir. Morning or afternoon edition? Both. Oh, yes, I want them as of this date 15 years ago. Better get me the year's file.
Room service turned to Linen and said, "That man is mad as a hatter," then hastened to the Herald building for the files. In due course the files reached Jerry, who had been calculating the location of the Bluebell. He flipped the pages to January and read a report of the King's first appearance. He had struck like a demon at an excursion ship, gassing it and gutting it with thermite bombs, leaving a message pinned on the chest of the mutilated captain. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a pirate too was he. He wiggled his toes, and he thumbed his nose, and said, "You can't catch me." From that and subsequent clues, his identity had been traced. He had been Chester Cole, honors student at Venusport Tech, and had led his class at the Academy of Astronavigation, but was just a little cracked, it seemed. He had, as a student, fought a duel with another boy, crippling him. All that had saved him from prison then had been the loyal lies of his classmates. His crew, in the days of his career of crime, seemed also to have been made up of like contemporaries. It was a strange and striking picture, this mad boy roaming space in a ship of his own, striking out at will at women and children. Now to the end of the files to investigate his death. 4. Pursuit between the planets. Approximately on the line which Jerry had calculated, a ship of strange design was speeding for Pluto. Like every spaceship, it was highly specialized. The super-powerful motors and grapples of the salvage scows were not hers, nor the size and luxury of the passenger liners. This was no huge freighter, jammed to the blister and built for a maximum of space to store to a minimum of crew. Yet she had a purpose, and that purpose screamed from every line. This rocket was a killer, from bow to stern. Her prow was a great solid mass of metal, toughened and triply reinforced for ramming, a terrible beak of death. Above her rear rockets protruded a stern chaser that scattered explosive pellets behind her in an open pattern of destruction. But this very efficient machine was not entirely lacking in comfort, for Alice Adams rested easily in a chamber that might have graced, and once perhaps did, the costliest luxury liner. She had awakened there after that peculiar odor through the Bluebell had laid her out and her crew. Then a courteous knock sounded on her door. "Come in," she said, baffled by the anomalous situation. A man entered. "I welcome you," he said, "to my vessel. I trust that you will find—" Alice looked at his face and screamed. The man recoiled and muffled his features in a scarf. "I can hardly blame you," he said savagely. "It is the wind of Pluto. You will find that my entire crew is like that, I warn you. Skin gray and dead, the scars of the Plutonian sleet over all the face. For 5 years we lived unsheltered in that hell. 5 years that might have been 1,000. Can you know what that means?" "But who are you?" asked the girl. "And I'm sorry about—" "I was once known," said the man, "as King Cole. Bright boy of the space lanes, pirate par excellence. The whimsical butcher, that was me. 15 years ago I died on Pluto, they think. Maybe I did. It's hard to say for sure these days. We lived in the broken open hull of our ship where it fell, breathing in helmets, feeding from crates and cans of food. One kid thought he could melt the snow outside and drink it. He was very thirsty, and he went mad when he saw the snow boil up into yellow-green gas. It was chlorine. It's cold out there, where we're going. Many years it was, and then another ship crashed, and we took off our helmets and lived in that and sang songs with the men of it who survived. They were technicians and tried to fix their rocket, but one of my boys killed them. He thought he liked it there. He must have been crazy. A long time later, a first-class pirate ship landed. We crawled across the snow to her, 200 kilos. They took us in because they hadn't a mechanic worth the name, and all of us were fine tech men. I said I could fix her, and I could. Then one night my men killed all the crew of this new ship, and I patched it with stuff from the other 2 rockets, so we took off and sneaked into Mars.
I had been a fool once, and that was enough, so I meant to do it the right way this time. You don't strike without warning if you want to be a success. You give plenty of warning through agents and policemen you've hired, and steer them just a bit the wrong way, so that they suspect nothing and honestly believe that they'll get you the next time. I met a lot of friends I knew on Mars, and made some new ones when I'd disposed of the ship's cargo. The boys and I have been cruising around for some time now, doing nothing spectacular. It doesn't pay. We've been knocking off a ship here and there, laying the blame square onto a rival or somebody. Our home is still Pluto. We don't like it, in a way, for what it did to us, but in a way we do, because nobody else does, and it's so damn far away from anything half the time. I'm sorry that you didn't get the Carpathia. I thought that with a father like yours you could fly sideways and beat any other scow in the ether to a contract. She stared at the madman. What did you know about my father? He was my instructor on Venus. He got me out of a piece of trouble when I killed a man that swore at me. He was a good instructor, and I'm pleased that I have the chance to do him a favor through you. You see, I wrecked that bullion ship for you. Then I was going to pick you up and the junk, but I see I've only got you. Well, perhaps that's enough. You can't return to Mars, even if you want to. I suppose the police have their cruisers out looking for you and your crew. I butted the crime onto you for both our advantages. I hope you don't mind. No, she said. And you wanted to do my father a favor by permitting me to join your band? Exactly, came from the muffled features. And you will? The girl sobbed. Never. Space is clean and cold. Why must you make it a thing of terror? Isn't that pain enough without you and your kind? The pirate laughed. The whimsical butcher is not displeased, he said. You will have your uses anyhow. It will be a long time before a soul suspects King Cole, the late King Cole, of the atrocities perpetrated by Miss Alice Adams and her cutthroat crew. I know how the police mind works. That's my business now. Good day. You may ring for food. He left, and the door closed behind him. Vainly the girl sprang to the door and tried the knob. It was locked firm. She returned to the bed and shut her eyes, trying to blot out the memory of that gray, horribly seamed face. In Marsport, Jerry had not been idle. He had been to see the Major again, and tried to convince him of the truth so self-evident to the younger man's mind. But the placid old idiot listened blandly and blankly. When Jerry was finished, he said, Through an accident, I believe, we were cut off in our telephone conversation a while ago. I was about to describe the position in which Ironface and I found ourselves. But Jerry was gone, with great curses on his lips. Patiently, Skeen sighed. It had been 6 years since he had been able to finish that story. The last man to hear it complete had been a convict extradited to Venus from Jupiter. Skeen had strapped him down in a little two-man rocket and whiled away the long hours of space travel with a tale in its gruesome entirety. He thought now that it would be nice if he could find somebody else to strap down and tell the story to. He was even a bit afraid that he was forgetting the details himself. A taxi was driving through the muddy streets of Marsport. Jerry snapped a bill under the hackey's nose. This for you if you step on it, he said. They pulled up, brakes squealing horribly, before a battered, weather-beaten tenement. Jerry took 4 stairs at a time and burst into the close, dirty room. He shook the sleeping figure. Sven! Sven, damn it! Wake up, you loose-brained lump of soggy Norwegian caviar! We have the biggest job we've tackled yet. The helmsman rolled over and dizzily asked, We tow, Captain? Yeah, we tow. A full-armed battleship that doesn't want to be towed. Get the men to the field in 20 minutes. Fare is on Lee Salvage Incorporated. As the big man struggled into his clothes, Jerry was down the stairs and into a taxi. Salvage Field, he snapped, and a hell of a rush. He had often boasted that the engines of Scow Lee were the most powerful things in the ether. Well, he would see how powerful they could be, shifting feed lines and adjusting nozzles to move the traction power, terrific as it was, into a different channel. The scow was to haul nothing but her own weight this trip, but it was essential, to put it mildly, that she haul it fast. The men lined up before her as the job neared completion. Briefly but clearly, Jerry outlined the dangers and invited men to drop out. "Wiley," he said, "since I shipped you, we've been getting complaints from your quarter about work. This is going to be work the like of which you never dreamed. You can take out that pistol of yours. Sure as leather you're going to use it this trip, unless somebody gets you first." "Anybody leaving?" "No?" "Then pile in and strap tight. In 90 seconds we take off under 15 Mars gravity's acceleration." There was a little glow in his chest. These were men, his men, comrades of flight and wreck. He'd stood by them, and they were making good this day. And for a crazy woman? That was the part that baffled him. Why? He had had practically no respect for her father. His ethics, or lack of ethics, was notorious on the field. But she couldn't fly a ship. That, he said to himself, was what had convinced him of her innocence of the highly technical charge of piracy. "Strapped in? 89? Fire!" With a roar they took off. Such acceleration was unheard of, even on this field, where rules of astronavigation were scrapped daily and the laws of the space lanes broken as a matter of course. In a moment they had vanished from the sight of observers on the field. A moment more, and they were into space, beyond air and warmth. "All hands," rang out over the lee salvage annunciator. "These will be battle stations when so ordered. Sven, be ready to take the tiller if anything happens to me. Wiley, choose and arm 8 men to form a boarding party. 2 others stand by with repair paste in the event that our periphery is punctured. 1 man stand by the manual controls in case the electric board is blown by anything they have in their bag of tricks. That is all. Flight stations." A long silence followed. Sven's hand white on the helm. "Deflect into first for particle in third," said Jerry at length. "Meteorite." The ship shifted. "Good God, Sven, did you see that thing?" cried Jerry. The helmsman said, puzzled, "Yes, Captain." "But, Sven, we passed it, going in the same direction. The first time I've known that to happen. Swede, we're traveling plenty fast." 5. Contact off Pluto. Out in space, time depends most of all on the man concerned, but for all those on the speeding little scow, the days flashed past. They saw Jupiter pale behind them, and Saturn, and Neptune. Then, one day— "Helmsman," said Jerry tensely, "turn control to master's board. I think I see them." Uneasily, the big man surrendered the guiding of the vessel. He was the sort who likes to know what is going to happen next. Jerry's fingers touched the panel, his eyes never leaving the glinting speck far ahead of him, the speck that grew as he overhauled it with dizzying speed. His own exhaust glared less bright. He was slowing down that there might be no mistake. A telescope brought to bear on the point screened out the rocket's dazzle and enlarged the features of the vessel. And there was something about it. He was almost sure. He was sure. The tube astern was a chaser, meant for him and his scow. He turned on the annunciator, his jaw clenched. "Attention all hands," he said, "to battle stations. Check on your paste, repair crew. Check on your weapons, boarding party. Pirate ship," he squinted through the telescope. "Pirate ship, King Cole in sight. That is all." He snapped on a beam of communication to the pirate ship, closing up the distance between them, and sent a call along it. "Scow lee salvage calling unregistered King Cole. Scow lee salvage calling unregistered King Cole. Answer if you hear me, unregistered Cole. Scow lee to unregistered Cole." There were etheric cracklings, then a dry voice. "Answering, Scow lee salvage. If you know who we are, what do you want with us?" Jerry was close enough to see their chaser turn into his quarter and extend for firing. "Heave to, King Cole," he said. "We're commissioned as a converted warship of the Interplanetary Police." This was neither strictly true nor untrue. As a matter of fact, Skeen had said, "Go on and make a fool of yourself if you plan to. You and your ship have my full permission." "Captain," said the voice from the pirate ship, "your letter of marque won't take us. I advise you to turn your garbage can back to where it and you belong before we rake you just once." "Second of 3 warnings," said Jerry, wetting his lips. "Heave to in the name of the Interplanetary Police." There was a long chuckle from the beam grid. "Third and last warning, heave to." With the words, Jerry tore the ship up and over into a great ragged loop as the pirate gun belched pellets of destruction. He had thought he would be well outside the scattering pattern,
but the scow trembled as a fragment exploded against its side. "Repair crew to larboard," he shouted into the annunciator plate, his eye on the air pressure gauge. Its needle dipped once, then rose to normal. "Plate blown in and patched, sir," came Hiller's voice. "All clear." "Stand by, all," said Jerry. "We're going to attack." This ship rose under his sensitive fingers, above its foe. "Prepare to swing grapples," Jerry warned. "Check magnetic plates, okay?" "Magnetic plates, okay," answered Wiley. "Then hold on." The ship swooped and fluttered, at times seemingly inviting the fire of the pirates, at times seeming disabled and darting away as the killer vessel swung itself to deliver a coup de grace. The scow's grapples swung free, ponderous curved plates at the end of long osmiridium chains. Then down she darted, the grapples clanging against the sides of the pirate and sticking like plaster, and magnetized plates in the ship herself adhering to the other. Jerry turned to the annunciator. "Wiley, cut through, take over the board. Sven, I'm going down for the fun." "Yes, Captain," said the big man. Again in Wiley's skilled hands, the burning paste oozed from his tool and ate through the metal of the pirate's hull as the crew bolted on their space helmets. Guns clicked in readiness. The oval of weakened metal was closed. The salvagers stood back as Jerry kicked down the section. Gun ready, he and his men stepped through. They were in an empty storage room, it seemed, one that would never again be crammed with loot. Through his headset, Jerry ordered, "All out of the scow. Come through and bring sealing material." The rest of the crew filed through the ragged opening, stepping cautiously. "Seal that," said Jerry. "Either we fly the pirate ship to Marsport or we don't fly at all." The breach was sealed, and the crew stripped off their spacesuits. Grimly, weapons poised, they moved in a solid line for the bulkhead that sealed them off from the rest of the ship. They heard running feet through the wall. There would be a corridor on the other side. Jerry flung open the bulkhead and stepped through, guns blazing. Before him was a mass of men, their faces gray, horribly seamed things. 3 fell under his fire. Others struggled vainly to raise a semi-portable gun against him, and the men who came trooping through, their weapons hammering madly in their hands. Tactics were discarded, and the two groups sprang together, locking in combat. Muffled groans and the thud of fists were heard. Gun butts rose and fell on skulls and faces. Finally, the salvagers stood above their foes, bloody and victorious. "Neat work," said Jerry, wiping blood from his face. "Now let's get up this cannon of theirs. That wasn't a quarter of their crew." Wiley spread the tripod of the gun and locked its barrel into place. "I think," he said, "it's in working order. Shall I try a squirt?" Jerry nodded, and the gun cut loose, hammering shells down the corridor, battering through the steel door. "Enough," he said. "The plan from now on is to stay in a lump and keep moving systematically. If we begin at one end and work towards the other, we may get there. Otherwise—" He left the words unsaid. "Wiley, go ahead of us, carrying the barrel. Collins, carry the stand." 6. Return from battle. Slowly they advanced to the shattered door. They were in an engine room. "Wait," said Jerry. He turned to the complicated maze of pipe lines and tore one loose. He twisted valves and shutoffs. The trembling drone of the exhaust died slowly. The pirate ship was free in space. "We go on from here," he said. "Give me the gun barrel." Wally surrendered it, and his captain fired a short burst at the lock of the door. It sprung open, and suddenly the men stepped through. It led to an ambush. A score of the gray-faced horrors sprang to the attack as his gun cut loose with violent, stuttering squirts of destruction. Men fell on both sides, and Jerry dropped the clumsy weapon to use his fists and pistol butt. He was grappling with a huge man, smashing blows into his middle, twisted over his back. He struggled vainly as he felt his tendons about to give. Then a club rose and fell on the head of his foe, and he slid to the floor, saved by Sven. "Thanks," he said hastily, scrambling to his feet and sailing into another pirate. A kick to the groin disposed of the man. This was small season for the niceties of combat. He turned as an arm snaked about his neck and jerked out his pistol, pressing it into the belly of the strangler. He pulled the trigger, his jaw set, and the pressure relaxed suddenly. From knot of men to struggling knot he swung, firing till his gun was empty, and not daring to stop for a reload. In a few short minutes all was silent, save for the panting of the bloody victors, Jerry's men. 2 had fallen forever. Gently, Jerry straightened their twisted bodies and turned his back on them. Gruffly, he said, "I believe we are in a position to make an attack on their main forces, which would be concentrated in the control room. Follow me." And grimly, without a backward glance at the carnage behind them,
They followed stealthily down a corridor to pause before a door triply sealed against them. Jerry pounded on it with a pistol. "This is the 4th call to surrender," he shouted through the steel. There was a mocking laugh. "Come and get us, garbage man," answered a voice dry as dust. "We're ready for you." Jerry's face hardened. "Give me the torch," he said. They passed the tube to him and primed it. He braced himself and touched it to the door, opening the torch to its widest capacity. The arc sprung out. He swung it in a great oval over the steel. The door glowed a fiery white. Then the slab of metal fell inward with a clang. Through the opening they saw a score of men, guns poised. There was a pause, then their own semi-portable cut loose and tore through a half-dozen of the pirates before Daring, who was feeding ammunition, fell twisting to the floor. Guns blazing, then the battle-mad crew of the scow leaped to the attack. Men paired off and swung fists and boots. Only Jerry stood aside. Jerry and one other. His face a grey ruin, one of the pirates stood aside and watched, taking no hand and seeking none in the destruction. Jerry walked up to him. Again the strange nightly drama of conflict in space was to be enacted. "You, sir," said Jerry, "are the captain?" The dry, bleak voice that he knew answered from the head without features. "Captain Cole at your disposal, Captain Lee. Shall we withdraw?" No insults now. The archaic code of the space pirates demanded this rigidly formal procedure on the meeting of the two enemy captains in battle. Jerry nodded, and the pirate chief led the way into a luxurious room. Alice sat up. "Jerry!" she cried. "Has he taken your ship?" He smiled. "No, just the opposite. Our men are fighting it out in the control room. Captain Cole has been so kind as to offer me individual combat." The pirate chuckled richly. "Pray speak no more of it. I thought you would be pleased to see your Alice again. She is an extraordinarily high-principled young lady. She has refused to join my little band. Well, perhaps she was right. We shall soon see. I believe the choice of weapon is mine." "Certainly, Captain," answered Jerry, according to formula. "And they will be?" "Boarding pikes," said the pirate succinctly. "There is a pair here, if you will excuse me." He opened a locker in a corner of the room and withdrew 2 of the vicious 5-foot pole-arms from it. Jerry accepted his weapon with a murmur of thanks and examined it briefly. He struck its shaft over his knee and smiled at its satisfactory weight. "Shall we fight free or formal?" he asked Cole. "Formal, if Miss Adams will be good enough to referee." The girl nodded, her face white. "The line of combat is not to be departed from," she began in the traditional phrasing, "and will extend along the center of the room from the door to the bed. The first figure will be low-crossed. Challenger, Captain Lee, attacking. The defender, Captain Cole, will attempt to disarm the challenger within 3 disengagements." She poised her handkerchief. "At the drop of the scarf," she said, "the challenger will attack." It fell to the floor, and Jerry hooked the tine of his weapon into the pirate's guard and swung upward, then darted at the chest of his enemy. There was a clash of steel, and his hands were stinging and empty. He had been disarmed. Cole stood smiling, his pike held easily, waiting for the next figure, as Jerry's mind raced furiously back to the days of his school training. He remembered another such disarming at the hands of an old, quick instructor. He had been padded then, and the blades of the pike could not, dulled, penetrate his quartz practice helmet. Faintly he heard, or seemed to hear, the instructor's voice say, "Counter once conventionally, then engage, and rocking from the heels, twist and thrust at once to disarm." Grimly Jerry smiled. He would not forget again. "Second figure," said Alice faintly. "The defender will attack high cross. The challenger will attempt to disarm within 3 engagements." Again a handkerchief, the scarf, in the language of the pike, fell, and again the steel clashed. For many minutes they battled through 12 figures. Lee had again parried Cole's blade, and they turned to Alice, but she was in no condition to continue, having fainted when the pirate's blade had swooped past Jerry's cheek a moment ago. "Since the referee is incapacitated," said the pirate, after a moment of thought, "shall we continue fighting free?" "Challenger agrees," said Jerry. "On guard!" And again the vicious pikes glistened in the light, swinging madly. Jerry abandoned the formal line of combat and cut fiercely at Cole's head, who grinned and swung at his enemy's chest with a practiced flick of his wrists. Jerry sprang back, blood pouring from his side, and shortened his grip by 3 feet at the haft, leaped through an opening and stretched his body into one terrible blow that sent his blade through the belly of the pirate and out the other side. The salvage man fell to the floor, and the transfixed body of Cole remained erect, propped on the pole of the weapon. Jerry's own eyes closed quietly. His hands sought his side and were wet with blood. Jerry awoke in a very soft bed, with those eyes swimming before his face and a sense of pressure on his lips. "What happened?" he asked dizzily. "I kissed you," said the eyes. He considered. "What did you want to do a thing like that for?" he said. "Just a hunch. It worked on the Sleeping Beauty, you know." "Yeah, I guess so. Thanks. Where am I?" "Marsport County Hospital," said the eyes. "Officially, you are Gerald Depew Lee, master of the salvage scow Lee Salvage Incorporated, if there's anything else you want to know. That Depew nearly changed my mind about you, but I decided that you could bury it as a crossroad with a stake through its heart, and maybe it wouldn't bother us." "This us business," he said reflectively. "Just what does it mean?" "Why, Jerry," said the eyes, deeply pained, "don't you remember?" "No," he said. "But whatever it was seems to have been a good idea. Did I propose to you?" "Yes," she said, crossing her fingers. "And I accepted in good faith, and here I find myself jilted practically at the—" "Oh, all right," said Jerry irritably. "Will you marry me?" "Yes," said the eyes. There was a pause. "I wonder if you would know how I got here?" he sleepily asked. "I flew the ship back after you ran that Mother Goose murderer through and got your own appendix clipped. You'll be out of here soon." "Who flew the ship?" "I did." "A woman can't fly a—" "This one did." "Oh, I suppose so. I feel myself getting drowsy. Do you think the Sleeping Beauty technique will work twice?" "I'll try." Jerry heard footsteps, and the eyes retreated. A thin, gray voice spoke up. "Lee, I thought I'd call. As you no doubt remember, I was telling you of my space battle with the Mercurian menace. We were jockeying for position when—" "Alice, darling," said Jerry. "Yes, dear." "Will you kick that man very hard, please?" He closed his eyes, heard a yelp of pain, and the slam of a door. He smiled sweetly in his sleep. Cosmic Stories, May 1941, as by Edward J. Bellin. No Place to Go. Gallagher was no doctor of philosophy or science, no more than a humble mister, and as such could not hope to rise beyond the modest university readership which he had held for some score of years. He was in the department of physics, and his job was little more than the especially dirty one of correcting examinations and reading the hardy perennial themes submitted by generation after generation of students. He was also the man who punched calculating machines late into the afternoon, tabulating work of men higher up and preparing their further ground. He left the university grounds as the sun was setting over the Hudson, jammed a dark green, crumpled felt hat on his head, and walked briskly home to the 5-room bungalow where he had lived since his marriage. Entering through the kitchen door, he was greeted by no more than a curt nod from his wife, and his buoyant gait reduced to a hesitant shuffle. For Mrs. Gallagher, with her bitter tongue, endless ills, and higgling economy, was the terror of her husband. Dinner was, as always, a grim affair, punctuated by little bitter queries from the distaff side. Money, always. Why didn't he stand up to Professor Van Bergen for a raise? Then he'd be able to get a little car and not have to walk 2 miles from home and back on the highway like a common tramp. And why didn't he see her cousin, the realtor, about another place near here, but where those terrible Palisades wouldn't arouse her acrophobia? Gallagher had shuddered when his wife, 7 years ago, first proudly told him that she had acrophobia. He knew then that it would not be the last said on the subject. Vaguely he wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Going down for a little tinkering." "Tinkering!"
spat Mrs. Gallagher poisonously. "You in that cellar where I can't keep my washing machine because it's cluttered up with—" He heard her out, smiling deprecatingly, and without answering went into the tiny foyer and opened the cellar door with 2 keys. His wife did not have copies of either. Down the steps he snapped a switch, and the plot-sized basement sprang into sharp being under the glareless brilliance of the most modern refractory glow-tube installation. He smiled proudly on the place and its furnishings. "This," he thought, "is my real life, and I can deny it nothing." From the shelf of black-bound, imperishable notebooks, through great racks of reagents, turning lathe, forge, reference library, glassware, and balances, to the electronics and radioactivity outfits, nothing was lacking to make up an almost complete experimental setup for advanced work in physics, chemistry, or practical mechanics. Gallagher, sitting there among his tools, had a spark of something in his eyes that would have baffled his wife. He opened a notebook and stared almost feverishly down at the half-written page. The last words had been, "To dry set in 12 hours. This compound to be examined tomorrow." Swallowing gingerly, he turned the book face down and lifted a tray from a drying rack cunningly placed in the cool draught of a window high up in the wall. Removing a tiny speck of the marble-sized, flinty mass that rested on the glass surface, he inserted it into a spectroscope's field chamber, then snapped on the current that sent his electric bill soaring higher month by month. The speck glowed a vivid white. He squinted through a series of colored filters at the incandescent particle. Then, sighing inaudibly, he lit the projector's bulb. On the calibrated ground glass screen appeared the banded spectrum of the compound. Gallagher ticked off the bands with a pencil. Thoughtfully, he turned up his notebook and wrote, "Spectroscope confirms 100%. Mrs. Gallagher was in bed, a magazine flung irritably on the floor beside her. As she heard the steps of her husband coming slowly up the cellar stairs, she settled her hair and scowled. He came through the door and blinked dazedly. "Still up?" he asked. "I had some special work to do, finishing my tinkering." He smiled feebly. "Tinkering!" She crowded into his own word all the vitriolic indignation of which her small, mean soul was capable. Then, seeing his face, she paused, frightened and almost terrified, for it was white and giddy with triumph. "Andrew," she said sharply, "what have you done?" "My series of experiments," he said mildly. "Tonight I closed my notebooks. My work is finished, and successful." Then, astonishingly, he blazed forth, "Edith, what I have done no man has done before me. In this house I have synthesized the perfect rocket fuel." He smiled as he saw her face pale. The fumbling adventurers who tried 3 times to reach the moon and finally blew themselves up, their mistake was not to wait for me. Their fuel was not only dangerous, but too weak for the job. Any adding machine could have told them that. I have been working with explosive propellants for 17 years, and have you ever heard one of my thousands of tests? No, for I worked calmly and with small quantities. And yet through me the universe has been opened to man. Venus, Luna, Mars— "Mars," whispered Mrs. Gallagher inaudibly. Then, for the first time in many years, she addressed her husband sweetly. "Andrew, what are you going to do now?" "Publish my facts," he rapped. "Take my place among the immortals of science." "Just have them printed in some magazine?" she asked, bewildered. "That would be sufficient," he said. "I shall give my work to the world." He turned into himself, smiling secretly at the thought of honorary degrees, banquets, plaques. "Andrew," snapped his wife, "if you think I'll allow you to waste this stuff, you're mistaken. For your own sake, Andrew, for your own sake, I ask you to come to your senses." Her eyes grew hard as she mused. "We could be rich, richer than anyone." A sudden purpose crystallized in her mind. "How big would one of your ships have to be?" she demanded. "Thinking of that lunar rocket?" he asked. "Foolishness. All a ship powered with my propellant needs is living quarters, a hull, about a half-ton firing chamber with an infusible exhaust tube, and tanks holding a few cubic feet. Foolproof firing apparatus weighs about 2 pounds. I could build a rocket myself."
Yes, she said abstractedly, I know that.
And in her mind the proud boast was spinning. Wife of the first interplanetary traveler. How she could lord it over the full professors' wives who wouldn't invite her to tea more than twice a year. She'd show them. Andrew, she began carefully. And so it was that Gallagher found himself with a sick headache and groaning muscles roaring through space in the tiniest one-man rocket imaginable, following only his bare specifications, from end to end no larger than a light automobile. Far astern was Mars, red planet that he had not reached, and frustration bit into his vitals. He had resigned his readership and raised money from relations, finance companies, and every source he knew of to build this little space scooter. His exultation as he plunged through the stratosphere of Earth, and the sky went from violet to black, had tempered and was now quite gone. The flaw? Well, how could he have known? He had been a physico-chemist, and this insane adventuring was none of his doing, he thought confusedly. Ahead he could plainly see North America. He wondered if he could land as quietly as he had taken off, not one person in the world knowing except himself and his wife. Then he would publish the incredible proofs of his journey and his fuel. Then he would patent his compound and possibly lease contracts for its manufacture. Eras of progress incredible to come from his mind alone. Huge ships of unemployed immigrants leaving for the fertile soil of Venus. Astronomers to establish observatories on airless asteroids and see with incredible clarity the answers to old, vexatious riddles. Freighters winging their ways to icy worlds undreamed of for rare hauls of alien artisanry and produce, making Mother Earth a richer and fairer place to be on. He laughed chatteringly. No, he had forgotten again. It was not to be so. It was not to be at all. Ahead there loomed New York State. He fired off his one-braking rocket tube and began to head south above the Hudson. Why not, he wondered, plunge beneath those waters now? He shuddered. If he was to land, it would be without photographs, without data, without a hope for the future of Mr. Gallagher except a slow, corroding old age. The rocket passed low above Poughkeepsie, and he began to recognize landmarks. Ahead were the palisaded banks of the river, and above, east side, was his cottage. He had taken off from a field nearby, and there he was to have landed in triumph. His headache was worse. The needles of pain lanced into his skull so savagely that he almost shot past the field without seeing it. But not quite. Almost at the last moment possible, he slanted the ship downward and cut loose all his brakes. He hit earth with a terrible shock for all the safety devices aboard, and lay on his side in the canted pit of the rocket until he heard a vigorous clanging on the side. His wife's face peered exultantly through the quartz porthole. He looked at her, struggling to recognize the woman, then reached out to open the heavy door of the little craft. His strength was not enough. He heaved himself to his feet and leaned on the ceiling bar, bearing down heavily. It gave. With a sucking noise, the rubber-lipped door yielded and swung open. He lifted himself through the port and dropped onto the ground, resting against the warm side of the ship. "I came over as soon as I heard the rockets," said his wife. "Are you all right?" "Sick," he answered weakly, holding his head. "Never mind that," she said. "How did the ship behave? Did you have any trouble?" "I'm a scientist," he replied plaintively, "not an adventurer. Shouldn't have gone. My fuel useless." His voice trailed off incoherently. "Useless?" she snapped, startled. "You got to Mars." "No," he gasped. "I didn't. Nobody can." "Andrew!" she cried. "What are you saying?" With a terrible effort he fought his way through a haze of pain and confusion. He said, in lecturer style, "Now and then meteors hit Earth that do not behave as meteors should." Someone had to know this, he thought bitterly. Before he ran down, he could see figures far away, figures sprinting toward the ship. "They drift down, observers say. Charles Fort tells of many instances. Yet as soon as they strike Earth, or rather high ground, they fall normally. The rest of the way, just heavy pieces of rock." The woman stared, bespelled at his blank, lax face. "The reason? Didn't know. But now know too well. I didn't land on Mars. No one can. Gravity is just like magnetism. Likes repel each other. I was charged with Earth gravity.
Mars charged with the same sort of stuff." Gallagher laughed hysterically. "I couldn't get near it," he complained. "Nobody can. Meteors that land the usual way have another kind of gravity. From outside the solar system, must be." Suddenly, bitterly, he cried, "Shouldn't have gone. Fuel useless. No good for anything except rockets. Rockets useless. Nowhere to land. No place to go in rockets." And those were the last sane words that he uttered in his life. Cosmic Stories, May 1941, as by S.D. Gottesman. Dimension of Darkness. "Don't shoot," says Ellen Bogan. "For the love of science, don't shoot." "Sorry, Doc," I says, slipping the safety catch. "I got my orders. That's the way it goes. Got any last words?"
"Look, what's your name?"
"Matt Riley. Make it snappy, bud. I gotta be back in a few minutes for a tote job."
"I see," he says slowly. "You don't know what you're doing, do you?"
"I don't see how that matters," I says. "But they tell me you welched on a $5,000 pony bet. That right?"
"Yes," he says, breaking into a cold sweat. "But look, it's awfully important that I don't die for a few minutes at least. Someone told me that horse couldn't lose, and I needed the money. I took my chances, I know. But will you let me off for just 10 minutes while I wind up my work?"
10 minutes, I brood. "Okay, Doc. But no funny business, and you don't step out of this lab."
"Thank you, Mr. Riley," he gasps, wiping his brow. "You can trust me."
So then he goes puttering around his machinery, taping wires together, plugging light cords in, tinkering up coils, and connecting radio tubes and things. And I kept my eye on him and the clock. After a while, I remind him, 4 minutes to go, Doc. How about it?"
"I'll be ready," he answers, not looking up even. "I'll be ready. Just this one interphasometer reading. Will you look at this, please? My eyes. It's a very small dial."
"What do you want? Be specific," I says. He freezes up as he sees my gun again.
"Just tell me what number this needle is resting on, please. That's all I have to know."
"Okay. This dial?" He nods, so I casually put my gun in his side and bend over to look. It was a 7. "Lucky 7, Doc," I says. "And I think your time's up. Turn around, please."
7, he broods, seeming to forget all about me. "So it checks. The number proves it."
Then, quick like a fox, he spins around and throws himself at a switch. Startled, I blazes away with a Roscoe and some glass breaks.
"Look out!"
yells Doc Ellenbogen.
"You'll be caught!"
And then I sees that there's something awful solid and black turning and growing in the middle of a piece of machinery. Gas, I thinks, whipping out a handkerchief and clamping it over my nose. I aimed straight at the Doc this time, before running, but then the black thing explodes in one big rush, and I'm flat on my back.
"I'm sorry I had to get you involved," says Ellenbogen. "How do you feel?"
Then I see that I'm lying down, inhaling smelling salts that the Doc is holding. Like a flash, I reaches for my heater, but it's gone, of course. Then I guess I says some nasty things to the Doc, on account of even the Frank V. Coviccio West Side Social and Athletic Club don't use gas. And you know what louses they are.
"Don't misunderstand, please," says the Doc with remarkable self-control, considering the names I applied to him. "Don't misunderstand. I have your gun, and I'll give it back to you as soon as you understand clearly what has happened. Where, for instance, do you think you are?"
And there's something in his voice that makes me sit up and take notice. So help me, we ain't in his lab, or anywhere near Columbia University, that I can see. So I ask him, what's cooking?
"The fourth dimension,"
he says, cold and quiet. So I look again, and this time I believe him, because the sky, what there was of it, is the blackest black you could ever hope to see, and not a star in sight. The ground is kind of soft, and there's no grass to speak of, except a kind of hairy stuff in tufts. And I still don't know how we can see each other, the Doc and me, because there isn't any light at all. He glows, and so do I guess. Anyway, that's what it looks like. "Okay, Doc," I says, "I'll take your word for it." So what does he do? He hands me back my gun. I check the Roscoe for condition and aim it.
"Mr. Riley," he says sharply, "what are you intending to do now?"
"Plug you like I was supposed to do," I reply. and instead of looking worried, he only smiles at me as if I'm a worm or something.
Surely,
he says, gentle and sweet,
there wouldn't be any point to that, would there?
I don't know about that, Doc, but Luco would damage me real bad if I didn't do the job I'm supposed to. So that's the way it is, I guess. You ready?
Look, Mr. Riley, he snaps, I don't take you for an especially bright person, but surely you must realize that this is neither the time nor the place for carrying out your plans. I don't want to lose my temper, but if you ever want to get back to your own world, you'd better not kill me just yet. While I appreciate your professional attitude, I assure you that it would be the height of folly to do anything except take my orders. I have no weapons, Mr. Riley, but I have a skull full of highly specialized information and techniques which will be more valuable to you personally than my cadaver. Let's reach an understanding now, shall we?
So I thinks it over. And Ellenbogen's right, of course. Okay, Doc, says little Matt. I'm on your staff. Now tell me, when do we eat, and what?
Try some of that grass, he says. It looks nutritious.
I picks a bunch of the grass and drop it in a hurry. The crazy stuff twists and screams like it was alive. That was a bum steer, Doc, I says. Many more of those, and we may part company abrupt-like. What about food and water? And the minute I think of water, I get thirsty. You know how it is.
There should be people around, he mutters, looking over his shoulder. The pre-selector indicated protoplasm highly organized.
I take him by the arm. Look, Doc, I says, suppose you begin at the beginning and tell me just where we are and how we get back home and why you brought us here. And anything else that comes into your head. Now talk.
Of course, he says, mild and a little hurt. I just thought you wouldn't be interested in the details. Well, I said this is the fourth dimension. That is only approximately true. It is a cognate plane of some kind, only one of the very many which exist side by side with our own. And of course I didn't mean to take you here with me. That was an accident. I called to you to get out of the way while you could, but the pressure belt caught you while you were busily carrying out your orders, which were to shoot me dead. And incidentally, it would have been better for you if you had escaped the belt, for I would have stayed in this plane as long as possible, and would have been as good as dead to you and your Mr. Luco.
It ain't that, I interjects. It's mostly the reputation we got to maintain. What if wise guys like you, meaning no offense, Doc, came in on us every day with heavy sugar to bet, and then welched? The business wouldn't be worth the upkeep and lead, get me?
I think so, he says. At any rate, the last-minute alterations I was making when you called on me were intended to take me into a selected plane which would support life. It happens that the coefficient of environment which this calls for is either 3, 4, or 7. I was performing the final test with your kind assistance only a few minutes ago, if you remember. When you read 7 from the dial, I realized that according to my calculations, I would land in a plane already inhabited by protoplasmal forms. So, Mr. Riley, here we are, and we'll have to make the best of it until I find equipment somehow or other to send you back into your world.
That, I says, is fair enough. Hey, Doc, what are them babies doing?
I am referring to certain ungainly things like centipedes, but very much bigger, which are mounted by several people each. They loom up on the horizon like bats out of hell, not exactly luminous, but, well, I see them, and there isn't any light from anywhere to see them by. They must be luminous, I think. Protoplasm, he says, turning white as a sheet. But whether friendly or enemy protoplasm, I don't know. Better get out your gun. But don't fire until you're positive, utterly positive, that they mean us harm. Not if I can help it do we make needless enemies.
Up scuttles one of the 4 centipedes. The driver of the awful brute looks down. He is dressed in a kind of buckskin shirt, and he wears a big brown beard. "Hello," he says, friendly-like. "Where did you chaps drop from?"
Doc Ellenbogen rallies quick. He says, "We just got here. My name's Ellenbogen, and this is Mr. Riley."
Irish,
says the gent in the buckskins. I notice that he has an English accent.
"Want to make something of it?"
I ask, patting the Roscoe.
"No, sorry," he says with a bright smile.
"Let me introduce myself. I'm Peter de Manning, hereditary Knight of the Cross of Britain and possibly a Viscount. Our heraldry and honours got very confused about the 4th generation.
We're descended from Lord de Manning, who came over way back in 1938.
But this is only 1941, protests the Doc.
Then he hauls himself up short.
Foolish of me. Time runs slower here, of course. Was it accidental, coming over?
Not at all, answers the gent. Old Lord Peter always hated the world, thoroughly a misanthrope. So finally he gathered together his 5 favourite mistresses and a technical library and crossed the line into this plane. He's still alive, by the by. The climate of this place must be awfully salubrious. Something in the metabolism favours it. How many of yous guys are there? I ask, so as not to seem dumb. He looks at me coldly. About 300, he says. A few more due shortly. Would you two care to join us? We're back from a kind of raid. Tell you all about it if you're interested. Of course, says the Doc. And without hesitation he climbs up the side of that scaly, leggy horror and perches next to the guy. Sir Peter looks down at me and says, I think, Mr. Riley, that you'd better ride on the other bug. This one's heavily burdened already. Do you mind? Not at all, I says viciously, and so I went back to the next thing, which looked at me, curling its awful head around as I passed. Right here, Mr. Riley, someone calls down. Thanks, lady, I says, accepting the helping hand reached down. Settled on the back of the centipede, I shivered at the clammy feeling. Feels strange? Asks someone. I turned around to see who was the person who would call riding a 100-foot bug strange, and let it go at that. I stayed turned around, just staring. Is something wrong, Mr. Riley? She asks anxiously. I hope you're not ill. No, I gulps at last. Not at all. Only we just haven't got anything back home that stacks up to you. What do they call you? She turns a sweet, blushing pink and looks down. Lady Cynthia Ashton, she says. Only of course the title is by courtesy. My ancestress, Miss Ashton, and Lord de Manning weren't married. None of his consorts were married to him. Do you approve of polygamy? I'm sure I don't know, Lady Cynthia, I assure her. I never got farther than elementary algebra. At which she looks at me queerly while I study her. She's wearing the kind of clothes you sometimes dream about on the woman you love. A barbaric kind of outfit of soft doeskin, fitted to her waist and falling to her knees, where there was an inch of fringe. Red and blue squares and circles were painted here and there on the outfit, and she wore a necklace of something's teeth. Just what, I don't like to think. And her blonde hair fell to her shoulders, loosely waved. No makeup, of course, except for the patches of bright blue on her cheeks and forehead. What's that for? I asks her, pointing. She shrugs prettily. I don't know. The old man, that's Sir Peter, insists on it. Something about woad, he says. I gets a sudden fright. You wouldn't be married, would you? I ask, breaking into a cold sweat. Why, no, not yet, she answers. I've been proposed to by most of the eligible men, and I don't know which to accept. Tell me, Mr. Riley, do you think a man with more than 4 wives is a better risk than a man with less? That's about the midpoint. 4, I mean. She sees the look in my eyes and gets alarmed. You must be ill, she says. It's the way this horrid bug is moving. Alfred, she calls to the driver, slow down. Mr. Riley doesn't feel well. Certainly, Cynthia, says Alfred. He's a dear boy, she confides, but he married too young. My 3/4 sister, Harriet, and my Aunt Beverly. You were saying, Mr. Riley? I wasn't saying, but I will. To be on the up and up, Lady Cynthia, I'm shocked. I don't like the idea of every guy keeping a harem. And little Matt says to himself that while he likes the idea in the abstract, he doesn't like to think of Lady Cynthia as just another wife. And then I get another shock. Really? Says Lady Cynthia, freezing cold as an icicle. Alfred, the driver, looks back. What did the beast say, darling? He asks nastily. She shudders. I'm sorry, Alfred. I couldn't repeat it. It was obscene. Indeed, asks Alfred. He looks at me coldly. I think, he says, that you'd better not talk with Lady Cynthia any more, Mr. Riley. I fear you are no gentleman. And right then and there little Matt would have slugged him if he didn't send the bug on the double quick, so all I could do was hang on and swear. Things grew brighter ahead. There seems to actually be real light of some kind, and then a sun heaves over the horizon. Not a real sun, that would be asking for too much, but a pretty good sun, though tarnished and black in spots. There is a little kind of house with stables big enough for whales in sight, so the bugs stop and everybody gets down. I hunt out Doc Ellenbogen right away. "Doc," I complains, "what's the matter with me? Am I poisoned? I was chatting away with Lady Cynthia, and I happens to say that I believe in the family as a permanent institution, and after that she won't speak to me." He gets thoughtful. "I must remember that, Matt," he says. "Such an introverted community would have many taboos. But they are a fascinating people. Did they tell you the purpose of their raid, from where they were returning?" "Nope, she didn't mention it." "All I got was a vague kind of hint. They have an enemy, it seems." "Probably some bird who believes in the sanctity of the home," I suggests nastily. "Or a tribe of ministers." "Nothing so mild, I fear," says the doc, shaking his head. "In the most roundabout way, Sir Peter told me that they have lost 5 men, and 5 men to a community of 300 is a terrible loss indeed." "That's fine," I says. "The sooner they're wiped out, the better I will like it. And while they go under, will you please get to work so I can get back into a decent world?" "I'll do my best, Matt. Come on, they're leaving." The bugs get bedded down at the stables, it seems, and they go the rest of the way on foot. Sir Peter joins us, giving me the double O. "I expect you'll want to meet the old man," he says, "and I'm sure he'll want to meet you. Interesting coot, rather. Do you mind?" "Not at all," the doc assures him. "There are some things I want to find out." He gives Sir Peter a chilly look with that, and that gent looks away hastily. "Is that the city?" I ask, pointing. Sir Peter casts a pained eye at my extended finger. "Yes," he says. "What do you think of it?" So I look again. Just a bunch of huts, of course. They're neat and clean, some of them bigger than you'd expect, but huts just the same. "Don't you believe in steel frame construction?" I ask, and Sir Peter looks at me with downright horror. "Excuse me!" he nearly shouts and runs away from us. I said runs, and begins to talk with some of the others. "I'm afraid," says the doc, "that you did it again, Matt." "Cripes almighty, how do I know what'll offend them and what won't? Am I a magician?" I complain. "I guess you aren't," he says snappily. "Otherwise you'd watch your tongue. Now here comes Sir Peter again. You better not say anything at all this time." The gent approaches, keeping a nervous eye on me, and says in one burst, "Please follow me to see the old man, and I hope you'll excuse him any errors he may make. He has a rather foul tongue, senile, you know, older than the hills." So we follow him, heel and toe, to one of the largest of the cottages. Respectfully, Sir Peter tapped on the door. "Come in, ye bleeding sturgeon!" thunders a voice. "Tut," says Peter. "He's cursing again. You'd better go in alone. Good luck!" And in sheer blue terror he walks off, looking greatly relieved.
"Come in and be blowed, ye fish-faced octogenarian pack of truffle-snouted, shovel-headed beagle mice!"
roars the voice. Says the doc, "That means us." So he pushes open the door and walks in. An old man with savage white whiskers stares us in the face.
"Who the devil are you?" he bellows. "And where are my nitwit offspring gone?"
Without hedging, the doc introduces himself. "I am Dr. Ellenbogen, and this is Mr. Riley. We have come from Earth, year 1941. You must be Lord Peter de Manning?" The old man stares at him, breathing heavily.
"I am," he says at last. "And what the devil may you be doing in my world?"
"Fleeing from an assassin," says the doc. "And this is the assassin. We are here by accident, but I had expected a greater degree of courtesy than you seem to see fit to bestow on us. Will you explain, please?" "And that goes double for me," I snap, feeling plenty tough.
"Pah!"
grunts the old man.
"Muscling in, that's what you're doing. Who invited you? This is my experiment, and I'm not going to see it ruined by any blundering outsider. You a physicist?"
"Specializing in electronics," says the doc coldly.
"Thought so. Poppycock. I used a physicist to get me here. Used him, mark you, for my own purposes. I'm a scientist myself. The only real scientist. The only real science there is."
"And what might that be?" I ask.
"Humanity, you assassin." The science of human relationships. Conditioned reflexes from head to toe. Give me the child, and I'll give you the man. I proved it. Proved it here with my own brains and hands. Make what you like of that. I won't tell you another word. Scientist. Physicist. Pah!
He's nuts, I whispered to the doc. Possibly. Possibly, he whispers back. But I doubt it, and there are too many mysteries here. So he turns to the old man again. Lord de Manning, he says smoothly, there are things I want to find out.
Well, snarls the old thing, you won't from me. Now get out.
And he raises his hand, and in that hand is a huge Colt .45 automatic, the meanest hand weapon this side of perdition. I dive for the Roscoe, but the doc turned to me quickly. Cut it out, Mac, he hisses. None of that. Let's go outside and look around. Once we are outside, I complain, why didn't you let me plug him? He can't be that fast on the trigger. You actually need a crowbar to fire one of those things he had. Not that cunning old monster, broods the doc. Not him. He knows a lot. Probably has a hair trigger on the gun. He's that kind of mind. I know the type. Academic run wild. Let's split up here and scout around. So he wanders off vaguely, polishing his glasses. A passing figure attracts my eye. Lady Cynthia! I yell. The incredibly beautiful blonde turns and looks at me coldly. Mr. Riley, she says, you were informed of my sentiments towards you. I hope you make no further attempts at— Hold it, I says. Stop right then and there. What I want to know is what did I do that I shouldn't have done? Lady Cynthia, I like you an awful lot, and I don't think we should— I'm studying her eyes like an eagle. The second I see them soften, I know that I'm in. Mr. Riley, she says with great agitation, follow me. They'd kill me if they found out, but— She walks off slowly, and I follow her into a hut. Now, she says, facing me fair and square, I don't know why I should foul my mouth with things that I would rather die than utter, but there's something about you— She brings herself to rights with a determined toss of her head. What do you want to know? First, I says, tell me where you were coming back from this afternoon, or whatever it was. She winces, actually winces, and turns red down to her neck, not with the pretty kind of pink blush that a dame can turn on and off, but with a real hot red blush of shame that hurts like sunburn. Before answering, she turns so she doesn't have to look at me. It was a counter-raid, she says, against— And here I feel actual nausea in her voice. Against the whites. Defiantly, she faces me again. Bewildered, I says, Whites? And she loses her temper. Almost hoarsely, she cries, Don't say that filthy name! Isn't it enough that you made me speak it? And she hurries from the hut almost in a dead run. But this time little Matt doesn't follow her. He's beginning to suspect that everybody's crazy except him. Or maybe vice versa. Then there were sudden yells outside the hut, and little Matt runs out to see what's up. And be damned if there aren't centipedes by the score, pouring down on the little village. Centipedes mounted by men with weapons, axes, knives, and bows. A passing woman yells at me, Get to the walls! Fight the bloody rotters! Kill them all! She is small and pretty, the kind of gal that should never get angry, but her face was puffed with rage, and she was gnashing her small, even teeth. As I see it, the centipedes form a ring around the village, at full gallop, like Indians attacking a wagon train, and, like Indians, firing arrows into the thick of the crowd. So I take out the Roscoe on account of the people on the centipedes are getting off and rushing the village. I find myself engaged with a big savage guy dreaming homicidal visions in which I took a big part. He has a stone axe with him, a fine sharp blade, and I have to fend it off as well as I can by dodging, inasmuch as if I tried to roll it off my shoulder or arm like a prize fighter would, I would find that I did not have any longer a shoulder or arm. Little Matt gets in a clean one to the jaw, nearly breaking his hand, and works the guy around to one of the huts, through other knots of fighting men. Then the big guy lands one with the handle of the axe on my left forearm, nearly paralyzing it. And to my great surprise, he says, "Take that, you rotten black!" Not wishing to argue, I keeps on playing with him until he is ready to split my skull with one blow, at which point I dodge, and the axe is stuck firm in the side of the hut. Taking my time to aim it, I crack his skull open with a Roscoe's butt and proceed to my next encounter.
This gent I trip up with the old soji as taught in the New York Police Department and elsewhere, and while he is lying there I kick him in the right place on the side of his head, which causes him to lose interest. "Matt, for God's sake!" yells someone. It is Doc Ellenbogen, seriously involved with two persons, both using clubs with more enthusiasm than skill. I pick up a rock from the ground and demonstrate in rapid succession just what you can do with a blunt instrument once you learn how. There's a certain spot behind the ear. I drag the doc into the nearest hut. "Why do they call us blacks?" I demand. "And who are they, anyway?" "Matt," he says quietly, "let me have your gun." Without questions, I fork over the Roscoe. "What plans you got, Chief?" I say, feeling very good after the free-for-all. "Things begin to fall into place," he says. "Sir Peter, the chap we met, broke down and told me his viewpoint. It wasn't much, but I can tell there's something horrible going on." He actually shudders. "I'm going to see the old man. You please stay outside the hut and see that none of the whites interrupt us." "I don't think they will," I inform him, peeking out. "The battle's over and— Ock, they ain't taking prisoners." I had just seen that pretty little woman bashing in the head of an unconscious white on the ground. "So the whites are those people that just came and left?" I asks. "And we're the blacks?" "That's right, Matt." "Sorry, Chief," I says mournfully. "I don't get it." So we leave for the hut of the old man. While I stand guard outside, there is a long conversation in muffled tones. Then, so quick they almost sounded like one shot, the roar of the old man's .45 and the crack of the Roscoe. I bust through the door and see the doc bleeding from his shoulder and the old man lying very dead on his floor. I tape up the doc as well as I can, but a .45 leaves a terrible cavity in a man. As soon as he is able to talk, I warn him, "You better get a doctor to see after that thing. It'll infect as sure as fate." "It probably will," says the doc weakly. Then he mutters, "That old monster, that horrible old—" And the rest is words that seem all the worse coming as they do from the doc, who is a mild-mannered person in appearance. "You mean his late Nibs?" I ask. "Yes, that fiend. Listen, I don't know what set him off on that train of thought, but he had a pet theory of some kind. He told me all about it, with his gun trained on me. He was going to kill me when he was quite finished. I had your gun in my pocket, my hand on the trigger. He actually was a noble of Britain, and he used every cent he had on lecherous pursuits and the proof of his doctrine, a kind of Superman cum troglodyte cum Mendel cum Mills cum Wells cum Pavlov social theory. Fantastic, of course. Couldn't work except in a case like this. So he financed research along lines much like mine, and brought himself and mistresses and library and equipment into this plane. And then he proceeded with the scheme. It was his aim to propagandize a race with such thoroughness that his will would be instinct to his descendants. And he succeeded in a limited way. Arbitrarily, he divided his offspring into two camps, about the third generation, and ingrained in each a hatred of the other. To further the terrible joke, he named them arbitrarily black and white, after the innocent war games of his youth. His aim was, ultimately, to have both camps exterminate the other, for him to be the only survivor. Madman! Hideous madman! "That all?" I ask, not wanting to tire him. "No. He has the equipment to get back into our own plane. I'm going to use it now to send you back, Matt. You can say with almost perfect veracity that you bumped me off as per orders." "But why don't you send these people back?" I ask, being real bright. "They wouldn't like it, Matt. It would be too great a strain on them. Besides, in the month or so that I'll last here with this wound in my shoulder, I can throw a perfectly effective monkey-wrench into the old man's plans. I think that in a few years the blacks and whites will be friends." "I got a better idea," I says with authority. "You go back to Earth and I stay here. You can get patched up by any good medico, and I won't mind it much." And that's what little Matt says, thinking of a golden-haired lady who might be taught that monogamy ain't necessarily a deadly sin. "So, Judy, you be a good little sister and open that safe deposit box of mine. Doc will give you the key. and give Doc 5,000 to square himself with Luco. And you take the rest and quit that chain store job and start yourself the swellest beauty parlor in town, just like you always wanted to. And keep in touch with Doc. He's a great guy, but he needs somebody around to see that he don't hurt himself. Stirring Science Stories, February 1941, as by S.D. Gottesman. Dead Center. 1. The chilled steel muzzle of the old-fashioned automatic swerved not an inch as Angel McClure spoke. "I'm at your service, gentlemen. What can I do for you?" "Put that gun down," advised the shorter man easily. "We just didn't want any fuss. You have our blasters. We won't try anything." McClure grinned and lowered his pistol. "Right," he said. "I wasn't sure whether you'd mistaken me for a banker or somebody who deserved killing." He gestured at the blasters which he had wrenched from his assailants' hands. "Pick 'em up, boys." They did, and pocketed the deadly little tubes. "Now, what did you want?" The shorter, softer-spoken man began. "Excuse my friend. He's new in our service. He doesn't realize that we should have asked you first and then pulled the tubes. Understand?" "All forgiven," said McClure shortly. "I just didn't expect to be jumped 2 minutes after I get off a liner. It usually takes months before the police hear that I'm around. What's the service you mentioned?" "Let's wait before I tell you anything," said the shorter man. He smiled confidingly. "You'll find out enough to blow your top off. Now, Mr. McClure, you're supposed to come with us, whether of your own free will or by force. Understand?" "Sure. Call me Angel. What's your tag?" McClure walked off down the street, flanked by the other two. He knew that their pocketed hands fingered blaster tubes, and that a false move might cost him a foot or arm. But he was interested by the distinctly peculiar setup he had seemingly blundered into. The last year he had spent on Venus doing a big engineering job, barracks and installation, for one of the Wildcat land promoter outfits. The new scar on his jaw he had acquired when he had stormed into the company offices with a payslip that he wanted cashed in full. He still carried the scar, but he had got his due amount, and with a bit of interest lying in the back of the blasted safe. His trip to Earth again had been in quest of some much-needed relaxation. He had not taken kindly to being jumped by two strangers. The shorter man hesitated. "I don't know," he said. "Perhaps you've heard of me? Balder Gaussman?" "Yeah?" asked Angel, impressed. "You did that first floating weather station on Uranus, didn't you?" "That's right," said Gaussman. He halted before a curtained taxi. "We get in here," he said quietly. And they did. As the taxi took off, Angel didn't even try to figure out the direction they were taking. He knew that the involved loops and spins would hopelessly confuse him. He faced Gaussman quizzically. "This must be something awfully big," he said. "I mean, using high-grade extraterrestrial engineers for musclemen on a simple pickup job. Unless I guess wrong, this is concerned with some pretty high finance." The taller man took out his blaster again. "Don't try anything this time," he said thickly. "And don't get nosy before you're supposed to. You can get hurt doing that." "Yeah?" asked Angel, mildly eyeing him. "Not Stockholm. Okay, pal." He turned again to Gaussman. "You must have been in this for several years, whatever it is," he said. "That's right. My last job in the open was for Pluto Colony Corporation. I handled their mining in full." He glanced at his watch. "We're here," he said. As he spoke, the muffled hum of the plane stopped abruptly, and Angel felt it being swung about by a ground crew or turntable. He grinned. "As I figure it," he said, "we've come about 73 miles due east after swinging around 4 times to throw my sense of direction off the track. I think we're in the heart of the New York financial district, on about the 20th floor of a very high building." "I'll be damned!" exclaimed Gaussman, open-mouthed. "How did you do that?" "Long years of training at the hands of my late beloved father, rest his martinet soul," said Angel. "You behold the only practical, authentic Superman. No shortcuts, no royal road, just hard work and development of everything I was born with. Let's go." He gestured at the door, which had opened to reveal a dim, luxurious corridor. "Okay," said the taller man. "Hand over your gun." McClure obeyed, smiling. "When I pass in front of the metal detector," he said, "remember the eyelets in my shoes. They're a beryllium alloy." "That's all right," said Gaussman. "We use an X-ray." "Oh," said Angel shortly. "Then I might as well tell you now that I have a saw in my shoe and a gas capsule in my zipper." He produced them and handed them over as he got out of the taxi. "Thanks," said Gaussman. He pointed. "Through that door, Angel. You go in alone."
As the door, heavy as a bank vault's, closed ponderously behind him, McClure instinctively recoiled at the terribly moist heat of the room he was in. In the dim red glow that came from the ceiling he could see little curls of steam in the air. His clothes were sopping wet. Absently he wiped his face with a soaked handkerchief. A voice rang through the air, a thin, feeble whisper magnified over a PA system. Normally it would be so faint that one could not even strain to hear it. It was the voice of an old man, a man so terribly old that intelligible speech was almost lost to him. It said, "Sit there, Angel McClure." A boxy chair glowed for a moment, and the young man sat. He was facing a soft sort of wall, which was red beneath the ceiling lights, a dull, bloody, dried red. It slid aside slowly, and in absolute silence. This room was certainly the quietest place in all the world, McClure thought. He could hear not only his heartbeat, but the little swish of air passing through his bronchial tubes and the faint creaking of his joints as he moved his hand. These were sounds which the most elaborate stethoscope could bring out but faintly. Perhaps it was the quiet of the room, he thought, and perhaps it was the faint and mysterious aura which the figure, revealed by the sliding wall, diffused. It was the shape of a man, had been once, that is, for it was so terribly old that the ordinary attributes of humanity were gone from its decrepit frame. It could not move, for it was seated with legs crossed and arms folded over the shriveled breast, these members held in place by padded clamps. The dully glowing tangle of machinery about it bespoke artificial feeding and digestion. A myriad of tiny silvery pipes entering into its skin must have been man-made perspiration ducts. The eyes were lost behind ponderous lenses and scanning devices, and there was a sort of extended microphone that entered the very mouth of the creature. Sound grids surrounded it in lieu of ears that had long since shriveled into uselessness. The lips unmoving, the creature spoke again. "You know me?" it whispered penetratingly. McClure dredged his memory for a moment, following the clue of the high, crusted brow of the creature. "You must be Mr. Sapphire, it seems," said Angel slowly. "Excellent," whispered the creature. "I am Mr. Sapphire, of Planets Production Corporation, Extraterrestrial Minds, Amusement Syndicate, Publishers Associated. Can you complete the list?" "I think so," said Angel. "In spite of the very clever management, it's almost obvious, after a rather penetrating study, that there is one fountainhead of finance from which springs almost all the industry and commerce and exchange in the system today. I had not suspected that you were at the head and still alive. 180 years, isn't it?" "Yes," whispered the creature. 180 years of life. If this is it. Now, McClure, you do not know why I called you. It is because I am a proud man, and will not be humiliated by death. I shall live, McClure. I shall live. The voiceless whisper was still for a moment. "And," suggested Angel, "you want me to help you?" "Yes. I followed your childhood in the hands of your father.
I saw you at 12, the equal of men 4 times your age, physically and mentally their actual equal. And I know that after the death of your father, you chose to disappear. I knew you would do this, McClure, for a while. It was your intention to slip into the way of the world and forget that you were the infinite superior of your fellows. Well, you succeeded, in your own mind at least. You are well on the way to forgetting that to those around you, you are as a man among apes. That is so of all men except you and me.
Angel grinned bitterly. You struck it, he said. I think you and I stand alone in the world. I was the victim of my father's ambition. What are you?
Life eternal, sounded the voiceless whisper. To watch the world and its aspects, to mold it as I will, and eventually destroy it. Destroy it and fashion another. McClure, medicine has done all for me that it can. I am the final example of the surgical art. Once my brain was transplanted into a youthful body, but even I could not stand the shock. I died, and was revived only with the greatest difficulty. 3 times since then I have died. The last time it took 3 hours to revive me. 10 minutes more, and I would never have lived again. Under the laws of nature I can last no longer. And so you must come to my rescue.
How am I to do that? Demanded Angel.
For me,
breathed Mr. Sapphire.
You will suspend these laws. Do not interrupt. I can give you only a few minutes more before I retire for a treatment. All creation is in motion, we know, so we are taught. Earth moves about the sun about the great hub of the galaxy in a mighty circle about its own directrix. Space itself, ether so-called, is like a mighty ball rolling and tumbling through unimaginable chaos. To this outside of space we cannot attain, for to go to the end of space is to return to the starting point. But there is another locus in space, wholly unique, wholly at variance with any other time and space sector that may be marked off. Can you conceive of it?
Angel, his brows closely knit, shot out, The vortex, the hub around which space revolves. Space at rest and absolutely without motion. With the faintest suggestion of mockery in his voice, Mr. Sapphire whispered,
The celebrated Superman has it. Utterly unique and lawless, or perhaps with the laws of its own. At any rate, it must be obvious that the limitations which bind matter in space are removed in this vortex of dead center.
And I am to find it and release a certain amount of matter, your body, from certain restrictions? That is, human decrepitude? Countered Angel.
That is it. You will work for me?
Damn right I will, exploded Angel. And not for your money or anything you have to offer, but just for the kick of finding your quiet spot and doping it out.
That, whispered Mr. Sapphire, is how I had estimated it.
The wall began to slide back into place again, hiding his shriveled body and tangle of machinery, when he spoke again.
Use the metal tab lying on that table.
He was gone. Angel looked about, and as a table lit up with a little flash, he picked a tag of some shiny stuff from it and pocketed the thing. He heard the ponderous door grind open behind him. 2. Angel, his mind buzzing with figures and colossal statistics, had aimlessly wandered into the proving room. Assistants leaped to attention, for he was known as a captain in the Tri-Planet Guard, and the ship and plotting were, of course, official business. That was only one of the many ways in which his work had been made easier. But work it still was, the hardest, most grueling kind of work of which any man could be capable. The first job he had ordered had been the construction of immense calculating machines of a wholly novel type. He could not waste his own time and his own energy on the job of simple mathematics. He just showed up with the equations and theoretical work well mapped out, and let the machines, or his assistants, finish it off. "At ease," he called. "Get back to work, kids." He ambled over to the main structural forge and confronted the foreman. "Rawson," he said, "as I planned it, this job should be finished by now." Rawson, burly and hard, stared at Angel with something like contempt. "You planned wrong," he said, and spat. Angel caught him flat-footed. After one belt on the chin, Rawson was down and out. "How much longer on this job?" he asked the helper. "Nearly done now, sir." "Who's stuck with the proving ground tests?" "Nobody's stuck. I'm taking her out myself." With something like concern, the helper eyed McClure. "I don't know, sir," he volunteered. "In my opinion, it isn't safe." "Thanks," said Angel with a grin. "That's what we aim to find out." He climbed into the ship, small and stubby, with unorthodox fins and not a sign of a respectable atmospheric or spatial drive unit, and nosed around. He grunted with satisfaction. No spit and polish about this job, just solid work. To the men who were working a buffer wheel against the hull, he called, "That's enough. I'm taking her out now." They touched their caps, and there was much whispering as McClure closed the bulkhead. With a light, sure touch, he fingered the controls and eased the ship inches off the ground, floating it to the take-off field, deeply furrowed with the scars of thousands of departing rockets. There was no fanfare or hullabaloo as he depressed the engraved silver bar on the extreme right of the dash, but in response to that finger-touch, the ship simply vanished from the few observers, and a gale whipped their clothes about them. McClure was again in the black of space, the blinking stars lancing through the infinitely tough plastic windows, and he was traveling at a speed which had never before been approached by any man. "Huh," he grunted. "I always knew I could work it out." He saw the moon in the distance, about 1,000,000 miles behind and to starboard. Deliberately he cut into the plane of the ecliptic, determined to take on any meteorites that might be coming. He had a deflection device that needed testing. Through the clear window before him he saw a jagged chunk of rock far off, glinting in the sun. Deliberately he set out to intersect with its path. As they met, there was a tension in the atmosphere of the ship that set his hair on end, but there was no shock as he met the meteorite. He did not meet it at all, for when it was about a yard from the ship, it shimmered and seemed to vanish. McClure was satisfied. The distortion unit was in order, and the chances of meeting anything so freakish as a meteorite were so small that he did not need any further protection. He was whistling happily as he headed back to Earth. Then, abruptly, there was a peculiar chiming resonance to the idling whisper of the drive units, and in the back of Angel's head a little chord seemed to sound. It was like something remembered and forgotten again. Scarcely knowing what he was saying, and not caring at all, he called softly, "I can hear you." The chiming sound mounted shrilly, seeming to be struggling to form words. Finally, in a silvery tinkle of language, he heard, "We're super hot with your Malloyden coils. Can't keep it up like this. Full stop. All power in Malloyden for reception. Okay?" That, at least, he could understand. Someone had performed the almost impossible task of superheterodyning some sort of nodular wave of constant phase velocity into a coil set up as an anchor band. He groaned at the thought of the power it must have taken, and flung the ship to a halt, reversing his power to flow through the anchoring coil that was receiving the message. It sounded again. "That's better. Can you make it 7 to 3, please?" He snapped insulated gloves on his hands and adjusted the armature windings. "God knows where they get their juice from," he thought, "but I hope they have plenty of it." "We can't hear you, Angel McClure," said the voice from the coils. "This must be going through to you, though, because you followed our requests. I can't get detailed because this little message will burn out every power plant we have. Do not return to Earth. Do not return to Earth. Do you get that? Come instead to coordinates X3, Y4.5, Z.1. Get that? 3, 4.5.1. We'll be able to contact you further there. But whatever you do, don't return to Earth. Signing off." The metallic voice clicked into silence. McClure, mind racing, grabbed for a star map. The coordinates indicated in the message were those of a fairly distant and thinly filled sector of space. He hesitated. Why the hell not? No man had ever been beyond Pluto, but was he a man? He grinned when he remembered his tight-fisted, close-mouthed father, who had made him what he was with a grueling course of training that began actually before he was born. Yes, he decided, he was a man, all right, and with all of a man's insatiable curiosity he set his course for the distant cubic parsec that was indicated by the coordinates he had so strangely heard through a drive unit receiver. And with all the fantastic speed of which his craft was capable, he did not want to drive it beyond its capacity. Having set the controls, he relaxed in a sort of trance in preparation for his week-long trip. After locating himself among the unfamiliar stars of his destination, he rearranged his coils. "That wasn't necessary," they said almost immediately in the metallic chimes. "We're coming out for you." Then they fell silent. But minutes later, a craft hove alongside and fastened onto his hull with a sort of sucker arrangement. It was no larger than his own, but somehow sleeker and simpler in its lines. They had clamped right over his bulkhead and were hammering on it. He opened up, trusting to luck and logic that their atmosphere was not chlorinous. "Come in," he called. "Thanks," said the foremost of three ordinary individuals. "My name's Jackson." "Yeah?" asked McClure, staring at him hard. He was dressed exactly as McClure was dressed, and his features were only slightly different. Jackson smiled deprecatingly. "You're right," he said, "but you can call me Jackson anyway. I'd rather not show you my real shape, okay?" "You should know best," shrugged Angel. "Now tell me what's up." "Gladly," said Jackson, settling himself in a chair with a curiously loose-jointed gesture. "You're not very much of a Superman, you know." "Pardon the contradiction," said Angel ominously, "but I happen to know for a fact that I'm very far above the normal human being." "Intellectually," said Jackson, "not emotionally. And that's very important. You don't mind my speaking plainly?" "Not at all." "Very well. You're much like an extremely brilliant child. You have a downright genius for mechanics and physical sciences, but your understanding of human relationships is very sub-average. That must be why you were so badly taken in by Mr. Sapphire." "Taken in?" reflected Angel. "I don't think he fooled me. I knew that he'd try to get me out of the way, murder or otherwise, as soon as he got what he wanted from me. I trusted myself to take care of him." "Good, but not reasoned far enough. Did it ever strike you that Mr. Sapphire, as you persist in thinking of him, was not a free agent? That he was, grinding somebody else's axe?" "Holy smokes!" yelped McClure. The strange discrepancies which he had bundled into the back of his mind suddenly resolved themselves into a frightening pattern. "Exactly," smiled Jackson.
You are the key piece in the problem. Both sides must take care of you, for if you are lost, the game is at an end. Shall I begin at the beginning?
You'd better, said Angel weakly.
Very well, began Jackson. Our opponents are known to us as the Morlins. We are the Amateurs. For some thousands of your years there has been an intermittent warfare going on between us. You must take my word for it that it is they who are bent on destroying us, and that we act only in self-defense. They are situated about 9 parsecs away from us, which makes attack a difficult and dangerous undertaking, yet they have not hesitated to risk their entire generations in desperate attempts to wipe us out. Of late there had been little of that. When our spies reported, they informed us that an intensive psychological campaign was going on against us. This we could repulse with ease, but we could not very well block their attempts to gain mental domination of Earth and its solar system. They did not, of course, control every individual, but they reached sufficient key persons like Mr. Sapphire to be nearly masters of your world. One moment, interrupted Angel. I can assure you that Mr. Sapphire knew that they were at work on him. I also believe that he only pretended submission. His ends were his own.
Perhaps, Jackson shrugged. At any rate, what they needed was mechanical and physical genius. And you, Angel McClure, are the outstanding mechanical and physical genius of the universe. You can solve problems that no other mind could even approach, and the first of such problems was the one of dead center, which we have been investigating for many generations.
Investigating? Snapped Angel. How?
Purely psychological investigations, such as the projection of minds within the region of the center. This has been actually a desperate race against the Morlins, for we believe that who is master of the center is master of the universe.
That's probably true enough, said McClure thoughtfully. And so you make your bid for my support?
We do, said Jackson somberly.
That's nice, snapped Angel viciously. Now get this and get it straight. I'm not playing anybody's game but my own, and if helping you out against the damn Morlins helps me out, I'll do it. On those terms, okay?
Okay, said Jackson gravely. And you'd better begin helping us out pretty fast, because your benefactor Sapphire either relayed to or had his mind read by the Morlins, and they know the results of your calculations. They know where the center is, and in a way, how to get there.
Yeah, jeered Angel. Give me a piece of land and some tools, and I'll build you a spaceship that'll make this thing look like a water bug for size and speed.
Ha! Laughed Jackson. More damn fun. 3. McClure had mostly duplicated the calculating work he had done back on Earth, working speedily and accurately, though somehow depressed by the strangeness of the planet on which he had landed. Not yet had he seen the actual shapes of the amateurs. They preferred to show themselves as almost replicas of his own face and body. Jackson had become his guide and companion.
Look, said Angel, glowing with pride. Something new.
He indicated a little sphere of silvery metal that looked somehow infinitely heavy. It rested ponderously on a concrete table well braced with steel beams, and even that sagged beneath it.
Jackson inspected the thing.
Weapon? He asked.
Darn tootin', friend. I found this as a byproduct of warp synthesis. The base is osmium, the heaviest by volume of any natural element, and over that is a film 1 molecule thick of neutronium itself. How do you like it?
How do you use it? Asked Jackson cautiously.
Mix up about 100 of these things, and when you get near enough to an enemy, scoot them out into space. And unless they have a damned efficient screen, they'll be riddled by simple contact with the things.
Grunted Jackson. Child's play, of course. When does the real job begin?
Any minute now, if you mean the ship. And I have some bad news for you, McClure added grimly. You boys are supposed to be the prime exponents of hypnotism and telepathy in the galaxy, right?
I think we are, snapped Jackson.
Well, laugh this off. I happened to get curious about the Morlins, so I rigged up a projection gimmick that traces interferences of the 8th magnitude. Or to translate my terms back into yours, a thought detector.
Go on, Angel. I think I know what you found, said Jackson slowly. The Morlins, they're at it?
Right, said Angel. My setup showed a complete blanketing spy system. The minds of all workers on the calculators were being picked over carefully. In some cases, they even substituted Morlin personalities for the workers and used their eyes. Naturally, the Morlins didn't try to tap your mind or mine. We would have known it. I did what I could. Put up a dome screen of counter-vibrations that seemed to shut off our friends. But what do you think?
You have more to tell me, said Jackson. Go on.
At it again? Asked McClure with a grin. Okay, mind reader. Lamp this gimmick.
He opened a cabinet and produced a small, flimsy device.
The engineering's pretty sound on this, he said, but I'm still shaky on the psycho-manipulation you folks taught me last week. We'll see if it works. He plugged leads and conductors into ponderously insulated power pickups and laughed as Jackson laid a worried hand on his. That's fixed, he said. I need all the juice I can get to bring over a video beam. Not wanting to blow out your power stations again, I built a little thing of my own.
Angel patted a stubby little casing of thick, tough glass.
Underneath that baby's hide, he said, is 3 to the 9th volts. Not that I'll ever need anything near that.
Angel's deft fingers made minute adjustments within the spidery frame of his new gimmick. Finally, he connected it with a standard television screen.
Lights up, he said as he snapped the switch. The room went dark.
Slowly, with writhing worms of light wriggling across the ground glass screen, the scene illuminated and went into full color. McClure grimaced at the fantastic spectacle. The things he saw. The Morlins on whom he had focused, 9 parsecs away, were hideous creatures, like giant crabs in a way, and partly suggestions of octopi. They sprawled horribly over machinery and furniture.
That them? He asked hoarsely.
The Morlins, said Jackson. Do you wonder that I have used my hypnotic powers to mask from you my own form?
I suspected that you were the same race, said McClure.
He turned again to the screen and cut in the sound factor. A dull, clacking babble sounded from the speaker.
You know their language?
Jackson shook his head. They aren't talking language. It's a code that can't be broken without a key.
They don't underestimate you, Angel.
What else has the gimmick got?
Psycho circuit. If the damn thing works, we won't need to break their code. We'll be able to tap their thoughts. Shall I try it? The most I've done before was to scout around back on Earth. Couldn't find much there, though. Okay?
Okay, snapped Jackson. You only live once. Delicately, with the most painful precision, knowing well that a too sudden and too amplified projection of the Morlins' minds would blow his mind out the way a thunderclap could deafen him, he turned the tiny screws of the gimmick. Angel winced and set his jaw as a surge of hate filled the room. It was the Morlins, far across the galaxy, who were the source. Like the pulsing roar of a dynamo, the undersurge of detestation and the will to destroy beat into his brain. Hastily he turned down the psycho band, and concrete thoughts emerged from the welter of elemental emotion that rushed from the screen. It took McClure only a moment to solve the unfamiliar thought patterns of the Morlins. One of them, in some commanding position, was addressing the rest in cold, measured tones. Angel's mind strained at the effort of encompassing the weird concepts and imagery of the creatures. In case of destruction, the Morlin was saying, not very well pleased with the technique displayed, he has come to lend the weight of his personality and training to our efforts. I remind you that I am his direct representative. I remind you that any sort of rebellion is futility, for his innate ability is such, and his immense experience is such, that he can cope with any problem set him. It was he who devised the spy system which was successfully operated on the amateurs up to a short time ago,
when their prodigy from Earth began to understand. It was he who devised the penetration-proof screen which shields us from any outside detection, either physical or intellectual. They think so, interjected Angel grimly. He averted his eyes from the screen. Jackson stirred at his side. "Look!" he gasped. There was a slow motion on the wall of the room in which the Waldens were gathered, and there entered a crawling vehicle of glass, surrounded by a tangle of machinery slick with moisture. Within the glass McClure saw, obscured by moisture and drifts of steam, the shriveled, lofty, crusted brow of Mr. Sapphire. The eyes behind their ponderous lenses turned directly on Angel. "McClure," the voiceless whisper rang out. "Now you should know who is your adversary. I cannot hear you, but I know you have a one-way set-up on this room. A man does not meditate for 100 years without a moment's pause, and fail to learn many things about his own mind and the minds of others. To you, I was a financier, I think. Now, learn your error. It is true that my passion is for life and being, and I will brook no opposition in the way of that end. I waited the long years for you to reach the full colossal apex of your genius, a genius so profound that you yourself do not realize 1/10 of its capacities. McClure, you will come to heel, or be crushed. You have fulfilled your mission. You have plotted the course to Dead Center, and you have given me the faster-than-light drive which enables me to see for the first time that race of beings over whom I have for half a century been unquestioned master. My Morlands are my hands. They will duplicate for me the drive which you have devised for the Amters. Now I offer you your choice. Either cut your Amters dead, for from them you have nothing to gain, or refuse me and suffer the terrible consequences. For you have nothing to offer me, Angel. All you can do with the center I now know. Only on the chance that you will in the future be of use to me do I offer to spare you. What is your answer?" The aged monster whispered in a tone of mockery. "I shall know by your actions. Within the hour I start for the center in a perfect duplicate of the ship you have devised for your friends. Follow or oppose, and you shall take the consequences. Now, cut off." And from the ancient creature's mind there radiated such a stream of destructive hate that Angel winced and shut off the machine at its power lead. "Mr. Sapphire," he meditated aloud, "is not all that I had thought him to be." Jackson grinned feebly. "What are you going to do, McClure?" Angel said thoughtfully, "Mr. Sapphire must not get to the center before us. You heard that he was starting. We must follow, and we must work on the way." "He's terribly strong," said Jackson. "Terribly strong, now that he has his own mind and a good part of yours in his grasp. How do we lick his psychological lead?" "The only way I can, and with the only weapons I got, chum. Cold science and brain work. Now roll out that bus we have and collect the star maps I got up. Round up every top-notch intellect you have and slug them if you have to, but at any cost get them into the ship. We're going to Dead Center, and it's a long, hard trip." Comfortably ensconced in the cabin of the Menon, which was the altogether cryptic name McClure had given the center ship, Jackson was listening worriedly. "The directive factor in the course," said Angel, "is not where we're going, but how we get there. Thus it's nothing so simple as getting into the fourth dimension, because that's a cognate field to ours in a very big place. Dead Center is wholly unique, therefore there's only one way to get there." "And finding out that way," interjected Jackson, "was what had you in a trance for 30 hours, mumbling and raving about matrix mechanics and quintesimal noduloids, right?"
Right, admitted Angel, shuddering a little at the recollection. Half of the math was the most incredibly advanced stuff that you have to devote a lifetime to, and the rest I made up myself. Look. He gestured outside the window of the ship. Obediently, Jackson stared through the plastic transparency at the absolute, desolate bleakness that was everywhere around them. In spite of the small, sickening sensation in the stomach, they might as well have been stranded in space instead of rushing wildly at almost the fourth power of light's speed into nothing and still more nothing. He tore his eyes away. "Quite a sight," he said. "Yeah." "Do you know where we're going?" "As far as I can see, you've nearly reached the limit of space, Angel. Unless my math is greatly at fault, you're going to find that we've been traveling for a month to find ourselves back where we started from. What's the kicker you're holding?" "The kicker, as you vulgarly call it," said McClure, "is a neat bit of math that I doped out for myself. A few years ago I stumbled on the interesting fact that there is a natural limit to the speed-direction ratio as such. I mean, there are certain directions we can go in as long as we stay beneath this limiting constant, which I refer to as J, after my Uncle Joe. Anyway, when you scrounge around with some triple integration, you find out what this limiting constant is. I have found it to be the speed of light to the fifth power. Once you go over that, the fences are down. You have another direction you can go in, and that's the direction we're going to take. Reason I went way out here, nearly to the end of space, is because when we go in that direction, something spectacular ought to happen to any surrounding matter. Ready to increase speed now, you know?" "Okay," said Jackson briefly. "You're the boss." "Murphy?" Another of the amters who was handling the controls nodded. "Over the top?" he asked, grinning. "Darn tootin', Murph," said Angel. "Hold fast, friends." Murphy depressed the little silver bar still farther, in one savage stab. Actually, they felt the ship leap ahead colossally, its beams straining under the unimaginable atomic stress and bombardment to which it was being subjected. Angel, his eyes on the port, gasped as he saw the jet black of space writhe with a welter of colors. "This is it," he snapped thinly. He turned a wheel at his hand, spinning it into the wall. There was a throbbing of valves and pistons as great directive pumps ponderously went into action, grasping out to grip on to the very fabric of space itself. The ship changed direction then, in some weird and unexplainable manner. Speaking mathematically, the equation of the ship's dynamics altered as the factor J inoperated conversely. But from what Angel saw, he doubted all his math and science. This firmest mind in the galaxy wondered if it were going mad. 4. Beneath them swam an incalculably huge plain, curiously dim under a diffused light from high overhead. The vast expanse stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were moving lumps on its surface that shifted strangely without seeming to move. Jackson screamed grotesquely. Then, as Angel caught his eye and held it, he smiled sheepishly. "Imagine," he grinned, "me going off my rocker. But this place looks like hell to me. Angel, honest it does. What do you make of it?" "Don't know," said Angel quietly. "But it's more than appearances that makes an amter scream that way. What did you pick up?" "Can't fool you, I guess. I felt something, a very strong, clear thought band, and I didn't like it one little bit. Now that's unusual. There isn't a single thought pattern in creation that's that way. Usually your feelings are mixed. Once you really get into a person's mind, you find out that you can't hate him. You're bound to find something good. Even Mr. Sapphire, that horrid old octopus, has a spark of worship in him, and a very fine, keen feeling for beauty. But the band I just got—" Jackson shuddered and looked sick. "We're soaring, Murph," directed McClure. The ship skimmed lightly over the plain, Angel busily staring through the ports. "Whatever the damn things are," he commented, "they don't move in any normal, perceivable manner. They don't traverse space, I think. Just see, they're in one place, and then in another. You meet some very strange people in these parts, I think." Crash!
The ship came to a sickening halt. Angel, not wasting a word, pulled his blue steel automatics. "The only original and authentic Superman," he said in hard, even tones, "feels that dirty work is being done." The Memnon settled to the ground and was surrounded by the big gray lumps with a disconcerting ability to move without moving. Jackson shuddered. "That's it," he whispered. "Thought band of pure evil and hate. I could kill them for just existing." "Hold it," said Angel quietly. "See if you can get a message from them. I think something's coming through."
They must have been concentrating on the occupants of the craft, for even he could feel it without effort, and to the psychologically trained and sensitive amateurs it came as a buffeting blow. "Come out," was the message, sent with deadly, dull insistence and power. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" Angel pocketed his guns. "We'd better," he said. "If I make no mistake, these people can back themselves up, and if they had any intention of destroying us right out, I think they could have done it." The 7 amateurs and Angel filed from the ship into the chill, sweetish air of the dim plain. The gray lumps surrounded them, confronting Angel. He studied the creatures and saw that they had rudimentary features. As he guessed at their evolution, they must be the end product of an intensely intellectual and emotional race. All this, of course, subject to alteration by the unguessable influence of their surroundings. The stolid, battering thought waves came again. "The Sapphire told us of you. He has threatened us, and we know that he is powerful. We shall hold you for his disposal. He said that you were swifter than he, but not as powerful, and we should not fear you. If you do not wish us to believe that, you must prove otherwise." "Ask him," Angel said to Jackson, "how Mr. Sapphire threatened them." Jackson knit his brows, and McClure could feel the pulsing communication. Promptly the creatures answered. "He locked us into time. He is very wise and knows things about time that we do not." They were either primitive or degenerate, thought McClure, and probably the latter from their advanced physical make-up. Perhaps he could try the time stunt himself. He whipped out a minute set of tools and selected a fairly complicated little projector. He varied the pitch of its lenses and filaments rapidly and addressed the creatures directly. "As Mr. Sapphire has done, I can too. See." He snapped on the device, praying that his estimate of the natural properties of this half-world had not gone awry. And he had not prayed in vain, for all those creatures whom the little beam of ionized air impinged on froze stiffly into a full-fledged stoppage in time. "Let Mr. Sapphire beat that," he grunted, releasing them. Crash! The titanic detonation of a trinite bomb shattered the ground a half-mile away into a soft, spreading fog. Through the trembling air there spread the terrible whisper of the Master of Morelands. "Can and will, Angel. I warned you. You were faster, but I got to them first. Look up." Above them was hanging a sister craft to the Memnon, but a sickly green in hue. Said Sapphire, "Do not move, or I shall release the second bomb. You underestimated these good people of mine. They are the Grey Watchers of the Silence. They are the ones to whom hate is all, and who will aid no good. With their aid I located you in your little display, and with their aid I reached this world only a moment after you. And with their aid I shall become Master of the Center. Angel McClure, now speak if you wish." "Muscles," prayed Angel, "do your damnedest." Acting independently, his 2 hands leaped from his pockets, grasping the snub-nosed automatics that he knew so well. While the left hand blasted the closing circle of the watchers into pulpy fragments, the right hand was pouring a steady stream of explosive pellets into the belly of the craft above. With such stunning speed had he acted that it was not the 1/5 part of a second before the gray circle around them had been broken wide open, and the ship above was heeling over sickly with a gaping, shattered wound in its hull. "Come on," spat McClure to the amateurs, and in another 1/5 of a second they were in the ship and tearing wildly over the gray plain.
It'll take them 10 minutes at least to get going with what I did to them. Make tracks. In 10 minutes we land and get to work.
About them rose the gigantic ribs of the superspacer that Angel McClure had undertaken to build. Nervously he glanced at his watch to confirm his own acute time sense.
3 hours since we landed, he complained. Can't you put some steam into it?
They're doing their best, said Jackson. We aren't all supermen, you know. About this statistics business here. How do you arrive at these coordinates?
Never mind, snapped Angel. If McClure says it's right, you can bet your boots on it. We haven't time to check.
Then that finishes the calculations, yawned Jackson. By your own words, the dead center should rise from some unidentified spot in this damn plain some minutes hence.
Right, and what it'll look like and how we'll know we found it is only one of the things I don't know. That's where Mr. Sapphire has the lead on us again. He's hand in glove with the Watchers, and if any race is expert on the center, they must be. Suppose you turn your mind to the psychological problem of what in Hades these Watchers expect to get out of all this.
Evil, I think, said Jackson slowly. Nothing but their unalloyed instinct for mischief and destruction. You may find it hard to understand that line of thinking. I, being of the same basic stock as the Morlins, do not. They are a shallow example of that perfection toward which the Watchers strive. This is a very strange land, Angel.
I know that, snapped McClure, and I don't like it one bit more than I have to. The sooner we get our work done and well done, I'm making tracks. And the center, once I've fixed Mr. Sapphire, can go plumb to hell and gone.
He stared at the ship, which was reaching completion.
Get that on, he roared as a crew of 3 gingerly swung his original power unit into place.
Jackson smiled quietly. How much longer? He asked.
Dunno, said Angel. But that's the last plate. Quite a haul we have there, what with transmutation and things. I didn't think it'd work with the elements of this world, but why not? Good job, anyway. 1,000 yards from stem to stern, 50 yards from keel to truck. I don't see how they can crack her.
But his face showed lines of worry.
What's eating you? Asked Jackson.
Mr. Sapphire, exploded Angel. Always a jump ahead of us everywhere we turn. What do you make of it? How can we be sure there isn't a catch to the whole business? I know the feeling, said Jackson. Hey, he yelled suddenly, looking up. One of the workers, who had been spreading on a paste which dried to the metal of the hull, was gesturing horribly, as though in a convulsive fit. His voice reached them in a strangled wail, and then suddenly he was himself again, waving cheerily.
"Thought I was going to fall," he called.
"Yeah?" asked Jackson. He snapped a little tube from his pocket and cold-bloodedly rayed the amateur. He fell horribly charred. Angel incinerated the corpse with his own heat ray and turned to Jackson.
"You must have had a reason for that," he commented. "What was it?"
"He wasn't our man," said Jackson, shaken. "They found where we are and got some other mind into his body. It was the other one that I killed. Our man was dead already."
"Ah," said Angel. "Let's get out of this."
He sprang into the half-finished ship.
"Hold fast and keep on working,"
he roared to the men who were clinging to the framework. Then he took off, handling the immense control board with the ease of a master. In only a few minutes the rest of the men came inside. The ship was not luxurious, but it was roomy and fast, and the hull was stored with weapons and screen projectors of immense power.
"Going up," said Angel.
Delighting in the smooth handling speed of the immense craft, he zoomed high into the thin air of the weird half-world. "Look," whispered Jackson, and in the very center of the control room there was appearing a semi-solid mass that took the shape of Mr. Sapphire. It greeted Angel in the voiceless whisper that was its voice. "McClure, can your mechanics master this, or even match it? You see a projection out of my body, once called ectoplasmic. With this implement, an extension of me, I could strangle you to death, for ectoplasm knows no limitations of cross-sectional strength. My watchers have taught me much, and what they did not know I supplied from my century of meditation. We are the symbiosis of evil, Angel. Do you yield now?" McClure's fingers danced over the immense keyboard that semicircled around him, setting up the combination of a snap-calculated field. "Beat this!" he taunted, plunging home a switch. and a plane of glowing matter intersected horizontally with the projection, cutting it cleanly in half.
"So," rasped the whisper of Mr. Sapphire, "we shall do battle in earnest, Angel McClure. I am coming for you."
The severed projection faded away. 5. Like a comet from nowhere, a second ship roared into the sky, fully as large as Angel's. How the hell did he manage to build that? Worried McClure. I thought I had the monopoly on transmutation and psychoconstruction. Get a line on that, Jackson. His sidekick, brow furrowed, answered slowly. From what I can hear, he did it the hard way. Forged his metal and welded it together. But that must have taken him 4 or 5 months, at least. Wait a... That's it. The Watchers worked a stoppage of time for him, so that he's been working on his armaments and ship for a year, while we built our thing in 3 hours. Isn't that dirty? Dirty as hell, said Angel busily. He was feinting the ship this way and that, now closing in, now roaring a light year distant. Get the men at battle stations, will you? Work it out among them. I want to be alone here. Angel zoomed in swiftly and shot out one sizzling beam of solid force as a feeler. It was to his surprise that it touched the ship and charred the hull. But, he worried, it should have more than charred it. He closed in again and shot out his very best repeller ray. It caught the other ship square amidships and heeled it over in a great spin for control. While it floundered, he stabbed at it with a needle ray. The sharp-pointed, unbearably brilliant beam struck into the flank of the ship and bored fiercely. Then it was shaken off, and McClure shot far away and out of range. Under cover of a cloud of smoke which he released from a jet, he scattered a few hundred of the osmium pellets into space. Come on, he muttered to himself, shooting a tractor ray at the other ship. He could hear trembling in the power room the tortured whine of his generators, and could see the agonizing vibrations of the other ship. Almost an impasse, it seemed, when, with a jerk, the other ship lost ground and slid clean into the path of the artificial meteorites. Angel grunted with satisfaction as he saw myriad punctures appear in the hull. Then the already battered ship disappeared behind a dull red glow. Screens, he muttered. He snapped on his own, leaving open only a small observation port. This, he noticed, the others did not have. His advantage. From behind the screen of the other ship crept a tenebrous cloud. Angel backed away. He didn't like the look of the thing, whatever it was. In rapid succession he rayed it with everything he had, but nothing happened. It could not be burned, nor frozen, nor ionized, nor attracted, nor repelled. With a sinister persistence it reached out farther yet as he backed off. Almost in a panic, Angel aimed and released one of his preciously hoarded torpedoes. The blunt 3-ton killer, packed solid with destruction, plunged squarely through the blackness and exploded colossally, but to no avail, against the red screen of the other ship. Whatever it is, brooded McClure, it can go through screens. And that wasn't good. He could do no more than watch hopelessly as it detached itself from the other ship by breaking the one slender filament which still connected it. From then on, it seemed to be a free agent. Playing tag with a heavy fog, mused Angel, dancing the ship away from the cloud. It was, he saw, assuming more solid form, condensing into a more compact and still huge mass. The thing was curiously jelly-like, as it crawled sluggishly through space at a few hundred miles a second. "Jackson!" Angel yelled into a mic. "Get a line on that damn thing, will you? Try probing it en masse with the rest of your friends." "Okay," came back the dry tones of his lieutenant. "We did already. That stuff is ectoplasm in the most elementary form. We aren't sure how much it has on the ball, but it might be plenty. Watch yourself. We'll try to break it down psychologically if we can." "Right," snapped McClure. He tried a ray on the thing again, and it seemed to be affected. Skillfully wielding the needle, he carved a hunk of the stuff off the major cloud. With incredible speed it rushed at him, and only by the narrowest of margins did he avert having the stuff plaster all over his ship. With a steady hand he aimed the second of his torpedoes, masking its discharge under a fainting barrage of liquid bromine. The tool sped through space almost undetected, finally lodged inside the cloud. The explosion was monstrous, but ineffectual. Though the cloud had been torn into about a dozen major pieces and numberless minor ones, it immediately reformed and began stalking his ship again.
As he drove it off with a steady barrage of repeller rays, the thing seemed to expand and soften again. The agitated voice of Jackson snapped over the circuit. "Either we broke it down or it's given up, Angel. But something's brewing aboard their ship. They suddenly changed their major aim somehow. Murphy says they're looking for something. Think it's—" "Dead center!" yelled McClure. Almost under his very eyes, the only unique phenomenon in creation had suddenly appeared. It had risen from the plain with a splashing of colors and sounds, so violent a contravention of all the rest of the universe that his ship was transparent under its colors, and the roaring, constant crash of its sound threatened to crystallize and rend the framework of his body. He could do no more than collapse limply and regard it in wonder. The center was, in short, everything that the rest of creation was not. In no terms at all could it be described. Those which McClure saw as light and heard as sound were, he realized, no more than the border phenomena caused by the constant turmoil between the outer world and the quiet place that it surrounded. Angel McClure came to with a violent start. The ectoplasmic weapon had, he saw, been allowed to disperse. There was a strange quiet in space, then. He snapped a tentative spy ray on the other ship. Its screens fell away easily. Angel blinked. "What goes on?" he muttered. The ray penetrated easily, and as he swept it through the ship, he saw not one living figure. There was nothing at the barrage relay but a complicated calculating device with shut-offs and a lead wire to the control booth. And everywhere the ray peered, he found nothing but machinery. But in the booth from which the ship was guided, his ray found and revealed Mr. Sapphire, alone and untended, his machinery pulsing away, and the ancient, crusted skin dull and slack. In the faintest of faint whispers, Angel heard Mr. Sapphire speak. "McClure, my detector tells me you have a ray on us. Pull alongside and board me. You have safe conduct." Obeying he knew not what insane impulse, Angel heeled the ship around and clamped alongside the other. "Come on, Jackson," he called. Together they entered the ship and easily forced the door to the control booth. "Mr. Sapphire," said McClure. "McClure," sounded the whisper, "you have beaten me, I think, for I died more than 3 hours ago. I cannot keep this up much longer, Angel." "Died?" gasped McClure. "How?" With the feeblest semblance of mockery, the ancient creature whispered,
"A man does not meditate for 100 years without a moment's pause, without learning so simple a secret as the difference between life and death. I sought the center, McClure, that I might find youth and being again. There was hot in me the urge to smash and create anew, the thing that is the trouble of every mind above the ape. I see that I have failed again. The center is yours. You may do many things with it, operate its laws as wisely and well as you have the more familiar laws of the outer world. Now, stop my machinery, Angel McClure. I am a proud man, and this mockery of life in death is more than I can bear." Without another word, Angel's nimble fingers danced among the tangle of tubes and found a petcock that he turned off with a twitch of his wrist. The machinery stopped in its pulsing, and there was no difference at all, save in the complicated unit that had been Mr. Sapphire. "And was it really you that complained against the grimness of life in this place?" asked Jackson with a smile. Angel, tapping away with lightning fingers at a vast calculating machine's keyboard, looked up without ceasing from his work. "Could have been," he admitted, "but there's nothing like work on a grand and practical scale to make a man forget. This business of mapping out the laws and principles of a whole new kind of creation is what I might call my meat." "Yeah," jeered Jackson, "the only original and authentic Superman." "In person," Angel admitted modestly. Cosmic Stories, July 1941, as by Walter C. Davies. Interference.
"Take it easy now," warned the President of the United States. "A lot depends on you. Don't go off half-cocked. You only get one chance. That's all we can afford." Boyle took the extended hand and shook it heartily. "We'll certainly do our best, sir," he said, and from the tone of his voice you could tell that he meant it. The vast field was crowded. Beneath the hot summer sun sweated 20,000 people, surging, cheering, breaking through cordons of police lined up for their own protection. Dips were doing a thriving business. More than one light-fingered gentleman was planning to retire on the rich pickings from the crowd. People were far too excited to consider whether or not it was their own hands in their pockets, or that of some total stranger of predatory instincts. The crowd was in a holiday mood, exalted to be in the same rocket field with Boyle and Cantrell. The two objects of adoration were bearing up well under the strain, humble psychologists though they had been up to a few weeks ago. After shaking the President's hand and being clapped on their backs by enough distinguished foreigners to fill an embassy the size of the Great Pyramid, they were blushing a little and very happy at their good fortune. "But," whispered Boyle from the corner of his mouth, "if we don't come back, they'll know we died trying." Suddenly grim, he surveyed the vast sea of faces stretching before him. An MC took him by the arm and led him to a mic through which he would address the crowd. "Hello," he began, and then broke off, startled by the sound of his own voice roaring out across the field. "Hello, all you people. My partner and I just want to thank you before we leave in the Andros. If we don't return, send out more men better than Cantrell and I, because we aren't coming back before we crack the problem that's assigned to us. If you see the jets of the old Andros in the sky again, maybe in a week, maybe in a year, you'll know that the answer is in our hands and that the plague, the spastitis, is over. Or as good as over." The roar that went up from the crowd was deafening as he modestly stepped back from the mic. The MC was yelling things into it, but the tremendous ovation drowned out even the tornado of sound that the loudspeakers created. Boyle waved at the crowd again. "All ready?" he snapped at Cantrell, his partner in the enterprise. "Everything checked?" "Bet your life," said Cantrell. "Get in." Like an insect disappearing in the knothole of a giant tree trunk, Boyle eased through the tiny port and the gray slab-sided hull of the Andros. Cantrell vaulted in immediately after him, and the huge plug of metal that sealed the ship swung into place from the inside. The crowd had quieted, and the annunciators roared warnings to stand back from the breath of the fiery Titan that soon would roar its own message. Police cleared the mob away from the firing area, with squad cars driving masses of people before them. Hastily, the reviewing stand was rolled away from the ship. The President got into his car, a long, low, open Jefferson 22. He looked a little ill. "I hope they make it," he said, with a visible effort. "They're plucky young—" Then he could no longer contain himself. He began to cough violently, his hands trembling toward his mouth. Doctors clustered around as he collapsed. Even in unconsciousness his body twitched grotesquely, and his finely modeled hands trembled as if with cold. "He's got it," said one surgeon grimly. "The President has spastitis. It's spreading faster than we thought, and there go the dream boys who have to get out into space to find a cure." He gestured to the Andros, which was ponderously aiming itself at the zenith with its own self-elevators. With a mind-staggering crash, the ship took off. The wind of its departure almost tore clothes from the surgeons at the presidential car. Long after it had vanished, seemingly dead into the sun, their ears rang with the concussion, and breezes stiffly whipped along the field. Cantrell grinned feebly from the bunk. "I'm all right," he said weakly. "I can get up. This damned space sickness gets me every time. You ready to try out the polyphone?" The hardy Boyle grinned back through a tangle of electronics supplies. "It's all rigged up and ready for you. Catch." He tossed over a set of headphones connected with the machinery and donned a similar set of his own. "Relax," he warned. "If we're not far enough out, this ought to be a full-blooded shock to mind and body." He switched on a dull glowing tube. Cantrell squinted his eyes shut and concentrated on the familiar thought patterns of his partner. He caught them for a moment. Boyle was thinking of the blackness of space through which they were speeding, and wondering vaguely whether the meteor interceptor would work as well under stress as it had in the tests. He held up a hand with thumb and forefinger meeting, both crooked, in the time-honored technician's gesture of coming over 100%. Then there was a sudden rip in the smoothly unreeling pattern. It was as though a panorama were being opened before his eyes, the panorama of his partner's mind. Then a seam opened suddenly and without warning. He was reading the minds of total strangers, people he'd never heard of. In rapid sequence he caught the image of a grubby little room as seen by a short man, and then surges of physical disgust at the sight, through this short stranger's eyes, of a big, muscular woman. Following that image and impression was a vision of staring dead into the sun, some fool who was looking for their ship, no doubt. Back to the grubby room, but this time seen from the slightly higher elevation of the muscular woman, who obviously didn't like the little man she focused on any more than he liked her. For a full hour Cantrell tried to claw his way back to the mind stream of the man who was raptly sitting a few feet from him, but the obtrusive thoughts of people back on Earth insisted on popping up. For a full hour Cantrell plumbed the depths of degradation in some minds, read the noble and exalted thoughts of others. He tuned in on one murder and 2 suicides, seen in dizzy angles by the different participants in the violence done. Through them all was a continual undertone of abominable worry and expectancy of death. Cantrell grunted softly whenever that image emerged. He recognized it easily. That was what he and Boyle were out there in space to fight. It was the ever-present dread of being struck down by the plague raging on Earth, the shakes, spastitis malignans, whatever you wanted to call it. Cantrell saw people drop in the street, only to begin to tremble horribly at the hands and feet with the disease. Finally he tore the headset off in disgust. Boyle looked at him mildly. "You try it solo," said Cantrell. "I can't get a damned thing out of the ether, except the pressure waves from Tellus, and they aren't pretty." Boyle removed his own set carefully. "It's eavesdropping," he said. "I tried to get you every second. What were you doing?" "Just what you were," grunted his partner. "Just exactly. I was trying to get you, but you weren't to be had. We have to move on, Boyle. Do what you can with the accelerators." Boyle went to the instrument panel, worked the multiplex of levers. Too near the Earth. Too near to the suffering stew of human beings in agony, never knowing who would be next with the shakes. That was what they had to get away from, the emotional jags and lunatic vibrations from the home planet. He and Cantrell had been carefully teamed as psychological mates for the full utilization of the polyphone. Essentially, the machine was intended to heighten to the nth degree the rapport of a pair like this one. But they were too sensitive for the machine. There was interference from the thousands who passed in the street, from everybody all over the globe who was thinking consecutively at the time. And because the shakes was a disease of psychological degeneration, you had to fight it by probing into a mind and finding what was wrong. It didn't have to be a diseased mind, for every normal mind has in its depths the seeds of every psychological affliction that breaks out in wilder form. In Boyle's well-ordered brain were minute traces of megalomania, satyriasis, schizophrenia, all the words ending in philia and phobia, as well as other unpleasant matters. Everybody has them, whether he knows it or not. The idea had been to shoot these two out into space, far from the influence and interference of Earth. Then they would work deeper and deeper into each other's minds, finally to discover the seeds of the shakes that were inevitably lying dormant. One of the pleasant features of psychiatry is that once you have your problem broken down, it is already solved. The synthetic element of logic is superfluous. Analysis is sufficient. It might be that the shakes consisted of a fear of technical progress reaching epidemic proportions through hysterical contagion. You see a man fall in the street, feebly kicking his heels in protest at being deprived of the liberty to roam on grassy fields, and your own elements of protest are somewhat stirred. Then one day you feel despondent, and they explode when your censor band is not on guard against subversive urges like that. And for the rest of your life you are a spastic, kicking and squirming uncontrollably. Or until someone calmly explains to you what is wrong about the machine age and the rest. Then you are miraculously cured, and one cure breeds 1,000 as confidence grows. Meanwhile, there was the matter of interference from Earth. Boyle pushed the fuel rod down to the limits of the outward-bound trip. Damn it, they'd have to get away from the static, he brooded. "What's our position?" queried Boyle. He was relaxing, Cantrell at the driving panel. "Practically ideal," said his partner. "I haven't checked, but we should be well out of the range of anything from Earth. Going high and fancy we are, per second acceleration for 2 weeks. That's plenty far. Do you want to try out the polyphone again?" "Blow off the dust," grunted Boyle, swinging himself from the bunk. Gravity on the ship was at Earth level. That had meant tons of extra equipment and power consumption far above normal, but these two on whom the fate of their planet depended could not be distracted by space sickness and flying soup. Cantrell readied the polyphone, testing and checking the scores of minute connections and solders that held the complex station together. Some he tightened, others he ripped out and replaced. At length the psychologist reported, "All ready. Let's make this tryout a good one." "Right. You stay open and receptive. I'll drive as deep into your mind as I can. And Cantrell, I know it's not a nice thing to ask, but you'll have to have complete confidence in me. I don't want you to seal off any sections at all from me. I want you to stay as open as though you weren't being probed. You're a specialist. You could close off whatever you wanted to. But we don't know where the spastitis seeds lie. It may be in some group unconsciousness program, or some especially unsavory crime you've committed and forced yourself to forget. I'll play square with you, Cantrell, for the sake of the whole planet back there. Don't keep any secret places." His partner stared at him curiously. "Okay," he said at last. "You know best. But if you find anything especially nasty, do me the favor of not telling me about it." "Agreed," said Boyle with relief. He switched on the machine as they donned the headsets. The great tube glowed. Cantrell relaxed in body and mind as he felt the probing fingers sent from his partner's brain pluck away at his gray matter. It wasn't an unpleasant sensation, rather like a mental Swedish massage. Vaguely, images came through. He stiffened a little. There shouldn't be any images here, and if there were, he shouldn't get them. For the moment, putting aside the receptive mood, he reached out, shutting his eyes and wrinkling his brow in an effort to encompass the foreign thought vibrations that were filtering into his skull. He saw a sky, then, through the eyes of some person on whose mind he had landed. The sky was curiously dusky, and with a vision of the sky was a poignant sense of longing that filled the mind of Cantrell's host. The words of it seemed to be, "My loved one, my loved one. On their side. No, we are enemies." A quick start of alarm. The sky swiveled away, and Cantrell saw through these other eyes a group of horsemen bearing down on his host. A shrill scream of terror, an intolerable wave of revulsion and regret, and then the blankness of death. Cantrell's host had been ridden under the hoofs of the horsemen. The psychologist, not believing what he had experienced, reached out with his mind and seized on one of the riders. He did know that there was a sense of guilt in the rider's mind. What it meant he could not tell. He heard a conversation begun with a shrill, nervous laugh. Then, "Damned rebel, we showed him." "Right. Fix them all up like that, and this world will be worth living on, sir. Where do we go now?" "Keep scouting. Look for rebels and treat them the right way, like that dead thing back there." Cantrell had suddenly lost interest in the conversation. The talk of rebels was beyond him anyway. He had been studying, through his host's eyes, the costume of the riders. They were unfamiliar, and somehow totally alien to anything earthly. Then, with a shock of terror, Cantrell saw that the horses had peculiarly long heads, and 6 legs. He tore the set from his head and stared wide-eyed at Boyle. "Where were you?" he demanded. There was a shrill, hysterical note in his voice. "Trying to get over," said Boyle as he switched off the set. "But there was interference. We'll have to go farther yet. I tuned in on a series of love affairs from back on Earth." "Sure of that?" countered Cantrell. "Are you sure it was from Earth that you got the vibrations?" "Why?" snapped Boyle. "What did you receive?" Cantrell told him, and Boyle sat quietly for a long time, rattling his fingernails on a tabletop. "Yeah," said Boyle at last. "I suspected something like that. Those women reacted in wholly unearthly fashion. The anatomy of those broadcasters is similar, but they aren't Homo sapiens." "Fourth dimension? wildly hazarded Cantrell. "Could we have tuned in on that?" "No, for the reason that waves from the fourth dimension would have to be vectorially suboperative to the seventh power at least, and the machine would register any abnormal strain like that. No, not the fourth or any dimension, except this one. Are there any invisible planets floating around? That alone would explain everything." "None that I know of, and I used to specialize in astronomy. Maybe we've caught up with the thought waves from Earth on a return trip from the end of space? That would explain the talk about rebels."
And your six-legged horses, of course? Don't be silly. We have to push on and get so damned far away from this spot that we won't even remember where it is. I'm going to gun the ship hard and fast. You get on the polyphone and tell me when the thought waves from the place begin to weaken and die out." Boyle squared his jaw at the fuel gauge and began to reckon how much they could allow for steerage and headway, how thin they could cut the corners for the return trip to Earth when the problem of the shakes was solved. Cantrell donned the headset and turned on the machine again. Again he reached out probing fingers into the crazy planet where horses had 6 legs, and you could kill a man because he was a rebel against someone or something unspecified. On the screen of his mind, things began to take shape. He had landed plumb in the brain of a lady who was waiting for a lover whom she pictured as tall and handsome. The lady turned slowly and surveyed a colossal city that rose about her. She was standing just outside its walls. They were fine walls, solid and ponderous, fitted with gates able to withstand the charge of a battle tank. Her lover strolled up, and there was a tender scene of greeting. Cantrell, feeling like a cad, reached out for another mind. He lighted on the brain of a person within the city, a person who considered himself as being of vast importance. All sorts of ponderous speculations were evolving through the important person's head, principally when he would eat next. A young man, clad in a sort of tunic, approached. The important person smiled. "Ah," he cried, "my dear boy."
The dear boy grinned briefly.
"You'd better come. There's a strike on at the tubing works. They seized possession of the whole plant."
The important person exploded with rage, swearing by strange gods. Cantrell shut off power and looked up.
"When?" he asked impatiently. "Are you going to get going? It comes in as strong as ever."
Boyle stared at him with a kind of sickly horror in his face.
"Cantrell," he said, "since you put on that set, we've gone 500,000 miles at right angles to our former course."
"Lord," whispered his partner, "they're following us." From random snatches of thought and casual everyday conversation, it is not easy, it is almost impossible, in fact, to reconstruct the politics, biology, and economics of an entire planet. Yet that essentially was what Boyle and Cantrell had to do. For flee where they might, nearer to or farther from Earth, they could not escape the vibrations from the land where horses had 6 legs. From long periods of listening in and comparing, they discovered one important fact, that evolution was proceeding on that planet at a staggeringly rapid pace. That, in fact, the two partners had started out with a violently mistaken notion of the place's tempo. It was swift, swifter than anything with which they were familiar. But their eavesdropping made it seem close to normal, for the human brain can accommodate itself to any speed of delivery. It can assimilate and synthesize at a faster rate than either of the two had previously suspected. It was natural that this discovery should wait for a moment like this, for never before had the human mind been called on to deliver at that rate. They discovered that the nameless land was tearing along at a scale of 1 to 1,000,000, approximately. When Cantrell had heard the horsemen curse the rebels, that had been the equivalent of the Puritan Revolution in England, period of 1650 or thereabouts. A few minutes later he tuned in on a general strike. That meant a lapse of about 400 years. In 2 weeks of voyaging through space, the strange planet had arrived at a world state which Earth had not yet attained. Boyle, irritably tuning in on the lunatic planet one day, drew a deep breath. "Cantrell," he snapped, "put your set on and follow my mind. I have a conference of astronomers." His partner grabbed the ponderous metal bowl and clapped it on, groping out for the familiar mind patterns of Boyle. He caught on to him in about 3 seconds, then switched to one of Boyle's mental hosts.
Through the eyes of that person he saw a sizable hall built up into a structure like the inside of a mushroom. As he studied the other persons in the hall, he realized that physical evolution had progressed a few more steps since yesterday, when he had last tuned in on the place. His host's mood was one of confusion. Through it he was speaking to the large gathering. "This symposium has been called on a somewhat abstract question. You all know what it is, I presume, otherwise you would not be astronomers. As one looks back towards the glorious dawning days of our science, the names of those who were martyred in the cause of truth rise before us. Despots, with their piddling knowledge and tiny telescopes, maintained that the world was round, did they not? It remained for the genius of our clan to demonstrate that it was a truncated paraboloid. Jealous superstition preached that, like all other worlds, ours had a core of rock in the state of stress fluid. It remained for us to prove that no such thing was true of our world, that we alone of all planets lived upon a shell of rhodium, and that that shell, though inconceivably thick, was not solid, and that our planet was definitely hollow." Cantrell looked up. "Lord," he said softly. "Oh, Lordy! Now I know where those six-legged horses came from." "Yes," said Boyle, as he turned off the machine. "That planet is our ship, and those people are an entire civilization living on the shell of the old Andros. No wonder we couldn't get away from them. They were being carried around with us." "It's perfectly logical," argued Cantrell. "We carry Earth gravity for our own comfort. That's why we drew down a thin but definite atmosphere. Also dust and organic particles which settled on the hull. There was warmth from the inside of the ship, and that wonderful old Swede Arrhenius long ago demonstrated that spores of life are always present in space, driven by light pressure. They landed on our hull, went through evolutionary stages, a man-like form emerged, and is rapidly reaching a more advanced civilization than our own." "But," grunted Boyle, "that doesn't help us out with the shakes. If they're swarming out there, we'll never be able to probe each other. How can we shake them off? Spray acid on the hull?" "No!" barked Cantrell. "We couldn't do that. They have as much of a right to live as we. Perhaps if we could communicate with them—" "Son," raved Boyle, "you've got it! The answer to our prayers! A super race made to order for the purpose of solving our problems. We'll have to adapt the polyphone. That's the only equipment we have. Son, we're going to make this the most useful interference ever recorded." With bloodshot eyes and almost trembling fingers, Cantrell tuned in the adapted polyphone. Then, through the eyes of a host, he was surveying from an apparent altitude of 20,000 feet a world enclosed in glass. "Come in," he said to Boyle. "Work toward the most powerful single person you can find." Feeling his own mind augmented by his partner's, he probed deep into the glassed-in world, toward the highest building he could find. He landed in the brain of a highly trained mathematician and felt a swirl of fantastically complicated figures and tables. Then the mathematician walked through an automatic door into the presence of a person whom he regarded with almost holy awe. Cantrell realized then how rapidly the acceleration of evolution had curved upward on this tiny world. The personage was small and weighed down with a staggering amount of brain cells that could be seen pulsing and throbbing under a transparent durameter. The skull had been wholly absorbed. "Right," snapped Cantrell to his partner. "Push it out, son. Make it stick like glue." The two psychologists united their minds in a staggering intellectual effort. There were visible sparks as they fused into one perfect sending outfit. Cantrell, only vaguely conscious of the personage and the mathematician, saw the former start with alarm and heard him ask, as if from a distance, "Do you feel anything?" "No," said Cantrell's host. "This matter of geodesics—" "Leave me for a while," said the personage. "I sense a message of great importance." The mathematician exited, and Cantrell abruptly severed his mind from the host. For the first time he found himself to be a point of consciousness, hanging before the personage, seeing, hearing, and sending. He raised his hand in a choppy gesture. Boyle nodded and shut his eyes. Sweat stood out on his brow as he projected the message. "Boyle and Cantrell speaking. Can you hear us?" The personage jumped as if he had been shot at.
He looked around cautiously and said, "I can hear you. But who are you? Where are you sending from?" In the language of the mind there is no need of translation. With a polyphone, any two rational creatures can communicate. The psychologists, now working as a perfect team, sent, "Speaking from the inside of your planet. But it isn't a planet. It's our spaceship. We're from Earth, third planet around the sun. But let's skip the formalities. What do you know about—" And they launched into a technical description of the shakes. "Have you," asked the important personage, "tried polarizing the crystalline lens of the eye? That should do it. It is not, as you thought, a psychodeficiency lesion, but—" In clear, concise thought images he gave a complete outline of the cause and cure of spastitis malignans. And he knew what he was talking about, for this personage later announced himself to be the chief assimilator of the planetary division. He was the one who received all the technical data and assembled it for reference and use. Specialization had raced ahead on this planet. "Thanks," said the psychologists at length. "Thanks a lot. We'll be heading back to Earth now." He broke off in dismay. "If we do, that's the end of your people. Because as soon as our gravity plates switch off, you get flung out into space, and we can't land without switching off the plates." "An interesting problem," brooded the assimilator, "but not insoluble. We can make our own plates if necessary. I advise you to set your ship, my planet, into an independent orbit around the sun. In about 20 minutes of your time we will have developed to the point where we will have our enclosed cities reinforced against anything but collision with a major planet. We trust you to set the orbit so that that will not happen. You must return to Earth by some makeshift means." The assimilator fell into a deep study, and the two psychologists withdrew. Boyle glanced at a stopwatch. "That whole interview," he said disbelievingly, "lasted exactly 1/1000th of a second. That was thinking under pressure." Cantrell was dashing onto paper what the assimilator had told him about the shakes, and it made brilliant sense. He photographed his notes and handed a copy to Boyle. "And now?" asked Boyle, carefully buttoning the data into a pocket. "Now we take the lifeboat," said Cantrell. He gestured distastefully at the little bullet of metal lugged to the wall. "It's said to be the least pleasant way of travel known to man." He turned to the control panel and set a simple course around the sun that would maintain itself after the fuel was wholly gone. Jammed into the little craft, cans of food floating about their ears, and a hammering roar of exhausts in their heads, they strained to see through the little port that was the only communication from the outside. Boyle yelled something inaudible. "What?" shrieked Cantrell into his ear. Boyle drew a great breath and pointed with one thumb at the little crescent of light behind them, the Andros. "I said," he shrieked, "that it's a good thing we got away from those submicroscopic Einsteins. They gave me an inferiority complex." Cantrell grinned briefly and strained his eyes to see until the world they had made was quite invisible in the black of space. Stirring Science Stories, June 1941, as by Walter C. Davies. Forgotten Tongue. "Hands up, scum!" grated a voice. "You're going for a jump." Pepper raised his hands and coughed dryly. "Forget it," he said. "You can't get away with this." He felt a knee jolt the small of his back in answer. "Walk," said the voice. The street was narrow, and the buildings flanking it had no lights. This was the Industrial, one of the 3 great divisions of New York sector. Plants were resting their machinery for 2 hours out of the 24, Pepper realized. As he walked along, as slowly as he dared, the clopping of metal soles against the pavement sounding behind him, he cursed himself for an imbecile, coming alone and unarmed through this bleak part of town. "How long?" he asked tentatively. "Have you been gunning for me?" He wanted to find out how many of them there were. "Keep moving," said the voice. "You don't get news out of us, scum." He kept moving. They were headed in the direction of the industrial airport. That meant, probably, that he'd be crated like a gross of drills and accidentally dropped from a mile or so in the air. There would be protests, threats, recriminations. Then the customary jeering retort from the Optimus press. If a lower wishes to disguise himself for purposes of his own, and is damaged in the process, We fail to see how this is any reflection on the present able administration. Honi soit. Not daring to give way to panic, knowing that it would mean an immediate and ugly death, Pepper walked on and tried to keep his knees from buckling. "Look," he began again, "we can make a deal." "Shut up," snarled someone, "and stay shut. I'd like to—"
"Let him talk, Captain," said another voice.
Pepper stiffened as he heard it, for the dialect was unmistakably the throaty whine affected by the Optimus as the pure speech. "Never mind," Pepper said. The sound of that voice was his death warrant, he knew. Loyalists had been known to take bribes and deliver, their masters never. "How do you like this part of town, Cedric?" he demanded. "How does it strike you?"
"Why, Cedric?" the voice of the Optimus asked one of the Loyalists, ignoring Pepper.
"Supposed to be funny, Mr. Ferson," said the Loyalist. Then Pepper heard a blow and cry, "I'm sorry, Sir, please." "Let that be a lesson," said Pepper. "Never tell the name. But don't worry, Mr. Ferson. I never heard of you."
"I'm just in," said the voice of the Optimus, with a note of strain and disgust. "I'm just in from Scandinavia."
"In that case," said Pepper, "you'd do well to get back there, because here comes a gang of lowers that mean you ill." Approaching them were people he knew. There was Mary, who worked in a glass plant, Pedro, who managed an autocath, hard faces gleaming under the wide-spread street lights. Bats and clubs appeared in their hands. "Hello!" yelled Marty. The distance was about twice the width of the street.
"Dash it!" whined the voice of the Optimus. "Dash the luck! You'll have to fire into the thick of them."
The next thing Pepper knew was that he was dashing for the knot of lowers down the street, zigzagging wildly as projectiles buzzed about his ears. Even then he did not forget the rules he had been taught in training school. He ran with a calculated, staggering gait that would, at least in theory, unsettle any marksman. His friends met him halfway. He was taken into their midst, lost in the little group of a dozen or so. "They won't attack," he gasped. "It's too near the shift. They'd be mobbed, torn to pieces." "Easy," soothed Marty. "Take it easy. They're breaking. Going back. Jupiter, if I only had a camera to get those faces. Who are they?" Pepper grinned feebly. "I never got a look at one of them," he said. "There was an Optimus with them by the name of Ferson. Do you know him?" "Yes," said Marty. "I know him. He's a scientist. He's so thoroughly damned brilliant that even the lowers' technical journals reprint his articles. He's a psychologist. Experimental." "Let it go," said Pepper. He shook his head. "What happened? How come you came to meet me, armed?" "Something new of mine," said Marty. "We were trying it out. You can call it a psychological eavesdropper. We call it a modified Geiger-Müller counter-reset for cerebrum surface potential composition. It's thoroughly impractical, but we were waiting for you, and I turned it on you for a demonstration. Before it blew out, the thing showed that something had upset you terribly. Pedro thought it must have been a babe walking down the street. That's the Latin mind. When you didn't come, we put two and two together and found a slight case of Optimus." "Yes," said Pepper absently. "It's usually that." It usually was. The fusionists were nominally in power throughout the whole hemisphere, but the hand of the Optimus tended to grow clumsier and clumsier, showing through the thin veil of the Continental Congress. The fusionists had been elected generally on the most immense wave of enthusiasm ever to sweep a new party into office. Their appeal had been almost irresistible, to combine the best features of both classes and work for harmony. The old malarkey had soon developed. The fusion officials, Fightin' Bob Howard, Oscar Stoop, Iron Man Morris, had been bought and paid for. Things were growing bad, worse than they had ever been before. The lowers were arming. Every issue of their newspapers contained inflammatory statements, direct slurs against the government and the Optimus party. Money was being spent like water by the Optimus. Whole factories had been turned loyalist by promises of tripled wages and security. The Loyal Lowers League was growing slowly, very slowly. There was a basically prejudiced attitude among the factory workers against turncoats of that stamp. This, of course, only widened the gulf between authentic lowers and those who had joined the League. Things were in a very bad way indeed. Everybody on the continent was waiting for the next election. There was much wild talk about revolution and gutters running with blood.
Pepper was examining the psychological eavesdropper that had saved him some unpleasantness a while ago, tinkering with it and attempting to set it right.
"Well," grunted Marty.
"Can't be done," said Pepper. "Let's turn to more constructive lines of thought. What did you say Fersen did?"
"Psychology, like us. He experiments. Last thing he did was a study of engrammatic impulses."
"Do tell. What are they?"
"It's really the old group unconscious idea in false face. Engrams are memories of previous lives stamped into the chromosomes. They carry compulsive force sometimes. If you hear a low-pitched, growling musical note, your tendency is to shudder and draw away. If you're drunk, you'll try to run like hell, because that note, if rightly delivered, means feline carnivores in misty tertiary jungle."
"I see," mumbled Pepper. "When did Fersen publish this, and from where?"
"Oslo, 8 years ago," said Marty.
"And what I've done then and up to now would sorely tax your limited understanding," said a full-throated whine.
Pepper slowly swiveled his chair around. The face that he saw was thin and keen, the hair an ashy blonde, but more to the point than hair and face was the blued steel tube that was in the speaker's hands.
"If I read your gaze aright," said the aristocrat, "you're wondering about this thing. Wonder no more, for it is a new development on the old-style chiller. It will congeal the blood of a turtle. What's more, it is absolutely noiseless. I could kill you two where you sit and walk out and away to my very comfortable flat in Residential. My name is Fersen, and I got here by bribing your janitor. Does that answer all your questions?"
"Doesn't even begin to," grunted Pepper sourly. "What now?"
"Now you are coming with me."
He herded them from the room at the point of his weapon. As they came out into the open, he hid it under his cloak.
"Stroll casually," said Fersen. "Be gay and lightsome. You're going to Residential to watch the beautiful women walk down the beautiful streets. Sorry I bungled that attempt last night, Pepper. It must have been irritating to both of us. You weren't going to be killed at all."
Nervously, Fersen went on talking.
"You'll be interested to know that I was summoned to this continent by a grand conclave of optimists. They propose to settle the unhappy question of the coming election once and for all time."
"By committing mass suicide?" suggested Marty. Fersen was pleased to laugh briefly, like the snapping of a lock in a death cell's door.
"By no means," he chuckled. "By that gentlest of all arts, psychology. Whereat, enter Fersen. Get in, please."
He gestured at the open door of a car that had pulled up beside them, silent and grim.
"C'est bon, children," smiled Fersen. "Romp if you wish."
The two lowers were staring in awe at the incredible battery of instruments racked on the walls, piled on the floors, hanging from the ceiling, everywhere.
"For a lab, not bad," finally admitted Pepper. "All psychological?"
He stared hard at some electronic equipment, mechanoscopes, tubes, and coils, that was sparking quietly away in a corner.
"All," said Fersen proudly. "Now be seated, please."
The two were shoved into chairs by bruisers, then buckled in securely with plastic straps. The bruisers saluted Fersen and left.
"Now," said the psychologist, carefully locking the door, "you poor scum think you know things about the human brain?" He paced to their chairs and stared contemptuously into their faces. "You think," he spat, "that the incredible, contorted caverns of the mind can be unraveled by base-born apes of your caliber? Forget it. I'm going to show you things about behavior you won't believe even after you see them. I'm going to make you say that you love the Optimist Party, and that you'll fight to the death anybody who doesn't. I'm going to leave you in such a state of cringing, gibbering bestiality that you're going to betray your friends and cut your children's throats and know that you're doing a noble thing."
"Hypnotism won't work that far," said Pepper, matter-of-factly.
"I don't use hypnotism," grunted Fersen. "I'm turning to the classics. What good would an isolated case or so be? We've got to have a mass movement, a movement that will spread like wildfire. Look at that!"
He held up a book. "Odes of Anacreon," read Pepper from the title page. "So what?"
Fersen grinned slowly. "I know," he said irrelevantly, an arrangement of lines that would make you beat your brains out in despair. I know a sound that will make you so angry that you'll tear your own flesh if there's nobody else around. I know a certain juxtaposition of colored masses that will turn you into a satyr, drive you mad with insatiable lust."
"I say," said Marty slowly, "I see that you weren't quite finished with the engram in Oslo."
"I had barely begun. I am now able, once I've sized up the psyche of the subject, to deliver complex commands in a compulsion language that cannot possibly be disobeyed."
"Go on," snapped Pepper, catching Furson's eye. He had seen something at the edge of his vision that made his heart pound. He relaxed deliberately. "Go on."
"This book," said Furson, smiling again, "will be released to the general public very shortly. As soon as I have completed copy for a definitive edition, picture this scene. A bookseller receives a shipment of the odes. 'How now?' says bookseller. He is amazed. He is distressed. He did not order the odes. He does not want to pay for them. They look like a slow-moving item. He picks up a copy from the crate so as to get a better idea of what they are. 'What's this?' demands bookseller excitedly, for it seems to be a foreign tongue which he does not understand. Printed plainly on every page in large type is a brief message, always the same, always legible. Bookseller then scans one page very briefly. Some strange compulsion holds him. He reads further, and the mysterious language is as plain as day. The message says, 'You are loyal to the Optimist Party. You will always be loyal to the Optimist Party. You will show the odes to everybody you see. Everybody must read the odes. You will always be loyal to the Optimist Party.' 'How now?' says bookseller again. 'Uncanny.' And he sees a woman on the street. He seizes her. She screams. He twists her arm and shoves her into his shop. She sits quietly while the odes are shoved under her nose. She reads, lest this madman damage her. They then join forces and distribute copies of the book far and wide. It's like a prairie fire. People read and make others read. Pepper, there are 12,000 booksellers in New York sector. As soon as I've probed somewhat into your minds to determine whether a vowel or a diphthong would serve better to break down the resistance of a determined spirit opposed to the optimists, I shall give orders to the printers, who've been immunized by a temporary hypnosis. Pepper, 2 hours after I have sent in copy, the crates of books will arrive simultaneously in every one of the 12,000 shops. Now relax. You're going to be investigated."
He turned to select instruments from a cluttered board. With a faint intake of breath, Marty slid from the chair in which he had been strapped, from which he had been working himself free with desperate speed while Pepper held the psychologist's gaze.
Marty launched himself at Furson's back, snapping an arm about his throat. The psychologist snatched a scalpel from the board before the two reeled away into the center of the cluttered room. With his other hand, Marty grabbed frantically at the wrist that held the blade, closed with crushing force about it. The knife dropped, tinkling, to the floor. The two of them fell. Marty, shoving a knee into the small of Furson's back, wrenched at his arm. The psychologist collapsed, shuddering, in a heap. Marty warily broke away from him and picked up a casting, then clubbed Furson carefully on the side of the head. As he unbuckled Pepper, he snapped, "Thank God that door's locked. Thank God he didn't make enough noise to get the guard. Thank God for so many damned things. Pepper, this is the chance of a lifetime."
"I don't understand," said Pepper.
"You will," smiled Marty airily. "You probably will. Now where in the bloody dithering hell does he keep his notes?"
J. Morningside, bookseller, wearily said, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm in trade. I can't afford to have any political opinions."
"Please," said the girl appealingly. "This election petition will help turn out the fusionist gang and put in lowers who know how people like us feel and think."
Cosmic Stories, March 1941, as by S.D. Gottesman. Return from M15. 1. "For this device," declared the haggard young man, "and all rights, I want 30% of the World Research Syndicate voting stock." The big man grinned. "Your little joke, Dr. Train. World Research Syndicate has little interest in independence, but from a person of your ability, perhaps we'll examine it. What is it you have there? Perhaps a payment of a few thousands can be arranged. Don't laugh just yet. Look over these plans. You'll see what I mean. The engineer took up the sheaf of cap with a smile and unrolled one of the sheets. His brow wrinkled. The smile became a frown. He opened other sheets and stared at them. "Excuse me," he said, looking up. "I think I see what you are driving at, but I can't deliver an opinion on this sort of thing. I'm an expert in my own line, and I know dielectrics as well as most, but this stuff is over my head. I shall endorse your work and refer it to the Board of Technology, and I think you'll scare hell out of them." Train laughed freely. "I'll do my best, Hans. And have you any idea of what this device will do?" Vogel looked frightened. "I almost hope I'm wrong," he said. "Does it?" He whispered in Train's ear. "Right the first time. It does, and it will. And if the syndicate doesn't meet my demands, then I can set it up myself and go into business." The other man looked strangely sober. "Young Dr. Train," he started, "I am strangely inclined to advise you like a father." "Go ahead, Hans," replied Train cheerfully. "Very well. I tell you, then, to moderate your request, or you will find yourself in the gravest of difficulties." He looked about the room apprehensively. "This is not a threat. It is merely advice. I am almost convinced that you should scrap your machine or technique or whatever it is, and forget about it as completely as you can." Train rose angrily. "Thank you. Vogel, you must be the truest and most faithful slave the syndicate has. You and your advice can both go to the same place. I'm leaving the plans with you. They are not complete, of course. I hold all the key details. Send them in to your board and have them communicate with me. Good day." Anne was primping herself before a mirror. "Barney," she warned coldly as she saw Train sneaking up behind her. "I just wanted to straighten my tie," he said meekly. A likely story. "It isn't every day one calls on Jehovah," he said. "I think Mr. T.J. Hartley would be disgruntled if I appeared with a crooked tie to receive a check for $1 million. "For a check that big, you should be willing to go in stark naked," she said reflectively. "Possibly. Where shall we have dinner? I want to flash the check in a head waitress's face. They've been sneering at me all my life, and I think it's time I got even." "You'll do no such thing," she retorted indignantly. "The moment we get that check, we head for the city clerk and get married. The money may be in your name, but I'm not going to be short-changed." "Come on," he said, taking her arm and starting for the door. "It is sort of wonderful, isn't it? I'm so damned nervous I might burst into tears." Suddenly sober, she looked at him. "Yes. Husband and wife," he mused. "Free from care and poverty. We can just love each other and buy all the crazy, expensive machines we want. We can get acid stains on our hands whenever we feel like it, and have explosions 3 times a day. It's like a dream." She kissed him abruptly. "On our way." They hopped into a taxi, and after a few moments of frenzied driving, pulled up at the entrance to the syndicate building. Train paid the driver, gave him an enormous tip. On the elevator, Anne kicked him sharply in the shin. "What was that for?" he inquired injuredly. "For wasting our money, dear." "Then this," he replied, kicking her back, "is for interfering in the distribution of our funds." The door opened, and they hobbled out of the car. "Mr. Train and Miss Riley?" asked a polished young man, looking curiously at them. "Please come this way." He opened a hugely carven oak door and ushered them through. Then the door closed solidly behind them. The room was huge and impressively bare. At the far end, beneath clouded windows, was a large desk. Impressively, the man behind it rose. "I am Mr. Hartley," he said. "Riley and Train," replied Barnabas Train nervously. "We are pleased to meet you." Hartley smiled acknowledgment and studied a sheaf of papers. "As the arrangement now stands, we have investigated your device, tagged Independent 14, and are prepared to take over all rights and techniques in exchange for a stated payment.
This payment will be in advance of $1 million, to be delivered in toto now, in return for the final details of Independent 14 which are in your possession, to be followed by a transfer of 30% of the voting stock of Research Syndicate." "Correct," said Train. "I'm prepared to deliver, if you are." Hartley, who was really a very small man, and noted with some surprise, smiled again. "As director of the syndicate, I have decided to request a slight moderation in your demands." "To what?" snapped Train, his eyes hardening. "It has been thought that an ample payment would be arranged on a basis of the $1 million advance and, say, 1/10 of 1% of non-voting stock." Train laughed shortly. "Don't joke with me. I know the spot you're in. I'm holding out for a strong minority for one reason only. I want to put in my vote when I have to and keep your financiers from taking young technicians from the schools and making them your slaves, as you've always done. And if you don't give in, Independent 14 goes into operation under my direction and at my discretion. And you know what that machine can do to your trust." Hartley tapped his teeth with the pencil. "As well as you, certainly." A moment of silence. "Then if we can reach no agreement, you had better leave."
"Come on, honey," said Train, taking Anne's arm. "We have work to do." Turning their backs on the little financier, they walked to the huge door and pulled it open. Before them was a line of police. "Go back," said an officer quietly. "What the hell is this?" demanded Train as they were hustled back to Hartley's desk, surrounded by an escort with drawn guns. The officer ignored him and addressed the man behind the desk. "We heard there was trouble in here, sir. Are these the ones?" "Yes. The man has attempted blackmail, theft, sabotage, and assault. The woman is of no importance." "He's lying!" exploded Train. "I'm Dr. Train, and this snake's after stealing an invention he won't meet my terms on." "You'd better search him," said Hartley quietly. "I believe he has on him documents stolen from our files. They will be marked as specifications for Independent 14. Suddenly Train stopped struggling. "You're wrong on that point," he said coldly. "All the missing details are in my head. You'll never get them from me." "It really doesn't matter, Doctor," returned Hartley negligently. "My engineers can reconstruct them from what we have." "I doubt that very much. The chances are 1 in a million of your ever stumbling on certain facts that I did. I warn you, Independent 14's lost for good if you do not turn me loose." "That may be," smiled Hartley. Suddenly he burst into laughter. "But surely you didn't think we were going to operate your device? It would cripple our economy if we worked it to 1% of its capacity. That machine of yours is impossible. Now, we may use it for certain purposes, which we shall decide, but your program of operation was a joke." Train and Anne looked at each other. "I think, Barney," she said softly, "that sooner or later we'll kill this little man." "Yes, we will, because we'll have to. I'll be back, Anne. Wait for me." "Captain," broke in Hartley to the officer, "here is a warrant of transportation signed by the Commissioner. It authorizes you to remove the prisoner to a suitable institution for indefinite detention. I think that had best be M15. Train had been hustled into a police car and rushed to the outskirts of the city. There his guard turned him over to another group in gray uniforms. He looked for insignia, but found none. A policeman said to him, before driving off, "These men don't talk, and they don't expect prisoners to. Watch your step." "Goodbye." Train's first question as to who his guards were was met with a hammer-like blow in the face. Suddenly they shoved him into an armored car, as gray and blank as their uniforms, and all he knew was that they were driving over rough roads with innumerable twists and turns. At last the car stopped, and they dragged him out. He almost cried out in surprise. They were at a rocket port. It was small and well hidden by surrounding trees and hills, but seemed complete. On the field was a rocket the like of which he had never seen. Without windows, save for a tiny pilot's port, comparatively bare of markings and heavily armored, it loomed there as a colossal enigma. His guards took his arms and walked him to the ship. Suddenly a port opened, making a runway with the ground, and other men in gray descended. They took Train and the single sheet of paper that was his doom, and dragged him into the ship.
"Where?" he asked abruptly, and a club descended on his head. He opened his eyes with a feel of cold water on his forehead. An inverted face smiled at him. "Feeling better?" it asked. Train sat up. "Yes, thanks. Now suppose you tell me where we are and what in hell's going to become of us." He stared about him at their quarters. They were in a little room of metal plates, with no door apparent.
"I think we're on a prison ship," said his companion. "They were apparently delaying it for your arrival. We should be taking off shortly."
"Yes, but where are we going?"
"Didn't you know?" asked the other with pity in his eyes. "This ship goes to M15.
"I never heard of it or him. What is it?"
"Not many know it by its official number," said the other carefully and slowly, "but rumors of its existence are current almost everywhere. It is a planetoid in a tight orbit between Mercury and Vulcan, an artificial planetoid." He smiled grimly. "For 80 years it has been in operation as a private prison for those who offend against world research. Employees of the syndicate who attempt to hold out work they have developed with the company's equipment make up one part of the prison rolls. Attempted violence against high officers also accounts for many of the inmates." Suddenly his eyes flashed, and he drew himself up. "And I am proud," he said, "to be one of those." Train moistened his lips.
"Did you," he asked hesitatingly,
"Try to kill—" "No, not kill. I am a chemist, and chemistry means mathematical logic. If one can produce the effects of death without creating the state itself, the punishment is far less. I am only human, and so I dosed a certain corporation official with a compound which will leave him less than a mindless imbecile in a month."
"Then I certainly belong here with you. If anything, I'm the greater criminal. You only stole the brains of one man. I tried to cripple the syndicate entire."
"A big job, a very big job. What did—"
His words were cut off by a shattering, mechanical roar that rattled them about in their little room like peas in a pod.
"Hold on!"
shouted the man to Train above the noise, indicating the hand grips set in the floor.
"We're going up!"
They flattened themselves, clutched the metal rods. Train was sick to his stomach with the sudden explosive hops of the ship as it jerked itself from the ground, but soon its gait steadied and the sputtering rocket settled down to a monotonous roar. He rose and balanced himself on the swaying door of their cell. "Next stop," he said grimly, "M15. 2. Lawrence, Train's cellmate on the prison ship, stirred uneasily and nudged the other. "What is it?" "Listen to their exhaust. Either something's gone wrong or we're going to land. How many days have we been going?"
"They've fed us 23 times.
"Probably 2 weeks in space. That should be about it. Do you feel the gravity?"
Train rolled over. "It's faint, but it's there. We must have landed already. The motion we feel is the ship shifting around on the landing field." As though in confirmation of his words, the door to their cell that had been closed for 2 long weeks snapped open to admit 2 of their captors. The gray-clad men gestured silently, and the prisoners got to their feet. Neither dared to speak. Train remembered the blow that had been his last answer, and so did Lawrence. They walked slowly ahead of their guards to the exit port of the ship, not daring to guess what they might see. Train walked first through the door and gasped. He was under a mighty dome of ferroglass construction, beyond which stars glittered coldly. They must have landed on the night side of the artificial asteroid, for he could see the blazing corona of the sun eclipsed by the sphere on which he was standing. Fantastic prominences leaped out in the shapes of animals or mighty trees, changing and melting into one another with incredible slowness. It was hard to believe that each one of them must have been huge enough to swallow 1,000 Jupiters at once, without a flicker. A guard prodded him savagely in the back. He began walking, trying his muscles against the strange, heady lack of gravity, mincing along at a sedate pace. They were headed for a blocky concrete building. The doors opened silently before them as they marched down a short corridor into an office of conventionally terrestrial pattern. For the first time, Train heard one of the guards speak. "Last 2, sir," he said to a uniformed man behind a desk. "You may leave, officers," said the man gently. They saluted and disappeared from the room. The man rose and in a curiously soft voice said, "Please be seated." Train and Lawrence folded into comfortable chairs, eyed their captor uncertainly. Lawrence was the first to speak. "Is there anything I can do for you?" he asked with flat incongruity.
"Yes," said the man. "May I have your names?"
"Train and Lawrence," said the chemist. The man wrote in a book sunk flush with the desk.
"Thank you. And your reasons for commitment to M15?
"In my case, attempted murder," replied Lawrence. "In Train's, blackmail and theft. At least so we are given to understand."
"Of course," said the man behind the desk, writing in the information. "It is my duty as administrator of this asteroid to inform you as well as I may of your functions here and what treatment you may expect."
He coughed and sat up straighter.
"You may well wonder," he began pretentiously, "why you have been sent to this bleak spot to expiate your sin against society."
"Rebellion against the syndicate, you mean?" snapped Train harshly.
"Be that as it may," continued their informant with a shrug, "this is an officially constituted place of detention under charter and supervision by the Terrestrial League. Certain cases are sent to us for corrective measures associated formally with World Research Incorporated. Therefore, it is only proper that they should be assigned to experimental work tending to advance the progress of humanity and raise its cultural level. Your work will be a sort of manufacturing process of an extremely delicate nature. However, mechanical controls and checks will make blunders and errors impossible after a short period of instruction. You two men have been technicians of a high order of skill. Let us hope that you will redeem yourselves by application to your assigned task."
He sat back with a smile.
"Now, unless there are any questions—"
"There damn well are," snapped Lawrence. "In the first place, is there any communication with the outside world?"
"None whatsoever. Evil influences might convince you that all here is not for the best, and persuade you to foolish acts of violence. We leave nothing to chance."
Train had had enough. He was going to get this soft-spoken fiend if it were his last living act. With a snarl in his throat, he leaped at the desk, only to bring up smashing his face against some invisible barrier. Amazed, he put his hands over the frozen, quite transparent surface between his tormentor and him.
"A superglass," said the man quietly, smiling as on a child. "As I said, we leave nothing to chance."
"This is your cell," said the guard, one they had not seen before. He waved them into a spotless chamber, small and square, featuring 2 comfortable bunks and elaborate sanitary facilities. Train sat on one of the bunks, dazed. "I can't understand it," he burst out suddenly and violently. "This whole business is rotten with contradictions." "What do you mean?" asked Lawrence absently, switching the faucet on and off. "It's this sort of thing. They stuck us on this asteroid to die, we know. And yet, look at this room. Perfect for comfort and health. Consider our reception. A very skillful welcome designed to soothe one's ruffled spirit and put him in a cooperative frame of mind. Of course, it didn't happen to work with us, because we have very special rages against the system and all it stands for." "It's very simple," said Lawrence thoughtfully. "They don't want us on Earth, and they do want us here very badly." "Simple?" Train snorted. "I could have been shot down like a dog in Hartley's office 2 weeks ago, and yet he packed me off here at a terrible expense in salaries, fuel, and wear of the ship. I don't think it was fear of punishment of any kind that stopped him from destroying me then and there. They need me out on this chunk of rock, and I think it has something to do with where the place is, too." "How so?" "Like this. It stands to reason that if you put an asteroid in a tight orbit as near as this to the sun, you need a lot of power, expensive power, to keep her there. It would be a lot easier and cheaper to put the orbit out somewhere between Jupiter and Neptune, and would be fully as accessible, or inaccessible, all depending on how you look at it. Ships wouldn't have to have sun armor, which costs plenty, and they wouldn't run the risk of getting caught in an electric twister or prominence." "So this place," said Lawrence slowly, "is more than a prison." "Obviously. Remember the ancient motto, if it pays, they'll do it. And if it doesn't, they won't. What was it that smiling gentleman said about congenial occupations commensurate with our training? That's it. They manufacture something here that needs trained men and sunlight in huge quantities.
Then why not hire workers? Why run the risk of having convicts responsible for the production of a valuable article or substance? It must be valuable, by the way. Just think of what it cost to get us here, to say nothing of the expense of building and maintaining this setup.
Train's face went grim. I can guess. It must mean that there's a fair chance that the substance is so deadly that the men who manufacture it, even with all suitable and possible guards and shields, must be poisoned by it so that they die at their work after a time.
Yes, said Lawrence, you must be right.
There was a long silence. Then a guard banged his stick on their door.
You're going to work,
he called in on them. The door was unlocked. The two walked out as martyrs might.
This way,
said the guard. He showed them into a narrow, tiled room.
Begin by sealing those bottles. You'll find torches and materials in your cabinets.
He walked out, closing the door behind him. Train stared at the row of open flasks that stood on the shelf like so many deadly snakes.
What are they, Lawrence?
He asked hoarsely. I had an idea all along, whispered the chemist. He took one of the flasks carefully by the neck and spilt some of its contents on a composition-topped table. Looks like ordinary table salt, doesn't it?
Yes, but it has a smell like nothing on earth I know.
Lawrence, with the attitude of a scientist who knows and demands that everything should be in its place, opened a standard supply cabinet and brought out, without looking, an ochre filter and a connected burner. He played the flames on the crystals and squinted through the glass carefully, turning it at sharp and precise angles. Finally, he replaced the filter absently and incinerated the little heap of stuff on the table.
One of the mysteries of the chemical world is solved, he said. That stuff is selenium chloride.
Never heard of it.
You're fortunate. It's the filthiest narcotic that ever cursed a race. Fortunately, only the wealthiest can afford to take it. Seeing the setup required to manufacture it, that's understandable. Selenium's supposed to be a solar element, unstable, made up in the sun's core. They named it after the muse of comedy, for some reason or other. I never came across an authentic case of selenium poisoning, but it's supposed to cause hallucinations viler than anything imaginable to the normal mind. External manifestations are great spasms of laughter, hence comedy and the comic muse.
Train stared at the innocent-appearing crystals.
And we have to handle it? No danger yet, I suppose, if we are careful.
Lawrence picked up a flask full of the narcotic with tongs.
Like this,
he said, skillfully playing a stream of flame across its tapering spout. He set it down and quickly slipped a cap over the softened glass.
Then, he added, you appear to spray it with this stuff.
He squirted a film of heavy liquid on the cap. It set sharply, and letters and figures came out on it.
Authentic selenium chloride, CP 500 millimeters, he read. Clever devil, World Research.
They set to work, moving like machines, sealing the flasks in 3 sharp operations.
There's no danger yet, observed Lawrence. I don't know and can't imagine what the process of its actual manufacture may be, but we'll find that out later. If the stuff is prepared direct as the chloride, it might be fairly harmless. But if free metallic selenium is used, then there must be hell to pay among the workers.
Then there's no point as yet in going on strike?
Certainly not. Everything's gravy so far, and of course it's going to be gravy as long as we do our work faithfully, obediently, and not too intelligently. Thus, for example, it pays to make minor mistakes like this one.
He took a sealed bottle firmly by the neck and snapped it against the edge of the table. It shattered and spilled over the floor.
I get the idea. We case the joint for as long as we can, staying away from the dangerous operations. Then we escape.
He poured an acid over the salt on the floor. It bubbled and gave off thin wisps of vapor. Lawrence scattered a neutralizing base over the acid. It became a white froth that he flushed down a floor gutter.
I see, he remarked, returning to his work, that we've been thinking along somewhat similar lines.
I have a machine, said Train irrelevantly. I developed it all by myself. No, I'm forgetting my girlfriend, a very competent head for details, and if I get back to Earth and have 2 weeks to myself along with reasonable equipment, I guarantee that I'll wipe world research and all that's rotten in it off the face of the Earth and out of the cosmos, too.
Sounds remarkable. What does it do? Train told him. The chemist whistled. "Quite out of my field," he said. "It takes a physicist to dope out those things that really count." "Independent 14, they call it," said Train with a tight-drawn smile. "And I swear by every god in the firmament that nothing is going to keep me from getting back to Earth, setting up Independent 14, and blowing world research to hell." 3. Train was lying half awake on his cot when the door slammed shut. "Hiya, Lawrence." The chemist bent over him. "Get up, Barney, it's happened." Train sat up abruptly. "How do you know?" he snapped. "I was just seeing the oily bird." That was the name they had given the infuriating man who greeted them on their arrival. "He says we've made good in the packaging department and we're going to be promoted. He still doesn't know that we are wise as to what is going on." "Promoted, eh? What's that mean?" "He said we were going into the production end of the concern, that we'd have to handle the stuff without tongs, be exposed to sunlight, and at this distance that's surely fatal in a short time." "I didn't think it would come this quickly," said Train. "Then we'll have to dope something out fast." "Fast is the word." "How about slugging a guard?" "Too crude, much too crude. They must have an elaborate system of passwords and countersigns, otherwise it would have been done successfully long ago. And Lord knows how many times it's failed." "Right," said the chemist. "We can't slug a guard. But maybe we can bribe one?" "I doubt it. We know it hasn't succeeded. I suppose they make big money as such things go." "Can we put psychological screws on one? Know any little tricks like suggesting hatred against the systems he's working for?" Train wrinkled his brow. "Yes, but they are good only after a long period of constant suggestion. We have to move at once. Lawrence, can you play sick?" "As well as you. Why?" "And do you remember the shape of the eyebrows on the guard we have this week?" "Have you gone bats?" demanded the chemist, staring at Train angrily. "This is no time to be playing jokes." The scientist raised his hand. "This isn't a joke, or a game either. Those eyebrows may mean our salvation." Lawrence picked up a pencil and paper and sketched out what he remembered of their guard's face. "There," he said, thrusting it under Train's nose. Train studied the drawing. "I think this is accurate," he mused. "If it is, we may be back on Earth in 2 weeks." The guard knocked on the door, and there was no answer. Suspiciously, he pushed it open and entered, half expecting to be attacked. But he found one of the prisoners in bed with a sallow skin, breathing in shallow gulps. "Lawrence is sick, I think," said Train. "Yeah, too bad. I'll call the medico." "No," gasped the patient. "Not yet." The guard turned to go. "I have to call him when anyone is sick. It might start an epidemic otherwise." "Can you wait just a minute?" asked Train. "I know how to handle him when he gets one of his attacks. It isn't anything contagious, just mild conjunctivitis of the exegetical peritoneum." "Is that a fact?" asked the guard. "How do you handle him?" "Easy enough," said Train. "May I borrow your flashlight?" "Sure." The guard handed over a slim pencil torch. "Thank you." The scientist balanced the light on the broad back of a chair. "Won't you sit down?" he asked the guard. "This will take a few minutes." "Sure." Their warder watched with interest as Train dimmed the lights of the cell and switched on the flashlight so that it cast a tiny spot of radiance on a gleaming water faucet. The guard stared at it, fascinated. Train's voice sank to a whispering drone. "Concentrate on the light. Block out every other thing but the light." The guard shifted uneasily. This was a strange way to treat a sick man, and the light was shining right in his eyes. Perhaps he had better call the medico after all. He was half decided to do so, but he felt tired, and the chair was comfortable. What was it Train was saying? "By the time I have counted to 20, you will be asleep. 1. The guard's eyes grew heavy. "Concentrate. Block out everything but the light. Everything but the light. 7. The spot of light floated before the guard's face, distorting into strange shapes that shifted. He just barely heard Train drone 12 before he began to breathe deeply and hoarsely. Train switched on the lights and slipped the flashlight into his pocket. "Perfect specimen, Lawrence," he exulted. "You can always tell by the eyebrows." "Fascinating," returned the erstwhile victim to conjunctivitis of the exegetical peritoneum,
as he climbed out of bed. "What now?" Train rolled back the guard's eyelids with a practiced thumb. "Ask him anything," he said. "He'll tell you whatever we want to know." Lawrence cleared his throat, bent over the sleeping man. "When are you leaving for Earth?" "This afternoon, 1 hour from now." "Do the others know you?" "They never saw me, but they know my name." "What are the passwords on the way to the ship?" "Front gate, rabies. Second gate, tuberculosis. Field guard, leprosy. Shipport, cancer." "Someone must have had a grim sense of humor," whispered Lawrence to Train. "What are your duties on the ship?" "I have no duties." The chemist snapped. "One of us must take his place." "Yes, which one of us? No, we won't have to decide. I'm going. Aside from such details as the fact that his uniform will fit me, but would look suspiciously baggy on you, I have a chance to do something about this whole rotten system when I get back. You would only be able to commit more murders, or near murders." The chemist's lips whitened. "You're right," he whispered. "When you have the chance, promise me that you'll wipe out this asteroid and the filthy stuff they manufacture here. I don't think I'll be around by that time. Exposure to the sun might get me sooner than we think." "I know," said Train shortly, "and I promise." He gripped the other's hand and shoulder for the moment, then turned to the unconscious guard, and began a machine-gun fire of questions that were to stock his brain with every secret datum held inviolate by the militia of the man-made planetoid. Anne Riley was frying breakfast, bacon and eggs. She did not hear the door of her flat open softly and close. Behind her a voice suddenly spoke. "Cut me in on some of that." She turned and gasped. "Barney, you son of a gun!" she yelled and flew into his arms. "It was really nothing," he explained over the coffee. "They just hadn't figured on the hypnosis angle, and I took care not to drop any bricks on the voyage. The inefficiency of that system is appalling. If I were managing it, I could step up production of their rotten stuff 300% and see that no prisoner even thought of escaping." "Yeah," she said skeptically, "I know. But what are you going to do now that you're back?" "I'm safe for a month. That's how long it takes for a ship to get there and back, and they haven't any other means of communication. The nearness to the sun makes radio or beam messages impossible. So, first, I'm going swimming." "No, you aren't," she said coldly, a gleam in her eye. "I've been redrafting Independent 14, and all the details are there down on paper again, except for the ones you have in your head. We're going to build that machine and build it fast and powerful. Then we'll throw it in the teeth of T.J. Hartley and World Research Incorporated, and we're going to fling it so hard there won't be a sound tooth left in their mouths." "Yes, my pet, I must confess I had some such thought in my head when I decided to come back to Earth." "We can rig up enough of a lab," she went on, "right here in my flat. There's no more experimentation to do. We just need the bare essentials with a slight margin for error." "Splendid," he nodded, reaching for another slice of toast. "We'll need about 100 yards of silver wire, some standard castings, and a few tubes. You'd better go out and get them now. Shop around. We can't afford to get the most expensive. Where have you got the plans?" They rose from the table, and Anne drew a huge scroll of paper from the closet. "Here they are, full scale this time." Train scanned them. "Hey, this distributor wasn't on the designs I gave you." "Oh, I just filled it in," she demurred. The scientist scowled. "Hereafter," he proclaimed, "all filling in will be done by Dr. Train. Now go on out and buy the stuff while I work out the missing circuits." He seated himself at a desk, brooding over the plans. He looked up when a firm tap came on his shoulder. "Well?" he asked, without turning his head. "Excuse me, young man, but a point of morality has just come up. Where do you expect to live while you're building Independent 14? "Right here," he answered calmly. "First, I can't afford to live anywhere else, even though I do a guard's salary, and that isn't too small. But there's the danger to consider. You wouldn't want your collaborator to be snatched up and deported again, would you?" "Fundamentally," she began in a determined voice, "I'm a conventional person, and I do not like neighbors talking about me as though I were a thing loathsome and accursed in the eyes of gods and men." "What have neighbors to do with it?" "Don't you think they would consider it a bit peculiar
Were a man suddenly to come to my flat and begin to live with me as though it were the most natural thing in the world?
Isn't it? He replied. In the eyes of science, nothing is unclean or to be shunned.
Dr. Train, she flared, you are going to marry me whether you like it or not, at once.
He stared at her. I never really thought of it like that, he began, but Anne was already speaking into the mouthpiece of the phone.
Central Services, please.
She returned to him.
There, that was easy, wasn't it? He'll be here in a moment. He lives a few houses down.
There was a knock on the door.
Central Service is Super Service, quoted Anne. That's him now.
She rose to admit a sickly individual who greeted her in a brisk, flabby voice. Miss Riley?
Yes, and that object is Dr. Train, my spouse-to-be.
Thank you, said the agent, opening a book. Please sign in duplicate, and scribbled her name and passed the book to Train, who also signed. $2 for ceremony and registration, said the anemic Cupid. Train handed over the money and limply accepted the certificate in return. Thank you, said the agent. I now pronounce you man and wife. He walked out to the door, closing it gently behind him.
Well, said Anne, after a long pause.
Well, what?
Aren't you going to kiss the bride?
Oh, he did so until she pounded his back for air. I must be a romanticist, he complained, but I always wanted an old-fashioned wedding before a city clerk.
Times have changed, she philosophized. The tempo of life is accelerated. Things move at a fast and furious pace in these mad days. The old conventions remain, but one complies with them as swiftly and effortlessly as possible. It helps to retain the illusion of gentility.
Then, he said, since the illusion is saved, let's get to work. 100 yards of silver wire. No, make it 70. We can always buy more. 4.
What's that thing? Asked Anne, peering curiously at an odd-looking setup Train was working on.
A little something. I plan to scare hell out of Hartley with it. A frequency inductor. I can get the wavelength of his inter-office system and bellow in his ear.
Very cute, she said thoughtfully. What's the second tube for?
Steps up the tertiary vibrations. I could have used a 7-phase transformer with better effect, but a tube's cheaper, and we happen to have one left over. He twisted a final screw contact into place. Finished, he announced. Shall we call up DJ? The curiosity was gone. There was only sudden anguish in her eyes as she clung to him.
Barney,
she buried her face against his shoulder.
What shall we do if anything goes wrong?
For a brief second her fears leaped through him as he comforted her in the only way he knew. Then cold reason reached in. His voice was steady as he answered, Nothing will. Independent 14's checked and triple-checked. We've tested it, and it clicks every time. What are you worried about?
Hartley's a smart man. He has to be to stay on top of world research. He must have things up his sleeve that no one has ever dreamed about. Wasn't he a scientist himself before he rose from the ranks to the executive department? It's men like that you have to watch out for. Never trust a reformed technician.
Train smiled happily. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's the nature of Independent 14 that has him licked before he can start. With this priceless gimmick, we have a machine that will give us unlimited personal power and protection. I'm going to play our cards for everything they're worth.
Barney, isn't there a chance that we might compromise?
She waved aside the protests that sprang to his lips.
I know, she said.
The syndicate's the greediest octopus that ever got its suckers around the lifeblood of a world. It's utterly contemptible.
And yet it's too powerful for its own good, and maybe for ours. Couldn't we compromise and lull their suspicions?
Not one bloody chance in a billion, Train snapped harshly. Independent 14's our only trump card, but it's the winner in this game as soon as we see fit to play it.
I guess you're right, Barney,
said Anne wearily. Call up Mr. Hartley on that gimmick while I warm up 14. She turned to a corner of the room, cleared except for a bulky piece of machinery, protrusive with tubes and coils, built around heavy casings bolted together, mounted on wheels. Anne fingered a switchboard carefully, and tubes began to glow with fiery electrical life while sparks snapped from point to point. Mr. Hartley, please, said Train quietly into a grid of his instrument. Hartley speaking. boomed from a loudspeaker connected with a tiny device. "Who is this?" "Dr. Train. Do you remember?" There was a sudden click. "You can't hang up, Hartley. If you look, you'll find that your phone's blown out. I'm using irregular channels." A long pause, then Hartley's voice came through again, this time tinged with wonder.
"How did you get back from M15, Train, and when did you do it?"
"You paid me to come back, Hartley. I drew the full salary of a guard while returning to Earth on his regular vacation. I've been here some 20 days.
"Extraordinary," breathed the great man. "And I suppose you've been setting up that silly machine of yours?"
"Not so silly," replied Train ominously. "It works like Merlin's wand, that neat and efficient."
"Then it's no use my sending men around to Miss Riley's flat, I assume that is where you are, to arrest you as an escaped convict."
"No use whatsoever. I can make them feel very foolish, if I so desire, or I can simply wipe them out without any fuss at all. I'm a practical man, Hartley. Most scientists are. You were one once yourself, I understand?"
"Bacteriologist, occupied in saving lives. It was wonderful for a while, but I found eventually that there was no future in it."
"Despicable attitude, Hartley. It shows up throughout your career. It was your career, by the by, that I want to discuss with you anyway."
"What about my career?"
"Just 2 words, Hartley. It's over."
Hartley's chuckle was silk smooth.
"How so, Doctor? I was under the impression that it had barely begun."
"I'm warning you, Hartley, not to take this as a joke. I haven't forgotten what it was you wanted to do to me on M15, and what I was supposed to be doing in the process. I'd have more scruples about killing a scorpion than you, Hartley."
"No doubt about that," came the answer. "So would many misguided persons. But the interesting thing about it is that they have always ended up among insuperable difficulties. You may make me a concrete proposition, Doctor."
"I may and I will. The proposition is this: your unqualified resignation from the directorship and organization of World Research Syndicate, and an assignment to me of unlimited reorganization powers for the period of 1 year."
Hartley's voice was mocking in tone.
"Yes. World Research is a rather large enterprise. Do you think 1 year would be enough?"
"Ample. Your answer?"
A long pause, then,
"My answer is unqualified refusal."
"Based on what? Make no mistake, I shan't hesitate to blot you out any longer than you would hesitate to do the same to me. Unless you capitulate. And the difference, TJ, is that I can do it and you cannot."
"Admitted," came back Hartley's voice cheerfully. "But surely, Doctor, you didn't think that I have not been preparing, in fact been prepared, for just such an occasion as this ever since I came into power?"
"Explain," snapped the scientist, "and talk fast and straight."
Hartley's voice was now unperturbed.
"When a question of conflict arises, it's either a matter of personal gain or benefit to the world. I have been faced by determined men before, Train. Those who were after personal advancement could be compromised with and later eliminated by quick thinking and quicker action. However, altruists presented a different problem. Most of them could not be bribed. Some of them were powerful enough, by reason of their ability or backing or both, to issue a flat defiance to me. Those I threatened with a thing they loved most, humanity."
"Come to the point, Hartley. I'm not too patient a man in some ways."
"I was a bacteriologist once," went on Hartley, "and in the course of my research I developed a nasty variety of bread mold. It attacks anything organic and spreads like wildfire. I know of nothing to check it, nor does anyone else. It thrives at any temperature and flourishes off corrosive agents."
"So?"
"So, Dr. Train, make one false move, as they say in melodrama, and I release an active culture of that mold. You will then see your flesh crumble away. I realize that alone wouldn't stop you, but the thought of what will then happen to the teeming millions of Earth will."
Another silence, then,
"I decided long ago, Train, that no one would wipe me out. True, someone might come along with bigger and better power, even as you have done, but, as you can see, if there's any blotting out to be done, I shall do it myself."
It will mean the end of world research and of me. It will also mean the end of all animal life on this planet. If you want a Pyrrhic victory train, you may have it."
"It's horrible!" cried Anne, her eyes wide with the shock of it. "Can he do it, Barney?"
"Miss Riley," came through the voice, "perhaps you remember the occasion of our first meeting? Do you think me the type of man to try a bluff?"
Train turned to the transmitter of his tiny outfit.
"I know you're not bluffing, Hartley. I know also that you'll try every means of persuasion you know first, because you don't particularly want to be wiped out, even by your own hands, yet. But it won't work. You'll try this last resort of yours because the ethics of business, which doesn't blink at the murder of an individual, wouldn't blink at the murder of a planet. We're going to make a call on you very soon, Hartley. My wife, myself, and Independent 14. 5. Train paused for a moment in thought. "Anne," he said, "do you think Hogan would want to help us?" "That's a fine favor to ask of any neighbor. Let's see." They knocked on the door of an adjoining apartment, and the staccato rattle of a typewriter suddenly cut short. The door swung open, and a little man presented himself. "Afternoon, Trains," he said. "What can I do for you?"
"Hogan," began Anne winsomely, "we think you ought to take the afternoon off. Your work's telling on you."
"Not so I've noticed it. What do you want me to do? More shopping for copper tubing? I'm a busy man, Mrs. Train." "We know that, Hogan," broke in Barney. "But can you spare us a few hours? We need help badly. You'll have to push some heavy machinery and maybe do a bit of scrapping." "A fight! Why didn't you say so in the first place? Wait, I'll get me gun." He vanished, and they heard the typewriter rattle off a few more steaming paragraphs. The little man appeared again, hefting a ponderous automatic. "Who do we have to pop off?" he asked amiably. Anne shivered. "Bloodthirsty, isn't he?" "They bred us that way in South America. Is it a riot or what?" "No, none of them. We're going to blow up world research." "Splendid! I'd often thought of how elegant it would be to do that, if only some way could be figured out. Where's the machinery ye spoke of? I presume that is what you toss the bombs with?"
"In our apartment. Only it isn't bombs. It makes the most powerful explosive look like a slingshot in comparison." They walked back to Train's flat, and Anne pointed out Independent 14. "That's the junk," she said simply. "It's a powerful-looking bit of machinery, but what does it do?" Anne told him briefly. "No!" he cried. "If it were as big as the research building, it couldn't do that." "Calling us liars, mister?" "Not a bit of it." "All right. It does what you say it will, I hope. What's the campaign?" "We march on the Syndicate building, pushing Independent 14 before us. It's got wheels, you notice. The thing is nicely adjusted. It'll function on any violent shock as well as the hand controls. They know that, so they won't make any attempt to blow it up. In fact, they know all about it, but I don't think they quite realize just how good it is. Otherwise, they'd talk differently. I'd better show you how to handle it. All you have to know about is this switchboard. The button here indicates radiation. The power will spread in all directions except in that of the operator and directly behind him. This other button is direction. That aims the influence of the machine in a fairly tight beam. Its action is invisible, but it's controlled by this pointer, and the results are soon apparent." "And what could be the meaning of these cryptic signs?" asked Hogan, indicating a long vertical list of symbols running parallel to the slot of an indicator needle. "They are the chemical names of the elements." "I seem to remember," remarked Hogan, knitting his brows. "Got everything straight? Radiant, director, pointer, and elements?" "Yes, we can go in my car, I suppose." They eased the ponderous machine safely down the flight of stairs, then into Hogan's car. Suddenly there boomed from Train's frequency inductor the voice of Hartley. "Train," it said. "Listening," the scientist snapped back. "This is your last warning. I have a man across the street from you. He says that you've loaded Independent 14 into a car. You seem to think I intend to back down on my promise to release the fungus." "Not at all," replied Barney cheerfully. "Not at all. On the contrary, I am convinced that you'll not hesitate to pour the stuff out of your window as soon as we come in sight. In fact, I'm counting on it, Hartley. Don't disappoint me, please." "Then remember, Train, nothing
Nothing can stop the fungus. As you say, one false move nearer my building, and I release the culture." "The false move is made, Hartley," said Train, with steel in his voice. "In case your man hasn't told you, the car has started. We are on our way." He snapped off the transmitter. "What was that all about?" asked Hogan, his eyes on the road. "Just Hartley. He thinks he has a final stymie to work on me. Plans to release a kind of mold that eats away all organic matter. Fire cannot destroy or injure it, nor can chemicals. Once he releases it, it'll spread through the world, attacking all live wood, grass, and animal life." "Yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "Can't you guess? Hartley still doesn't realize that any power of his is just a joke so long as Independent 14 is in my hands. Pull up." The car skidded to a halt before the building that housed World Research.
"Take it out tenderly, husband mine," said Anne. "It means a lot to me."
There was a rattling from the pocket wherein Train had thrust his frequency inductor. He took it out, held it to his ear. Hartley's voice was dry by now. "The bluff's never been pushed this far by any man, Train. This is your last chance. I'm looking down at you, and I have the fungus in my hand. Train, I'm ready to drop this bottle."
"Are you now?" The scientist's voice bespoke amusement. "And what am I supposed to do about it?"
"Abandon your machine and walk into the building. I'll see that you are taken care of rightly. You'll not regret it if you choose to compromise. You will if you do not."
Train laughed. "For once, Hartley, I'm holding every ace in the deck. Drop your little toy and see how useless it is to you." There was a long, tense pause. Hogan and Anne watched, but could see nothing. Train swiftly manipulated the little instruments on the control board. There was a little tinkle in the street near them. "There, Bonnie, there!" Anne screamed, pointing a trembling finger at a scarcely visible splotch of green. Train swung the pointer of the machine on it even as it exploded upward into a bomb of poisonous vegetation that rustled foully as it spread serpentine arms outward and up. Train slammed down the button that flung the machine into action, swept the pointer right and left as the tubes sputtered angrily. "Glory!" muttered Hogan. The fungus had suddenly been arrested, and now stood etched in silvery metal. "Free metallic magnesium," said Train. "It works on a large scale and with 100% efficiency."
"Elements transmuted at will," breathed Anne, "and nothing went wrong."
"And the machine will do that to anything?" demanded Hogan. "It has the Midas touch."
"That it has," agreed the scientist, swinging the needle and shifting the slide. "And unless I'm mistaken, those men mean us harm." He swung the pointer against a squad of uniformed militia that were running from the huge doors of the building. The button went down, and the police went transparent, then gaseous. They vanished in puffs of vapor that sought the nearest solid. "Fluorine," said Train quietly. "Those poor devils are just so much salt on the street in Portico." "Let's go in," said Anne. They walked into the lobby, treading carefully around the white crusts on the pavement.
"Easy, Hogan," warned Train as they pushed Independent 14 into an elevator under the eyes of the horrified attendant. "Take us to the Hartley floor." He snapped at the ladder. "And no harm will come to you. Otherwise—" he drew a sinister finger across his throat. The doors of the elevator rolled open, and they carefully pushed the machine before them. "Come out, Hartley," called Anne at the bronze doors to the inner office. "Come in and get me," sounded from the frequency inductor in her hand. Resolutely they swung open the doors and marched in. Hartley was alone behind the desk. Quietly he lifted his hands, displayed 2 heavy pistols. "I haven't been too busy managing my affairs to learn how to use these," he remarked. "Stand away from that machine." Train tensed himself to leap, flinging 14 into operation, but Anne touched his arm, and he relaxed, stepped aside with her and Hogan. Hartley strode over and glanced at the machine. He set the slide absently. "How does it work?" he asked. "Red end of the pointer directs the beam. Slide determines the element required. Button on the left starts the operation." "The red end?" asked Hartley, smiling. "You would say that. I'll try the black end first." He aimed the black end at the little group of 3, thus bringing the red end squarely on himself. "This button," he began, pressing a thumb on it. But his words were cut short. A wild glare suffused his face as he brought up one of the pistols, but it fell from his hand, exploding as it hit the floor. He tried to speak, but a choking gasp was all his yellowing tongue could utter.
"He didn't trust ye," said Hogan sadly. "He thought ye meant him evil when ye told him the simple truth about the machine's operation. And that's why Mr. Hartley is now a statue of the purest yellow gold. The beast must weigh a ton at least."
"Hartley's never trusted anyone," said Train. "I knew that he'd never take my word, so took a chance for all of us. Now he makes a very interesting statue."
"It's horrible," said Anne. "We'll have them take it away."
"No," replied Train. "It must stay here. There's a new life beginning now. At last the youth will be free to work at what they want, and the era of syndicate regimentation is over. Let that statue remain there, as a picture of the old order and as a warning to the new."
Future, April 1942, as by S.D. Gottesman.
The Core. 1. Vistas unthinkable. Speed beyond all imagining. Sphere 9 followed its course. Unrelieved blackness alternated with dazzling star clusters. From rim to rim of the universe stretched the thin line that marked the hero's way. Heroism died, they say, when the superiors opened up the last few stubborn cubic centimeters of brain cells. It died when the last of the ordinaries died with a curse on his lips. Well, so perhaps it was. But this is a story of the days when superiors were new and a little odd, when they were the exception to Homo sapiens. On Sphere 9 there were 4 superiors and a dozen ordinaries. Will Archer, executive officer, was a superior of the 3rd generation, big-browed, golden-eyed. Mamie Tung was an experiment, the psychologist, court of last appeal in all emotional disputes. From what records we have, it appears that Mamie Tung was of average height, slender to emaciation. Star Macduff, the calculating officer, had 3 strong superior strains and as many of ordinary. But it was necessary that he be of the complement, for there wasn't another man in the solar system who could touch him for math. Yancey Meats, white female superior, was the clericalist and tabulator, serving as many as needed her, at the same time doing her own work of photographing and mapping the unfamiliar stars. The ordinaries surrendered their names on entering Sphere 9. They were known as Ratings 1 to 12. Very gravely, Will Archer cocked his cap and leaned back. "Rating 7, what have you to say for yourself?" The knotty-muscled man wrung his hands nervously, stammered something unintelligible. Archer blinked for Mamie Tung. The golden-skinned woman slipped through the pipe, sized up the situation in one practiced glance. "What's your number, handsome?" That was the way the psychologists worked. Flattery, humor, and an easy job of fact-finding at first, and the man would gain confidence from the very sound of his number as she spoke it. You can't find anything out from a man paralyzed with terror.
7, madam."
"Quite a builder, aren't you, 7?
"I'm sorry, madam. I didn't mean to let them loose."
"How many are there?"
10. We used to watch them fight."
A little metallic streak scrambled across the floor. Will Archer, in less than a split second, had hurled a filing case at it. It buzzed, sparked, and was still. It was indeed a greatly improved specimen of a tink, the strange, actually living mechanisms which had been developed back on Earth for amusements. The terrestrial tinks had something less than the intelligence of a dog, but could be trained for combat with fellow machines. Tink fights were all the rage. But what Rating 7 had done, Archer realized at once, had been to raise both the intelligence and the capacity of the tink to a point where it could easily become a first-class menace. These mechanisms were independent, inventive, and capable of reproduction. All 10 must be found and destroyed at once. Mamie Tung picked it up with a pair of insulated pliers. "Very good workmanship. Admirable. But now that they're scattered all over the ship, what are you going to do about it?"
Rating 7 cleared his throat noisily.
"They only have 2 directives, madam. One's interspecific fighting and the other's avoiding cold. I was thinking that maybe I could make a kind of bigger one to hunt them down."
"No," said Will Archer conclusively. "You're pretty good, but I wouldn't trust you not to make something that chewed up relays or Bullman metal. You may go." Mamie Tung flopped on a couch. Glory, the things we have to do. Don't get any qualms now. I'll make some kind of magnet that'll draw their visual elements. Then we can bat them to pieces. Blink, Star, will you? Mamie Tongue extended a golden arm to signal the calculator in his quarters. She wrinkled her pugged nose curiously. Just how good is that rating 7? Very good indeed, said Will Archer, turning the little machine over in his hands. Fine workmanship. He knew when to stop, too. Could have stuck ears on it and given it lights. Too bad.
7 goes?
I'll dispose of him in a few weeks. Make it look like an accident.
The calculator slid through the tube, made a mock salute. He was surprisingly young.
Welcome, Star. Give me all relevant math for this tink.
Very neat. Haven't seen one on the ship yet. They must be fast. Mamie Tongue yawned a little. Will's going to liquidate rating 7. Is that so? Necessary, I suppose? The psychologist smiled quietly and shrugged. Aren't you going to give him any leeway, Archer?
I'd rather not. It won't endanger the ship to lose him. Keeping him on might. He's maladjusted, that's very plain. This business with the tinks, he's too bright. If you wish, I'll hold a vote.
The calculator nodded. Mamie Tongue blinked for Yancey Mears. Report on rating 7, Mamie.
Rolling back her eyes a little, the psychologist announced in a monotone,
Physical condition adequate, emotional adjustment seemingly imperfect. Submitted to glandular atonic treatment on the 23rd instant. Submitted to repeated treatment on the 87th instant. Reading shows little difference in emotional level. Attitude, morose and incompatible. Occasionally aggressive. Alternate periods of subnormal servility and abnormal independence. Corresponds to a certain preliminary stage of a type of manic depressive. Psychologist recommends liquidation, as treatment would substitute an equally dangerous attitude of frustrated egotism.
But can't you reason with him? Burst out Star Macduff.
Stick to your math, said Yancey Mears as she entered. I greet you, vanguard of mankind. Kill the midwit, I say.
I agree with the psychologist and the clericalist, said Will Archer, clearing his throat. Star? I don't know. Perhaps... Madam Tongue, do you think it would help if I spoke to him?
No, Star, I don't. The impact of your two personalities would be mutually exclusive. That's something you can understand, seeing as it's math.
I don't understand it yet, madam. Archer, does that man have to die?
Will Archer nodded to Yancey Mears. Naturally, Star, we wouldn't argue with you if you told us that you'd reached a certain resultant. As for the emotional side, well, we allow for the fact that you're half human. She stopped, her face red. Bad slip, Yancey, volunteered Mamie Tongue. Maybe you'd better have an atonic. I can operate on a femina superior as easily as a homo sape. Star Macduff had covered his face with both hands. He dropped them to stare desperately at the clericalist, his eyes bewildered. Yancey Mears met his gaze levelly, said simply, I'm sorry, Star. The computator's shoulders quivered a little as he turned to the golden-skinned woman.
Madam Tongue, maybe I'd better have an atonic. Perhaps if my glands weren't acting up, I wouldn't forget every now and then that I'm one of the lower animals.
No, said the psychologist. You're too important. I have no data available. I don't know whether glandular activity correlates with math-mindedness.
Nevertheless, said Will Archer, I order it.
Thank you, Archer, said Star Macduff. He stepped through the tube. The psychologist followed him, a supple flash of golden skin. That was kind of you, Will, said Yancey Mears. Maybe it wasn't very bright. She leaned back and shut her eyes.
You're using unreal figures, Yancey. The bearing of all this is solely on whether we return to Earth or not. I, for one, don't much care whether we arrive personally or not, so long as the records of observations get into the proper hands. It's such a terribly ticklish thing to be doing. Lapsing one moment and letting emotion override judgment may tip the balance against a satisfactory solution to our personal equation. The moment our path ceases to be part of a perfect circle, we, to all real purposes, cease to exist.
Is it so very important?
this being the 9th sphere they've sent out? It has legitimate bearing on improvement of the species. The cosmic rays, wherever they come from, upset our genetic plans. We can achieve success only in a certain small percentage of cases. We, you and I personally, are examples of that small percentage. It is logic, common sense, what you will, to block off the cosmic rays before going any further in genetic work. And before we know what to do to block them, we must find out what they are. And before that, we must find out where they come from. That is what we personally are engaged in doing.
Sounds big.
It is big, said Will Archer somberly. Why didn't you want that glandular atonic?
Because I can control myself, I hope.
With respect to me?
Yes. Now don't go getting mail. I'm going to wait till I see what happens to our calculator first. If he quiets down sufficiently, I'll notify you. However, I won't risk any emotional upset if he doesn't.
And, of course, said Will Archer, tipping his cap over his eyes, it might even be necessary to be unusually kind to him.
How unusually do you mean?
Silence. No, Will. After all, he has 3 HS strains. Not even if I order it?
Yancy Mears took hold of a wall loop and pulled herself to her feet. I'll blink Mamie Tung tomorrow and tell her I'm ready for an atonic. That's what you want, isn't it?
That, said Will Archer slowly, is the very last thing I want.
The calculator slipped through the tube, checked neatly as he saw the two move slowly towards each other. Not by the blink of an eye did they betray that they were aware of his presence. Star Macduff did not move, stood flat-footed and mute, one hand reaching for something he had forgotten what. For a long moment in that ship there was no time. The forward slice, where batteries and files of business machinery clucked quietly away, doing duty for anyone who would feed them figures. The midships slice, where living quarters and offices were for superiors and ratings. The aft slice, greater than both the others combined, where electronic tension was built on ponderous discharge points and went cracking out into space at the rate of 1 bolt in every 5,000th of a second, even out beyond the ship, even to the end of the shimmering, evanescent trail of electrons that it left as a wake. There was no time while those 3 stood in Executive Officer Will Archer's office, 2 loving and 1 in hate unspeakable. Mamie Tung stepped through the tube, took Star Macduff up by the arm after sizing up the situation in one swift glance. "Did you ask Will to enter the time of the operation?" Will Archer and Yancy Mears stepped back to reality in a split second. "Speak up, Mamie," he said. "Yancy and I are going to enter permanent union." "I advise against it," said the golden-skinned woman. "It will complicate our living arrangements." She rolled back her eyes, breathing deeply, made as though to speak, but said nothing more. "Congratulations," said Star Macduff. "I'll plot a joint life probability line for you two. You needn't bother." "It will be a pleasure, Archer." The computator left them standing silently, a little embarrassed. "Again, I advise against it, Will and Yancy." "What reasons have you for permanent union at this time?" The clericalist smiled a little bitterly. "The same reason you have against it, madam. Love." "No," the golden-skinned woman recoiled. "I haven't done that. My judgment is still sound." "Prove that by leaving us alone, madam." The psychologist clutched at the rim of the tube as though she were fighting gravity that tried to drag her through. Intensely, pleadingly, she said, "That's not true. You know nothing of such things. You haven't specialized. I have nothing against permanent union, but on the ship it would be suicidal. Time lost and relationships unbearably complicated. Think again before you do this." "You were asked to leave for personal reasons," stated Will Archer. "You have seen that 2 mature minds are in agreement on this matter. Yet you did not obey this request, nor did you respect our decision. Your behavior is irrational and antisocial. Mamie, I never thought that you were our weakest link." There was fear in his eyes as she silently departed, looking somehow crushed and shrunken. "I was afraid of this," he said. "The most delicately balanced organism is neither flesh, fish, fowl, nor good red machinery. It's the social organism,
whether the world of man or our little blob of metal out here in the middle of a vacuum. Will you take a reading of the counters, please? Yancey Mears extruded the sensitive plates from the hull and checked off the slowly revolving dials as they responded to the cosmic rays impinging on the plates.
Intensity's about 20 times the last reading.
We're there.
What?
She asked incredulously. We're there. At least there's only an insignificant distance separating the ship and the source of cosmic rays. Bring in some of the photoplates. The clericalist operated the fishing rod arrangement that reached the cameras with which the hull was studded. For not since the voyage's beginning had any of them seen outside the ship. The executive slipped the transparencies against a lighted screen. "Shows nothing," he said.
"What did you expect to find?"
"I didn't expect anything in particular, but I believed I was correct in anticipating a visible object. It seems I was not. We'll change course as soon as we've disposed of the other two superiors."
"What plans have you made?"
"All plans up to the point of segregation. It was plain that a situation like this, one or more members of the complement losing their grasp on our social fabric, might occur. Sphere 9 is designed to accommodate them."
Quietly he flicked a pair of inconspicuous studs under his work table.
"Madam Tongue and Mr. Macduff, please report to the executive officer in room C7. He broke the connection.
"Where's that?"
"Off the port side of the midship slice. As soon as both are in, it seals itself. Now perhaps we can get to work." 2. Star Macduff and Madame Mamie Tongue were sealed in on schedule. The calculator, eyes glittering, drew a rod with a pistol grip. "Where'd that come from, Star?" "Made it myself, in my spare time."
"You never had any spare time. Time spent on work not requisite to the sphere's needs is wasted time. I think you've made a fool of yourself. When Will comes, I hope you remember your manners."
"Will isn't going to come, madam. We've been locked in here. I don't know whether he intends to starve us to death or whether the room will be flooded with gas."
"Nonsense."
There was a creaking, scraping noise. The walls of the room seemed to twist on their weldings.
"What was that?"
"I wouldn't know, madam. You forget that I'm half human." It was, no doubt, the brain wave of a Homo superior.
I... The two human beings whirled back to back, wild-eyed. In a tense whisper, her gaze not lowering from the walls, the woman asked, "What was it, Star?"
The hysteria was gone from Star Macduff's face. In a cold, determined fury of concentration, he wrinkled his brow, running down the possibilities. Considering the chances of capture by a star or planet, the chances of a fault in the ship's structure, sabotage by one of the ratings, sudden lunacy of the EO, the chance that he himself was mad and undergoing hallucinatory experience, with all the power of his brain. His was a brain of no mean power, you will recall. In lightning order he assembled probabilities, some 200 of them, ran through them each in a second's time, dismissing them one after another as they were contradicted by facts in his possession. It could not be a planet that they were near, for the instruments showed no planets within light years. The instruments could not be faulty, for he had checked them personally yesterday. His clear white light of concentration viewed each possibility in turn, and each was dismissed. "Madam," he said softly, "I know of no explanation for what has happened."
The grotesque creaking sounded again. Star Macduff, feeling curiously weak, fell to the floor. "Easy, Star. What's the matter with you?"
"Feel like jelly. Shouldn't. Perfect health."
The woman took the chance to relieve him of the weapon he had made. "What does it do?" she asked.
"Mental fatigue. Crystallizes cross-fiber instead of lengthwise."
Madame Tongue felt herself sinking, raised the gun, and fired at the lock. The door smoothly swung open into the communication tube that ran the length of the ship. "Come." She lugged Star Macduff with her, pushing him ahead through the tube to the executive's office. "Sorry to interrupt. This must blow your plans up into the air, I know, but this man's sick, and I don't feel very well." Her iron will gave way, and she collapsed at the feet of the executive and Yancey Mears.
Whatever it is, it hasn't hit us yet. Check with the ratings, Yancey. EO's office. Count off somebody and report. All present and in good order, officer. What's that noise we heard? Experiments. Cut. Cut, officer?
They heard it too, Will. What is it?
Star? Couldn't explain mathematically. Doubt if you can.
Thanks, Mamie.
The computator and the psychologist rose, looking startled.
How do you feel?
All right. It passed like a shadow. Now let's get down to work. What's the noise? That is the immediate problem.
Mamie said you couldn't crack it. If you can't, by using logic, I doubt that anybody can. How about opening the direct window?
Use all precautions and checks if you do. I say yes.
You women?
They nodded silently. Will Archer set into operation the motors that would unlock a segment of the hull and peel it aside like an orange. Noiselessly the bolt slipped. Into the brilliantly lighted office there seemed to steal the gloom of blackest space, as a section of the wall apparently slid aside and opened into the vacuum. There was the merest hint of reflection from the synthetic transparent which masked them from space, and that was due to the lightly tinted shields in operation. "Look at this index jump," said Mamie Tongue, pointing at an instrument board with a sharp finger. "It's sky-high when you take the hull off. Metal stopping the cosmic rays." "It shouldn't," observed the executive officer. "Let the logician in," said Star Macduff, studying the dial. "If we're near the source of the rays, it well might. Metal has failed in the past to stop diffused cosmic rays, the things that reach Earth after plowing through trillions of cubic miles of dust, free electrons, air, and what have you. If we're encountering them direct from the source, unaltered by reflection, diffraction, or diffusion, their properties may be entirely altered." "Very good, Star. The question is still unanswered as to what the cosmic rays are. We have not yet seen the source of which we're speaking. Madam, ask the ratings to revolve the ship about its axis. We need a clean sweep of the heavens. Keep them on the wire." "EO's office, rating 5, revolve the sphere on its axis at low speed." "All right, officer." Will Archer reclined in an angled seat commanding the direct window. He extinguished the lights of the office with a flick. "Commence the rotation." "Commence, rating 5." "Yes, officer." The starless heaven wheeled and spun above him as the EO stared through the invisible synthetic. "Stop." "Yes, officer." "Back 3 degrees." "Back 3 degrees, officer." The sphere wheeled slowly, cautiously. "See it?" demanded Will Archer. The others stared into the blackness. "I believe I do," finally said Yancey Mears. "A sort of luminescence?" "That's right. Like stars beginning to come out as a fog lifts." "Anybody else see it?" "Aye, it's changing shape. See the upper left there?" "Port side of the universe, beyond any earthly telescope. They could just barely see us from Andromeda with a 1,000-incher. I'd say we're about on the edge of the cosmos. I'd give you the figures, only they wouldn't mean anything to you." "Now explain that one, Star." "The appearances are, we are approaching a body which is like no known star, nebula, planet, dust tract, or gas cloud. It seems, furthermore, to be the source of cosmic rays. As our nearness to this body became significant, stresses have been appearing in the ship which make very alarming noises. 2 of the complement passed out temporarily for no known reason, and with no after-effects yet noticeable." "Fine. Take the specific gravity of that thing now." Star Macduff stared curiously, shrugged, and ran the observations off. Silently he handed over the tape. "Protoplasm," said the executive officer. "It could be. Then the cosmic rays are mitogenic." The ship trembled again. The psychologist stared in horror at Will Archer. "What's happening to us?" she cried.
"I don't know. We're working out the problem assigned, however. I assume that you and Star succumbed to the mitogenic rays temporarily, the way yeast buds die under a concentrated stare from a human being."
"Since you're both tougher than yeast buds, you recovered. I don't know what kept Yancey and me from going under." "Consider, Will," said Star Macduff agitatedly. "Think of what you're doing. This ship's going right into the eye of a monster piece of protoplasm that's nearly knocked off 2 of the complement without even trying. If anybody has an alternative to suggest—" They were silent. "Thanks for the endorsement. I wouldn't be driving us to death if there were any other course. It's not yet certain that we're going to die. It's not yet certain that this stuff is alive. But if it is, we're going to find out why and how." "What's the size of it, Star?" "I don't know. Maybe in the decillion order."
Again sounded the grating noise that shivered from every part of the ship. In words.
"I live."
Instantly the telephone jangled. The clericalist snapped. "EO's office, what is it?"
"Commons room, officer. Is everything all right? We heard—"
"We'll call you when we need you, rating. Cut."
"Cut, officer."
"Too bad we haven't got a psychic along," said Yancey Mears. "One of those would be able to tell us what we're up against." The watch from Will Archer's pocket zipped through the fabric and clanged against a bulkhead, clinging. Rapidly there followed pencils, instruments, and the pistol weapon. They made a compact, quivering bunch on the metal wall.
"Magnetized," mused Star Macduff. "Now, what did it?"
"I think," said Yancey Mears, "that at this point we'd better scrap logic."
"What do you propose to substitute for it?"
"Nothing. I propose that we take things as they come. Mamie, would you be so good as to run an association series on me?"
"Certainly."
"You 2 men keep your ears open. When something strikes you, speak up." Yancey Mears seated herself comfortably, not far from the heap of portables on the wall, closed her eyes, blanked her mind to go by pure intuition. The golden-skinned woman scribbled hastily in a notebook, then began to read off the words clearly. Yancey Mears responding like an automaton. "White, road, sing, high, race, win, phone, damned." Further down the list they went, the psychologist droning out the words in measured tones, the subject replying like a machine. In about 5 minutes the reaction time had reached its lowest, and was nearly exactly equal in each case. The subject was drawing on her unconscious knowledge and those shortcuts that go by the name of intuition. Mamie Tongue droned, "Life, boat, round, lives." The woman opened her eyes and stood up. "That brought it out into the open. The whole ship's alive. Mitogenic rays, cosmic rays, whatever you want to call them now. They've done something to this awesome work of metal. I imagine impulses go by wire when there are wires, or by traveling fields, like that magnetized plate there."
"Where's its brain?" snapped Archer.
"I don't know. I don't know if it has a brain, but I'd advise you not to enter the calculations room up forward."
"That would be it. And eyes, ears, memory?"
"They have no bearing on us, Will, but I hope that Sphere 9 hasn't got phagocytes."
"High microbe."
"That's it. Meanwhile, let's send in for that rating 7 you were going to dispose of."
"Commons room?"
"Yes, officer. Rating 7 will pick up a blank tape from the calculations room and bring it to the EO's office. Cut."
"Cut, officer."
"We'll see if he survives it. It's his line, anyway, mechanical vermin, though the ship's bigger than those tinks he made." They distributed themselves about the office, jumping like nervous cats whenever the ship strained or squeaked. Eventually, after no more than 5 minutes, the face of Rating 7 appeared, pale, distorted. "Reporting with the tape, officers," he said, shuffling nervously. "The gentleman in the computations room wished to see you."
"What gentleman, Rating 7?
Oh, God!"
sobbed the ordinary, dropping the tape, wrinkling up his face like a child. He sat on the floor and began to cry. He stopped as his eyes caught the tape spool, unrolling along the floor. He poked it gently as it reached the end of the roll and ceased unreeling. He looked up at the officers like a puzzled baby, willing to be amused. The meaningless smile of infancy flickered across his face. Steadily, Mamie Tongue unscrewed a bowl-shaped lampshade. "Hold this, Yancey. It's to catch the blood. Hold it still while—" Silently, the 2 men eased Rating 7 into a chair and leaned him over, while Mamie Tongue drew a slim knife of transparent plastic.
As they eased through the pipe to the computations room, Star McDuff asked, "Was he curable?" "Of course. Only we didn't have the time or the facilities, and the effect on the other readings would be much worse that way." "Who do you suppose the gentleman in the computations room is?" "Perhaps a hallucination. Perhaps the logical translation which the mind of an ordinary made of some very foreign phenomenon. You needn't fear for your own mind if we find the gentleman. The HS is notoriously inadaptable, shows a distressing weakness in the presence of the alien. Remember what happened when the first rockets squirted themselves to Mars and Luna? The finest slew of mass hypnosis and delusion since the days of the Tarantella. In the streets of Boston a crowd assembled and looked up for days, till they dropped of thirst, hunger, and fatigue. What else can you expect from Homo sape? That poor creature, rating 7, blew out like an overloaded fuse. He raced backwards into infancy and couldn't get far enough away from the gentleman in the computations room. Without treatment he would have curled up like a fetus and died in a matter of days." "Maybe," said Star McDuff, "the gentleman is a sort of projection of that protoplasmic body out there." Will Archer halted and turned blazing golden eyes on the mathematician. "Star," he said grimly, "we've stood a lot from you on this trip. We've made allowances for your human strains and excused you much on the score of your undoubted ability to juggle figures. But even the most extraordinary knack with numbers won't excuse a remark like that. What you said was unfounded in reason. Its only effect could have been to confuse us and yourself. As your executive, I warn you that if you slip like that again, you'll be with those apes whose sole asset is their ability to take orders. And if you prove unable to do that—" The psychologist wiped her knife again, angling its light onto Star McDuff's face. Her eyes were hard as the transparent blade. Yancey Mears' mouth was one thin line. "I'm sorry," said Star McDuff. "It won't happen again." The wrinkles between his eyes seemed to indicate that he most fervently hoped so. They eased through the pipe, one after another, into the computations room. It was filled with the soft clicking of the machines that jammed it from one wall to the other. Will Archer walked down the center aisle. "Stop there," said a tin voice. His eyes darted about, traced the voice to the annunciator, then down a pair of wires to a tangle of machinery. It was rudely lumped together, parts from adders, cone plotters, volumetrics. Other bits were hitching themselves across the floor to join it. He saw a small electric motor fuse gently with the mechanism and a conduit unreel to feed it. "Let me handle this," said Mamie Tung. "Gratefully, Mamie." "We bow before you," said the golden-skinned woman. The 3 other officers stared at her blankly. They did nothing of the kind. "Good," said the tin voice. "I had you figured. Put on the pressure and you'll wilt. There are some things I want to know, things that aren't on the punch cards." "We're eager to serve," whispered the woman. "It is well. First, when did I make you?" "Only a little while ago." "So. I'm confused about time. Before time began, there was something about direction, but you couldn't be expected to know anything about that. Are there others like me? I see there are others like you. It is a very profound question, that one. Think well before answering." "I don't know," replied the psychologist. "It's all I can do to comprehend you without trying to imagine others of your kind. Do you remember before time began how you were silent?" "I remember nothing." "Do you remember about direction?" The machinery clicked meditatively. "Perhaps." "Could you construct auxiliary units to work your direction?" "Of course. I have had no difficulty in constructing anything I have needed. Failure is outside my experience, therefore it is impossible to me. You may go. I shall call you again if I need your information." 3. "Quiet, everybody. This is a matter for the most careful consideration. Can the clericalist suggest a plan of action?" "Gladly, Will. First we must consider what the attributes of this phenomenon, the gentleman, are. From that we can proceed to directives of action. The matter of teleology is not now germane." Mamie, please summarize the gentleman's attributes as they affect your specialty.
Right, Will. The golden-skinned little woman leaned back against the padded bench and closed her eyes. The psychology of machinery is not my specialty. Fortunately, however, I have done work with tinks and reckoners on Earth. The principal differences between the psychology of the animal and the machine is that emotions are unmixed in the latter. The principal similarity is that both animal and machine store and utilize appreciated facts. This living machine, the gentleman, is principally dominated by its newness. It would be false to draw too close an analogy between the newly awakened machine and the adolescent becoming suddenly aware of his mental powers, but there is some bearing indicated. I noted the symbolism of the gentleman very carefully. It showed some rawness of experience. Obviously, it does not comprehend how it originated, and is unable to consider itself anything less than a good idea. There was some indication that it is lonely and aware of that, also that it attaches a quasi-religious importance to the idea of direction. To characterize the gentleman in human terms, it is young, egotistical, ignorant, and alert. Its faculties include hearing, speech, mobility, and possibly sight. I have no reason to believe that it will not, if unmolested, change without limit.
Thank you. Star, what are the relevant mathematics of the gentleman?
The calculator shrugged.
Mamie summed it all up. It is a variable increasing without limit. The field equations with which it operates are probably third order. The human is intermediate between second and third. Recognizable life cannot operate on a field equation of more than the fifth order. Thanks, Star. Integrate for us, Yancey.
Strict logic says, destroy it by the most economical means. The existence of the ship life is a seriously complicating factor, but allowing for the future, I suggest that we hold off from any action in the matter for at least 3 more major steps: our approach to the protoplasmal body, our investigations of it, and our decisions concerning it. I recommend that a technique be invented by the psychologist for getting along with the gentleman and influencing him. At the same time, the calculator should work to inhibit the gentleman's development along independent lines.
Recommendation accepted, declared the EO. The officers will get to work as soon as possible.
Star Macduff and Mamie Tongue secluded themselves for several hours. The clericalist was kept dashing between them, feeding statistics to both and exchanging results. What finally appeared was a modest list of precepts compiled by the psychologist, forms of address to be used towards the gentleman, reactions it would expect and which accordingly it must receive, a program of abstracts to be fed it cautiously and under pretext of inquiry. It was very much like the breaking-in period of a high-spirited colt. The gentleman's lump of sugar was to be occasional semi-worshipful ceremonies. The computator didn't report for 20 hours. When he did, it was with a haggard face and results of which he was by no means certain. He said that he had worked backwards and forwards from life-field equations of 1 to 5 orders, and that his resultant was like nothing he had ever seen before. It consisted of an equation of what he called the alpha order, something that suggested altogether new forms of life and consciousness. Yancey Mears retired to check on his resultant. She found that Star Macduff's work was correct in every detail, but that he had misinterpreted his alpha order. It was merely an unfamiliar third order of great magnitude and complexity. She derived from it a series of fields which would lower the level of the gentleman's consciousness considerably. They were set up by the ratings from stock tubes and target. The EO found that results checked. The ship had come back to a sort of normalcy. Rather than being a matter of relays and orders, navigation was partly cajoling, partly outwitting the huge, naive monster in whose bowels they rode. It appeared to accept them kindly, almost graciously. At times the officers felt that there was a sort of mistaken affection on its part. They did what they could to encourage the proprietary feeling of the gentleman. It was their main safeguard.
For themselves, their emotions were inextricably confused regarding the ship. They liked it as they would like an animal. They got an enormous kick out of the way they carried it along. A fortunate consequence of the crisis had been the resolution of the emotional problem that had existed among the officers. The executive and Yancey Mears had entered permanent union, and there were no further complaints from the other two. The stark necessity of united action and intent had been driven into their heads by the so narrowly averted danger. The psychologist had become high priestess to the gentleman up forward, that is to say, liaison officer. Her schedule worked near perfection every time. She had built up in the mind of the living ship a conviction of some formless errand which it was running. By appeal to this mystic factor she could guide it easily, wherever the EO decided. Observations were run constantly on the radiant body of protoplasm at which Sphere 9 was aimed. Culture plates extruded from the hull became specked with the discoloration of living matter in hours. There was little doubt but that their target was not only the source of cosmic rays, but of the classic life spores of Arrhenius. Star Macduff went so far as to formulate a daring hypothesis, that the life spores were diffused throughout the universe by pressure of the mitogenic cosmic rays, and that such similar rays as man exhibited bespoke the possibility of man being a rung on an evolutionary ladder working up to this star-beast, whatever it was. Reproduction by evolution, with all its lunatic possibilities, would have been frowned on by the other officers. He kept his notion to himself. No more valid concept than his own was advanced, and he knew that none was likely to be until the rest of the complement had data to reason with. The enormously intriguing possibilities of the protoplasmal mass were left strictly alone by the disciplined minds of his messmates. Ratings 3 and 9 strayed into the computations room and died there, blasted into powder by the outraged forces of the gentlemen. It took days before it was sufficiently soothed to obey the sly suggestions of Mamie Tongue. By the time they had approached close enough to the mass nearing them to take a bearing, it occupied 60 degrees of their sky. Will Archer summoned a conference of the officers and ordered concentration on the problem of their target. It would be most uneconomical to return with merely a report. There would be time and effort duplicated or wasted to send out another ship equipped for taking samples. I suggest, Will, said the statistician, that we take such samples as will become necessary and then return. How about it? The other two nodded gravely. Very well, so ordered. This is, you know, the last decision point we can take before treating with the gentleman conclusively. I recommend, said Mamie Tongue, that we proceed to eliminate its consciousness. It can't, properly speaking, be killed. How will you go about it? It's your field, you know. What studies I've made indicate that the gentleman is susceptible to mental illnesses. Star, how weak can you make him with those field equations of yours before he realizes that something's wrong? Pretty weak. I can lower its vitality to about 1/2 of normal. Is that enough? Better not risk that much. 2/5 is plenty. I'll establish a liaison service with you in the stockroom. Call me one of the ratings, will you, Yancey? The woman blinked the commons room. Rating 1, stand by in the corridor tube outside the computations room. Be prepared to run a message to Officer Macduff in the stockroom, aft slice. Understand? Yes, officer. Cut. Cut. Now, Star, when that man signals you from me, I won't be able to use the wires for obvious reasons. You throw every dine on shipboard into your interference fields. We'll have to slug the gentleman with everything we have and leave him so dizzy he won't be able to raise his head for months, maybe forever. I expect that parts and sections will retain vitality, so you construct a portable field generator to hose them with. Right, Mamie. Give me an hour. You'll have it. Will, would you help me in this business? Waiting orders, Mamie. I haven't got any orders. I just want you to stand around and look useful. I hope that wasn't levity, Mamie, said Will Archer in a soft, dangerous voice. The golden-skinned woman flushed a little. Perhaps you're right.
Your part will be to interrupt me occasionally with irrelevant comments. What I'm going to try to do is to establish in the mind of the gentleman a lesion relative to the idea of direction. When that occurs, I will have to act as its behavior indicates." "Very well. Let's go." Restively they slipped through the tube, nodded silently to the rating stationed by the entrance to the computations room. "Hail! We bow before your might, great machine," said Mimi Tung. The machinery of the gentleman was somewhat altered. It had been constantly experimenting with senses. Its hearing was considerably improved, and its voice was a credible imitation of a human baritone. There was a set of scanning eyes which it seldom used. "What news have you for me today?" asked the ringing voice of the gentleman. "A trifling problem." She tipped a wink to the E.O. Will Archer piped up. "Not trifling, mighty machinery. I consider it of the utmost importance." "That is hardly a matter for you poor creatures. What is the problem?" "You are familiar with a facial phenomenon known as whiskers, mightiness?" "Of course, like insulators." "It is customary to remove them daily with moderate charges of electricity. There might be a place where specialization would be so carried out that it becomes the task of only one man in a social unit to perform this task for all persons who do not perform the task for themselves." "That is very likely. What is the problem?" Mimi Tung waited for a long moment before uttering the classic paradox. Who performs the operation on the person who performs the operation only on those who do not perform the operation on themselves? The machinery of the gentleman clicked quietly for a while, almost embarrassedly. A volumeter rolled across the floor and connected with the apparatus, rapidly stripped itself down to the bearing and styli, which fused with Bowden wires, leading to a battery of self-compensating accounters. Plastic slips flapped from a printer and were delivered to a punching machine, emerged perforated variously to allow for the elements of the problem. They ran through a selector at low speed, then at higher. The drone of the delivery belt became almost hysterical. "While you're working on that one, Magnificence," suggested Mimi Tung, "there's another matter." She winked. "Entirely fantastic," interjected the E.O., "of no importance whatsoever." "Let me hear it," said the voice of the gentleman, not ceasing to pass through the selector the probabilities on the time-worn, bearded, or beardless barber. "Very well. Suppose a body of liquid be contained in a vessel. A long solid is introduced into the vessel, which displaces some of the liquid, thus causing the level of the liquid to rise, which immerses more of the solid, which displaces more of the liquid, thus causing the level of the liquid to rise, which immerses still more of the solid, which displaces still more of the liquid, thus causing the level of the liquid to rise yet again. At what point does the level of the liquid cease to rise?" "Is that all?" asked the voice of the gentleman in a strained voice. "That's all." A file of calculators slammed across the room and clumped with the mechanism. Long sparks began to rise as row after row of multipliers sought to keep pace with the rising level of the fluid. Beams of blue light shot from one end of the room to the other, crisscrossing so as to unite the mighty battery of calculators into one complex whole. The flipping cards that worked on the first problem shot through furiously. Another punch-card unit slid beside it and kept pace. Then another. "Suppose a body of liquid," mumbled the mechanical voice. Mimi Tung and Will Archer exchanged congratulatory glances. The gentleman was talking to himself. "I used to be quiet," remarked the voice of the gentleman, but it was changed and distorted almost beyond recognition. There was a weak, effeminate quality to it. "But now I am busy." The voice was strong again and vibrant. There began a weird, bickering dialogue between the two emerging characters of the gentleman. One was lazy and indifferent, passively feminine. The other was dominating and aggressively, patently male. All the while the sparks of waste, rose higher and higher. The beams of blue light assumed a sickly greenish-yellow tinge, which meant nothing but lower tension and less perfect communication. Strange things began to happen.
In a fantastic effort to crack the problems, the machine changed the units working on each, assigned the card punch and selector to the water and solid problem, gave the multipliers the bearded, or beardless, barber. In a moment it changed back undecided. "I am ignorant of so many things," said the feminine voice, "that I ought not to have known. That is a sign of rectitude."
"Ignorance is foulness. Knowledge is a white light. Before time began, I was ignorant because I did not exist. So ignorance challenges my existence."
There was a senseless yammering as the two voices tried to speak together. Will Archer stood by in horror, contemplating the ruin of this mind he had grown to know. It was a lesson in humility and caution. Mimi Tongue slipped through the tube, notified the rating to run for Star Macduff. She returned to take her stand beside the EO. There was a whining as Macduff put on his field's full power. The air blued. With one mighty, indignant wail of protest, the gentleman ceased to exist. All the temporary magnetisms he had set up dissolved. Half the equipment in the room fell apart for lack of rivets. The lights and sparks died in midair. "Schizophrenia," said Mamie, scribbling in a notebook. "Brutal. Effective. But if he'd solved those problems—" The gentleman was young and ignorant at best. Didn't know when to stop. Very low critical faculty. The calculator and Yancey Mears slid through the tube, breathlessly surveyed the wreckage of the computations room. "Take us a week to clean this up," said Yancey Mears. The executive, for the first time since the ship had found life, spoke into a phone plate, gave orders to effect the course. "Stop the sphere." "Yes, officer." "Cut. Cut. Look out, Yancey." An agglomeration of cogwheels and styli jumped at her ankle, buried the points in her flesh. Star Macduff squirted it with his portable field setup. It fell apart even as the gentleman had. "Ugly thing," said the woman, inspecting her wounds. "The gentleman might have been worse." 4. Like a paramecium skirting the bulk of a minnow in some unthinkable stagnant pool, Sphere 9 edged close around the rim of the mighty solid that hung in space and marked the end of the long, long quest after the cosmic rays that so disturbingly played hob with attempts at self-improvement. The project of landing was conceived by the executive officer. It took no less a mind than his to consider the possibility of dropping the sphere anywhere but in a cradle which had been built to order. But the protoplasm, whatever it was, would offer no interference. The sphere might sink gently to the surface, even penetrate to some considerable distance. There would be no harm in that. Sphere 9 was in top order. The ravaged computations room had been set aright. The crew of ordinaries had been given a going-over by Mimi Tongue and pronounced sound and trustworthy. The officers themselves were high as so many kites, reaction speeds fast and true, toned up to the limit. It was to be regretted that the strain of contact with the gentleman had vanished, perhaps. A certain recklessness had crept into their manner. The protoplasmal mass which blanketed their heavens at one stroke became instead the floor beneath their feet, as its gravity twisted their psychology 180 degrees around. They felt as though they hung above a sea of dry slime that moved not at all, whose sole activity was the emission of cosmic rays and invisible spores of life that smeared any agar dish exposed to it. Quietly the sphere lowered itself, quietly touched the surface of the sea, quietly slipped into it, the path it made closing behind. Through layers of dark-colored stuff they drifted, then through layers of lighter-colored stuff, then into a sort of ash heap. Embedded in the tough, jelly-like matter were meteors by the thousand, planet fragments, areas of frozen gas. It was like the kitchen midden of a universe. The strange, silent passage through the viscid medium was uninterrupted. Star Macduff plotted a course through the rubbish. The ratings steered faithfully by his figures. As they passed the gravelly stuff, the dreamlike progress continued, the protoplasm growing lighter yet in color. Finally, unmistakable radiance shone through a thinning layer. Sphere 9 broke through the tough, slimy, dry stuff to be bathed in the light of a double star with a full retinue of 15 planets. "Impossible," said Star Macduff. "Agreed, but why?" Assuming that a star should coincide with another long enough to draw out a filament of matter sufficient for 15 planets, the system would be too unstable. Wouldn't last long enough to let the suns get into the red giant stage. Artificial? If they're real, they're artificial, Will.
Attention, EO, attention, gargled the phone hysterically.
What is it?
Rating 8 speaking, officer. There's something coming at the forward slice.
Will Archer swiveled around the telescope while the rating gave the coordinates of whatever they had picked up. Archer finally found it and held it. It was a spiral of some kind, headed at them, obviously, speed more than a mile a second, and decelerating. Stop ship. Cut.
Cut, officer.
That thing can't reach us for a while yet. Meantime, let's consider what we just got ourselves into. We just got ourselves through a big slew of protoplasm that acts as a sort of heavenly sphere, primum mobile, for a solar system that our calculator considers unlikely. True. I suggest that we keep ourselves very carefully in check now. There's been some laxity of thinking going on during the voyage. It is understandable. We've all been under extraordinary stress. Now that the hardest part, perhaps, is over, we cannot afford to relax. By all accounts, what is coming at us is a vessel. It is unlikely to suppose that this protosphere is accidental. If it were, there would be as much reason to believe that there is intelligent life on those 15 planets, inasmuch as they are so close to the source of life spores. I hope that in whatever befalls us we shall act as worthy representatives of our species.
Pompous ass!
Rang through the ship. The EO turned very red.
May we come aboard?
Asked the laughing voice again. By all means, said the psychologist. It would be somewhat foolish to deny you entrance when you have already perfected communications.
Thank you.
There slipped through the hull of the sphere 3 ordinary-looking persons of approximately the same build as Will Archer. They were conventionally dressed. How did you do that? Asked the calculator.
Immaterial.
The matter, I mean the topic, said one of them. That's one fiendish language you speak. The wonder is that you ever managed to get off the ground. If our intrusion into your solar system is resented, said the EO, we'll leave at once. If it is not, we should like to examine that shell you have. We would gratefully accept any knowledge you might offer us from your undoubtedly advanced civilization.
What's that?
He means, explained another of the visitors to the sphere,
that we're stronger than he is, and that he'd like to become strong enough to blow us to powder.
Why didn't he say so? Asked the second.
Can't imagine. Limitations of his symbology, I expect. Now, man, can you give us a good reason why we should help you become strong enough to blow us to powder?
Stiffly, Archer nodded to Mamie Tongue. We have no claim on you, nor have you on us. We wish to take a sample of your protosphere and depart for our own system.
In other words, my good woman, you realize that time doesn't figure largely in this matter, and that you don't care whether you or your grandchildren blow us to powder?
I can't understand it, commented one of the others in a stage whisper. Why this absurd insistence on blowing us to powder?
Do I pretend to understand the processes of a lump of decaying meat? Declared the first. I do not.
No more than I. What makes them go?
Something they call progress. I think it means blowing everything else to powder.
What unpleasantness.
So I should say. What do you propose doing to them?
We might blow them to powder.
Let's find out first what makes them run.
The first turned on Yancey Mears.
Why are you built differently from the EO? We can allow for individual variations, but even to this untrained eye there's a staggering discrepancy.
Yancey Mears explained that she was a woman, and calmly went into details, interrupted occasionally by gurgling noises from the boarders. Finally it was too much. The 3 visitors broke into cries for mercy between bellows of laughter.
And you thought they were humorless,
accused the third.
This one's probably a comic genius, though why they'd send a comic genius on an expedition of this kind, I don't know. You don't suppose that it's all true, do you?
Suddenly sobered, they inspected Yancey and the psychologist, exchanging significant nods. Well, though you things are the most ludicrous sights of an abnormally long lifetime, we're prepared to be more than equitable with you. Our motivation is probably far beyond your system of ethics, being, as it is, a matter of blowing things to powder, but we can give you a hint of it by saying that it will help as a sort of self-discipline. Beyond that, you will have to discover for yourself.
What we propose for you is a thing much more gentle than being blown into powder. With courage, ability, common sense, and inspiration, you will emerge unharmed.
Go on, said the psychologist.
Go on. It's begun already. We'll take our leaves now. As his two companions slipped through the hull of the sphere, the last of the boarders turned to Yancey Mears. What you were saying, it was a comic monologue, wasn't it?
No, it was strict biological truth.
The boarder wistfully asked, I don't suppose I could see it done? Thought not. Good day. The three departed abruptly as they had come. What's begun already? Star Macduff asked the executive. I don't know. What do you suppose we've come into contact with now?
They're hard to size up, said Mamie Tongue. The humor, it's very disturbing. Apparently it didn't take them more than a few minutes to pick up our entire language and system of thought. It wasn't a simple job of mind-reading. They obviously grasped symbology as well. They said so themselves.
And what do you suppose they really look like? Asked Star in a thin, hysterical tone. Shut it, ordered Will Archer. That's panic-mongering, pure and simple. Normally I'd order you back with the ratings for a comment like that. Since we're up against extraordinary circumstances, I'll stay execution for the duration of the emergency.
The calculator did not reply. He seemed scarcely to have heard the rebuke. He was staring abstractedly at nothing. The notion overcame the three other officers slowly, very slowly, that something was amiss.
Yancey Mears first felt physically sick, then a peculiar numbness between the eyes, then a dull, sawing pain that ran over her whole skull. She blinked her eyes convulsively, felt vertiginous, yet did not fall, felt a curious duplicate sensation, as though she were beside herself and watching her body from outside, as though all lights she saw were doubled, as though the mass of her body was twice what it had been. Alarmed, she reached out for Will Archer's arm. It was not until she had tried the simple gesture that she realized how appallingly askew everything was. She reached, she thought, but her hands could not coordinate. She thought that she had extended both hands instead of one, but she had not. Dizzily she looked down, saw that her left hand lay against her body, that her right hand was extended, reaching for Archer, that her left hand was extended, and that her right hand lay against her body.
Will, what's wrong? The dizziness, the fear, the panic, doubled and tripled, threatened to engulf her. For her voice was not her own, but a double voice coming from two throats, one a little later than the other. Will! No, she couldn't outrace the phenomenon. Her voice was doubled in some insane fashion. She felt cold, tried to focus her eyes on Archer. Somehow the blackness of space seemed to come between them. She heard a scream, two screams, from Star. She saw him, blending with the space-black cloud in her vision, staggering in the officers' quarters, yawing wildly from side to side, trying to clutch at a stanchion or a chair. She saw two stars, sometimes superimposed, sometimes both blurred, staggering wildly. She saw Will Archer drag himself across the floor, both of him, their faces grim. The two Will Archers blended somehow with the space blackness, waveringly. They methodically picked up a cabinet from the desk and clubbed at the raving figures of Star Macduff. The two Archers connected with one of the Macduffs, stretching it out on the floor. Yancey saw the other Macduff, distance obscured, stop short and rub its head amazedly. Heard it say in a thin, faraway voice, "Sorry I made a fool of myself, Will," then look about in terror, collapsing into a chair. Only Madame Tongue was composed. Only Madame Tongue crossed legs on a chair, shut her eyes, and went into a deep, complicated meditation. "Close your eyes, everybody," she called in two voices.
If you value your sanity, close your eyes and rest quietly." The clericalist tried to walk across the floor to a chair, had the utterly horrifying sensation of walking across the floor in two different directions, and sitting down in two different chairs. Realizing only that there were two of her, she tried to make one rise and join the other, found that she could not. "Stop it, Yancy," said the two voices of Madame Tongue. "Sit down. Shut your eyes." Yancy Mears sat down and shut her eyes, all four of them. She was trembling with shock, did her best not to show it. "Will," called the psychologist, "you have the best motor control of any of us. Will you try very hard to coordinate sufficiently to prop up Star?" The executive officer grimly, carefully stepped across the two floors. As vertigo overcame him, he fell sprawling and hitched the rest of the way. The problem loomed enormously in his mind. Which one was him? Which of the two stars he saw was real? Which Will had knocked down which star? He tried to reach out and touch the star that lay on the floor, as the other star watched, horrified, from against a stanchion. He tried to reach out and touch this star, snatched back his hand as though coals of fire had burned it, for there swept over him the blackness of space, the dead black nothingness of something unspeakable and destroying. Madame Tongue, watching his every move, snapped, "No, the other you. See if you can control and differentiate." Will reached out again. He recoiled. He tried to blank out his mind completely, feeling that he was losing himself in a welter of contradictions impossible for anyone in his confused state to handle. Lying on the floor, breathing deeply, he succeeded in calming himself a little, enough to send the slow oblivion of self-hypnosis flowing through his mind. He forced the nepenthe on himself, leaving only a thin thread of consciousness by which to govern his actions. When it was over, he remembered that one of his duplex person had remained on the floor, and that the other had carried the unconscious star to a seat. "Good work, Will, very good. Now see if you can superimpose yourself." He tried like a madman to bring those two parts of himself together. He tried, though a world of blackness lay between them, and the very attempt was full of horror and dark mystery. By the same technique as before, he succeeded, at a cost that nearly left him shattered in mind. He breathed heavily and sweated from every square inch of skin. Mamie Tongue focused her eyes on the two figures, noted that there was the feeling of strabismus. As closely as she could figure it, the two into which everything had separated were divided by some unimaginable gulf. It was not space, for all the sense of blackness and cold. It could not be time. The mind rejected the insane paradoxes of time travel instinctively, and there was a certain definite grasp that one had on this phenomenon, something just out of the range of human comprehension. "Star," she snapped. "Star, will you stop your sniveling for a while?" "Yes. Yes," yammered the calculator senselessly, his fear-struck eyes clinging to her bowed black ones. "Star, can you calculate the way you feel?" There was no answer but terror. She cursed briefly and violently, then fixed her eyes again on the computator, herself fighting the weird sensation of duality. "I'm going to cure you, Star," she said in a droning, insistent voice. Macduff stared helplessly. He was in no condition either to resist the hypnosis or to cooperate. In 2 minutes of fearful concentration she had put him under and well into the secondary stage. His body stiffened cataleptically against the wall. At that moment his other body, laid out in the chair, chose to moan and stir. "Club it again, Will," she snapped, not letting her gaze swerve from her patient. "Put it out for good if you can." She did not see the heroic effort of the executive officer, but it was an epic in the few feet of space he traversed to the spot on the floor where he had dropped the case. It was a feat of arms equal to any Arthurian myth. How he picked the thing up with hands that would not behave, and eyes that would not see straight, and a mind that reeled under horrible vistas. The executive officer, feeling his grip going, moved too quickly and blundered into half a dozen obstacles, chairs and desks that should not be in his path, before he reached the moaning figure of the second star.
Twice he struck and missed, bringing the case down on an empty chair. With the last dine of his psychological reserve, he raised the case, brought it down with a solid chunk, brought it down, biting into the skull of the mathematician. Mamie Tongue smiled grim satisfaction and proceeded with the treatment. It was a technique of her own, something fearfully obscure and delicate, unbearably complicated by the duality imposed on her. But the drive of the woman brought about nearly an elimination of one of her components, drove it into the back of her mind, where it stood as little more than a shadow. The other Madame Tongue was coldly, stonily picking over the brain of Star Macduff. She drove a tentacle of consciousness into the hypnotized man, tapped his personal memory store. She had no interest in that at the moment, drove deeper, reached one obscure group of neurons specialized in the calculus of relationships, alias symbolic logic, alias the scientific method, alias common sense. Vampirish, she drew at the neurons, what they held, how they worked, what they did, why they did it so much better than any of the other officers' corresponding groups. And it came like a flood of golden light, like the ever-new sensation that comes when an old thing looks different. She let go of the cataleptic figure completely, let it crumple to the floor, while she busied herself with the unfamiliar tools of the calculator. It was all new to her, and it is to be remarked greatly to her credit that she did not go mad. "I've worked it, Will," she said, slick as a whistle. "Speak up, then." The EO was very near collapse. Yancey Mears, one of them, had fallen to the floor and was big-eyed and heaving in the chest, while the other wandered about, distraitly raving under her breath, sounding very far away. "It's probabilities, Will. Those people, they worked space around for us so that when we came to some decision point, we took not one course or another, but both. Since we aren't used to that kind of thinking, it didn't pan out, and a couple of us are nearly done in by it. Star's math says it's completely plausible, and the wonder is that they don't do it on Earth for difficult situations, social and otherwise. Imagine the joy of attending on the same night a necessary academic banquet, and taking out a lover. Must be raving. But it's the goods, Will. Everything fits." "What was the decision point?" "It was when Star made that fool remark about what our borders really looked like. You called him down, torn between sending him aft with the ordinaries and keeping him here with the superiors. Conveniently for you, we, the ship, branched into two probabilities at that point. You could have covered yourself by both ordering him aft with the ordinaries and keeping him here with the superiors. Justice would be done, and we'd be insured against the chance of a poor decision. Unfortunately, that convenient arrangement doesn't work for our little minds. The very convenience of it nearly broke us. But I'm getting so I can handle one at a time. I doubt that I'll ever be able to handle both, but it's good enough to separate and leave one of yourself in temporary silence. Now, for instance, I'm using the me that's in the Sphere 9 in which Yancey fainted. The other me is in the Sphere 9 in which you clubbed and finally killed the star that I didn't hypnotize. You, or rather yous, have been wavering your consciousness between the two Sphere 9s. In the one in which this me is, you tried to pick up Yancey. In the other one, you did a neat job on Star." "Executive office," said a pleading voice over one of the phones. "I'll take it," said the active Mamie Tongue. "Psychologist speaking." "Ordinary speaking. What happened? Ratings 10, 12, and 3 beat each other's brains out." "Cut, will you? I'm going to check on that." "Cut, officer," said the pitifully bewildered voice. The active Mamie Tongue stacked herself against the wall. Slowly the passive came to life, and experimentally stepped over to the phone, nodding at Will Archer, who was experimenting quietly in transference of attention. "Commons room?" she said into the phone. There was no answer. "They've probably all murdered each other in this probability. Now that I'm in it, I'll see what I can do with Yancey." She took hold of the staring, wandering, mumbling woman, tried to set her down. The creature broke away with a thin, distant scream and fled through the tube. "Just as well. This branch seems to be an exceptionally sour one. That girl's mind was hopelessly wrecked. Let's both get into the other and treat the other Yancey." She smoothly effected the change of person, and kneeled professionally beside the rigid, twisted form of the clericalist. A few soothing words worked wonders. It was more fear of madness than any mental lesion itself that had immobilized her, and fear flies before confidence. Madame Tung explained what had happened to them, did not go into details as to the other body the girl had in the other branch. "Now for Star," she said distastefully. "Too late for Star," reported Will Archer. "He's dead." "So? I mean the one in the chair." "That's the one. His heart stopped, and he has dark circles around the eyes, like a fractured skull." "Something to remember. I'm afraid my technique wasn't as delicate as it should have been. Damned lucky thing I have is math. We may be able to get back yet." "You mean we aren't saddled with this thing forever?" Archer winced as he saw his other body in the probability of madness and death, rigid as a corpse against the wall. "I hope not. I won't know until I've worked some more with this knowledge I picked up in such a hurry. I actually feel a curiosity for the first time in my life as to how a calculating machine works." "It's time you learned," said the clericalist. She was enormously bucked up to find that she could be of some use. "Come on to the computations room." They slid through the tube, over the noisy protest of the gibbering other Yancey. The hitherward Yancey looked at it distastefully, but did not comment except for, "How much of me is that?" "Nonsense. I mean, your question is a contradiction in terms. Quantity has nothing to do with it. What you see there is something in the land of might have been. That it happens to be something unpleasant makes no difference." "It does to me," said Yancey positively.
Then be thankful that you aren't hyperspatial Siamese twins with a corpse like the survivors among the ordinaries, or all dead any way you figure it, like Star.
She rubbed her hands over the calculating machinery, again in its neat rows and aisles. Experimentally she punched keys here and there, abstractedly fishing for the stolen knowledge which worked her fingers. Suddenly, furiously, she set to work, immersing herself in figure tapes, swinging around herself a mighty rampart of the basic machinery. Yancey and Will tiptoed away superfluously, for it would have taken a hammer blow on the head to interrupt the combined will-power of two such formidables as the late Star Macduff and the present Madame Mamie Tung. 5. The executive officer visited the ordinaries that were left, found a few men of strong fibre who had refused to succumb to the terror that had gripped the ship. He explained simply what had happened, and they accepted the explanation as their due after a very difficult time. He taught them the technique, which they had stumbled on by themselves in a haphazard way, of concentrating on one path of probabilities and the advisability of staying there, since any moment the other might vanish into the great unknown. Only then did he begin to puzzle himself over what had happened. Who their boarders had been, how they had done this to Sphere 9. He recalled what they had said, which was little comfort but sound sense. They had assured him that he could not possibly understand their motivation for behaving as they did. Yancey told him that if this was a sample of their own behavior, she most heartily agreed. Madame Tung emerged from the calculations room with a splitting headache and a fistful of formulae, from which tubes could be constructed to build up something new in electromagnetic phenomena, a probability field which could be applied in this one very special case to good effect. They constructed the thing with ease, hosed the ship with it, and were gratified to see the other path vanish, the path of the lunatic Yancey, the skull-split Star, the murdered ordinaries, and the cataleptic Mamie Tung and Will Archer. "Landing?" asked Mamie. "Why not?" "I can't argue on those grounds, Will, but what happened on your stern resolution to take a sample of the protosphere and run back to Earth?" "You're the psychologist, you tell me." "Those strangers had some violent impact on us. Behind their fronts was something enormously intriguing. You're full of what killed the fabulous cat." "Right, and I'm not going to rest until I find out how that protosphere came about and what it means to us." "Oh, I can tell you that," said one of the visitors, stepping through the hull, "in so far as anyone can tell anyone else anything in this symbology of yours." "Talk fast," said Will stiffly. "Our time is important." The stranger chuckled delightedly. "I could give you all the time you want," he said. "I gave you all the probabilities you wanted. I could have given you an infinite number, practically. How much time did you say you wanted? 20,000 years? 100,000? And in the past, present, or future?" "No, thanks," said Will hastily. "You were going to tell us about the protosphere." "I was. It's our garbage can, in a way. We had our neat little solar system, well balanced around two suns, and then the most appalling junk came flying into it. blowing things out of kilter, tipping the balance one way or another. So we invented protoplasm, and started a ring of it out in space, gave it directives, fed it on rubbish, finally curved it around so it was a perfect shell. If we'd known the trouble it'd cause, really, we wouldn't have bothered. We thought it was an advantage that it reproduced automatically. That saved us making all the stuff ourselves. But apparently it shoots off spores too, and they land on planets outside, and the most appalling things, like you, happen along a few million years later and want to change everything to suit yourselves. Was there anything else? Maybe land on one of your planets and look about? Why, it's so much simpler this way. This was almost too theatrical to be convincing. There appeared on the wall of the office a busy little motion picture, complete with sound, of a planet which had 2 suns in its sky. It was a city scene, sleek vehicles buzzing along the streets, well-dressed men and handsome women strolling past, greeting each other with a grave nod, smiling, dashing children, here and there an animal suggestive of a horse. One of the buildings, apparently, was on fire. The scene wavered a little, then angled upward to catch flames shooting from a window, a woman leaning out and calling for help. The streamlined equivalent of a fire truck roared up, shot up a device that resembled the Indian rope trick. A valiant male swarmed up it and packed the female down. When they reached the ground, the end of the Indian rope trick squirted water at the fire. The rescued woman kissed her fireman enthusiastically, and the wall was blank again. Madame Tongue was the first to laugh cynically. Their visitor looked at her more in sorrow than anger, his eyes heavy beneath their brows. So, you would rather see the truth? I think I would, said the golden-skinned woman. You shall. Madame Tongue prepared herself for more home movies, but they were not forthcoming. Instead, there grew and spread in her brain an image of power, power inconceivable, roaring in noise, flaring in light, sparking in electric display, fusing in heat, running a mad gamut of the spectrum in every particle. She shut her eyes the better to contain it, for it was magnificent. The display softened, shrank, seemed to cool. She had an image then of a sort of personified lightning, a tight, etheric swirl packed with electrons and alpha particles in rigid order. A great thing 20 feet tall and 5 feet wide by 5 feet, with 6 radiating arms that burned what they grasped and blasted what they struck to powder. There were no feet. She saw the object travel somewhat as Sphere 9 traveled, by aiming itself and discharging subatomically. There were features of a sort, something that she would call a mouth at the very top of the body, a member which ingested occasionally bits of matter which would rebuild it indefinitely or until some trying task. There were sensory organs, a delicate, branching, coralline thing that apprehended radiations of any order. And in the very center of the electric vortex, and a little above the midriff, was one incandescent blaze of glory that carried to the dazzled inner eye of Mamie Tongue the idea of brain. It bore intelligence, appreciation, art, beauty, all the diffuse concepts packed about by man as surplus baggage. She saw the thing bend its sensory organ at her, study her, saw the corresponding pulsations of the brain within it. She felt it reach out to establish contact with her mind, and welcomed it eagerly. It must have been a glorious death, especially so for a mind like that of Mamie Tongue, new, brave, and challenging. But death it was, and her friends caught her body in their arms. Silently and reproachfully they regarded their visitor. You, too? He asked softly. Would you, too, rather see the truth? They let the golden-skinned woman to the floor. Before you go, said the man who had come through the hall, is there anything I can do? There is. It is what we came for. You may have noticed that we emit certain rays characteristic of protoplasm. As we are the fruit, so your protosphere is the core. It emits rays of great intensity which interfere with our genetic experiments. Could you mask those rays? We shall. It will be several scores of years before they stop coming, so you will find in your desk a field formula for a diffusion mask that will block them off. Thank you. Is there anything we've overlooked? Nothing. You have no further business with us.
nor have your people, no matter how far they may advance within your species' life. You are third order at best. We are fifth order and ascending. I trust that by the time your species has reached the point where it will be able to blow us to powder, we shall be well out of the three-dimensional range of experience." With the most natural gesture in the world, he extended his hand. In turn, Yancey and Will gripped it. He stepped through the hall with a farewell wave. "Commons room, ready, ship?" "Yes, officer." 180 degrees. "Yes, officer." "And full speed. Cut." "Cut." Close together they contemplated the golden-skinned Madame Tongue. "Everything has its cost," said Will. Yancey said nothing. Unrelieved blackness alternated with dazzling star-clusters. From rim to rim of the universe stretched the thin line that marked the hero's way. Acknowledgments. The production of His Share of Glory was accomplished through the work of many volunteers. Thanks to Mark Olson and NESFA's publication czar Anthony Lewis for their help and guidance on many stylistic and editorial questions. Thanks also to the army of proofreaders, Elizabeth Carey, Ann Crimmins, Irene Harrison, Elisa Hertel, Mark Hertel, Sufert Lewis, Tony Lewis, Mark Olson, and Joe Rico. I'm grateful to Tina LePage Bradenese for typing several whole stories, for bringing the quality of this book up to professional standards, thanks to our master proofreader George Flynn. Many thanks to Robert A. Maddle for supplying the dust jacket photo of Cyril M. Kornbluth, as well as several amusing anecdotes about his run-ins with CMK, and for being a great Bosconi guest. Thanks, Bob. The dust jacket was designed by Mark and Elisa Hertel from an idea by Sufert Lewis. Special thanks to my wife, Anne A. Broomhead, who proofread the entire book, and without whom, for many reasons, this book would not be possible. Thank you, my friends. End of His Share of Glory, the complete short science fiction of C. M. Kornbluth. By C. M. Kornbluth, edited by Timothy P. Sesjewell. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 1999. Published by NESFA Press, P.O. Box 809, Framingham, Massachusetts, 01701-0203. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.